This story begins on a beautiful day. As usual, there was a friendly atmosphere on campus. Some guy was looking at the building at the same time and couldn't help but get angry. He stomped his feet on the ground furiously, as if he had nothing to vent his anger on. He wondered if this was the campus. As he walked through the school gates, he wondered how something like this could even be called a campus. Passing by the bowing student, he again plunged into his thoughts because, according to rumors, people come here to read books. But people are not rich, and if you believe the same rumors, then this is a place where strength decides and there are many strong bands that can help him. Singchen remembered how the old man in the family was the former king of the underworld, and he couldn't punish him. However, he didn't allow him to go to the battlefield, so he would start studying on this campus today. The guy realized that he didn't know what campus was like now. Walking up to a certain office and opening it, Singchen could only think that he had thought about this too late. However, as soon as he entered the office, he realized that all he needed was a pen. He wondered if this was what the students on campus looked like now. However, right after that, Singchen looked at the girls in his class. They all stood out with rather serious swellings, which could not help but attract the main character. Many of them also wore very short, revealing clothes, which further highlighted their figures. Singchen blushed and drooled as he said that he thought studying here wasn't that bad. However, he eventually smiled and reached into his inside pocket for something. As it turned out, he got hold of the carriage and, with his eyes closed, set it on fire with a lighter. However, another woman suddenly approached Vanya and said that students were prohibited from smoking, but they did not say that it was forbidden to do so in the building. In front of him stood a beautiful woman with dark purple hair and glasses. In addition to her beautiful eyes, a soft blush could be seen on her face. However, the guy was not attracted by the face at all, and his gaze was directed a little lower than the neck. Lowering his gaze even lower, he noticed a short, tight pencil skirt. In the end, there was no denying that the woman looked stunning. With this view, the guy opened his eyes wide and hesitated. Now he did not regret at all that he had come here to study in vain. Eventually, the woman addressed him as a disciple and asked if Singchen was listening to her. After that, she asked what grade he was in, and the guy replied that he was a newbie and was in the 7th grade. Singchen said that he was a little late for class, and since he saw that the teacher was not in class, he decided not to go in and went back. After that, Singchen threw away the cigarette that had not yet been extinguished. However, he was clearly not worried about this because this woman came close to him, and Singchen could not help but blush. The woman said that she was his homeroom teacher, Su Kai, and she was still waiting for him in the classroom because she didn't think that he would go there himself. The woman said that today would be his first day of school, but he had already managed to put it in. She continued that being late was unacceptable, and he should understand this. Singchen couldn't help but agree with this in his thoughts, but he still followed the woman with his gaze, unable to help but mentally compliment her. Afterwards, Su Kai approached the teacher who was teaching the lesson at the time and apologized for disturbing her. After that, she said that the group had a new member. The women looked at the guy and asked him to come in and greet her as she was leaving for the big ones, while telling her about herself. Singchen confidently stood in the middle of the entire class and wrapped his backside around them. At some point, his eyes lit up red to make him look very menacing. The whole class looked at the newcomer with some apprehension and embarrassment. After that, the guy said in a confident voice that his name was Singchen. When Singchen introduced himself, the entire class froze in amazement. Many of the guys gulped as it was quite an expressive greeting. After this class, I was in a stupor for some time. The first to wake up were the girls, who were simply captivated by the charisma of the main character. Many began to praise his appearance and how captivating he was. Singchen couldn't help but hear these compliments and knew that it was no wonder that there were days when girls preferred powerful, rich bad boys. Rumors immediately began to spread throughout the class. Su Tasai said that the new student would be under their care and apologized to the teacher again. Sold. After that, the woman pointed to the main character's place and desk. As she walked out the door, she asked him not to forget to make friends with his classmates. At the same time, a decent part of the class, mostly guys, began to warn the main character. One of them, the dark-skinned Boo guy, wondered if he really wanted to die. His friend began to ridicule the main character, calling him old-fashioned. Just as Singchen was approaching his place, he put an obvious footrest in his way. However, Singchen was not at a loss. He easily bent over such a thing, and even the guy was surprised by the speed of the main character. Looking at his back, he couldn't help but admit that he was very receptive and reacted quickly. At the same time, Singchen understood that such pranks would not work on him either, since he had avoided them for many years. Calling everyone else a bunch of crap kids, he decided to focus on his studies. The guy knew that only by getting a grade, he would have a chance to get closer to this hot teacher. However, he was quite happy because he knew that he still had enough knowledge to cope with these little tests. After that, Xing looked back and noticed the girls. Looking at their open appearance, he couldn't understand why the girls in their days were still the same as before. Another girl powdered her nose in the classic way. The third one simply slept on the desk. Looking into the distance, Xing couldn't help but remember the past. He realized that in his past life, he was just a poor student who had just graduated from college. The guy had aspirations to make a career in business, so he borrowed money from his loan sharks. However, he was unlucky, and after his business ended in failure and bankruptcy, he found himself deeply in debt. I remembered the times when I literally ran away from the usurers who were chasing me. However, at the very last moment, he was unable to escape the misfortune and was ultimately killed by these very same moneylenders. However, unexpectedly for himself, Xing was reborn. The body he inhabited was called Xing, and yet his memories still remained in his mind. The father of this body was the most powerful man in the city in his youth. Xing knew that at this time, he didn't need to worry about being killed by those bad moneylenders. However, he decided in this life not to be afraid to mock, since the physical strength of this body is much stronger than his previous one. The lesson ended very soon. While the protagonist was surrounded by several men with evil smiles, Xing decided that in this life he should enjoy everything to the fullest, and perhaps risk was better than regret. Noticing how the main character was surrounded by girls, they began to whisper among themselves that the main character even had the audacity to ignore adults on social networks, and Zhao Hu and his friends constantly bully others. Frightened by their appearance, many odnoklasniki literally ran out of the office. Xing took out a cigarette from his inner pocket. The guy calmly lit it and said that they were blocking his way. Zhao Hu said that he was a little brat and seemed to know nothing about their rules, so today they would teach him how to behave properly. In the end, Xing asked if he was the one in charge here. However, after such a stern look, the man hesitated as if he began to be afraid of someone. He began to turn his head to the left as if hoping for someone to come. As it turned out, behind him there was a sweet guy who walked lightly towards the main character. However, the main character got angry and asked if he really thought he could defeat him. When Yanjun heard this, his eyes shook with fear. Eventually, even his legs began to shake, and he clearly couldn't control them. Of course, Xing eventually pushed the man away and told him to get lost. In the end, the subordinate told his boss that he was completely out of breath. After this, the man said that he was simply too hot. The subordinate asked if they would just let him leave like that. Yanjun knew that his reputation would be damaged too much if he left him alone, and didn't understand why Xing treated him like that. After all, he was still a famous baron in the 10th grade. Eventually, Yanjun pointed his finger at the protagonist and ordered him to be captured. I understand that people were set on him. Xing turned around and looked at the boss. He looked at the scoundrels approaching him with his gaze and asked if they really wanted to fight. Many people were taken aback by such a confident look because they had never met him. However, one of the subordinates was extremely angry at the actions of the protagonist and literally raised an iron chair trying to hit the protagonist. The classmates screamed loudly at what time they could watch the bloodshed. However, there was no scream. There was only a light sound of a swing. The clearly frightened classmates slowly opened their eyes. As it turned out, Xing easily grabbed the chair and asked if the man didn't know that he was making a terrible mistake. As it turned out, there was a real knife in front of the villain's throat. In the end, Xing said that pitiful eyes would not work on him. Still holding the knife to the villain's throat, scarlet blood began to drip from him. Xing said that there was nothing he could do about it until sweat began to drip from the man's face. Xing waved his knife and said that the actions he had just committed were simply unforgivable. The classmate ended up getting even more scared, but not for the life of the main character, but because it was murder. Xing eventually stabbed the knife into the attacker's shoulder. This action caused the chair that the scoundrel was holding over his head to slip out of his hands and land right on top of his head, seriously injuring him. Xing calmly walked out of the classroom and told him to remember that no one was allowed to hurt his dear mother, and next time he didn't know how terrible the consequences would be. One of the classmates who observed this conflict said that the guy is truly a unique person. At the same time, Xing was smoking near the window and couldn't figure out why he was so worried. Why he wanted to kill that idiot. After that, he guessed that if he read the old body owner's memories, then maybe his personality was too. After this conflict, people started whispering and avoiding the main character because he even used a knife at school. After that, "What kind of girl are you?" approached Yan Jun and told her to bring Zhao Hu to the infirmary. Without thinking twice, the guy agreed to this. He lifted his subordinate by the shoulder and began to drag him to the infirmary. Nevertheless, rage burned in his heart and he vowed revenge. He picked up his phone and called all his buddies to beat up the main character in the backyard. He got it. He wrote this message. He had already decided that the main character would be finished. After that, the same girl who told Zhao Hu to take him to the doctor approached the main character. She sighed because she was quite nervous. The girl said that she was the head of their class, and since this was a school, it would be better if he quit smoking and didn't bother other people. Xingchen looked at the girl and couldn't help but notice her figure and decency. She even blushed from the main character's intense gaze. Xingchen put out his cigarette and said that from now on, he would stop smoking. After putting out his cigarette, he pulled it into the nearest trash can and apologized. The class monitor also told him not to start beating up the class, even though Zhao Hu was clearly in the wrong. When Xingchen heard this statement, he looked at the girl with indignation. The girl's shoulders literally shook uncontrollably from the main character's terrifying gaze. However, the girl herself still did not show that she was scared and looked at the main character. The other classmates, looking at this, began to worry about the class monitor. In their fantasies, they have already baptized the main character of the monster. However, Xingchen merely turned around and said that he understood her. After this confrontation, the headman breathed a sigh of relief. Classes ended very soon. At the same time, in the principal's office, the man says that even though he just came to school on the first day, she has already managed to cause so much trouble by calling him a troublesome child. Su Kai said that young people act a little impulsively and there is nothing special about it. The director looked at the window and noticing the main character's back, he followed him with his eyes. At the same time, the class teacher hoped that in real life he would not arrange so many years. Without leaving the campus, Xingchen said to himself that he was such a loser that on the very first day he heard lectures from the headman and the head teacher, and not a single girl came up and spoke to him. And this was absolutely not cool. Xingchen wondered how Zhao Hu was now and whether he had embarrassed him. However, at that very moment he noticed how some guys, most likely rapists, were forcing the girl to hang out with them. The timid girl could do nothing while the guys were already confident that their crime would go unnoticed. Some nasty guy laughed and stuck out his tongue and said that they would be gentle. After that, he started to harass the girl. The moment he started doing this, he heard a scream that told him to let her go. The irritated blonde scratched his ear and asked if he really had the nerve to interrupt his business. After that, he and his friends surrounded the main character. However, at some point they saw the main character's ponytail. It was at that moment that they realized that he was the man Yang Jun had spoken of. They eventually took out the pipe wrench. It was so big that it was clear that just one blow from such a tool could lead to serious consequences, and the blonde simply threw it back. Xingchen said that he now realized that it was Yang Jun who sent them after him, and he was not in a good mood right now, so he said not to joke with him. However, the villains clearly had no intention of listening to the protagonist, and the one who had the pipe wrench took aim at the protagonist. One guy was not one to be timid and also swung back. Ultimately, the protagonist's fist landed right on the man's face, and he was forced to retreat from the force of the blow. The blow was so powerful that it threw him back several meters. Just as he fell down, foam began to form from his mouth, and it was obvious that the man was on the verge of losing consciousness. All the other men who were watching this couldn't help but tense up. Of course, Xingchen ended up putting on a pompous pose and telling them all to fuck off. However, even this show of force clearly did not dissuade them from their intentions and only made them more cautious. One of them immediately swung at the protagonist without warning. However, it was obvious that he was too weak compared to the protagonist, who could easily see his every move. With a slight turn, Xingchen dodged the attack. Thus, the men realized that he had missed, and the protagonist did not even have any trouble dodging him. While the man's hand was still heading towards his failed attack, Xingchen counterattacked and slapped him. Just like the first time, this blow was strong enough to knock him out of the fight. When the main character finally got tired of messing with them, he made a dash towards the remaining attackers. He crushed the chest of one of the attackers with a precise fist. He knocked out another of them with his uppercut. The third ones were unlucky enough to end up on the floor from a blow from the main character's elbow. All passers-by could not help but freeze in shock from such incredible cruelty and force. Yang Jun, who was watching all this, couldn't help but curse because Xingchen was too cruel and too strong to resist him. Ultimately, Jing Chen emerged from this situation as the clear winner. Very soon, the sunset descended upon the city. Xing Chen was in some bar all this time. While drinking alcohol, I understandably became immersed in my deep thoughts. Noticing the main character, a certain waitress approached him and offered to join him. Approaching with a glass, she asked if she would mind if she did it. However, Xing Chen, even though the girl told him to move away from him, the impudent girl clearly did not take no for an answer and said that she really fell in love with him, and as he himself knew it was at the expense of the house, asking him to have a drink with her. However, Xing Chen was not susceptible to such tricks and released his hand from the girl's grip. Still without even looking at her face, he said that she was too ugly. Even then, the girl was simply furious and asked if the guy had humiliated her. At the same time, Xing Chen did not understand why he was still talking like that, because such impudent words could simply cause him to die. Ultimately, the girl became even more angry when she noticed that the guy simply did not pay attention to her. At the same moment, she noticed some people approaching the main character's company. In addition to the four clearly beaten guys, their boss was most likely standing in front of them. The girl came up and said that someone had humiliated her. However, the man himself was clearly not thrilled with the actions of his subordinates and asked if they had all lost to one guy. In front of him stood the rapist, who was now hard to recognize because of the beatings. He explained that the guy was too strong and asked to avenge them. After that, the boss asked who this guy really was. After that, she turned to the girl and asked her to tell Yang Jun to come later, because no matter what happened, they really did lend him his things and the hospital expenses should be paid. After which she asked who offended her. The girl pointed her finger at the main character and said that he even dared to talk down to her and asked if she was really that ugly. After that, the rapist said that he was the one who beat them. After that, the man brought out the nearest bottle of wine. Without thinking twice, he scattered it on the same table on which it stood and small fragments ended up all over the bar. He said his name was Lei Lao Hu, but he was the owner of a bar, so Xing Chen simply couldn't act so arrogantly by threatening him with a broken bottle. However, without even turning his head, Xing Chen asked how he was doing. After that, Lei Lao Hu was incredibly surprised because he did not understand why that voice sounded so familiar. From such surprise, he even let go of that sharp end of the bottle, and it finally broke. Hearing the noise, Xing Chen finally turned his head. When the man finally confirmed that it was indeed Xing Chen, sweat began to drip down his face. After that, he immediately leaned forward at 90 degrees in front of the main character and asked if he had already returned. At the same time, the beaten subordinates and that same girl could not believe that even Lei Lao Hu bowed before him and wondered what kind of guy he was. Xing Chen took out another bottle of alcohol and laughed and said that his old man simply forced him to go back to school. And after school, he had nothing to do, so he decided to come here. After that, he asked what his business was because he had heard that recently his affairs were going very smoothly and that this street was in his hands. Still sweating, Lei Lao Hu laughed out of embarrassment and said that it was all thanks to him. If they hadn't chosen him that day, he would have had a chance to enter high school. The owner started to say that if he needed anything, he just had to say it and he would do whatever he needed. After that, he looked at his subordinates and asked why they were still standing there and told them to immediately bow down to the young master. After that, they all automatically bowed before him. The beaten rapist couldn't believe that he had caused so much trouble to a brat that even the boss wouldn't dare touch him. Xing Chen looked at them with disdain and said that from now on, they should not make any noise around his school because it would damage the safety of the place. And no matter what happened, he was studying there anyway, so he didn't want to get into trouble. The owner scratched his head and said that he would carefully remind these subordinates of this. After that, he told Harry, apparently the same beaten rapist, to show his deep gratitude to the main character. Immediately after this, the man fell backwards on the floor as if he had lost all strength in his legs. Xing Chen told him to leave and also told him to throw away the same girl who was bothering him. After that, he reminded him that the fact that he came back here is a secret. After this, all the troublemakers left the bar. After that, that same Harry asked his boss who is he because he looks like an ordinary high school student and why is he afraid of him. However, without even answering his question, he immediately slapped that man. She pointed her finger at him and said that from now on, if any of them dared to come to school, they would be severely punished, and what happened today should not be made public. At the same time, Xing Chen was still in the bar laughing. After one of the waitresses lit his cigarette, he wondered why he still acted so impulsively even at such an advanced age. After that, he thought for a moment and continued his monologue. Xingchen understood that before he would get drunk immediately after drinking just a couple of bottles, and he didn't understand why he drank so much and was still conscious. After that, he began to wonder if not only his physical strength had increased, but also his drinking ability was becoming higher. As he left the pair, Xingchen passed by the bully and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He looked at them and realized that his previous life was not so different from the life of the body's owner. After that, he deliberately pushed one of those who beat the unfortunate man. The attacker, who lost his temper, asked why he was pushing him and whether he was blind, and couldn't see that he was busy. After that, he swung at the main character and asked whether he didn't understand that he would smash him to pieces. However, at that very moment, a light knife appeared in the protagonist's hands. With a simple movement of his hand, he cut the attacker's wrist. Not expecting this, the attacker immediately covered the wound and screamed. Very soon, he found himself on the floor, unable to do anything. Xingchen told the victim that he shouldn't have come to that place, and if he was okay, he should just go home. The shaking boy said he was fine. Having barely come to his senses, he tried to stop the main character, who was already walking away into the distance. He said his name was Ye Jingshan, and he was in the same class with him. This day was as calm as usual. The sun was shining and there were no clouds. Xingchen walked into his classroom with his school bag on his shoulders. At that moment, roll call began. It turns out that the headman herself did the roll call, and the list reached the name of the main character. Xingchen shouted yes to show his presence. Looking out the window, he couldn't help but agree that it was so boring right now that he wanted to flirt with some girls. However, the guy understood that he had no experience at all in this matter and wondered what he should do. However, at the same time, a weak cry was heard telling people to save themselves. They said that if they fell into the hands of this beast, they would be in danger. One day, a girl saw a certain man at the main gate, and he took her away to an unknown direction in order to punish her. And when she returned, she was immediately sent to a psychiatric hospital. While trying to escape, one girl tripped over a stone. Unable to keep her balance, she fell right onto the steps. Barely standing up, she asked her friends to wait for her, not having a clue who was right behind her. A nasty man with a creepy smile approached the girl and asked why she was so careless. He leaned down in front of the girl, who was trembling with fear, and asked her to let him help her. The man came close to her and put his foot in the middle of the two of them. He moved his hand to the girl's chest and said that it was time to educate her. The girl, trembling with fear, begged the man not to do this. However, it was obvious that the vile men clearly had no intention of stopping and even laughed at this. After that, a scream was heard throughout the school. Very soon, the man came out of the teacher's room. At the same time, the girl who stood without underwear with trembling legs was still in the teacher's room. However, let's return to the main character's class. Surely no one even imagined what kind of misfortune awaited them and just talked among themselves. Many of the guys were still looking at the head girl and complimenting her, unable to get closer to her. At the same time, Rong herself was looking at the main character all this time. However, the interesting fact was that the guy was focused on reading his book all this time. After that, one of the classmates turned to Yongjun and asked if his Rong was really delighted with that guy. However, an irritated Yongjun told him to shut up and asked if he really wanted to take a few days off like Zhao. At the same time, Yongjun himself was wondering all this time who he was. After all, even Big Brother told him to stay away from him. However, at the same time, someone slammed the classroom door. All Udno-classniki simultaneously looked at the person who entered. As soon as they saw who it was, they all fell into a stupor and couldn't move from shock. The man greeted her languidly and said that he was back. The nasty teacher stood at the threshold and smiled, looking at the students, which could not help but make this picture even more uncomfortable. All the other classmates were afraid to say anything. Many of them couldn't even swallow loudly because they were in a state of shock and great fear. Even Yang Jun himself couldn't help but be worried, because he knew that this beast had been expelled from school for committing violence and didn't understand how he could return. At the same time, among the entire class, the main character was probably the only one who was not at all worried about the person who came in, and he decided that now was the time to sleep. The man took a piece of chalk and said that before the lesson, he would conduct a small test to find out whether they had made any progress over a long period of time or not. After that, he wrote his question on the board with 4 possible answers. After that, he looked at the headman with disgust and said to answer this question. Mu-rong thought for a moment and looked at the question. Yan-jun restrained himself but was furious that he dared to order his girlfriend around and threatened to beat him up for touching him. After that, one of the classmates asked if this teacher was really aiming at their classmate. while another classmate told her to be quiet if Ta didn't want to end up in the hospital, because last time the girl's boyfriend brought a gang with him, and as a result, out of 18 people, 11 of them ended up crippled, and the rest are still in critical condition. After this, the teacher approached the headman. The main character slept peacefully all this time. The man once again told the girl to answer the question. He smiled nastily and said that if you don't focus on your studies, then he will have no choice but to sacrifice his own efforts to teach her more. Finally, the girl looked at the question again and said, A? Mu Rong looked at him and once again clarified that the answer was option A. As if expecting this, the man said that this was wrong and smiled again. However, the girl said that the correct answer to this question is definitely option A. However, immediately after this, the man grabbed the girl by the t-shirt. He lifted her up in front of the whole class and asked her if she doubted his abilities. At the same time, Jing Chen, who was sleeping peacefully despite the whole situation in the classroom, released his hand due to his relaxation. After that, due to the force of gravity, he fell headfirst onto his notebook without even feeling the force of the impact. The teacher obviously heard this and couldn't help but get angry that someone was sleeping during his lessons. He let go of the headman. After that, he approached the main character. Stopping right in front of him, he looked at him irritably. His classmates understood that Li Qi hated it most when someone did not show him due respect, and they literally felt sorry for the main character. Yanjun was also thinking about their fight because he understood that Li Kei's strength was very powerful, but Xing Chen was clearly not retreating from him. At the same time, Mu Rong began to worry about the main character because no one stood up for her. Li Ke shouted and said that he was wasting his precious time teaching idiots, and he dared to sleep. After that, he swung with all his might at the main character and shouted for him to wake up. After that, the teacher's fist moved towards the protagonist. However, at the very last moment, Xing Chen woke up and reacted sharply. He easily dodged the blow and looked at the teacher with disappointment. As a result, the teacher's fist simply smashed the main character's desk to pieces. After this, the man slowly stood up and looked at the main character. The guy in turn asked what he was doing here. It was obvious that Mu Rong had become very worried about the protagonist. But I Odnoklasniki understood that if he had the courage to answer this beast, then this was simply an impulsive decision and it could not be his. At the same time, the other classmates, mostly guys, wanted Li Ke to beat up the main character for them. Li Ke looked at the main character and asked about his attitude since he is his teacher. The man tensed up and said that someone should teach him this. He again took aim at the main character and said that one must honor the teacher and respect his instructions. After that, he lunged towards the main character. At the same time, the guy himself did not even move from his place and looked at his classmates. The whole class couldn't believe that this wasn't a dream. After all, Xing Chen dared to argue with the teacher. As a result, Li Ke made a horizontal swing with his hand, and Xing Chen bowed lightly. He made a swing with his other hand as if in a boxing ring, from which the guy also dodged. After that, it was time for successive blows, which clearly didn't even make the main character sweat. Li Ke couldn't believe that his opponent was so fast. In the end, Xing Chen dodged for the last time. He bent down and put out his hand too. After that, with one clear blow, he knocked the teacher to the other end of the classroom. Insert. He asked what was wrong with him even if he was a teacher. It was obvious that this had completely enraged the criminal, and he said that his funeral would be today. After this, Xing Chen himself drew a conclusion towards the teacher. He swung his hand and was about to hit his opponent. Li Ke clearly expected it to be just a worthless strike and blocked it. Just as Xing Chen hit his hand, the teacher realized how wrong he had been. He couldn't help but sweat from the strength of the main character, because he clearly didn't expect something like this. After that, Xing Chen began his series of strikes. She was so fast that there was really nothing left to do but block all the blows with her body. Well, in the end, Xing Chen ended his apology with an uppercut. With such a strong blow, the teacher literally appeared at the door and knocked it down. However, he didn't stop there and flew another good 2 meters before stopping. He couldn't believe that only a high school student had such strength, and that this idiot's blow was even stronger than his, which didn't mean that the last blow was clearly beyond his capabilities. However, Xing Chen clearly had no intention of stopping there and was already standing next to the teacher. Li Ke said that he was too proud of himself and these little tricks with his speed because he was still nothing in front of him. Of course, in the end, the teacher decided to counterattack. Li Ke took a swing and decided that it was now the protagonist's turn to get what he deserved. However, it was obvious that Xing Chen had dodged such an obvious attack. Even the subsequent blow, which was supposed to finish off the main character, completely missed. Not understanding what was happening, Li Ke wondered if the guy had dodged. As it turned out, Xing Chen was right in front of him and didn't miss his opportunity to punch him in the chin. After that, he asked in a calm voice if this was all he could do. At the same time, all the classmates watched both main characters from the crack formed after the knocked-down door. Xing Chen had been showering Li Ke with blows all this time, and Li Ke couldn't even do anything in return. Suddenly, someone in the corridor noticed this fight. The man obviously couldn't help but be surprised. He wondered if this was Li Ke's beast. He remembered how he beat him up for no reason. At that time, he was engaged in petty theft. Having pulled all the money out of the guy's wallet, he threw it down. After beating up the guy, he couldn't help but curse because he did all this for such a small amount. Ultimately, the man could not help but try to take revenge on his offender. That day, they gathered behind the campus. As a result, Li Ke was surrounded by all his friends who were ready to fight for him. However, it was all in vain as Li Ke laughed after beating them all and called them little worms. The man looked at the one who was beaten and said that he could only dream of defeating him. However, this same man understood that Li Ke was not afraid of anyone, and that was why he humiliated them all. And they could do nothing, and he simply could not believe that he had found someone who could cope with such a beast. Looking at the battle, he said that in his opinion, there was simply no way to defeat him. But right now, like a stupid chicken, he couldn't defend himself. After that, he began to applaud the main character and support him. He started to support the boy with his shouts while another classmate asked if he was really saying that because he thought Xing Chen would win. However, even before he received an answer to his question, the rest of the school children began to support the main character all at once. And knocking down the teacher once again, Xing Chen said that it seemed he had done a lot of terrible things. Li Ke gritted his teeth and said that he was strong enough, but this was not the end and he would definitely surpass him. I understand that the man is threatening him. He asked if he was really doing this. After that, he gave him a sharp slap in the face. Xing Chen said that at first he was just going to teach him a lesson. However, after this, he approached the trembling teacher. He said that since it came to that, he would have to teach him not to darken his school life. Therefore, Xing Chen raised his hand to deliver the finishing blow. The teacher was clearly scared, and you could see a grimace of horror on his face. Xing Chen began to hit him in the face. He continued with his chain attacks, which hit all the vital places. Eventually, he changed it to the point where blood started to appear from his blood. The guy clearly wasn't going to stop there. He swung again and delivered another blow. This time, he knocked the teacher across the corridor. He punched. In the process, he hit himself more than once. He punched. In the end, he even started to slow down on that head. Thus, the man found himself at the other end of the corridor. Now he looked even worse than all those victims he beat up himself. Xing Chen said that the thing he hated most in the world was being threatened, and he should be glad that they were at school now. Approaching him, Xing Chen told him to get out of his sight because he had to curb his teacher's arrogance. Finally, Sukai came over and said that Xing Chen should follow her to the office. After that, Xing Chen went after Sukai. About him, absolutely all of his classmates still couldn't believe something like this and looked at what happened with their mouths open. In the end, Mu Rong was the first to come to her senses and said to return to class because they would continue the lesson. Very soon they entered the office. The same man who had not been hit by Li Ke before, passing by his beaten body, called him a bastard. He said that his time was up and this is exactly what he deserved. After such an incident, the opinion about the main character clearly changed because the boys began to say that if he creates a gang, he will be glad to join him, while the girls praised his masculinity. I listened to all this talk about Mu Rong, and I remained silent all this time. She looked at the door and said that she didn't know what awaited him, and most likely Sukai would punish him, but she hoped that he would do something stupid. At the same time, in the teacher's room, the main character began to be reprimanded and told that a fight with a teacher could lead to expulsion. However, Sukai said that the teacher's actions would be truly unacceptable. Xing Chen said that there was no need to worry about him because he had made a mistake and admitted it. The class teacher said that she had nothing more to say and that he should explain the situation to the principal personally. After that, Xing Chen entered the director's office. The middle-aged man looked at the main character with his usual gaze and told him to sit down. However, Xing Chen seemed not to hear this proposal and still stood nearby. The man said that he had some long gin tea and that he could come over and pour some for himself. Xing Chen smiled brightly and laughed as he asked how Uncle Q knew that his favorite tea was long gin. After that, he took out a cigarette and said that he and the old man were very similar, so naturally he knew it. After that, he threw the very same cigarette to the protagonist. Space Xing-chen sniffed the cigarette and said that he preferred Hong cigarettes. Uncle Q said that Xing-chen had changed a lot, since he most likely had a lot of experience in dealing with a group like this. The man said that in any case, if I'm going to study with you at this school, then he must follow the rules and asked me to stop causing trouble because it really irritates his father. Unexpectedly, Xing-chen found out that someone was an American. Uncle Q didn't understand what was going on. He asked him again. Xing-chen said that in the battle a year ago, all of his subordinates were arrested and tortured to death by American mercenaries. And he didn't even mention Li Kei's behavior. Uncle Q explained that Li Kei was experiencing some difficulties, which was why he was acting so aggressively, but now everything would be settled. But he would send people to sort it out. After that, he said that Xing-chen would deal with the situation in the future no matter what. However, he didn't want any bloody scenes to be repeated in his school. After that, the guy put out his cigarette and said that if this is what Uncle Q wants, then he has no objection. After this, the man said that he could go. Looking at the guys retreating back, he asked not to forget to ask his father about him. Xing-chen waved his hand without turning around and said that he would ask. Very soon, Xing-chen found himself in the room where the lesson was being held. The class teacher explained that since Li Kei was not feeling well, he had decided to resign and return to his homeland, and their school would soon welcome a new English teacher, so they should study on their own for now. All the other classmates could only laugh at the fact that the teacher left, because he couldn't feel good after such a well-deserved beating. The guy understood that if his previous life was like this, then no one would know what happened. And family support is a really good privilege. However, immediately after this, a girl in boyish clothes approached the guy. She said the name of the main character so that he would pay attention to her and said her name, Huang Fanfei. Bending down in front of the main character, she asked if she could be his girlfriend. The girl came closer and closer to the main character, who diligently ignored her. At one point, she leaned too close, and Xing-chen began to rock in his chair to avoid contact with her. However, the girl was persistent and had no plans to stop. Leaning close to him, Huang Fanfei said that, as she had already said, she wanted to become his girlfriend and asked if he was busy or free. Xing-chen said he was free. The girl blushed and said that it was good. At the same time, other odnoklassniki remembered who she was and asked if she was also waiting for a man who was ready to neglect her self-respect. Others began to warn the main character, saying that he should not fall in love with her because she had seduced many men. Xing-chen was lost in his thoughts at the same time and wondered if all girls were like this now, or if he was just very handsome. He didn't understand if such a cute girl would really want to be his, and for them to just date. He began to think about the imaginary harem in his mind, and couldn't help but blush from it. In his dreams, he acted very lovingly and told himself that he was decent, smart, and very loyal. However, after some time, he woke up from his dreams and almost turned his thoughts around. Huang Fanfei said that in order for Xing-chen not to listen to the judgments of their classmates, she is the most decent girl here. After that, Xing-chen thought deeply, but this time more seriously. He understood that something was wrong here, and it couldn't be that such a beautiful and sweet girl was the initiator of this. He understood that even if she herself suggested dating, it must be some kind of conspiracy. Xing-chen changed and said that he promised his mother that he would not go on a date until he turned 18. He said that if it was possible, then she could be his girlfriend without any romance and no one in this school would lay a finger on her. Without thinking twice, the girl agreed to this. At the same time, others did not understand the main character's intentions and wondered why he did this, since the girl confessed to many guys. At the same time, other odnoklassniki and classmates simply could not accept this. They silently condemned the main character for acting so impulsively. After a while, they wondered if he really didn't know about the 11th and 12th grades. However, Zhang Tian and his gang soon entered the classroom. He smiled and said that he came to talk to his fiancée, Mu Rong. When Mu Rong saw this, she was surprised. She immediately got up from her desk and asked him to watch what he said, because they had nothing in common. After that, another girl came up and changed in front of him, said that this was class 10, 7 and asked him to leave. Mu Rong looked at the protagonist in silence. The guy then stood hand in hand with Huang Fanfei and looked at everything that was happening with an indifferent look. The man looked at the girl who approached him and said her name, Guan Thin Thin. He asked if it was possible that she still hadn't put her thoughts in order. When the girl heard this, she could not utter a word because she had lost her gift of speech. After some time, she began to tremble uncontrollably, but this time because of anger. Zhang Tian said that she was cute, But that wouldn't help now because he and Mu Rong had been childhood friends and had been engaged since they were young, so he had to marry her. Guan Tingting couldn't help but make a face of displeasure. However, the guy said that she shouldn't worry because she could be his concubine and asked what she thought about it. The class was filled with various thoughts. Many classmates were still in a state of shock. Yeonjun was clearly tense, others saw this as an opportunity, and Mu Rong herself was in a stupor. After that, the guy looked at Mu Rong and smiled nastily. He pushed her aside and told her to get out of the way. And who did Xing Chen interfere with at this moment? More precisely, he didn't even intervene. He simply looked at this situation, but the look itself alarmed the impudent man himself. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the man who was expressing such an unfriendly look. Looking at her, he wondered who this someone was and why he hadn't met him before. At the same time, Xing Chen saw this as his opportunity. He guessed that Mu Rong and the others didn't like this guy, and by teaching him a lesson, he would have a good chance to become friends with them. In his fantasies, he already imagined Mu Rong confessing her feelings. After that, the guy came up to him and told him to immediately apologize to the head man. After that, looking at him with irritation, he told him to get lost. Zhang Thian clearly didn't expect something like this or that. He smirked, looking at the protagonist with a dark gaze. After that, he smiled strangely and asked if they really didn't know who he was and if he was new. When Yeonjun saw Xing Chen intervene in this skirmish, he couldn't help but curse. He didn't understand whether he always had to show himself. He understood that everyone knew about this situation with Mu Rong. However, his opponent was Zhang Thian himself, and he was just an ordinary high school student who had no advantage over him. And his most capable subordinate was currently in the hospital, so he would not be able to defeat him. At the same time, the other classmates, hiding behind their notebooks, began to wonder whether Zhang Thian had a chance to win. Yang Jun clearly disagreed with this statement and reluctantly stood up from his seat and thought that even if he had done something terrible by running away, it would still be better than ending up in the hospital like his comrade. The rest of the classmates didn't expect Yang Jun's intervention. At the same time, Xing Chen was engrossed in a conversation with Zhang Thian and said that this was his last chance to apologize and leave. And so it was natural that Zhang Thian was not going to accept the main character's conditions by trying to make a blow. However, before the attack even had time to reach one hero, I found myself at the other end of the classroom. He made his move immediately, and it was obvious that he was serious about it. When the rest of the classmates saw this, they could only sympathize with the main character, who insulted such a bad person. Not understanding what was going on, Zhang Thian's subordinates asked why his opponent was still on his feet. Unable to bear this, he told all his followers to attack the main character. Without thinking for more than a second, all the other subordinates rallied together and were ready to avenge him. Seeing such a crowd of brainless people, Xing Chen could only smirk. Slowly, he raised his hand. With this very hand, he stopped the attacking subordinate Zhang Thian, who clearly did not expect such a quick reaction. However, Xing Chen didn't stop there and grabbed his opponent's hand more tightly. I understand what is starting to happen. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Seconds later, he was already flying to the left side of the classroom where Xing Chen had thrown him. The impact was so strong that it knocked over several pairs of chairs, which, by the way, were made of iron. However, this clearly did not stop the other followers, and they headed towards the main character. The guy looked at the whole situation extremely calmly and began to take his own measures. After thinking for a moment, Xing Chen raised his leg. Unexpectedly, with an uppercut, he fell into the flight of another, so that Nick's course? This was not the end of it, and he struck successively at the shoulder. Found himself next to his friend. He couldn't even break and hit the wall of the classroom, feeling the impact with full force. Xing Chen could only curse. As it turned out, the guy was angry that this man was saying such things to their old age, and they were all just standing there and doing nothing. After that, Xing Chen looked down. There was another of Zhang Thian's henchmen there, writhing in pain. The first to react was Yan Jun, who told all of Odnoklasniki to stand up. After that, he started beating the guy writhing on the floor, and with this decision he set an example. Thus, the same passive Odnoklasniki got involved in this conflict. After this, chaos ensued and classmates and seniors began to knock each other down. Eventually, Zhang Thian stepped back from the blow and moved his subordinate away, with a furious grimace on his face, saying that he would kill everyone. After that, he made a sharp dash towards the main character. However, it was obvious that this fish was not sharp enough because Xing Chen easily caught him by his hair and pulled him towards himself. Then Zhang Thian realized that his attack had failed, and his face was painted with fear and horror. Without thinking twice, the cool hero approached his opponent's head against the wall. It was precisely because the man was initially rushing towards the main character that he received blows even stronger than he should have initially. Obviously, such a blow could not help but leave a bloody wound. But along with it, the man's teeth began to fall out of his mouth. Xingchen exhaled and thus blew away the hairs on his arm and asked what he needed to say so that he would calm down and not have to teach him. After realizing the whole situation, Zhang Tian began to change deeply and said that he should not have insulted him, and it was his fault so he would never do it again. Guan Thin said that everything was fine and asked that they just not enter the classroom like that. Zhang Tian thanked for the mercy and almost cried, and once again he said words of gratitude. He looked at his subordinates. After that, Guan Ting approached the protagonist and thanked him, but asked that Xingchen not ruin their class in the future. Xingchen laughed and said that she was their Guan Ting anyway, and if they insulted her, they would lose respect in the eyes of others. After that, Xingchen started the conversation about the order in the classroom and said that he would clean everything up now. Yanjun looked at the protagonist who was cleaning with surprise. After that, he started helping him and asked the rest of his classmates why they were standing there and doing nothing. Eventually, the girls started putting in all the notebooks and books. When the gazes of the main character and the headman crossed, the girl with the keys for one smiled. The guy looked at her and couldn't help but smile. At the same time, Mu Rong and Huang Fanfei only had one question in their minds. Could it be that Xingchen was liked by the village chief? After some time, the situation resolved itself and a completely ordinary day arrived. Yanjun was talking with his friends and asked what kind of football tournament this was. This was obviously good news because their team had very strong members. Very soon, the boys gathered on the football court. Classmates discussed because they did not see that Yanjun would be so happy about the tournament because they were horrified when he asked them about him. Yanjun said that whenever he met him, he also felt the same way, because he couldn't help but be frightened by his intelligence. Very soon, Xingchen entered the changing room. He took off his jacket and shirt, revealing his body full of scars and tattoos. When other odnoklasniki saw such a sight, they asked what happened to him and where did he get so many scars. Xingchen said that he lived abroad alone for a while and this year he came back and his old man immediately sent him here. When the rest of the classmates saw these scars, they were literally speechless. Immediately after that, Xingchen accepted the t-shirt that his classmate gave him. After a short while, he put it on. After that, he turned to the other odnoklasniki and said that he had already finished changing clothes and asked how they were doing. Yanjun and the other classmates who were still unable to recover from shock said that they were also finished. After that, the entire football team came out of the changing room. Odnoklasnikov said that they had to try hard, because this time they had bet 1,000 yuan. Xingchen naturally asked if they had really bet on this game. Or what else? Odnoklasnikov replied that if they hadn't done that, then there simply wouldn't have been anything that could entertain people. At the same time, other classmates sat in the front row and encouraged the class or the main character. However, it was obvious that many people still supported the main character. However, the protagonist's gaze turned in another direction. He asked Yang Jun what you guys are doing there, to which he said that he had no idea who Xingchen had pointed out, the tournament organizer, Wang Long. It turned out that the place that Xingchen indicated was brewing specifically two groups of people. Apparently, odnoklasniki and other strangers were competing for a place on the football field. One of the school children told his opponent to stop because he was not here to quarrel and told them all to get lost. After that, he rushed at a certain participant and sent him away, telling him not to rely on the strength of their boss, Thian Ying. The one the schoolboy pointed at called his opponent a bastard. Without thinking twice and for his explosive temperament, he hit his opponent and said that he had left him no choice. Naturally, the schoolboy was not going to lose so easily and fought back. Eventually, this whole conflict escalated into a full-fledged fight, and Yan Jun told Odnoklasniki to help the school children because today was their match. At the same time, Xingchen and one of the classmates refused to take part in this war, and the guy asked him who Thian Ying was, to which the classmate replied that he was just from the class. The classmate said that according to rumors, his boss, Lei Laohu, was the strongest in the school, and he was much more aggressive than Zhang Tian, because he even calls himself the Falcon Yun Long. Understanding what the problem was, Xingchen couldn't help but be surprised. He mockingly asked if he considered himself the strongest falcon. After that, he took a step forward and laughed vilely. Xingchen, with a calm walk, said that he would cut off his wings first. After that, Xingchen approached the scene of the fight. There, many outsiders beat up school children who were unable to fight back. With a calm step, Xing Chen approached one of these cases. Without thinking twice, he hit him with incredible force and didn't even have time to feel anything. The schoolboy who was being bullied also clearly did not expect this, because the person who attacked him with his whole body flew to the other side of the field in an instant. Noticing such aggression, another stranger attacked the main character. Xing Chen also didn't stand still and struck him in the golden weave. Moreover, she hit him so hard that he doubled over in pain and couldn't get up. In the end, the main character was attacked by the same Thien In with whom the conversation had started. He asked him how he dared to beat up his man and said that he must tear him apart at any cost. Xing Chen looked at the attacker with disdain as he was too slow for him. At the same time, classmate who was next to the main character realized that Thien In had really screwed up. As it turned out, Xing Chen easily escaped such an attack. Without thinking twice, he grabbed his opponent, moved him, and handed him over. He clearly didn't expect it. After this, Xing Chen slammed his knee into his opponent's face. This could not help but cause a corresponding reaction from his opponent, from whose nose blood immediately began to flow. The man clearly could not recover from such a shock and only backed away. However, Xing Chen had no intention of leaving the man in the state he was in now and hit him on the chest. The blow was strong enough to send the man flying. This is how he ended up on Earth. It was obvious that he had lost consciousness, because foam even appeared from his mouth, and he himself clearly didn't look very well. However, the main character's bullying did not end there. He kicked the leg of the same victim with all his might. As it turned out, his bone couldn't withstand such a blow and literally shattered into pieces. Accordingly, the man screamed throughout the entire football court. Xing Chen looked at him with disdain and said that since they were in the same school, he would let him live. After that, the entire football field fell silent. Many still couldn't cope with the main character's actions and only looked at him furtively. He looked at the captain of their opposing football team and said that apparently the match had been cancelled and asked if they could reschedule it for another day, to which he agreed. Many were unhappy with the fact that such a peaceful day was ruined. Very soon, the boys found themselves in the changing room again. The man rushed to the protagonist and said that they had encountered 2 gangs of sophomores today and that this could be a problem. The boy explained that their current level of strength was not enough to face them and asked if he had any ideas. Xing Chen promptly asked if there were many banthas in this school. Another classmate agreed and said that they were all known as the city's powerful 5. After that, he began to call out their names one by one. Among them were Zhang Thien, Thien Ying, Lu Shui Song, Liu Dinglong, and Cao Ziye. He knew the first 2 main characters, but the rest were new faces. The man also said that there was also the boss of the high school, and he had the reputation of Xiang Yu, Sheshi Thien Xiong, and that was why he almost never took part in fights. After that, Xing Chen asked whether Zhang Thien and Thien Ying were competent enough to recognize him as the big boss, because they had better do it or they would regret it. Xing Chen looked at everything gloomily and said that 1 vote from the school would be enough. Very soon, the guys gathered in some bar. There were boxes of bottles of alcohol lying around them. It was obvious that the guys were celebrating something. In front of a beautiful table full of delicacies, someone drew attention to themselves. The guy raised his mug of beer and began his speech. This guy was Xing Chen, who told them to raise a toast to Huang Fanfei. After all, if it weren't for her, they wouldn't have this celebration and thanked her again. After that, everyone else picked up their toys and made a toast. Huang Fanfei approached the protagonist and said that in the end, Xing Chen was the better one because the others only eat. However, after this, one of the odnoklasniki turned to the guy and said that earlier he had said that they should unite all the gangs into one big one and asked if he was serious. However, Xing Chen directed his gaze towards those who asked this question, letting it be known that he was absolutely serious. Yanjun said that even if Lei Laohu didn't meet the protagonist face-to-face, this guy was too small a fish for the protagonist. After that, he remembered Thien Ying's warning, because he understood that he was one of Lei Laohu's people. One of the classmates said that Zhang Thien has the backing of the Bo Thien Corporation and a close relationship with the gang, and Lu Shui Song has a normal background. But the common thing among them all is that they achieved their reputation through violence. Xing Chen told his classmate that his job was to inform about those people and asked him to tell them that they should surrender and that he would take care of everything himself. Zhen Xiaolong was clearly in a bad mood, but he still agreed to this order. After Xing Chen had settled all the issues, he brought Huang Fanfei closer to him, raised his glass of beer, and smilingly said that it was time to celebrate and made a toast. Immediately after this, all the other classmates repeated after him. After some time, many of them had already eaten almost all the snacks. Huang Fanfei, in turn, was drunk and called the name of the main character. Yeonjun said that they were going back to class, but he said something about him finding a place where Huang Fanfei could rest for a while and then catching up with them. However, while he was trying to carry the girl, Xingchen ran into another classmate, the class president. There were Guan Thin Thin and Mu Rong. Xingchen smiled and asked if they had just arrived and realized that the girl might misunderstand him. Mu Rong continued to look at the protagonist, but still did not comment on this matter. Despite the fact that she was already on the first one, she still continued to look at his imaginary back, immersed in her thoughts. However, after some time, she chuckled and went about her business. Very soon, Odnoklasniki found themselves near some park with a lake. All the other school children stared at the main one as if he were a parrot, because it was an unusual sight to see him carrying someone. Xingchen sat down on the bench and placed Huang Fanfei, who had already fallen asleep there. Xingchen said that there was no one here and asked if she wanted anything. As it turned out, the girl herself was not foam at all and asked how he had figured this out. Xingchen asked if she had any problems that required his intervention. The girl still didn't understand how he could guess so quickly. Okay, the hero said that the first time they met, she raised her eyebrows, but the answer was still reflected in her eyes, so he thought that she herself had gotten herself into some kind of trouble. I don't understand what's going on, Huang Fanfei asked what he did. Coming closer, the guy asked if she had come here to study him. In return, the girl asked him if he belonged to any gang, but he answered in the negative, but said that if he needed his support only as a friend or brother, he would make every effort to help her. The girl tilted her head and said that he was undoubtedly very good at fighting and gave off a frightening aura. But the one who didn't like her father was the leader of the Heilong gang himself, Gu Xing. However, the girl said that her problems could only be solved by cunning. Xingchen asked which gang they were talking about. The girl said that she wanted to avenge her father because when her father was doing business with the gang, he had a falling out with this master. Huang Fanfei said that he was stabbed 37 times and was in the hospital, but they did not call the police. The girl said that Gu Qing had his men commit the crime so that he could escape punishment. However, the guy still did not understand why she asked if he was in any gang. The girl said that she heard from a classmate that he had a lot of tattoos and scars, so she got the idea that he was in a gang. Xingchen could only laugh at these words. Approaching the blushing girl's face, the guy said that if she agreed to one of his conditions, he would help her take revenge because he had a very strong cousin. Xingchen explained that they had fought several times on the same side, and he would ask him. Turning away in embarrassment, the girl asked what condition they were talking about. The guy said that the condition was to warm his bed. Not understanding what this meant, the girl asked about it, to which Xingchen explained that it meant that she had to spend the night with him. After hearing this, Huang Fanfei's eyes widened, and she screamed, calling the guy a pervert. After this, she started hitting him on the chest and told him to leave, asking what he would do if someone heard them. Stopping the girl's hands, the guy smiled and asked if she agreed. However, something happened that the guy did not expect. The girl stood up abruptly and said that first she would see what he could do to her, and then she would make her decision. Looking at the back of the girl leaving and lighting a cigarette, Xingchen said that it was his pleasure every day. Looking into the distance, he wondered why he hadn't realized this before. After that, the guy took out his phone. After that, he called the number of a certain Tai Feng. At the same time, someone's ringtone was playing loudly in another residence. To be more precise, it sounded from some closed room that was in complete disarray. The ringtone sounded relentlessly, trying to wake up its owner. Eventually, a purple-haired guy with tattoos and a choker picked up the phone and yelled into the receiver and asked why they were calling so early. Realizing that he had angered the guy, Xingchen laughed and asked if he was still here tumbling around with his girlfriend. Exactly when Ti Feng heard this voice, he instantly jumped up from his bed, unable to even believe it. Getting up and getting ready, the guy asked if he had already returned, and then he would take him away. However, Xingchen said that he wanted to ask him something. Sitting back on the bed, he told him to continue. After that, Xingchen looked into the distance and asked if he knew Gu Qing. The man asked again if they were talking about the gang leader Hai Long, to which Xingchen responded in the affirmative. After that, Ti Feng said that he had met him, but they didn't know each other very well and asked what was the matter. He asked if he dared to cross his path, and if that was the case, he should immediately send his people to put an end to it. Xingchen said that there was no problem with it and asked to simply send some overseer. After that, Xingchen asked what about other matters, to which Tifeng said that after the guy went abroad, Uncle Ye left their gang, like most of the others. He also said that last year, Lao Lu killed a man and then fled to another country. He also said that Lao Qi also committed a crime and is still serving his sentence. Taifeng said that recently, Lao Wu, Lao Ba, and himself opened a bar on Yunlong Street to stay on the floor. Standing up and walking further, Xingchen said that they had not had an easy time. After that, he said to contact Lao Lu and tell him to come back because he would find a way to help him out of trouble, and also said to leave the care of Qi to him. Xingchen told them to remember and watch every move of Gu Qing and his men, waiting for his next instructions. Immediately after this, Tifeng stood up and started shouting at Lao Wu and Ba to wake up as soon as possible. He came even closer and said that Xingchen had returned and they had work to do. After that, Xingchen hung up and called another person. The person on the other end of the line asked who it was. Xingchen greeted a certain Uncle Zheng and said that one of his brothers was in prison. After that, he asked if he could help him get out of this situation. The man on the other end of the line laughed and said that Xingchen had not visited him for so long, and when he returned home, he immediately asked for his help, but did not refuse the request and asked the name of this man. Xingchen said his name was Wang Xiaohu, who is better known as Lao Qi. Uncle said that he would see what needed to be done while Xingchen approached Huang Fanfei. After that, the guy said that he forced him to help him. Then he came close to the blushing girl and told her to kiss him. While the girl did not understand what was going on, as soon as she came to her senses, she again called the main character a bastard and told him not to come near her, to which the guy laughed. Very soon, they both found themselves in an educational institution. To be more precise, Xingchen was already standing at the exit very soon, heading off to do his business. Very soon, the guy found himself near a local bar. When Xingchen entered, he heard loud music and many drunk people dancing. Pushing his way through the crowd, he cursed, because he hadn't been here for a long time that this place had become so noisy. After that, Xingchen told the waiter to bring 2 bottles of beer. Xingchen turned his back to the bar and sat down in his seat. At that time, there was a certain girl next to him. The drunk red-haired girl asked if it was really that student. She leaned back in her chair and asked what brought him here. Xingchen smiled and asked if students were forbidden to come here. Ignoring the question, the girl said she wasn't quite sure, but asked if he was 18. After that, she asked if he wanted to have a drink with her. Xingchen agreed and clinked a glass of wine with her. The guy said that she was drunk, she should restrain herself because it was dangerous for such a beautiful girl to drink alone. At the same time, the woman herself said that it was very unfair because men could do that. However, after that, she looked at the main character and wondered. Coming close to him, she asked if she should make love to him. The guy was embarrassed because he didn't understand whether the lady was really the killer, because lately there were too many hot girls around him. It was obvious that the girl's vision was clouded by the influence of alcohol. Xingchen still couldn't get over the fact that the drunk girl started pestering him. At the same time, on the nearest sofa, there was a group of men who began to swear rudely, and one of them asked who Xingchen was, to which his friend said that he did not know him. After analyzing the situation, Xingchen realized that the reason she got so drunk was because she had been seriously offended. The guy understood that he was not a gentleman at all, but he could not leave a beautiful lady in trouble. The guy said that if she weren't so drunk, he would have a drink with her. After that, he grabbed her by the waist and told her to take care of her now. The girl stared at the main character for some time without expressing any emotions. However, after some time, she knocked her hand out of the protagonist's hands. She took a glass of wine and said that all men are the same and asked why they pretend to be cool. She said that if he really wanted to do this with her, then he should just say so, because she sees people like him from afar. Here the guy realized that he had acted incorrectly, because it was not for nothing that this woman was hanging on to others. After this, the hooligans approached the main character's company, and the man asked the drunk girl what she would say to having a drink with him. Naturally, the girl sent him away, but the man was clearly dissatisfied with the answer and grabbed her hand. After that, all the other men started to harass her. One of them shouted for the first man to finish faster because he wanted it to be his turn. After that, he grabbed the nearest bottle of alcohol. He threw her angrily to the floor and shouted at them to let her go and disappear. Another friend of his asked if he was already completely drunk. The man said that he was lucky that he was in a good mood today, so this time he would spare his life. However, very soon, a stranger intervened in their conversation and grabbed the offender's hand. Without thinking twice, he simply turned it inside out. That someone was Xingchen, who brought the drunk girl closer to him. The men instantly became angry and united against the main character. However, the guy was not at all scared because he took out his small knife and began to spin it around his finger, towards the opponents. Thus, with one blow he struck the leg and stomach of 2 of his opponents. He disarmed his third opponent with his signature blow to the solar plexus. The blow was so strong that the man literally went flying. Landing on the ground, he could not speak and only trembled in pain while someone approached the main character's company. That someone was Ti-Feng and Liu Dongling. At the same time, that same guy who was beaten up told Ti-Feng that he should help. However, the men's gazes were fixed on the main character, and Liu Donglin even cried, asking if it was really him. Xingchen approached with the girl and smiled and said that he was back. After that, Liu Donglin began to throw all the villains around while they begged him to stop, because it was a bummer. They begged for mercy, but it was all useless as Liu Donglin was furious that they had stretched out their hands towards the protagonist. Xingchen chuckled and said that he should measure his temper. Liu Donglin said that he would simply teach his name a lesson because these bastards needed to be kept in hand from now on if they irritated him. Then he could do whatever he wanted with them, and he would take responsibility for himself. Xingchen was about to say that he hadn't changed at all, but the question remained up in the air. Liu Donglin, who was no longer furious, began to run sharply towards the main character, asking for a hug. However, Xingchen was clearly not a fan of such actions and simply kicked him in the cheek. From this blow, Liu Dongling himself even rolled head over heels while Xingchen was saying that he was not interested in men at all. Trying to get up from Liu Donglin's blow, he could only laugh. After that, Wang Wu approached the main character and said hello. Xingchen offered to talk to him separately, while Liu Dongling shouted at them to get back to work, or he would fire them. Very soon, the main character's company was heading to another place. Wang Wu asked the protagonist if she was his girlfriend. However, the guy said that he didn't even know her name. After that, Xingchen asked to find her a room since their meeting would be private. After this, the whole company gathered at the table and began to celebrate the return of the main character. Ti-Feng raised a toast on behalf of their brothers and congratulated him. After this, they raised their mugs and made a toast. Ti-Feng raised a toast to the memories of those days that made them still alive. He said that if it weren't for him and his father, the Thien Gang guys wouldn't have accepted such poor thieves as they would have killed them long ago. After that, Ti-Feng looked at Wang Wu and Liu Dongling and couldn't help but notice how much they had grown. After that, he remembered the other participants, but they were not there. After such a depressing speech, Xingchen put his hand on his friend's shoulder and asked when he became so gloomy because it was not like him at all. Xingchen said that year, Qing Yan and all the rude people offended his mother. So he and his old man gathered people to destroy them. Xingchen said that it was the pain that turned the waters of the entire city red. Xingchen said that after that, his old man left the gang and he went abroad and left them alone. However, now he has returned and Lao Liu will be released within a few days. And Lao Qi himself has already found support, so their empire will definitely be reborn again. After this, all the other members of the gang agreed with this. It was soon morning. The weather was beautiful and only a few clouds were visible in the crystal blue sky. Xingchen got up from the bed half naked and said that he got drunk as a pig last night. He looked at his bed and saw 2 beauties there and said he had no idea how they got there. After that, he started waking up these girls. The first thing Xingchen did was ask if Ti-Feng had sent them. The girls, confused, said that it was not so and that they had come there themselves. Xingchen said that it didn't matter to him and said that Ti-Feng didn't promise them. He would make sure that he fulfilled his promises and said that they were free. After that, Xingchen walked out of the room with a calm gait. After that, one of the girls told her colleague that in her opinion, they would still be able to see him again. Very soon, Xingchen walked out of the bar building. After that, he went straight to school. The lesson had already begun, and the teacher was introducing herself. As it turned out, the new teacher was Li Xiaoting. At that very moment, Xingchen entered the classroom and asked, with a look of surprise on her face, if it was really her. Li Xiaoting clearly didn't expect to see the main character here and pointed her finger at him, asking if he was really a student from this class. She put her hand on her forehead as if from a headache and told him to sit down in his place because he was late. Xingchen Vyacheslav back of his head and apologized. After that, Xingchen returned to his place, and Mu Rong looked at him with a puzzled expression. Huang Fanfei was also clearly not happy about what had happened just a few seconds ago and looked angrily at the couples. Very soon, the change began. The boys started to gather in groups and complain about their problems. Someone mentioned going on a picnic while another said that it was only for busy people and that singles wouldn't like it. At the same time, at the other end of the room, a huge debate was going on. Huang Fanfei grabbed the protagonist's hand and said that no matter what Guan Tingting did, Xingchen and Huang Fanfei would be together. Guan Thin was completely stunned. She couldn't even get a word in edgewise. After that, another classmate interfered in the conversation today and said to stop being like that. Not everything will be the way she wants. After that, the girls started picking on each other. Huang Fanfei, in turn, accused her classmate of having no respect at all. But it was Guan Tingting who tried to soften the edges. Yan Jun, who was watching this altercation, couldn't help but feel irritated. And the other classmates wondered how the girls could behave like this. As if he had nothing to do with it, he asked the heroes if they had finished their discussion. Of course, Guan Thin finally came to a conclusion and said that the 5 girls would be in the same group with him. Very soon, sunset came to the school itself, which meant the end of classes. Many students, including Xingchen, left the building. Xingchen called a certain girl and they were silent for a while. After that, the guy asked her what she thought about going to the tea house and they agreed on everything. Huang Fanfei was still hugging the protagonist's hand and asked if he wouldn't have to be with him, since her father was feeling a little better now, and he wanted to thank him personally. Xingchen said that he would go, but not today, because his cousin said that Gu Xing would show up tonight. The girl clearly did not expect the situation to develop so quickly. Hearing this, she squeezed the Valve's hand even tighter. She became despondent and asked if he really had to meet him. Children, his influence is great, and this means that it is very dangerous to oppose him. Xingchen patted his head and said that he was only going there for fun. Xingchen said that his cousin was very good at fighting, so he would be able to protect him. At the same time, in his mind, he realized that he was the one who helped them more, and he wondered if his subordinates had become stronger. Xingchen went on his way, reminding himself of his promise, while the girl looked at his back. Very soon, night fell upon the city. Xingchen passed by that same bar. After some time, he came to the door and put up a sign that a business meeting was currently underway. But despite the late night, the city itself was not at all calm. Hundreds of people gathered in one place for the sole purpose of the main character. Among them were also Liu Donglin and Wang Wu. A dumbfounded Xingchen wondered what they were all doing here. Taifeng told the protagonist that everything was ready and the only thing they were waiting for was the protagonist's instructions. The guy said he was just an idiot and was teaching Gu Xing a lesson. Asked them why they looked like they were going to war. Wang Wu said that when they heard that he needed help with a problem, they wanted to help, so they all came. Liu Donglin at the same time addressed his subordinates, saying to call the main character the boss. After this, hundreds of people bowed before the main character and called him boss. Xingchen seemed to brush the issue aside and said that even Wang Wu knew that he didn't like working with so many people and asked him to just pick 10 and send the rest back. Liu Donglin ended up looking very embarrassed. Even though Wang Wu was also embarrassed, he still agreed with the protagonist's order. After that, Feng called out the code names. Gathering 5 people, he formed a team. Space dot at the end. He said that they go with them, everyone else can disperse. Xingchen smiled darkly and said that I am all Taifeng's unreliable subordinates. However, he needs to tell them something, because it may cost them their lives. But it is worth taking into account. But now will be the last chance to refuse. However, they clearly had no intention of giving up their intentions. After that, Xingchen left one of his subordinates here and took all the others with him. Soon, Xingchen arrived at Feng Ye's tea house. He was not the only one who refused. About 20 people from his gang came with him. I understand that they didn't come here to drink tea. The administrator asked if she could help with anything. Xingchen said that they were his boss's guests and asked to be taken to him. At the same time, no one expected that one of the members of the main character's gang had a knife in his bosom. Eventually, the administrator escorted the protagonist and his team further. Eventually, some subordinate did see a group of people approaching. He approached him and asked Feng what brought him there. The guy said that his boss had too big an ego and did not pay him for visiting the street. His gaze was directed at the stitcher and he asked, "Do I really think that I can do whatever you want?" The man changed, but said that his boss did not give permission and they could not let him through. However, at this moment, Wang Wu got angry and shouted at him to dare to repeat it. Very soon, the door to the office opened. Another man came out from there and asked them to come in. At the same time, the subordinate who interrogated Taifeng himself wondered when he had such a young assistant. However, he understood that even if Taifeng's strength was only a few guys with him, they had more than 10 people with weapons. Gu Xing was in the center of the room. Realizing that it was Taifeng, he laughed and asked him to sit down. Typhoon came over and said that Yulong Street was their territory and that he hadn't said anything, but he didn't even visit them to formalize the lease. Typhoon asked if he didn't respect them at all. Gu Xing laughed, but he clearly had a serious expression on his face. He said that he came there to drink tea with his guys, and he shouldn't bother with such insignificant matters, right? Here, Xingchen intervened in the conversation and said that he did not know whether it was insignificant or serious, but asked whether he could seriously change a person just for some unimportant matter. One of the people who was next to the leader asked who you were to interfere in the conversation and told Ti Feng that his subordinates should learn some manners. Xingchen chuckled when he realized that he was not recognized and asked if he really thought it was okay that he didn't know a mercenary like him. After that, his face became more frightening and he said that it was completely impossible, and if he was doing business on Thin High Street, then at least he should have heard about it. The guy explained that Thian Long was recognized as invincible throughout the world, and Yu Long was like a god. Then it seemed like an idea had dawned on the gang leader. The man suddenly started sweating because he understood what was being said. After that, he finally said who he was, Xingchen. Despite all the uncertainty in his gaze and the sweat on his face, Gu Xing still commanded his stunned followers to kill the protagonist. I don't quite understand what's going on. They eventually pulled out their bladed weapons. At this moment, Ti Feng and Wang Wu were already hesitating, trying to stop the attackers. However, the main character was only amused by this situation. If in his bosom he took out many throwing rays, with one wave of his hand, he threw them all away. Thus, these swords struck the hands of all the attackers and knocked the weapons out of them. After this, many could not help but scream from such cruelty and pain. This knife hit someone not only in the hand, but also in the chest, which naturally could not help but cause serious injuries. The remaining people who were not hit by the knives began to be pushed aside by the main character's henchmen. Typhung turned around and was surprised by the fact that Xingchen was throwing 5 knives at once, while he couldn't even throw one properly, and said that Xingchen was bullying him. Xingchen rushed towards Gu Xing and said that it was because he was always twirl dancing with girls. However, suddenly, a cold weapon flew past the main character. As it turned out, a certain flight of a knife interrupted the main character. This knife landed right on the forehead of another bandit. Gu Xing cursed because he realized that if this continued, he would be in trouble. And then he took out his pistol. However, Xingchen couldn't let this knock and knocked the gun out of his hands at the same second. Thus, the gun ended up at the other end of the room, leaving its owner unarmed. When Gu Xing saw what was happening, his face immediately darkened with fear, and his face became covered in even more sweat. However, he didn't have time to think because very soon someone's foot flew into his face. From this blow, Gu Xing found himself on a completely different side from his assistants, which made him even more defenseless. Even then, he repented and begged not to kill him. Meanwhile, most of Gu Xing's assistants had already been eliminated as they were either unconscious or injured. Wang Wu also helped this situation develop. Xingchen then approached the gang leader and asked if he was planning to expand his influence to Yulong Street. The stunned gang leader said that he had no such intention, and it was not he but Yu Hu who was to blame for this mess. The man bowed before the main character and said that he had made an appointment with him to discuss this. I don't understand what's going on. Xingchen wondered how this was possible. At the same time, Gu Xing said that he admitted his mistake and asked to let him go because he would give him all the gang's earnings and sincerely begged him to spare him this time. Xingchen said that his property would be managed by Ti Feng and his friends. Xingchen smiled and asked if he was really looking for support from outside. Xingchen finally told him to relax, looking at Gu Xing's frightened face as if he had been caught in a lie. Xingchen said that his subordinates were welcoming them, so there was a high probability that they would not be able to arrive here on time. At the same time, there was a literal massacre taking place outside the bar. Typhung looked at the protagonist and said that they were already finished here, so they should go. The head of the gang tried to justify himself, but he stuttered and it was already clear that nothing could save him. Just as he was trying to beg the main character again, he hit him on the neck, knocking him out. After that, he went to the exit and asked Typhung to take care of it. Xingchen told his subordinates that they could go home while he would take a short walk, while Typhung said that if the guy needed anything, he could feel free to call. Walking a little further, Xingchen became lost in his thoughts. He realized that it was literally like a dream. He broke through. He had 2 separate parts, his body and his memories. Looking at his hand, the guy realized that since everything had merged together, the combat skills he didn't have in his previous life had now appeared in this one. The guy realized that the moment of killing Gu Xing, if he were who he was before, it would have scared him incredibly. However, he was not like that at all. And realizing this, Xing eyes widened, and he wondered if this life could really influence his personality. After that, various questions appeared in his head, such as whether he really remained himself. However, in the end, the guy exhaled and decided to forget about it, because one way or another, this is life. A dream. Suddenly, Xing heard Mu Rong's voice and wondered why she was here. The girl fixed her hair and said that she lived nearby and just went out to buy some food and asked what he was doing there. Xing smiled and said that he wasn't feeling very well, so he decided to take a walk. Approaching the guy, she asked him what he thought about her treating him to some grilled food there. This was such a good offer that Xing couldn't refuse. While in the restaurant, the girl asked him what had happened and whether he could tell her about it at all because, in her opinion, it would be better for him if he did not hold everything in. After thinking for a while, Xing asked her what, in her opinion, is the meaning of life. After thinking about it, the girl said that for her the answer was family, because when she was little she really wanted to see the sunrise on the beach with her parents. I remember those times she said that she wanted to take them by the hand and walk along the coast. However, later they broke up and her wish was not destined to come true. Her father was always busy and did not visit them at all, since her mother married another man. The girl said that they treated her so well, however, she did not feel the warmth in her family because they were too busy working, so they could only give her money. After that, the girl grabbed the beer that Xing had originally ordered, but despite the questions in his head, the guy did not say anything. The girl continued and said that she had moved in an hour ago and did not feel any joy or sadness. Taking a sip of beer, Mu Rong said that from time to time she remembers how depressed she was when she left them, because she thinks about herself and knows that she should live happily. The girl understood that this was the only way for her mother not to see herself in this. After that, Xing took a sip of his glass of beer and thought about it. He couldn't help but ask why she was telling him all this. Here the girl came to her senses and instantly blushed. Turning away in embarrassment, she said that she didn't know why at all, but he looked like a man who could be trusted. The guy asked again what she meant. Mu Rong remembered that on that day when he fought with the impulsive guy, standing up for Guan Ting, she already had the impression that he was a person who could be trusted because he did not turn away from the problems of his friends. Xing asked why she thought he did it just for her. The guy said that he actually did it solely for the sake of Mu Rong herself. When the girl heard this, she turned red as a tomato. She laughed out of embarrassment and tried to change the subject to drinking. While the protagonist was wondering if she thought he was just drunk, Xing said that if she trusted him, they would be friends. And it was precisely because they had become friends that the toast was proposed. The girl asked for more and more beer while the guy tried to stop her. Good morning came very soon. To be more precise, it was somewhere around 6 or 7 in the morning. As soon as he got out of bed, Xing felt a headache and wondered how much he had drunk to feel like this. After this, memories of the past day began to emerge in the protagonist's head. Xing turned around and looked around the room. He knew that this smell was too similar. It was quite possible that this was Mu Rong's room herself. Xing eyes widened, and he wondered if he had really done this to her. With this realization, Xing immediately threw off the blanket. Noticing that he was not naked, Xing rested because this was truly happiness. Then Mu Rong entered the room. She was in her home clothes and said that breakfast was ready, calling for food. After that, she asked if Xing had lost something, to which Xing said that he was just making the bed for her. At the same time, 2 well-folded blankets could be seen on the bed. The girl said that everything was fine, so he could leave it to her and let him wash his face and brush his teeth. She also said that she had prepared a new toothbrush and a towel for her. Xing sat down at the table and said that he was very sorry, but he didn't remember yesterday at all. The girl said that everything was fine because they were friends. Xing sat awkwardly on the back of his head and said that if she had any problems, she could contact him. Of course, in the end, the boys realized that he had better hurry up. Otherwise, they would be late for school because they had a picnic with the class that day. Eventually, the group left the building and headed to the school. Xing was embarrassed because he didn't expect her to behave like that. And whoever marries her will surely be incredibly lucky. After that, he wondered whether he should hit on her himself. However, at that very moment, Xing caught himself thinking how he could give someone else such a beautiful and kind wife like her. At the same time, other students began to gather near the school. Immediately after Xing showed up, rumors started circulating about why Xing and Mu Rong were together. Xing walked over and greeted Huang Fanfei, while the girl herself wondered when they managed to weigh themselves so quickly. At the same time, the class president and another classmate were also there. Yang Jun, who saw this, couldn't help but curse because it was offensive to him. One of the classmates asked him what happened and why he was not in the mood, to which Young-jun said that it was none of his business. The classmate said it was none of his business, but he must feel terrible and began to tell a story before paraphrasing Yang-jun's feelings. The man himself was clearly not thrilled with such a comparison and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, told him to stop deliberately provoking him, and showered him with threats. After that, he let the guy go and said that he would beat him in a fair fight in order to let Mu Rong realize who her true love was. The classmate could only watch this, gritting his teeth in anger. Very soon, the bus arrived at the school. Sukai looked at her students and asked if they were ready to go. Very soon, the bus left the school and headed along its own road. Xingchen sat next to the sleeping Huang Fanfei and looked into the distance. After that, the bus arrived at its destination. When the class came out of there, they started asking their teacher if their picnic would really take place here, and it would be convenient enough to have water nearby. Xingchen said that this place is very close to the lake, so when it rains in the evening, the water level may rise, and there is also higher humidity here. The guy said that it was not a good idea to spend the night here and suggested changing the picnic spot because the other spot was higher and it was also more level and spacious, which was more suitable for a picnic. Very soon, the whole company moved there. Suddenly, someone approached the main character. It was Huang Fanfei who asked if Xingchen wanted to go fishing. However, the girl clearly wasn't going to accept refusals, so without even waiting for an answer, she grabbed the main character by the collar and dragged him along. However, the hero quickly said goodbye to Mu Rong and said that she had prepared steamed fish for them if they managed to catch anything. Very soon, the boys found themselves near the water. On the way there, Xingchen asked her if she could at least catch fish. Huang Fanfei laughed and said that he had figured her out because she just wanted to spend time alone with him. When Xingchen threw the hook into the water, the boy asked him why he became so close to Mu Rong. Xingchen asked if it really seemed that way since they just met by chance. The girl smiled and turned around and said that she didn't believe it. However, Xingchen changed the topic and said that he completely forgot to tell her that Gu Xing was dead. The girl immediately became alarmed and asked if this was true. Xingchen said that he showed up, and then Gu Xing was killed, and her family no longer had to worry about his subordinates taking revenge because he would do everything for her. Immediately after this, the girl became cheerful and grabbed his hand, thanking him with all her heart. After that, she literally kissed him on the cheek. However, Xingchen chuckled and asked if she had forgotten what she had promised him. The girl blushed and asked if he meant that she should warm his bed, to which he asked if he should explain again what it meant. Immediately after that, the girl started hitting him on the shoulder and said that they were in nature now and he could just wait a little. However, very soon, Huang Fanfei realized that he was not serious and said that she took it seriously while Xingchen was laughing. At the same time, one of the classmates was behind a tree and looked angrily at the main character. Yan-jun noticed his classmate looking at the protagonist and told him not to waste his energy because he wouldn't be able to denigrate the protagonist. On Odnoklasniki, he asked if Yan-jun really wanted to be his subordinate, but he said something like he was just afraid that he would lose his life. At the same time, Odnoklasniki was in a commotion because one of the students fell into the water and did not know how to swim. Xingchen instantly realized who had actually fallen. It was Dongfan Lan Lei, since he recognized her friends. Xingchen threw a fishing rod at the girl and asked her to support him because he needed to check. The girl tried her best not to drown and begged for help. Xingchen was the daredevil who immediately jumped into the water. Rowing towards her, the guy told her not to move because he was here to save her. After a short time, Xingchen helped the girl out of the water. Taking her in his arms, he asked the other guys to help him. Putting her down, Xingchen told the others not to worry because she hadn't swallowed enough water and asked how to help her get to the changing room when it started. At the same time, the girl was still conscious, although she was rapidly losing it. In her final moments, she captured his image while others thanked the protagonist. Soon, Xingchen was busy finishing the fish. He handed over the finished fish to Mu Rong. He said that he had done his job and would leave the rest to her. Very soon, the food was ready. Xingchen thanked the girls and suggested they have lunch. At the same time, Young-jun also began to eat, but in front of his face stood an unknown meat that was clearly not cooked properly. The other classmates could only complain that Xingchen was eating such good food while they should be eating something similar. Very soon night came and people gathered around the fire, dancing or relaxing. And Guan Ting drew attention to herself and said that now Dongfan Lan Lei, Xia Xue, and Zhang Hanlei will show their dance in front of their classmates. After this, 3 girls in beautiful outfits came out in front of their peers. Xingchen also stared at the girls with his eyes. Huang Fanfei could only complain to Mu Rong that the protagonist's eyes literally lit up when he saw the girls, to which the latter replied that, in her opinion, he simply loved to dance and dreamed that she could do it like that. Dongfan Lan Li provided her dance to the beautiful music. Other participants also acted in the same way. Despite this, Xingchen danced as if he was in some kind of trance and had to be pulled out of there by other girls. Xingchen asked if something had happened. Guan Tingting approached the boy and said that there were some strange sounds on the lake, so they wanted to know his opinion. After that, Xingchen came closer and heard what they were talking about. The guy said he couldn't tell for sure because of the distance, so he would take a few people and check while the others would be better off staying here. One of the volunteers turned out to be Su Tsai, who approached the main character together with the English teacher. Xingchen said that he would let her do it and called the other boys along. After that, he turned to the English teacher and asked her to tell the other kids not to let down their guard. At the same time, there was a man behind the tree who announced on the phone that their target was in the camping area and asked them to act more carefully and wait for further instructions. After this, Xingchen, Yang Jun, and Su Tsai stepped forward. Xingchen wondered what it could be because it was definitely not a sound that could come from water. Su Kai suggested that it was a sound from the far side of the South Lake, to which the guy replied that he did not think so, because if the sound was from there, they would not have heard it so clearly. At the same time, there was suspicious vodka in the lake itself. Xingchen approached them, but the local fishermen were not at all happy about his arrival and asked why they were here at such a time. Xingchen didn't understand what was going on, and Yanjun asked why the fishermen needed drums. Xingchen said to be patient and see what happens next. Su Tai came forward and said that they were high school students and that they had come to have a picnic and set up camp today. After that, she asked who they were. After this, one of the men licked his lips and said that they lived not far from their camp and asked if they had paid the fee. When the woman heard this, she couldn't help but back away. Xingchen covered her with his hand and said that there was something wrong here, which she confirmed for herself. One of the so-called fishermen licked his lips and said that this was their land, and they had come onto it without permission, so they had to pay, while the woman had to stay. Xingchen said that he had not heard about any contributions and asked why they came out here at this time when they should be at home. The man said that he would do whatever he wanted and ordered that the woman be left here, having prepared the rest of his subordinates. Xingchen at the same time took out throwing knives from his pocket. He said that the teacher should return to their camp and Yang Jun should stay here and help him deal with these guys. After that, the bandits headed towards the main character, and the guy made a sharp swing of his hand and threw all 5 throwing knives. At the same time, other classmates were already persuading Su Tsai to leave with them, because they assured him that the guy could handle it himself. At the same time, the bandits clearly did not expect that Xingchen would throw throwing knives and immediately tensed up. These knives clearly hit the mark as many of the squad members were already wounded. After that, Xingchen used his fists and said that he was disappointed. After that, he made a horizontal blow which one of the bandits barely dodged. However, Xingchen was not amiss and immediately made his uppercut. This was such a strong blow that the man fell and was left without a weapon. Yang Jun also stayed and began to command his subordinates. A serious mess was beginning. One of the so-called fishermen took out a knife and said that he would cut off his dignity. After that, he went to the main character and started cursing him. He punched him. However, Xingchen easily grabbed the hand holding the knife. After that, he turned the man's weapon over with his strength. The man himself landed on his back. Xingchen disarmed him and began interrogating him, asking who he was and what he wanted, telling him not to pretend that it was just a coincidence. The instigator laughed because he thought that they would have fun if he made fun of him a little, and said that apparently Su Kai was worth it since he was so angry. Xingchen clearly wasn't going to tolerate such ridicule. After that, shrill cries for help could be heard in the class camp. It was then that Xingchen realized that this was just bait. Xingchen told Yanjun to leave them because they needed to return to the camps. After that, the group of guys immediately headed back. There they saw Su Kai lying almost unconscious. Xingchen asked what happened. Murong said that strangers suddenly came here and kidnapped Li Xiaoting. The girl explained that Su Kai tried to stop them but was injured. Guan Thin said that these guys didn't seem like good people at all and asked for security or an English teacher. After that, she asked if there was anything they could do. Without even thinking, Xingchen told them to call the police. Xingchen said to take the boys and tie them up at the lake because they should be careful. After that, He said that he himself would go and rescue Li Xiaoting. After that, Xingchen asked where they were going, to which Mu Rong replied, in a certain direction for now. Mu Rong looked at the protagonist's back and only prayed for his safety. Xingchen understood that those kidnappers from the lake were their accomplices, but he did not understand why they needed Li Xiaoting herself. At the same time, a group of suspicious guys were moving Li Xiaoting into some kind of transport. One of the kidnappers told his friend to hurry up. After this, the car with the suspicious number moved on. When Xingchen arrived at the scene, he could only see the number and the car driving away, which he clearly would not have caught. Realizing that this number was a car from Jing, he was ready to tear everyone and everything apart for daring to ruin his picnic with hot girls. Very soon, the kidnappers and violators were tied with a rope in the class camp. Yanjun asked Sucai to count on them. The woman was clearly not scared and reassured the other children, saying that the police would arrive soon. At the same time, most of her classmates were more worried about Li Xiaoting and wondered if Xingchen would be able to save her, praying for her safety. At the same time, an unknown white truck arrived at some building. Very soon, the door there opened. From there, screams could be heard as Li Xiaoting resisted and told them to let her go while the kidnappers threatened to harm her. The woman asked who they were and what they wanted, but they clearly had no intention of answering these questions. After this, some of the kidnappers decided to split up so that some would guard the buns while the rest did their job. However, during this discussion, the protagonist managed to sneak inside unnoticed. Very soon, the full moon could be seen in the sky. It was clearly not earlier. Xingchen watched everything that was happening through the window. Li Xiaoting was tied to a chair in a huge room. One of the kidnappers told the other to keep an eye on the girl while he planned to go to sleep. All this time, Li Xiaoting was worried about the children at the picnic and wondered why those guys had tied her up in the first place. She sighed. She understood that if Xingchen was here, everything would be different. But at some point she wondered why she even remembered him in the first place. Because it didn't matter how strong he was, and he couldn't win alone. However, just as she thought this, Xingchen twisted the head of one of the kidnappers. The guy clearly wasn't hiding from the girl and tried to lay the body down silently. The woman was stunned because she clearly did not expect to see a guy here. After that, Xingchen walked towards her with a light gait. Li Xiaoting stuttered because she couldn't believe that she was seeing the main character in front of her. She was about to ask why he was here, but Xingchen immediately closed the girl's reddened mouth, telling her not to speak so loudly. He explained that he was here to save her. After this, Xingchen began to unwind the ropes on the girl's hands. He pointed to the window and said, "In operations through it because he will help him," very strongly. English said that it is too risky because in them outside there is also support. Xingchen calmed down at the window. He also warned that there were many glass fragments there. At that moment, one cow started to shower with those same fragments and created a lot of noise. Xingchen turned around because he realized that he had screwed up and it had attracted attention. The kidnappers began to wonder what that sound was. The man who was about to sleep suddenly came back and began to examine everything. Seeing his colleagues lying motionless on the floor, he couldn't help but curse. He immediately started shouting and warning everyone that the hostage had escaped. At the same time, Xingchen, with the teacher in his arms, complained about her wearing high heels to the picnic while she herself was apologizing. The kidnappers had already rallied and taken cold weapons. They were clearly intent on finding that girl. They had all already started running in the direction indicated by one of the bandits, with the aim of taking the woman back. However, no one expected two throwing knives to fly out of the darkness. These throwing knives flew with such precision that both ended up in the heads of the kidnappers and killed two people at once. Xingchen still continued to escape with the teacher. At one point, he threw her into the back seat of the car, telling her to hold on. After that, he sat in the front seat and got behind the wheel. Even though the main character didn't have any car keys, he still fiddled with the wires trying to turn on the car. Li Xiaoting hurried the protagonist, saying that they were already very close and were catching up with them. It was at this very moment that we finally managed to start the car. Xingchen instantly turned on all the spotlights and started driving at high speed. However, the main character's car has already been surrounded, stolen, or the guns have been taken out. Xingchen told the girl to lie down on the seat and keep her head down. Just as he said this, Xingchen pressed the gas pedal and began to move. At one point, he simply spun around in place to block his opponent's bullets. At that time, Li Xiaoting could only scream. However, Xingchen still managed to get out of this western one and began to move on. He was clearly nervous, but he continued moving anyway. The kidnappers clearly weren't going to retreat so easily and were planning to use the spare car, but its tires were simply punctured. At the same time, Xingchen continued moving, trying to escape from his pursuers. However, it was obvious that Xingchen was not in the best shape as he had been hit by a pistol and was bleeding profusely. The Englishman approached the guy very strongly and asked if they would catch up. And their pursuers, to which the guy told her not to worry because he had punctured the tires of another car, and at such a speed they would never catch up with them. After this, the woman leaned back against the back wall with relief. She looked at the worried boy and wondered, what if he wasn't her student or she had met him earlier? At the same time, the car still continued to drive at a breakneck speed. In the end, the woman guessed to ask the main character how he was feeling. In a hoarse voice, Xingchen said that he was fine, and only now did Li Xiaoting notice that one of the hands that Xingchen was leading was completely covered in his own blood. Xingchen diligently assured the girl that he was fine and asked how she was. Just as Li Xiaoting confirmed that she was fine, one could see on the windshield that the car was heading straight for the abyss. Li Xiaoting was seriously scared and told the main character to watch the road because they were going to die now. One guy was clearly not in a condition and was losing consciousness due to heavy blood loss. Realizing that Xingchen was unconscious, the English teacher screamed and called his name. However, now was not the time to worry about this, because they were on the brink of the abyss. The woman's eyes widened as she was incredibly scared. Unable to do anything, the car left the road and jumped into the abyss. There was only one stone under the car, and one could guess that the passengers would soon die. The English teacher just screamed loudly in fear, realizing that these were possibly her last moments of life. A new day began very soon. It was wonderful for many, but not for all patients. However, let's return to one VIP single room in this very hospital. Xingchen lay sleeping there. Li Xiaoting, who was at the door, asked the police not to disturb him until he regained consciousness and said that she would not answer their questions until then. After this, the woman closed the door behind her. She looked at the protagonist's bed with a sympathetic look, but she couldn't do anything. While she was looking at his surroundings, Mu Rong and Huang Fanfei suddenly entered the room, which frightened the girl herself. Huang Fanfei came closer and asked Li Xiaoting how Xingchen was feeling. The woman put her finger to the lips of two women, giving a gesture that they should be quieter. With a sad look, she said that the shadows should worry that he was all right. She even said that this was their family's hospital, so she hired the best surgeon to operate on him, and eventually the bullet was pulled out. Sukai approached the woman and told her to rest because she herself did not look so good. Li Xiaoting said that she was fine because Xingchen was the only one who got hurt trying to save her. So it was just her duty to wait until he regained consciousness. After this, the classmates surrounded the main character, trying to get a closer look at him. Huang Fanfei looked at him with a sad look and asked why he didn't wake up. Dongfan Lanlei said that it was simply impossible because Li Xiaoting said that the operation was successful and asked her to be quiet. Huang Fanfei then lost her temper and started shouting, saying why she didn't leave because while she was here she was bothering him. At that exact moment, Xingchen stood up and opened his eyes. He wondered if this was a dream since there were so many beauties gathered here. Mu Rong asked Huang Fanfei and Dongfan Lanlei to stop making so much noise because they were deceiving the main character. However, the girls were adamant, and as soon as Huang Fanfei saw the main character's open eyes, she immediately hugged him, saying that he scared her to death. Li Xiaoting immediately approached the guy with a glass of water and asked if he wanted to drink. She blew the steam off the slightly hot water and handed the cup to the protagonist. She told him to be careful and not to rush. After that, Mu Rong asked him what he wanted to eat and asked if he wanted crab soup. Huang Fanfei was clearly not happy with such suggestions and said that she was crossing the line and she would buy him some fruits herself. However, very soon, Su Tsai entered the room and told everyone there to go home, because now they were simply disturbing the main character. Xingchen realized that, based on Su Tsai's words, his injury wasn't that serious. Night soon fell. The protagonist was being watched by a beautiful nurse who was blushing from simply being next to him. Xingchen stood up and began to look around, indicating that he was awake. The frightened nurse asked how he was feeling. The guy asked if she could give him a massage, since he was in pain all over. The nurse said that his surgery seemed to have been successful, but she could still give him a massage. However, just as the girl tried to touch the main character, he grabbed her hand. After that, the guy asked her what her name was. Well, you answered that her name was Liu Wuzi. Xingchen naturally asked the blushing girl for her number, and she gave it to him. Very soon, this whole thing turned into something more intimate, and the woman began to take off the main character's clothes. Very soon, all the clothes were taken off. However, they probably had no idea that the cell was under close surveillance. All this took place in the deputy director's office. The bald man smiled nastily, saying that he not only dared to profit from him, but also lassoed his daughter. Soon enough, Xing was lying in his bed next to the girl. Looking at her face, he said that I didn't expect that they would make love for a whole hour. After that, he looked at her again and asked questions. At some point, he thought he had been given an aphrodisiac. After that, he remembered the moment when she kissed him and realized that he was not mistaken in his suspicions. Nevertheless, the question remained who she was. It was quite possible that she was also a victim. In the end, he decided to just ask her and started pushing her in order to wake her up. The sleepy girl slowly opened her eyes, half asleep. However, when she realized she was in some situation, she suddenly screamed and wrapped a towel around her body. The girl couldn't believe what was happening until Xing told her to get dressed, saying that he was going to ask her something now. While the girl was getting dressed, Xing asked if she had eaten anything before coming here. Standing with her back to the protagonist, she said that she had not eaten. The guy asked if she hadn't eaten anything at all. Liu Wuzhe stood there in silence with a red face, but did not answer. After that, she hurried out of the room and said that she had to go. Huang Fanfei and Li Xiaoting saw all this and were very surprised. Entering the room, Huang Fanfei asked if Xing had teased the nurse while they were gone, because she looked too angry. Xing laughed and said that he couldn't do that at all. At the same time, he picked up his phone and told Tifeng to check the information about the sister herself. Seeing Xing deny all of this, the English teacher began to mock him, asking if he wanted to introduce her. Xing smiled, but told him to stop making fun of him. After that, Xing patted the bed and asked if they wanted to join in. I don't understand what's going on, the girls asked why they were called. Xing directly asked what business they had come here for at such a late hour if they didn't intend to sleep with him. When the girls heard this reproach, they immediately blushed. Huang Fanfei was the first to get angry and said that no one wants this. The girls said that they weren't sure he was okay right now, so they would go home. Xing was very surprised and asked if they would really just leave like that. At the same time, things were still going on in the deputy director's office. Uncle Q asked the same nurse how the main character was. She answered that he was in good condition. The deputy apologized for forcing her to do it. They didn't ask if there was any progress on what he asked her to do. It was obvious that the girl was too close to the man to say anything and only stuttered. The deputy asked her directly if there had been a chemical reaction between them. The girl had already tried to justify herself somehow, but it was obvious what her answer would be. The man passed out and said that she was too sorry because initially he simply wanted her to treat the patient well. He grabbed his bald head and said that he and the director's daughter had a good relationship, and he hoped that she would put in a good word for them. Seeing the suffering this brought to her father, Liu Wuzhe said that he shouldn't wash his face, because if she could help in any way, she would be glad. The woman said that if it weren't for him, a crowd of people would have simply trampled her, and that this was just a small thing compared to that. The deputy said that everything would be fine as long as she didn't blame him, and it was late now, so she should go back and rest. At the same time, the man himself did not think the way he spoke, and he was simply interested in what Xing would do next. Very soon, the deputy allowed another person to enter his office. Right from the doorway, he began to sarcastically talk about how it was simply amazing how he could raise his child so well. A certain man said that he even helps with such things. After that, he asked when he would let her play with him. The deputy laughed nastily and said that it was not her will. And all this was done thanks to a wonderful medicine because of which she lost her mind. He said that when the deed is done and he is still interested in the girl, he will give her to him. The one who entered also laughed and said that, looking at her receptions, he also raised her well. The deputy said that he did nothing with it because he bought it then because he thought that the girl could be useful to him. At 6, he asked if she had had her first time today and said that it was impossible. However, the deputy showed the process of sexual intercourse on video and asked what he thought about the main character. He said that it was simply unbelievable because his lower abdomen was a wife bullet and he himself lost a lot of blood. But he rested for only a couple of hours, and immediately after that, he held on to the girl for so long. He also said that Xing finished off his subordinates, and quite quickly. The deputy said that it was stupid to rely on it, but in the adult world, they rely on it. The visitor wondered if he really thought he could cooperate with this guy. The deputy rubbed his chin and said that it was pointless to cooperate with the guy, but he wondered about cooperating with Li Xiaoqing. In his memory, he had never seen Li Xiaoqing look at anyone with a gentle gaze, and he was sure that she had feelings for the protagonist. The visitor asked if they should send the video to Li Xiaoting as soon as possible. The deputy said that now was not the right time, and they should wait until Li Xiaoting fell head over heels in love with him, and then the video would be valuable. However, the man was afraid that the more she loved him, the more she would hate him. But he decided that in this case he would use the video as a threat. After that, he copied it to the inserted flash drive and said that it was time to act. At the same time, Liu Wuze, who was in her room, was wondering what was wrong with her. Lying on the bed, she wondered if she had fallen hopelessly in love with him to the point of behaving in such a way. After that, she covered her face with a pillow and said that she was really ashamed and wondered if she was a slut. However, these thoughts made her blush even more and she fell silent out of awkwardness. She knew her father was telling her to take care of him and wondered if it was because of that medicine. She remembered how, before entering, the deputy gave her some kind of medicine for insomnia and asked her to drink it. After that, he said that everything was sorted out with his internship and she could look after those patients from the VIP ward. However, remembering this, she cried because she considered herself to be just a tool for her father. She understood that she had no idea what the man thought of her and most likely considered her a pervert. Liu Wuze rolled over and wondered what would happen if she told him that it was her first time. Thinking that he would take responsibility for her, she thought it would be really great if she could be with him because she felt really good. At the same time, Xingchen called Ti Feng and asked about the search. Ti Feng asked if he was like Sherlock Holmes and said that he simply couldn't complete the investigation in just a few hours. On the phone, Tai Feng told Wang Wu that he would answer for this and said sumo is a winning entry in mahjong. Xingchen asked if they were playing mahjong. After that, Ti Feng said that Liu Wuze is a student at the Tourism Academy and also the daughter of the deputy director of the Tian Wu Orthopedic Hospital. But she may be adopted because she appeared next to him 4 years ago, and what she did before is unknown. After that, Xingchen asked how she is doing at the academy and how many people she communicates with. Wang Wu said that she was quite serious about her studies and her grades were normal. He also said that she didn't have many friends, especially among guys, and she felt almost disgusted by male students. After that, he asked if the main character really liked such a woman. The guy said to talk less and do more research. He also asked to find out about her past. Hearing this information, Xingchen realized that Liu Wuze was not a slut and realized that the result of what happened to him could very well be a setup, and the girl herself could also be a victim. After that, Xingchen looked at the painting right in front of him. After pushing her away from the wall, Xingchen noticed something. There was a hidden camera there, and the guy swore because that was what he thought it was. He also said that this type of camera can transmit data over a limited distance. Inserting from his seat, Xingchen wondered if this guy was connected to this hospital. After that, he broke the camera and realized that his guess was most likely correct. And Xingchen walked down the corridor and noticed one of the nurses. After that, he asked her if there was anyone from the duty administration. She said that the deputy director should be there now and asked if the guy had any problems with him because she could call him. Xingchen realized that they were talking about that same old man. The woman told him to go straight ahead first and then turn right because that's where he would find the deputy director's office. After that, the guy thanked the girl and asked if he could ask for another favor. He asked that if she was asked about it, she should not say anything because they had something to discuss in secret. The blushing girl looked out and saw off the main character. Very soon, the guy was near the deputy's office. Xingchen easily broke the lock, which surprised even himself because he had never used the hacking methods he learned when he was a mercenary. However, in the end, Xingchen successfully entered the office. Xingchen sat down at the table and said that if it was him, then the flash drive from the camera should be connected somewhere there. After that, he actually found the flash drive, about white. Having opened the Explorer, Xingchen decided to see what data was in this flash drive. When he saw everything that was there, he couldn't help but be scared. However, very soon this fear turned into anger and Xingchen cursed. The video clearly showed Liu Wutian using her despite the fact that she was his daughter. Xingchen was about to kill him, but he decided to play a game first. Very soon the morning of the second day arrived. One of the nurses said that she needed to step aside so Xingchen and Li Xiaoting could take their time. The woman thanked the employee and asked the main character why he looked so displeased. The woman said that all the other students were currently at school, so she couldn't visit him. Xingchen said that they were his, but he was happy that the woman herself was here now. Very Close Hair grinned because she could not understand whether Xingchen really thought so. However, she said that she could not stay here for a long time because she still had classes this evening. After that, The guy asked her if she had any guesses who could have kidnapped her. Li Xiaoting said that she had no guesses yet because they had already escaped when the police arrived, and they did not even find any blood or fingerprints, so the investigation had reached a dead end. In the end, Xing Chen asked the girl if she knew Liu Wutian. She adjusted her hair and asked if he was the deputy director of this hospital. Li Xiaoting asked why he asked this so suddenly and if he was looking for him. Xing Chen said that it was not like that at all, and it was just that yesterday's Liu Wuzi turned out to be his daughter, and he pestered her. So he was afraid that he would come here to count him out. Li Xiaoting said that he even had the courage to harass the vice principal's daughter, and if he did find him, she would not be able to help him. And so Xing Chen said that he was really bored and asked what she would order him to do. The woman said that she would come later after work. After that, she left the room. At the last moment, she turned back and thanked the main character, because if it weren't for him, she would never have been able to return. Xing Chen laughed and said that there was nothing wrong with that since he was always willing to save her, and no matter what, if she really wanted to apologize, she could bring compensation in the form of herself. Hearing this, the woman called him a fool and finally left the ward. Xing Chen knew that Li Xiaoting was very beautiful and he wanted to taste her body at least once. However, immediately after this, no stranger entered the room. This someone turned out to be Liu Wutian, who said that he had a couple of questions that he wanted to discuss. Liu Wutian greeted him and said that he was the deputy director of this hospital. He said that he represented the director and had a few questions for him. Xing Chen asked which director he represented. The man specified that the director of the company is named Li Jingyang. Xing Chen said that he didn't know any such people and made it clear with his whole appearance that he wasn't going to give any testimony. Liu Wutian said that they were smart people and there was no need to pretend. Then he asked how much money would it take for him to leave Li Xiaoting. Xing Chen asked what he meant. The deputy asked if he really meant to say that he saved Li Xiaoting's life by risking his own life and not by stealing her family's money. Xing Chen said that he had no idea what he was talking about, and he was giving him one last chance to get out of here since he couldn't guarantee the consequences. Liu Wutian said that Xing Chen was too arrogant, and if he didn't want to solve everything peacefully, then he also didn't dare to care about what would happen to him. After that, he clapped his hands. In an instant, 2 guards appeared behind him. Xing Chen asked if everyone was planning to use force. Liu Wutian adjusted his glasses and said that it was his own fault. They said that this was the director's order because he only wanted to protect the English teacher, and in his opinion, she would understand everything correctly. However, before the guards made their move, Xing Chen made a dash towards the deputy. Xing Chen said that he would give him a full count today. However, the security guard did not slow down and stood in front of the deputy. He was about to attack, but Xing Chen was agile. Xing Chen easily dodged such an obvious strike and circled around the attacker's body. However, very soon another fist was flying at him. Xing Chen blocked it with ease. After this, another attack from the guard was directed at the main character. When the guy saw her, he couldn't smile. Xing Chen dodged it easily. After that, he ducked down and knocked down one of the guards. After that, he grabbed him by the collar. Ice in the movement of his hand, he threw it to the other side of the chamber, taking him out of the fight. The security guard couldn't help but be surprised by the young guy's pressure. Very soon, both partners were beaten and sent to one point. As it turned out, Liu Wutian was completely without any support and therefore began to worry. The guard was about to get up. However, Xing Chen couldn't allow this to happen. He easily hit his solar plexus, thus cutting it off. After that, he forced the second guard into the same situation. Xing Chen was above the guards and completely dominated the situation. Liu Wutian couldn't help but give credit to the protagonist, because 2 first-class bodyguards were nothing to him. However, he understood that only someone with such power could become his partner. After Xing Chen had disabled Liu Wu's guards, Tian Tuo stood there for a long time without moving. In the end, he decided to play along and said that he hoped that Xing Chen was willing to talk to him seriously. Xing Chen smiled, as he had expected something like this. After that, he asked what he wanted to talk about. He took a pack of cigarettes out of his robe and said that he wanted to talk about cooperation. Offering him a cigarette, he asked him if he thought that by working together, they could take over all of the director's property. Xing Chen asked how he knew that the director's company was his target. The man said that he was a psychologist and was one of the top 10 international psychologists, so he could read him like an open book. Xing Chen understood that Liu Wutian had serious ambitions, and such a small fry even dared to encroach on the director's fortune. He thought that since he had been planning this for a long time, he came here for this purpose and decided to find out what else he had hidden up his sleeve by asking if he had guessed about his plan. Liu Wutian lit a cigarette and said that this was why he came to see him in person. The man said that they had the same goal, and he hoped that he would want to make an ally rather than a new enemy. You would have noticed that he could share even more than Xing Chen expected. The director's company is so huge. Xing Chen laughed and asked if it was really his plan to kidnap Li Xiaoting. The man confessed to this and said that he used the girl to sow chaos within the family, and then his organization would suppress this company. The man said that she was responsible for the exchange of internal information, and that finally all the family's property would go directly to him. Xing Chen asked if he had ruined his plan. Liu Wutian laughed and said that Xing Chen was going to say that she had ruined his original plan. However, right now he has a new plan. Xing Chen asked if his plan was to become an English teacher's boyfriend and finish family trust and then return to his plan of gradually acquiring the entire company. Bai Liu Wutian laughed and said that Xing Chen was really smart and it was very easy to talk to people who doubted him. After that, he asked whether he agreed or not to cooperate. Xing Chen asked why he should help them if he could become the girl's son-in-law. The deputy laughed and said that he was quite capable. He also mentioned that he is especially good in bed and that he pleased a girl yesterday. Xing Chen asked what he meant. Liu Wutian said that if he agreed to cooperate with him, they would never tell Li Xiaoting about this incident. And to put it simply, Liu Wuzi would become his and he could do whatever he wanted with her. Xing Chen asked if she was really his daughter. Liu Wutian laughed and said that if he hadn't bought her 4 years ago, she would have been treated very badly. The man said that it was okay if she sacrificed herself a little to achieve his goals, and that Xing Chen was very attractive, so she was lucky. Xing Chen asked in turn what she had been doing 4 years ago. Liu Wutian asked if Xing Chen was interested in this, but he could tell. After Liu Wutian explained what she was doing, Xing Chen understood everything. He knew that she couldn't be blamed for being familiar with a certain type of activity. He remembered how her gestures showed some kind of struggle. After that, the guy realized that he was wrong to think that she was seducing him and put all the blame on Liu Wutian. However, immediately after that, he grabbed Liu Wutian by the throat. The man did not understand what was happening and asked what he wanted. Lifting him into the air, Xing Chen remained silent while Liu Wutian asked if he was really worried about something. The video would be sent by the English teacher. The deputy said that one day Li Xiaoting would discover this trait in him, and he might not even dream of becoming the son-in-law of their family. Xing Chen told the deputy to shut his mouth because he didn't want to seize the principal's property from the beginning, and the reason why he saved Li Xiaoting was solely because she was his teacher. Releasing the deputy's throat from his hand, Xing Chen said that she was indeed a beauty, and it was his duty to protect such beauty. However, Xing Chen said that his existence was now a threat to her safety, so he was forced to get rid of him. After that, Xing Chen did something to the solar plexus. The blow was strong enough to send the deputy flying, and he refused right in front of the door. When he went down, he couldn't help but wince in pain and then vomited. Xing Chen approached the suffering atoner and cursed him, saying to go to. Xing Chen was about to finish him off by kicking him in the head. However, at that very moment, the door opened and someone told the guy to stop. In the end, Liu Wutian was saved at the very last second. Li Xiaoting asked what he was going to do and begged him to let her uncle go. As soon as Li Xiaoting arrived, she asked to let the deputy go. Xing Chen asked why she came. At the same time, Liu Wutian begged to save him to kill this guy who treated his daughter badly yesterday, and he came for justice. But he beat them up and wants to kill him to save his reputation. After that, he said that his bodyguards were most likely already dead. Liu Wutian said that Xing Chen had cruelly bullied them and she had to save them. Li Xiaoting asked the protagonist if all this was true. Xing Chen stood motionless for a while and thought. Xing Chen said that he really beat up those two worthless muscle men, and he also really was going to kill him. One account took the deputy's robe and said that he himself should explain about his daughter. In English, I wondered if Xing Chen was really a hooligan. However, she remembered how he did not deny what happened yesterday between the deputy's daughter and himself. After that, she tried to reconstruct the events of the previous evening. Liu Wutian said that he had evidence and she could look at it herself and understand everything. Liu Wutian led the girl into his office while she was deep in thought. She wondered if she had accused him in vain and why he had such a face as if nothing had happened. At the same time, Xing Chen said that he couldn't wait for his evidence to beat him up. Li Xiaoting wondered if Xing Chen really had sex with the nurse. Li Xiaoting didn't believe it until the very end and thought that there must be other reasons. Xing Chen wondered if this was all of Liu Wutian's evidence. However, in the deputy's very face there was complete indignation because he did not understand why this was here. As it turned out, instead of an actual video, there was a transmission of some kind of cassette. Li Xiaoting sighed to herself because nothing had happened, but she wondered why the replacement had initially acted this way. In Liu Wutian, he literally screamed with indignation because he said that yesterday the camera in his room recorded everything. However, the USB flash drive on which all the data was located was practically empty. The camera itself was broken at the same time. As if he didn't know anything, Xing Chen asked if he had really invaded his privacy. Li Xiaoting asked how Liu Wutian was going to explain all this. Liu Wutian said that he did not make this up and would call his daughter now. After this, he turned and asked his subordinate to call his daughter. However, the subordinate said that Liu Wuzhe had disappeared this morning when she left her home, and they did not know where she was. Xing Chen chuckled and asked if he had anything else to say. At the same time, he knew that he was responsible for the girl, and if she ran away because of him, he would definitely find her. Liu Wutian couldn't do anything at all and ended up only stumbling. At that very moment, Xing Chen swung at the deputy. Liu Wutian looked at this and asked, "Does Xing Chen really want him dead that he's doing this?" In the end, Xing Chen hit him in the solar plexus with all his might and said that this was for his friend. After receiving such a strong blow, Liu Wutian immediately fell back into his chair, writhing in pain. Xing Chen started running and told Tifeng to stop playing mahjong and quickly tell all their people to find information on Liu Wuzhe and also Liu Wutian's address. However, Tifeng clearly had no intention of stopping playing. It was the main character who shouted that he really should stop cleaning and send them to search right now and ask Lao Hu for help. Sung Chen shouted that no matter how he did it, he simply had to find her. At the same time, the other participants in the game wondered why the boss was so angry. At the same time, some men watched the protagonist and asked his teachings whether he found out about his past. The man said that he really found out. So he did not find any valuable information because he just returned to school and is now studying in a high school in the city. The man with the monocle said that he had a good reputation and told him to continue surveillance and also eliminate all the evidence that concerned Liu Wutian. The man said that he did not want his dear Li Xiaoting to know that he was the one behind all this. The subordinates could not be surprised to see that his relationship with the girl was different before. The man told his subordinate that if there are some things that are better kept silent, he immediately shut up. At the same time, in the pouring rain, Xing Chen wondered where Liu Wuzhe was. Running as fast as he could, he wondered how he could take care of her. Looking at the gloomy sky, he realized that he had suffered enough in his past life. Even though the protagonist's wound had opened up, Xing Chen continued to run because he did not want to let his loved ones suffer in this life. While he was running, he kept repeating her name. However, at some point, Xing Chen stumbled. Not being in perfect shape, Xing Chen was unable to stop his fall and simply fell to the ground. He powerlessly Xing Chen. Even though he was lying down, he tried to stretch his hand forward. At the same time, in front of the main character, there were two girls under an umbrella. One of the friends drew the attention of another girl and told her to look there. The company eventually ended up in some building. The girls patched up the main character and wondered if they should take him to the hospital because he had lost too much blood. Another girl asked if she had seen Big Boss go to the hospital after an injury and told her not to worry. The girl said that she gave him first aid and she would call Tai Feng because he knew exactly what to do with it. Calling him, she wondered if he had any problems since he wasn't picking up the phone. At exactly that moment, Xing Chen woke up and said that everything was fine. Xing Chen asked if these were their rooms and how long he had been out. One of the girls said that this is her room, but there is a little mess here and she hopes that it does not matter to him. The girl said that they had accidentally stumbled upon him lying on the sidewalk 2 hours earlier. Xing Chen asked if they had ever met before. The girl with blonde hair said her name was Lu Dan, while the one with black hair said her name was Ye Yen. Xing Chen asked what was confusing them and whether Tifeng had not fulfilled what he had agreed to. As it turned out, the girls were the same ones that Tifeng had sent to the protagonist's room after drinking. The girls said that after the last time, Tifeng still takes care of them and that bandit, who is usually uncontrollable, no longer bothers them. After that, Lu Dan came close to the protagonist. The girls said they would like to do it again and asked how he felt. Xing Chen understood that until he sorted out Liu Wuzhe's affairs, he couldn't afford to get involved in another relationship there. Xing Chen apologized, but said that today was not the time. Ye Yen asked why it was like this. Boss thought they were attractive, but before the girl could say it, Xing Chen said not to make it up. Getting up from the bed, Xing Chen said that you shouldn't be upset because he will often come here later. But not now, because despite the fact that his wound is normal, There is still one more problem that needs to be solved. At the same time, an unknown car was approaching somewhere. Eventually, the car stopped in front of the main character, who was standing near a luxurious gate. Climbing the stairs, Xingchen thought nothing. However, he clearly did not expect what he saw. As it turned out, someone simply didn't lock the door. At the same time, this man was in the bathroom taking a shower. Entering the apartment, Xingchen slammed the door. The guy didn't understand why he even had the light on. He thought that while he was away from home, a thief had already managed to get in and was still there. However, hearing sounds from the bathroom, he couldn't help but wonder what he was doing there. Xingchen wondered why the thief needed the bathroom. Approaching the bathroom, he asked if he was really that tired and sweaty when he stole his house. Opening the cubicle, he asked himself if that was why he decided to wash himself. However, instead of a thief, he found Huang Fanfei in the bathroom. "You don't understand what's going on." Xingchen froze. The first to come to her senses was Huang Fanfei, who blushed sharply and screamed. The girl closed the bathroom stall and said that Xingchen was a pervert. After that, covering herself, she told the guy to leave. Xingchen said that he didn't mean that, but asked why she was in his house in the first place. Huang Fanfei said that she explained everything later, so he should go out now. After some time, the girl asked if the guy was still here, but he agreed. The girl called him a pervert again and asked why he was still here. After some time, she asked again, but this time no one answered her. She chuckled and wondered if he was really sneaking peeks at her. Coming out of the bathroom, the girl quickly threw a towel over herself. Xingchen turned from the living room and asked if she had said anything. However, he did not greedily expect what he saw. The girl stood blushing and half-naked in front of the main character. After that, something inexplicable happened. The girl fell right on top of the main character. However, the guy calmed down, and when everyone came to his senses, he said that it was dangerous and he almost lost his control. He asked how she could do that, because few people would be happy with it when he saw it. The girl said that she went to the hospital to visit him right after school, but Li Xiaoting told her that he had already been discharged, so she came straight to his home. Huang Fanfei asked where he was since he didn't answer his calls. Xingchen said that he wanted to go out for a rest, but his phone was stolen, so he had no choice but to walk home. After that, the guy asked how she was able to get into his house. The girl laughed and said that nothing was impossible for her. The girl explained that she asked the dispatcher, explaining that she was the main character's girlfriend, and then gave her money and called a locksmith to make a spare key for her. Xingchen laughed and asked if she really wanted to do it today. However, the girl blushed and said that he was so bad that no one would want to be his girlfriend. After that, Xingchen said that it was already late, and if she wanted to sleep, he suggested that she go home because he also wanted to sleep. The boy asked for a chair and said that she didn't want to go home because her father was always at work and the house was empty. She eventually said she would live here. After the girl gave him, the guy was literally in shock. The guy understands that living with a beautiful, charming, and sweet lady is every man's dream. And if he were who he was in his past life, he would be so happy that he could jump out the window. However, the guy understands that he has other problems. Thinking back to all the girls he could have had potential relationships with, he knew that if he got Huang Fanfei now, he would lose an entire forest for the sake of one tree. The guy understood that this tree was truly amazing, but it was not right to compare an entire forest with one tree, and he did not understand what to do. I saw that Xingchen resisted for a long time, but he still allowed Huang Fanfei to stay at his house, but they slept in different rooms. This fact reminded the protagonist that if he wanted to live with a girl like Mu Rong, his new apartment would seem a little small. Early in the morning, Xingchen bullied the girl so that she would get up and beat her. It was time for school. Huang Fanfei said that she was getting up and could no longer bear such a scream. Huang Fanfei held hands with the protagonist and asked if he would make her such a breakfast next time. The guy said that if she got up so late again, then no. In the end, the girl decided to just go to bed earlier and thus wake up earlier. After this, Guan Thin Thin approached the main character already at school and said that he was allowed to be absent from classes for half a month, and the class teacher took upon herself this permission. The girl said that he could rest for a while, as it would be good for his recovery. Xingchen laughed and said that he was fine, but thanked the teacher for her work. Murong approached the protagonist and asked him if it was too early for him to be serious. Xingchen said that he was bored, so he came to school and then complimented the girl. Huang Fanfei noticed that there was some noise in the corridor and asked what it was. As it turned out, there was some unknown guy in Dongfan Lanle sorting things out. The girl was irritated that the guy continued to pester her despite the fact that she had already refused him several times. The guy said he was serious and begged her to give him a chance, but the girl was adamant. Guan Thin Thin approached the boy and said that she was currently in self-study time and asked him to leave his class. Lu Guisong directly refused and said that he still had a few words that he had to say to Dongfang Lanli. After that, he said that he would wait for her at the school gates tomorrow after classes and asked if she would have dinner with him. The girl still refused and told him to leave her alone. After that, Dongfan Lanlei approached the main character and asked how he was feeling. The guy said that it was very boring in the hospital, so he decided to go back. She also said now that he had a serious injury in any case, and she and Mu Rong were going to visit him this evening. The guy said something like it was just a scratch and asked the goat on Lu Shui's song if it was her boyfriend. The girl said it wasn't, and Mu Rong knew about it. At the same time, Lu Shui's song looked at the protagonist with malice as if he was the reason for the refusals. He turned around and began to make his plan. Xingchen wondered if this was the big shot from the 11th grade. However, the main character's thoughts were interrupted by the school bell. Xingchen was standing by the window smoking a cigarette. He was calmly smoking and not bothering anyone, but a group of students approached him. Although most of them didn't pay any attention to the guy, one was outraged by his actions. He pointed at the main character and shouted that he had no right to smoke in school, which clearly irritated everyone else. After some time, the discussion died down. After that, some girl ran away from there. As it turned out, this girl was the president of the council here, and Xingchen could not understand that after a few phrases she immediately burst into tears. The running girl was simply climbing the stairs. However, it was obvious that she was not looking around and collided with another student. Not wanting to explain anything, she ran on. The same schoolboy she had bumped into very soon saw a running member of the student council, who was obviously running after the president. The schoolboy asked him what had happened. The man explained that it was all because of the main character. They came because he was smoking in the hallway, and they caught him doing it. And when the president reminded him of this, he humiliated her by saying that she reminded him of Maria Ozawa, who was a Japanese porn actress. The man said that he had already heard about this rude guy from the 10th grade. He was surprised that he even laughed at insulting the student council president and said that he was interested. Very soon, the company gathered on the roof of the school. The man said that if they continued to allow him to behave like this, they would lose their reputation at school. After this contract, he asked what he thought about Lei Lao Hu's side. Another man said that the protagonist has some kind of relationship with Tai Feng from high school, and also that he doesn't want to deal with high school students. Of course, in the end, because Ti Feng was known for not interfering in the school's affairs, the boys decided to unite against the main character. Very soon, they found themselves near the high school logistics. There were many students there, and Xingchen was no exception. Huang Fanfei was there and asked the main character when he would buy them something to eat. The guy didn't understand what was going on and asked why she had to do that. Huang Fanfei asked, "Is there really a reason for a man to buy food for a girl? Especially if it is a beautiful girl and he should be grateful for it?" Dongfan Lanle said that she would buy the protagonist something to eat, no matter if there was someone else with them. She said that it wouldn't be a problem who ate how much. However, you understand that in this way it is not Xingchen who will buy food, but the girl Huang Fanfei herself pouted and said that she is not hungry. At some point, she looked out the window and noticed that a fight was brewing. Indeed, two strange groups gathered together as if before a battle. Xingchen looked out the window and said that these people looked familiar and that fat guy was most likely Guo Banzi. Then she even asked how Xingchen could see so far away. The main character said that somehow it turned out that way, so he would go out and he told the girls to wait. Huang Fanfei was about to follow him, but Xingchen clearly wasn't waiting for her. Very soon, Xingchen was in those forests not far from the scene of the incident. He watched everything that was happening intently. While with you, the girls began to follow the main character, but he did not show it. Coming closer, Xingchen realized and confirmed that they were from Uyanjun. One of the men who smoked a cigarette said that he turns a blind eye to the problems, but did not expect that he would behave so rudely that she even dared to see his people yesterday. Yanjun asked if he really had nothing better to do since yesterday he was training, and his sick started to bully him. Yanjun said that he only knocked out his two front teeth and asked what he was so mad about. After that, he asked if he really thought he could bully someone so easily. However, the man disagreed and said that even 1,000 yuan was a large sum for them, and treating two teeth would be expensive. Yanjun asked him directly if he really needed money, and the man decided to say that it was better to call it compensation than some money. After that, Yang Jun turned back and asked if anyone had any change of 5 or 10 yuan. He told them to chip in for the big boss's medical expenses. You see, they will be used as a spare wallet. All of Yang Jun's subordinates were clearly stunned. One of them said that he himself has been without money lately, so he can only give 2 wishes. The man who was watching all this could not help but speak out, because such money could not cover any treatment. However, at that moment, Xing Chen came out and laughed. Xing Chen said that someone was refusing his money, but he himself could give 3 yuan. Yan Jun asked the protagonist what he was doing here. The guy asked what was wrong with that. That he couldn't help him borrow 3 yuan and get out of here quickly. Yang Jun said that he was afraid that when he gave it back, they would be afraid to take it back. After this, both guys laughed heartily. However, the man who asked for compensation was clearly not laughing. He ordered his subordinates to destroy these ill-mannered youngsters. However, after this, the man saw 3 girls behind the main character and asked if they were his assistants. After that, he asked if he had called them here to entertain him. However, by then, the main character was no longer in the mood for laughing and he drank himself. Yanjun realized that this was a pretty bad sign. Xingchen asked whether Yang Jun Mu Rong liked it. Not expecting such a question, Yang Jun asked, "What do you mean?" Xingchen said that he also likes it so they can just contact. Xingchen said that they only have 27 bodies and whoever knocks out the most will win. After this, the whole gang attacked the main character's company. And then, as if nothing had happened, he repeated the condition again. Young Jun said that he understood his challenge and smiled. He understood that it would be bad if he lost, but at least it would then rid him of the illusion that could also allow him to get rid of the eternal discomfort. He stretched out his hands and set a goal in front of him. He wanted to prove to the protagonist that even Yan Jun had abilities and manners. The main character and his friend were standing near the school building. They were preparing for a massive fight. There was a group of fighters standing around Oyen and Ye Jin. They were preparing to attack. Ye Jing told his friends to protect the girl Rong Rong and her friends. He and Wu Yen would deal with the enemies. The friends promised the main character that they would protect the 3 girls next to them. Aoyang stood in a fighting stance. A bluish glow appeared around his hands. The guy swung. He hit his opponent with a powerful blow of his hand. Ao Yen saw a bandit running up to him from the side. He kicked him. The main character looked away. He was surprised that his friend knew martial arts. One of the attackers ran up to Ye Jin very quickly and unexpectedly from behind. The main character quickly turned around and grabbed the bandit by the hair with his hand. Ye Jing swung his knee at his opponent's head with all his might. The bandit flew to the side after a powerful blow. Blood spurted from his face. The attacker fell to the ground unconscious. His face was smashed. The guy thought that the main character's fighting style and his strength could crush anyone. Yejing stood and calmly looked at the unconscious fighter lying on the ground. The blonde seemed to shout to his subordinates to quickly grab the main character. The fighters picked up speed and ran at full speed towards the guy. They wanted to knock him down with one blow. One of the attackers swung his arm with all his might. The main character managed to dodge. Yejing suddenly grabbed his opponent by the arm with a deft and quick movement. The bandit begged. He asked the main character to let him go. Yejing crushed his opponent with a very powerful kick to the stomach. The main character decided to finish off the attacker. He kicked him in the head with all his might. The blonde stood and watched with great excitement as his subordinates scattered around him. The main character looked closely at the boss. He decided to deal with him. The blonde was scared. He realized that none of his fighters could protect him anymore. The boss looked away in fear. He noticed one of his fighters lying with a trace of a kick on his body. The main character approached the boss and calmly asked him for a light. The boss was very scared. He lit a fire and told the guy that he would help him light a cigarette. The main character told the blonde that he was giving him one last chance. If he did everything, he would be able to go peacefully. The girls watched the fight with excitement. Ron said to herself that the main character was incredible. The guys stood and talked among themselves discontentedly. One of them said that they needed to listen to what Ye Jing would say. The protagonist told his interlocutors that if they defeated Wu Yan, they would be able to leave. The boys and girls were amazed. They couldn't believe the main character's request. Ao Yang was unhappy that the protagonist turned the other guys against him. He wanted to fight Ye Jin himself. The main character asked the boss if his fighters could handle it. He threatened the blonde that he could deal with them himself. The boss was very scared. He shouted to his subordinates that they would fight. A group of bandits with weapons in their hands ran from all sides towards Oyen. The guy fought off the bandits' attacks against him from all sides with powerful blows. Ouyang smashed the blonde man in the face with a powerful punch. The guy was very angry. He spread his arms wide apart. Oh Young accelerated very quickly. He rammed La Lao with all his might. The girlfriends asked the main character, why did he do this? The protagonist explained that for Oh Yan, everyone around him is an enemy during a battle. The guy was beating up the bandits. The main character said that if you treat your enemies with kindness, it will be cruel to yourself. The protagonist decided that he had given Oh Yan a chance. He could use his abilities to teach the bandits a lesson. A group of bandits kicked Oh Yan, who was lying on the ground, with all their might. The guy covered himself from the blow with his hands. He couldn't believe that he was worse than the bandits around him. La Lao angrily shouted at the guy that he would kill him. Ao Yang thought that there was a slight difference between him and the fighters. The guy got angry. He didn't like that he couldn't defeat the fighters who attacked him. Ao Yang realized it was time to fight back. He grabbed one of the attackers by the leg. The guy abruptly threw one of the bandits to the ground. Yan decided to himself that he had fallen very low. The guy looked around angrily. He realized that the people around him were enemies. Yang kicked one of the attackers in the head with all his might. He realized that he should not spare his enemies. The guy picked up speed and rushed towards his rivals. They got scared. Yang thought to himself as he walked, he is a martial arts master. The angry guy finished off his opponents with punches with all his might. The boss stood next to the body of one of his accomplices. He looked ahead with excitement. The blonde got scared. He realized that now Yang would finish off all his fighters. La Lao ran towards the guy with his arms outstretched to grab him. The blonde grabbed the guy with his hands and shouted at him angrily that he would send him to hell now. Yang pushed the blonde away with his hands with a sharp and powerful movement. The guy kicked La Lao with all his might and threw him away. The blonde rolled after the blow. He didn't understand where his opponent got such strength from. One of the fighters ran up to his boss and decided to finish him off. The blonde was very surprised when one of his subordinates grabbed him by the hair. The bandit hit the blonde in the face with his fist as hard as he could. He screamed. The subordinate got scared. He told his boss that he didn't mean to hit him. At this time, Yan was throwing his opponents to the sides with powerful kicks. The guy twisted the arm of La Lao An's boss and said that he was messing with the wrong people. The blonde shouted loudly that the guy was not enough for him. He was lying on the ground. The boys stood and looked at Yan. They thought excitedly to themselves that this guy was strong. Yang was left standing alone. The bodies of the fighters on the ground were scattered around. The main character looked around and told his companions that it was time to go and have a snack. Yang hugged his friend. He looked ahead and thanked the protagonist. The guy told Ye Jin that he made him understand what a real battle is. Yan will thank the main character for helping him deal with the bandits. The guy was unhappy. He said that Ye Jing was used by his feelings for his girlfriend Ron Ron. He asked discontentedly, does the main character really consider the girl another chess piece? The main character looked at his girlfriend. He told his friend that he was insulting the girl with such words. Yejing said that he is in love with Rong. At the same time, Yang hurts the girl very much if he considers her as some kind of figure. The main character hugged his girlfriend. He said that a girl is an adornment and a valuable thing for a man. The guy looked at his friend in surprise and listened to his words about the girl. Yang walked with his friend. He thought to himself that Ye Jingshin had made a real man out of him. Yang, thanks to his friend, understood the purpose of a real man. He decided that it was a real fortune for him to have a friend like Ye Jing. The main character and his friends were in the large building of his school. The head of education, Tan Fong, was walking down the corridor. There were other students around her. The school children were standing near a laptop and looking at something carefully. One of them told a friend named Go Banzi to put his head away. Yejing turned and asked his friend where he got the recording from. He wanted to make a good copy. The student explained that he found the recording by chance on the internet. He explained that he could give the main character a better quality recording without censorship. Yejing asked a friend to teach him how to use a computer. He decided to find something for himself. The guys laughed to themselves while watching the video. Suddenly, the teacher entered the room. She sternly asked the students what they were doing here. A whole group of school children turned around and looked at the woman with great excitement. Tanya looked at the laptop. She asked the students sternly how they could watch such a video at school. The girl told the students that they were violating discipline and ruining the school's reputation. The students fell silent and said nothing. They continued to stand and look at the laptop. Tanya was very angry. She looked at the school children in front of her with hatred. The main character decided not to waste time. He moved his chair back and sat down at the laptop. Yejing sat and worked on his laptop with great attention. He was watching videos. The girl sternly demanded that the guy turn it all off. Yejing didn't understand why he needed to turn off the laptop. The main character looked at his interlocutor and asked, "Doesn't she like this?" Tanya looked at the main character with great displeasure. She didn't know what to answer him. The teacher told the boy to close his laptop and follow her. She said that she would report the boy's behavior to his class teacher and the teacher. The main character looked at the woman. He decided that she was very afraid of her parents. The girl held the main character by the hand. She said that they needed to go to the director's office. The guy asked the woman, "Is she really that interested in the film?" Tanya got very angry. She asked the guy again, "What did he tell her?" The teacher swung her hand. She wanted to hit the boy with her hand. The student answered the woman that this place was inappropriate and that many students were looking at them. The girl was very angry with the main character. She decided that she would punish the student. Tanya left the office very angry. She slammed the door loudly. Yejing told his friend that he had done a good job. The teacher turned pale at his words. The main character approached the director's office. He met Miss Sue there near the entrance. The girl asked the guy how his wound was. She advised him to go home and rest. The girl promised the main character that she would protect him from Tan. Yejing thanked Miss Sue for her help. The girl reminded the boy that everyone makes mistakes. She reminded him that the main character saved Miss Lee and Lan Lei on the day of the picnic. The interlocutor looked at the guy and said that she would decide everything for him. The main character and his companion entered the principal's office. The man told the boy to sit down. He told the main character that the head of education accused him of secretly watching an erotic video and being rude to Miss Tan. Ye Jin replied to the principal that he watched the educational video without hiding with his friends. The girl sternly told the main character that he had watched a porn video. She accused him of being a bad influence on other students. Tan said that she wanted to expel Ye Jin. Sue said in a calm voice that the protagonist is a good student. After he transferred to her class, he helped solve discipline problems. She reminded him of the last picnic when the students were able to get home safely. Miss Sue said that the protagonist is an excellent student. It doesn't matter what Tan says about it. Tan was unhappy with the way her class teacher defended the boy. She reminded him that Yejing was very bad at discipline. The teacher pointed at the guy with her hand and asked what was the reason for all this. The girl told the teacher that she was not strict enough with her students and that her qualifications did not correspond to such an educational institution. The main character got angry. He angrily asked the woman to repeat the words. The director sternly asked the guy what had happened to him. The teacher looked at the boy and reminded him of his promise. Ye Jin replied that he remembered everything. The protagonist told the woman that he was ready to take punishment from the school. He demanded that Tan apologize to Miss Susan. The protagonist demanded that the woman apologize to Miss Susan. Tan responded in fear that she had nothing to apologize for. The girl said that the teacher should have appropriate manners. She cannot support a student with bad behavior. Tanya angrily explained to the principal that the students did not respect the teachers. It was all because of Miss Susan's teaching methods. The main character wanted to hit the woman in anger. The teacher told the student to calm down. Tanya discontentedly told the teacher that she had a very bad student. Yejing told the director that he himself was to blame for everything and he was ready to be punished. The guy wanted to say a very important thing. The main character said that teacher Susan is adored by many school children. Her teaching methods are impeccable. Yejing looked away. He wanted to tell who was causing the unrest. The main character promised that he would show Tanya who was right and who was wrong. Yejing took the woman's hand and they headed towards the exit. He promised the teacher that he would help her regain her honor. The director said with displeasure that the main character really would not leave anyone in peace. Tanya said very angrily that the main character dared to threaten the teacher. The man told his interlocutor to just let the guy go at that moment. Tan viciously accused Gui Yun of being seduced by the teacher. She promised to report everything to the council. The man said to himself with displeasure that women in menopause are very terrible. The teacher was walking down the hall with the guy. She said it was all too much. Sue told the boy that she was used to injustice. She made sure that the student concentrated on his studies. Ye Jing told the woman to count on him. He promised the teacher that he would make Tan apologize to her personally. The protagonist promised his interlocutor good news. The students were in the classroom. They were waiting for the end of the lesson to go home. The bell rang. The students stood up from their seats and prepared to leave. The school children came to the door. One of them said that he would go home and play computer games. The student called his friends named Chen Xiao and Go Jing. The friends approached the main character and asked him to tell them what happened. Someone brought a lighter to a friend. The main character lit a cigarette from it. The boy reminded his friends that he had told them earlier that at Yun Long School, everything would be decided by just one vote. One of the students shouted that Zhang Tianbo and Li Tian had gone silent, and there was no more news from them. The student asked the protagonist, "Does he really want to teach someone a lesson?" Yejing told the students that in 3 days, Yun Long High School would only have one vote for their class. The school children were surprised. 3 days seemed very short to them. The fat man asked the main character if this would all happen very quickly. The main character agreed with his friends that a period of 3 days would be quite short. Yejing explained that he wanted all the students to be under his supervision for 3 days. The guy explained to his friends that they had money, beauty, and influence, while others would follow them. The student looked at the main character and told him carefully that they would listen to him. The protagonist told his friend to write a draft of a complaint letter within 3 days. After that, all the students at the school had to sign it. The schoolboy asked his interlocutor, why did he need a letter of complaint? The main character said that they need to return justice to Miss Su-san now. Yejing explained that the complaint letter would describe some academic problems. The boy added that after reading it, many students would want to write their names in it. The school children were delighted. They shouted joyfully that they would be able to show all their strength this time. The doors opened and a frightened schoolboy said that the girls Muran Rong and Huang Fani Fei had been kidnapped by a gang. The schoolboy explained that the girls had been kidnapped, possibly by someone from the Lao gang. The protagonist jumped to his feet and shouted that the kidnappers were looking for death. The main character was walking with a group of schoolchildren. He said that they needed to go to the gate. Yejing asked his friends how many people came to see them. The schoolboy replied that about 100 people came. The main character asked his friend, "What kind of Lao gang is this?" The student replied that this gang is considered one of the strongest in Aging High. Yejing picked up the phone and decided to call his friend. The protagonist told his friend Feng on the phone that he had a problem. He asked him to send him a couple of people to the Yun Long School. Yejing explained to his friend that he was the only one who could get him to the hospital. There was a crowd of bandits on the street. One of them pointed out the main character to the boss. The boss stood with a bat on his shoulder. He asked the blonde, was it really the main character who beat him up? Lalao explained to the leader that there was another guy, Wu Yang, with Ye Jin. The leader is very angry. Ask the guy, does he really doubt him? There were 2 girls next to the boss. The bandit said that he would make Ye Jin lose today. The leader, with a bat in his hands, shouted at the main character that he would beg him for death. Ye Jin told the boss that girls should not be involved in a man's fight. The boss told the guy that he would give him a chance to become a real man. The bandit swung the bat. He shouted at the guy to try and beat him. The boss pointed the bat at the guy's face. He said he could free the girls. The main character looked angrily at the bandit and told him to remember his words. The man angrily shouted at his opponent that he would remember his words. He held the bat in his hand. The boss looked at the main character with great attention. He looked very menacing. The bandit noticed a murderous aura around the guy. He couldn't believe that the main character could be an ordinary high school student. The man decided to attack. He clenched his hands with all his might and prepared to hit the guy with the bat. The boss swung the bat. He remembered that he had walked over heads for this place. The school children around were very scared. One of them shouted at the main character to be careful. The girls got worried. One of them told the main character to jump back. A baseball bat was flying at high speed and with great force towards the guy's head. The main character stood calmly. The bat stopped right next to his head. Yejing pointed his knife at his opponent's throat. The boss became very worried. The bandit realized that he wouldn't have time to hit the guy with his bat. There was a weapon near his head. The criminal noticed with excitement how the main character touched him with a knife. The fighters were scared. They couldn't understand what had just happened to the boss. The main character angrily asked the boss if he regretted it now. Yejing angrily demanded that the bandits release the girls. The main character shouted to his friend Xiao Lun to protect his girlfriends. The guy asked Yejin in fear, what is he going to do? Yejing told the boss that they were now alone. He continued to think about how they would sort this all out. The boss threatened the main character that he would die in agony if he did not think about his behavior. The main character with a knife angrily asked the bandit what was supposed to happen right now. Yejing struck his opponent in the face with a knife, striking him in the eye with all his might. The frightened bandit grabbed the gouged out eye with his hand. He shouted to the main character that he chose death. The bandits got angry. They shouted that they needed to help their boss. La Lao angrily shouted at the fighters to stop and not interfere. The fighter swung the bat. He shouted at the main character that he would kill him now. Yejing was not afraid. He smiled evilly at his opponent and prepared to fight back. The main character swung his knife and prepared to hit the bandit. The bandit dropped the bat from his hands. The wound turned out to be fatal for him. The boss was seriously injured. He asked the guy in an excited voice, "Who is that one?" The main character angrily responded to the bandit that he wanted to take his life. The school children stood around, frightened. They silently watched everything that was happening. Ao Yan came up. He asked his friend with displeasure, "What was going on here?" The interlocutor said that the main character was keeping the boss of the Lao gang under control. The main character sat on the criminal's back and held a knife to his throat. He demanded that the boss call off his bandits. The bandit was angry. He decided to call his accomplices for help. The leader shouted very angrily to his subordinates to kill the guy. Yejing said to the leader in a dissatisfied voice that he had indeed chosen death. La Lao shouted angrily and irritably at his subordinates to attack the guy. The blonde rushed at the main character. He shouted that he would castrate him. Yejing deftly dodged and hit the bandit in the back with his knife with all his might. La Lao was injured. He shouted to his subordinates to castrate Yejin as soon as possible. The main character struck down his opponents around him with a powerful professional knife strike. Ron angrily shouted at the fat man not to stand there but to help the main character. The guy looked at his friend Wu Yan and said that he needed to help Yejin. The guy looked seriously at the main character and said that they needed to do this together. Ao Yang rushed to help his friend. The main character fought off the bandits. Yejing used his knife to cut down the bandits around him, but they still refused to retreat. At this time, the noise of approaching motorcycles was heard from the side. The main character was distracted. Yejing glanced aside briefly. He said that his friend had finally arrived. A group of motorcyclists appeared against the backdrop of the sunset. They were approaching. Bikers were riding across the bridge, the noise of their engines getting louder and louder. The leader of the bikers held a club in his hands. He rode in front. The motorcyclists were approaching. They were rushing to help the main character. The motorcycles were getting closer, the roar of their engines drowning out all other sounds. The noise of motorcycle wheels became louder and louder. Bikers rushed to help Yejin. A group of militants on motorcycles rode close to the scene of the fight. The bikers were approaching the scene of the massacre. They were getting ready to beat up the bandits. Motorcyclists with batons broke into the crowd of bandits and began to disperse them. The criminals did not expect the bikers to arrive. They scattered in different directions. The motorcyclists rode through a crowd of bandits. The fan in front on the motorcycle knocked down everyone he came across with a baton. The main character held one of the attackers in his arms. He stopped and looked at the bikers who had arrived. La Lao was very scared because of the arrival of the motorcyclists. He did not understand what had happened. The biker leader was racing on his motorcycle straight towards La Lao. The blonde got scared. He realized that he was seeing a crazy fan in front of him. The leader abruptly turned around on his motorcycle right in front of the blonde man. The motorcycle hit the La Lao during a sharp turn and it flew to the side. The bandits looked at Feng from the side in fear. They decided to pounce on him. The main character was pleased. He realized that his friend on the motorcycle would help him now. One of the bandits swung his arms and wanted to pounce on the biker. One of the fighters ran up from behind and grabbed the bandit by the head with his hand. Fan jumped off his motorcycle. He swung and hit his opponent with the bat. The biker asked the main character if everything was okay. Yejing remained silent in response. The main character stood surrounded by his friends. A group of bandits lay on the ground around them. The bikers gradually began to push the frightened bandits aside. The girlfriend very excitedly called the main character by name. There were other girls standing nearby. The main character and his companion stepped aside. The motorcyclists continued to beat up the bandits. Ao Yan looked ahead with great surprise. He realized that bikers had come to help the main character. The guy was very surprised. He looked at Yejin and his friends with admiration. The main character approached his friends and asked with interest if everything was okay with them. One of the schoolboys said excitedly that he would like to join the bikers. Ao Yan asked the main character with interest who his friends were. La Lao was very scared. He asked young Master Feng what he was doing. The biker hit the blonde on the head with all his might and asked who gave him permission to talk. The main character explained to his classmates that his cousin named Jing Feng was standing next to him. Yejing asked his cousin to sort out the confusion. The girl realized that she was seeing the cousin that the protagonist had spoken about earlier. The biker asked the protagonist to take care of himself. He added that they would cope with everything. Yejing hugged his girlfriends. He told them that it was time for them to leave because the police would be arriving soon. The main character was walking around the city in the evening with his girlfriends. He turned to Ron Ron. The guy told his female friend that it would be best for her to move in with them. Ron Ron felt very shy. She told the protagonist that she really appreciated his offer. The main character looked at the girl. He said that he wanted to take care of her and not leave her alone. Yejing told his friend that their parents were not around. It would be more convenient for them to live together. Ron Ron answered her interlocutor that she understood everything. She didn't need to explain anything. The girl told the main character that she would go home and pack her things. Yejing replied to his girlfriend that he would prepare the room by tomorrow. The main character was happy. He was very pleased that he was able to persuade the girl. Yejing raised his hands up very happily. He said that he would be with his girlfriends. The girl told the guy with displeasure that for him beauty was more important than gratitude. The main character told the girl Fei Fei not to be jealous. He added that he would cook dinner for her. He was hungry after a long and hard day. The girl told the protagonist that she thought it was as if he was completely immersed in fantasies about living with Ron Ron. The main character stood near the door with the girl. He told her to rest and he would cook dinner for her. Fei Fei asked the guy to cook some goodies for her. Yejing told the girl that he would do everything for her. The main character went to the next room. Suddenly he heard a loud knock on the door. The guy asked his girlfriend to open the door. Fei Fei told her friend that he should do everything himself. The main character approached the door and took hold of the handle. He prepared to open it. Yejing opened the door. He stood there wearing a kitchen apron. The guy looked ahead in surprise. The main character saw an unfamiliar girl. She turned to him with excitement. Yejing was amazed. He wanted to ask his unfamiliar interlocutor her name. The girl hugged the main character to her chest. She said that she missed him. The guy looked up in fear. He called his interlocutor Miss In In. The girl happily answered the guy that he remembered her. Fei Fei approached the guest and asked with displeasure why she was touching the main character. In looked at the girl and said that she was pretty but very small and young. Fei was very surprised. She didn't like the guest's words. The girl took her friend and led him to the kitchen. The guy asked Ying Ying in fear, what was she doing? Fei said to the main character with displeasure that the guest had insulted her. The girl screamed in displeasure. At this time, Ying Ying was preparing delicious food in the kitchen. Dishes with various treats appeared on the table. The guy sat down to dinner with his girlfriends. Fei sat down at the table. She looked away with a very displeased look. The main character, sitting at the table, invited his girlfriend to eat with them. Ying Ying told her interlocutor that she and Yejing prepared the food. The food would help the girl's body develop. Fei sat and looked at the food with excitement. She decided to leave. The girl jumped up abruptly and slammed her hands down on the table with all her might. The girl grabbed the front door. She shouted at the main character that she hated him. The girlfriend slammed the front door with all her might before leaving. The main character and his girlfriend took the dirty dishes to be washed. Ying Ying said to her friend with a smile that she had made his girlfriend hysterical. Yejing explained that he and Fei were just classmates, but lived together. The main character told his interlocutor that a man's job is to calm a woman down. The girlfriend looked slyly at the main character and said that he was right. In sternly told the boy that his father had told him to work quietly. She explained that there could no longer be a repeat of the fights that had happened yesterday. The main character explained to his interlocutor that his rivals were very arrogant. The interlocutor asked the main character if he knew a girl named Li Xiaoting. The main character excitedly asked what was wrong with Miss Li. Ying Ying told the guy that the girl was kidnapped and he was hurt because of it. She added that they caught Liu Wutian, but did not learn anything valuable from him. The girl added in a serious voice that the old man died that evening. The girlfriend asked the guy in a quiet voice if he knew who Liu Wutian's ex-girlfriend was. The guest turned around and started to leave. She told the guy to take care of his little girlfriend. The main character said in a suspicious voice about the king of the game named Dong Hao Tian. The main character was at school. He couldn't concentrate on his studies and was thinking about his own things. The guy couldn't understand why a bandit named Dong Hao Tian had returned to the city. 5 years ago, Dong Hao appeared in Jinghai City. He was able to destroy the other two gangs. A first-class gang, a prosperous trading empire was destroyed. The girl chairwoman had to sell herself to pay off her debts. Dong Hao thought of his life as a game. The people around him were chess pieces. As a result, all the big shots in Jinghai City vowed to get rid of Dong Hao. The boss of the Tianmen gang was Jingshin's father. The man had since disappeared and no one knew where he was. The protagonist realized that Dong Hao might come back to take revenge. He knew that his father's side could do nothing. Jing thought to himself that he could be supported by Miss Ying. They could also rely on Uncle Shen in this battle. The protagonist realized that he had to find Miss Li and ask her what she knew about this. The school bell rang. The break began in the classroom. A girl approached the main character. The schoolgirl placed a beautiful box with a pink ribbon in front of the main character. Yejing looked at the gift in surprise. It was a surprise to him. The schoolgirl told the boy in a shy voice that she had a gift for him. The main character opened the box. He noticed a new phone model there. The main character told his girlfriend named Ron with a smile that he would accept a gift from her. The girl said that she was very glad that the main character liked her gift. Yejing told the girl that he was very happy if she gave him something. A schoolgirl was standing near the entrance with a box in her hand. She decided that she was late again. The schoolgirl stood and sadly thought to herself that she was trying to give something to the guy. Suddenly, an angry voice was heard. Some guys came and demanded that the main character come out to them. Two strangers at the entrance to the classroom demanded that Ye Jingshin come out to them. The main character told his girlfriend that he would check who had come to see him. Yejing approached her acquaintances and asked them angrily, "Are they really looking for him?" The guy angrily told the main character to shut up and follow them. The stranger looked at Ye Jin with a threatening gaze and said that he could not guarantee the consequences. The main character looked calmly at the strangers. He decided to knock them out right away near the entrance. Yejing swung his arm to knock the stranger off his feet with one blow. The main character hit the guy in the chest with all his might and he flew to the side. The other stranger got scared and realized that the main character could knock him down with all his might. The guy looked to the side and noticed that his friend had flown onto the floor and knocked over several chairs. The stranger looked at the main character with fear. He forgot what he wanted to say. The main character calmly approached the guy and asked if he had a cigarette. The guy reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack. He held it out in front of him, looking scared. The main character calmly lit a cigarette with a lighter. He was getting ready to ask the guy something. Yejing asked the frightened stranger with interest where he should go. The guest did not understand the words of the main character. Yejing asked his interlocutor again, "Where should he go now?" The guy pointed up and said that they needed to go to the roof. Yejing asked his interlocutor, "Could it really be Lu Shui who sent them?" The guy replied that Lu had sent them. He added that the main character was expected on the roof. Yejing was walking up the stairs. He met his familiar girl in front of him. The girlfriend asked the main character in fear where he was going. Yejing calmly explained to his interlocutor that his older friends wanted to meet him on the roof. The stranger realized that the main character was speaking calmly because he wanted to look good in front of his girlfriend. The girl was surprised. She remembered that the main character never listened to anyone, not even teachers. Yejing stood near the stairs. He told his girlfriend that he was getting ready to leave. The girl became worried. She realized that the guy who came was one of Lu Shuisong's subordinates. The schoolgirl went up to the top floor. She noticed two guys near the doors. The girl decided to approach the guys herself and figure out what was going on. The guy called the schoolgirl the president. The student sternly asked her interlocutors what was going on here. The fighter blocked the girl's passage. He said that there was a man's battle behind the door and the beauty shouldn't hang around here. The main character noticed a huge number of bandits with weapons on the roof. Yejing asked the guests on the roof quite calmly, "What does all this mean?" One of the bandits with a metal pipe looked angrily at the main character. The fighter began to walk towards Ye Jin in order to hit him with all his might. The guy angrily shouted at the main character that they were starting a fight now. The bandits stood silently and very angrily and looked at the main character with displeasure. The main character said slyly that high school students start fights for two reasons. The interlocutor asked the main character, "What could be the reasons for a fight?" Yejing explained that fights can start over girls or football. The guy told his student Zhang Tianbo to stay away from his girlfriend Rong. The protagonist told a guy named Lu Shuisong that he couldn't race Lan Lei. One of the fighters got angry. He told the main character that he would show him what happens to upstarts like him. The bandit told his subordinates that it was time to go on the attack. The main character looked at the fighters with displeasure and said that they were behaving like children. Yejing took out his knife. He prepared to fight off the bandits who attacked him. The main character was able to block his opponent's blow with his hand very quickly. The main character, with a sharp movement, twisted the guy's arm to the side and broke it. The fighter ran up to the main character and wanted to knock him down with a punch. The main character put a knife to the throat of one of the bandits. The rival stopped in fear. The main character, with a very sharp movement of the knife, hit the fighter opposite him. Yijing swung his arm and with a powerful kick, knocked two opponents away from him. The main character hit one of the attackers in the face with all his might. Yijing continued to beat his opponents with all his might. He decided to teach them a lesson. One of the fighters lying on the ground said in fear that the three of them could not defeat the main character. The fighter thought to himself in fear that Ye Jing was a monster. Yejal continued to fight off the attackers. One of the criminals did not want the protagonist to kill him. The main character swung his hand with a knife. The bandit shouted at the guy not to kill him. Yejing crushed his opponent with a very powerful punch. One of the bandits was very surprised and scared when he noticed that his Monday had fallen to the ground. The guy angrily called the main character by name. He prepared to attack him. Yijing sped up to attack the bandit with the knife in his hand. The main character decided to finish off his opponent with a sharp movement. He managed to turn away. The bandit swung his arm to knock down the protagonist with one powerful blow. Yijing was able to block his opponent's strike with his hand very easily. The main character hit the bandit with all his might and he flew to the side. Yijing swung and launched the knife from his hand straight at his opponent. Yijing hit his opponent straight in the shoulder with a knife. The guy was blown away. The main character slowly walked towards the fighter lying on the ground. Yijing looked at his opponent and asked very sternly, "Does he give up?" The bandit looked angrily at the main character and said that he would never give up. Yijing slammed his foot down on the knife handle with all his might. The guy shouted angrily that he had lost. He could no longer fight. The bandit lay unconscious on the ground, his body shaking. Yijing looked sternly to the side. Two more fighters stood in front of him. The bandits got scared. They realized that the main character could finish them off now. The fighters asked the main character for forgiveness and said that they would not do it again. Yijing calmly lit a cigarette. He told the fighters that from now on, he would be the leader of the Yunlong school. The main character told the bandits that if they did not agree, then they should come to Chaoyang Square at 6 in the evening. Yijing said in a confident voice that he would kill any number of people, no matter how many they brought to him. The main character was sitting at his desk in class. He was thinking about something of his own. One of the friends approached Ye Jin and put a piece of paper on his table. The schoolboy happily told his main character that he had a lot of signatures. Yijing looked closely at the piece of paper in front of him. He said that this should be enough. The main character said sternly that he wanted to teach the woman a lesson. The guy decided that Tanya shouldn't have gotten involved with him. The schoolboy said in a dissatisfied and sad voice that he would continue collecting signatures. A group of powerful karatekas in white kimonos approached the entrance to the classroom. The schoolboy said that he also wanted to go for signatures. A fighter approached him from behind. The student angrily asked the fighter, "Can't he see where he's going?" The karateka hit the schoolboy with a powerful kick, and he flew to the side. The main character noticed with displeasure that a fighter named Guo Panji had come to see him. The karateka angrily asked Ye Jin, "Is it really he who started the fight in the karate club?" The main character told the fighter that they could talk calmly. The artist told the guy that school children came to him for signatures at the club and then beat up his friend. The karateka swung his hand. He angrily asked the main character, "Who is he?" The main character swung his arm and grabbed the karateka by the clothes very sharply. Yejing, with a deft movement, lifted his opponent up with his hand. The main character suggested to the karateka in a calm voice to talk to him. The fighters were very surprised. They knew that the fighter Wang Zilong weighed about 100 kilograms. The main character swung the hand in which he was holding the fighter to throw him over. Yejing threw the karateka aside with all his might. He shouted that the fighter needed to rest. The karateka flew to the side after a powerful throw and fell to the ground. Van looked angrily at the protagonist. He couldn't get to his feet. The main character stood next to the karateka. He said that he would return to him for a signature. The schoolboy told his friend in surprise that Sezin was a very cool guy. The protagonist told his interlocutors that they needed to get back to work. He added that he needed each student's signature. Yejing arrived at a luxurious building to meet a woman. He met her at the entrance. The main character told Miss Lee that he apologized for the unexpected visit and wanted to ask her something. The girl smiled at the guy and told him to come to her. The main character and his companion went into her apartment. Miss Lee was sitting on the sofa. She offered the main character a can of beer. Yejing caught a can of drink. He asked the woman if she had a boyfriend. Lee looked at the main character and answered him that she didn't have a boyfriend. The girl asked the guy why he was asking her about this. Yejing reminded his interlocutor about her former friend. He said that he noticed Lee's sad face when he saw her for the first time. The woman told sadly that her ex-boyfriend suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared. Yejing asked his interlocutor, where did she meet her former companion? The girl said that she met her ex-boyfriend at a birthday party. Lee said that they started dating her friend, but then her boyfriend suddenly disappeared. The girl remembered that her friend had left a note demanding that she not look for him. Lee fell silent. She was completely immersed in her memories. The main character told his interlocutor not to be upset. He added to the woman that he was always on her side. Yejing promised his interlocutor with a smile that he would not disappear without her. Lee looked at the main character with displeasure and called him a mischievous boy. The protagonist thought that Dong Hao had hurt his people and he didn't want to forgive him. In the city center, near a skyscraper, fighters from one of the gangs went to their boss. The leader asked his subordinate Bao if he was sure of his words. Bao suggested the boss to come back. He said that the protagonist and the crazy Feng have some kind of connection. The leader said that Mad Feng could not compare with him. He added sternly that he was the brother of big boss Jiang Yun Long Yang. The main character was walking across the school grounds. He was heading towards his friends. The guy was accompanied by his school friends all the time. Near the main character was his friend Fei, along with his girlfriend Ron Ron. Yejing took out his phone. He read the messages on it with great attention. The main character decided to hide the phone. He approached his school friends. Yejin asked his friends, why do they have sour faces? Ao Young told the protagonist that 200 people would come out against them. He suggested calling more people. The main character slowly approached his friend. He decided to calm him down. Yejing explained to the students that he had good support from his cousin. Help would arrive soon. The protagonist told his girlfriends to return first. Fei reminded her friend about his wound. The main character reassured his friends. He said that this time they would only scare their rivals. Yejing told the students to trust and follow him. He promised that they would take control of the Dominators and advance to the 12th grade. The main character looked at the fat man and said that it was time to go. The boss got near the fountain and waited for messages from his subordinates. The subordinate ran up to the leader and said that they had guests. The boss asked how many people came to see them. The guy replied that less than 10 people came to see them. One of the bandits said that the main character is, as always, eccentric and unpredictable. The leader laughed and shouted that eccentric people were his type. The boss looked at the people who approached him with great attention. He studied them with suspicion. The leader stood up and walked slowly towards the guest. He asked the main character his name. Yijing lit a cigarette. The boss looked at the guy and said that he was very eccentric. The main character asked his interlocutor what he could call him. The boss said his name was Lo Bao and his nickname was Panther. The bandit told the guy that he had come to see him. The main character looked at the bandit with a very long and searching gaze. Yijing turned around. He told Luo Bao that they had met and now he could leave. The boss got angry. He shouted at the guy angrily to stop. The main character turned to the leader and called him a kitten. He asked what went wrong. The bandit angrily shouted at the main character that his name was Panther, not Kitten. The leader told the protagonist that he was giving him one last chance to apologize. Yejing asked Luo Bao what would happen if he refused to apologize. The main character looked away with excitement. He knew that his friends would arrive any minute. A group of guys appeared from the side. They walked past the bandits to help Ye Jin. Fen arrived accompanied by his friends. They silently looked at the bandits. The fighters looked ahead attentively. They were preparing for a fight scene. The subordinate ran to the boss and said that help had arrived. Lo Bao asked how many people had arrived. The fighter said in fear that 5 people had come. The leader looked like Ji Feng. The boss was amused. He asked the main character, did he really think that the fan was a superhero? Panther told Ye Jin that he was as stupid as his cousin Feng. The boss explained that there were 200 people in his group. Oh Young asked his friend discontentedly, does Feng really only have 5 people? The protagonist told the guy to wait. The boss asked the main character with interest how he decided to deal with them. The Panther looked ahead. He noticed some suspicious fighter. The leader noticed with great surprise how a bandit he already knew appeared opposite him. The boss greeted Mr. Hu with a frightened and surprised voice. It was sunny outside. The fan approached the main character to talk to him. Fan asked his friend with interest if he was busy enough lately. Cousin asked the protagonist if everything was okay with him. Ye Jing replied that he was only worried about the nasty cat. The Panther asked Mr. Hu in fear, how is he doing? The fighter asked the boss, how does he know him? The boss reminded his interlocutor that he had once gotten him out of Yunlong prison. The fighter asked Lo Bao with great interest what he was doing here. The bandits were talking to each other. One of them said that their leader was in a bad situation. Another fighter replied that they had a lot of people. The boss excitedly told his interlocutor that some kids found him because he was causing problems, but these people didn't understand the rules. Hu asked the leader what kind of people were bothering him. The leader angrily pointed his finger at the fighter and the guys who were standing nearby. The boss said with displeasure that what irritated him most was Ye Jing's shamelessness. Hu was amused. He said with a smile that the main character is really shameless. The fighter approached Ye Jin with a hug and a smile. He greeted him happily. The main character kicked the surprised fighter away and told him not to hug him. Hu fell to the ground. He didn't understand why the main character pushed him away so rudely. The boss asked the fighter very fearfully if he knew Ye Jin. Suddenly, Hu jumped to his feet very sharply and quickly. Lo Bao was very surprised. The fighter explained to Lo Bao in a very stern voice that the main character was his boss. Hu asked the leader with displeasure who he wanted to teach. The boss was very scared. He realized that Hu would not protect him from the main character. Lo Bao bowed to the protagonist in fear. He began to apologize. The bandit shouted in fear to the main character that he could punish him and he would not blame him. Yedujing told the fighter Lao Chi to deal with the man from his team himself. The fighter said that he did not remember taking Luo Bao into his team. He added that he would do as Ye Jingshin decided. Hu took hold of his knife with his hand. He decided to hit the boss with it with all his might. The fighter stabbed the boss in the chest and said that he should know his place. The guy suddenly pulled the knife out of the bandit's chest. He got really scared. Lo Bao was frightened and clutching the wound on his chest with his hand. He was bleeding heavily. Hu shouted very angrily at the bandit to give him his hand. He swung the knife. The frightened boss, holding back the pain, extended his right hand to the fighter. Hu swung the knife. He shouted that this would be enough for today. The fighter stabbed Lo Bao in his right hand. The boss screamed in fear. The bandit had a deep knife wound on his arm and blood splattered around him. The protagonist told Lao Chi to stop. He explained that they had to teach the boss a lesson. The fighter very submissively answered the main character that he would do so. Hu told the frightened bandit that he remained alive only thanks to the main character. Lo Bao was amazed by the fighter's words. Hu spoke to him as if they were brothers. The boss fell down in a bow. He began to thank the main character in fear. Ye Jing walked away calmly, no longer paying attention to Luo Bao. The main character walked along accompanied by his companions. They silently headed towards the exit. Ye Jing walked towards the remaining bandits. They were very scared. Ye Jing looked at the bandits in front of him with a very menacing gaze. The criminals were scared. They looked around and didn't know what to do. One of the bandits shouted in fear that even Bao had already called the main character a boss. The main character looked around. He really wanted to ask the fighters about something. Ye Jing asked his interlocutors with great interest what they wanted. The main character and his companions looked at the bandits with displeasure. The criminals were scared. They looked around excitedly and sought support. The fighter asked his boss, very frightened, what should they do now? Ye Jing asked his friend if he wanted his men to fight the bandits. Hu replied in a very calm voice that he had not done anything like that yet. Ye Jing told his men to capture the bandits and teach them a lesson. The wounded boss shouted to his subordinates to grab the guys. The guy asked Ye Jin with displeasure why he was just standing there. The protagonist asked Zhang Tianbo if he really wanted to join the bandits against him. Zhang became nervous. He didn't know what to say. The fighter next to him shouted that he agreed. The guy told the main character that he would join the bandits to crush him. Ye Jing swung his arm and kicked his opponent to the side with a very powerful kick. The fighter did not expect a strong blow. He fell exhausted to the ground. Zhang was worried. He didn't know if he should start a fight with the main character. The protagonist told his interlocutor that he wanted to give him a chance. He demanded that Zhang never touch the girl, Ron again. The fighter obediently told the protagonist what he promised him. Ye Jing commanded the bandit to get lost. Ye Jing asked the guy Liu Shui's son if he wanted a girl named Fang Lan. The protagonist asked the fighter if he was sure that he could withstand his fist. Liu answered fearfully that he was not very sure. Ye Jing told his interlocutor to stay away from the girl. The guy answered fearfully that he understood. The main character told the fighter that he was free. Bo Lao beat and kicked the bandits. He shouted at them to run away quickly. The main character told one guy to take a close look at what kind of friends he had. Ye Jing explained to the fighter that when he lost, his friends would not even remember him. The main character asked the bandit with interest why he thought so. Yejing explained to his interlocutor that he let the bandits go because they did not deserve to be his rivals or friends. The protagonist told the fighter that he could challenge him or submit. Yejing told the surprised bandit that he had defeated Lei Laohu 3 years ago. The bandit thought. He realized that he needed to join the main character. He decided that Ye Jin had many opportunities. The fighter fell to his knees, exhausted, and called the main character boss. Yejing was very pleased. He looked at the boy on his knees with great interest. The main character approached the fighter and very calmly put his hand on his shoulder. Yejing introduced his school friends to his cousin. He added that the students wanted to join him. Feng said that he didn't mind making new friends. The boy Wu Young excitedly told Feng that they would obey him. The main character told the schoolboy that there were still 4 people left without signatures. The student answered sadly that there were not many left. Yejing glanced at the new fighter. He said that he should deal with the signature problem. The guy asked the main character what their name would be now. Yejing thought hard. The main character imagined himself as if he was walking along the red carpet, and his fighters were standing around him. Yejing felt that he was slowly moving forward and approaching the golden throne. The protagonist imagined himself sitting on a golden throne. From there, he looked over his fighters. As if from heaven, Yejing felt a voice that told him about the Jing Miao gang. The main character looked into the bright blue sky. He addressed his soldiers. They listened to him attentively. Ye Jing decided to tell his friends what their gang would now be called. The main character informed his surprised companions that they would be called Jing Miao. The main character was moving his things to a new apartment in a big house. The truck pulled up to the building. Workers got out and prepared to bring in the boxes. Workers climbed the stairs with boxes full of things. The movers gradually carried the boxes into the new, luxurious apartment. The main character thanked the worker. The guy answered him that it was just their job. Yejing said with a smile to his girls that they need to put things away. This is their new home now. Fei. The girl helped her friend unload and unpack things from boxes. The main character looked around. He told his girlfriends that they would move later. The girl, Ron was wiping the furniture in the room with her rag. She was cleaning it from dust. The main character asked his girlfriend where he should put the box. The girlfriend sat down on the floor and began to arrange books around herself. The main character looked at the girl. He really liked the way she was sitting. The girl shouted from the next room and asked the main character to help her. Yejing turned his gaze to the side and looked at the girl with great interest. Fei was sitting on the floor next to the bed. She dropped and turned out her linen drawer. The main character asked his girlfriend with excitement and interest what she was doing. The girl blushed. She shouted at the guy to get out and not even look at her underwear. Yejing was unpleasantly surprised. He couldn't understand why his girlfriend was angry with him. The guy realized that the girl had first called him for help and then for some reason kicked him out. The main character went out onto the balcony to have a smoke. He decided to himself that he and his girlfriends had begun the life of their dreams. The protagonist's friends were sitting and relaxing in the bar. They were sitting in a separate room. One of the guys excitedly told Mr. Feng that their boss was a hero, who said dissatisfiedly that the protagonist did not even invite them to eat. Fei told the interlocutor not to talk behind Yejing's back. He suggested that his friends continue playing. Yejing was in his apartment in the bathroom. He was washing himself under the tap. The main character suddenly sneezed loudly. His body even shook. Yejing said to himself very thoughtfully that someone was remembering him now. The girl was sitting on the bed. She was looking attentively at the book in her hands. Rong thought deeply. She realized that she needed to stay with Ye Ji. There was a very loud knock on the door. The main character decided to go up and see who had come to them. Yejing approached the front door of the apartment and asked who had come there. A girl came in. She said that she was the landlady named Yu Xiao. The main character looked at his new acquaintance with interest. She seemed very attractive to him. Yu Xiao told the guy that there was a very important thing she wanted to tell him. Ron looked ahead excitedly. She held a small mirror in her hands. Suddenly, the girl dropped the mirror. It fell from a height onto the floor. Fei was scared. She asked her friend excitedly if everything was okay. Yejing rushed to his girlfriend with great excitement. Ron was lying unconscious. The guy shouted in fear to the girl not to scare him. She was lying unconscious. Yejing brought his hand to the girl's face. He felt her faint breathing. The guy noticed with surprise that his girlfriend had a very weak heartbeat. The main character shouted in fear to the housekeeper to call an ambulance. Yejing carefully carried his girlfriend in his arms. He thought fearfully that he still wanted to share a lot with her. The guy looked at the unconscious girl's face. He still thought that he would like to take her with him and see the world. The main character mentally promised his girlfriend that she would be safe with him. The guy was with the unconscious girl in the hospital. He was screaming for Ron to hold on! The doctors brought the patient into the operating room. The main character remained outside the office. Yejing watched with great excitement as the excited nurses ran around him. The guy's girlfriend Faye ran up to him from behind. She called him by name in fear. The girl came up from behind and assured the guy that everything would be fine with Ron. The girlfriend hugged the main character. She told him not to worry and she would be with him. Faye asked her friend if he would take care of her the same way if she were hospitalized. Yejing told the girl that she was an important person to him too. Ron told her friend that she won't let anyone hurt her. She doesn't want to see sadness on the guy's face. Yejing sat silently next to his girlfriend near the operating room door. It was late night. The main character stayed with the girl inside the hospital. The next day, there were a lot of people in the city. The students were heading to the school building. The girl was walking down the school corridor. She was heading to a meeting. 13. Tanya held the folder in her hands. After that, she turned to the teachers. The girl told the meeting participants that she wanted to give them her opinion on the etiquette of school teachers. The teacher said that the 10th grade class teacher neglects to take responsibility for managing the students. Tan sternly told her interlocutors that she recommended expelling student Ye Jingshin. The boy was running down the school corridor. One of the students shouted at Chen Xiaolong to look ahead of him, where he was running. Chen ran up to his friend excitedly. He wanted to tell him important news. The boy revealed that Tanfang used the school council to expel the main character. Miss Su was in danger. Chen looked at his worried friends and asked what they should do. Chen asked his friends, "Where is the main character now?" Ouyang said that he would contact Ye Jin now. He picked up the phone. Ouyang told his friends to find Zhang Jia and Li Tian. They also need to prepare a list. The main character was with his companion in the hospital. They were waiting for the results of the operation. Yejing sat with the girl at the entrance to the operating room. They waited tensely. The main character sat on a chair next to his girlfriend Ron. Ron dozed off a little because of the long wait. The doors of the hospital ward opened. A doctor came out. He was removing the mask from his face. There were doctors left in the operating room. The doctor was writing something down in a document. The main character suddenly rushed to the doctor. He asked what condition his girlfriend was in. The doctor looked at the guy and told him to come into his office for a talk. Faye stood next to her friend Ron's bed. She excitedly called her by name. The doctor put the document on the table. The main character was sitting next to him. Yejing asked the doctor, what should he know about the girl's health? The doctor reported that the girl fainted because she had a congenital heart defect. Yejing became worried. He couldn't believe that his girlfriend could have a heart defect. The doctor sadly said that the patient was normal, but she had a peculiar mutation. The doctor said that such a symptom only appears a couple of times in life. The next time will be even more serious. The main character told the doctor that he was ready to pay in advance for his girlfriend's treatment. The doctor answered the guy that there is no cure for such an illness. Such a disease depends only on the patient. The main character thanked the doctor at parting. The man replied that he was sorry. The girl asked the guy what was wrong with their girlfriend Ron. The main character replied that everything would be fine. The main character mentally promised the girl that he would always take care of her. At that moment, the phone in the guy's pocket rang. He picked up the receiver and looked closely at the device. The main character looked at his smartphone and noticed that someone was calling him from school. A friend told the protagonist that he had to return because Susan was in trouble. The main character got angry. He realized that the nasty girl was causing them problems again. Tanya was in the room opposite the teacher. She wanted to accuse her of something. Miss Su was very scared. She looked silently at the woman in front of her. Tanya sternly asked the teacher Su if she wanted to tell her anything. The main character was rushing at high speed in a taxi towards the school. He stopped near the entrance. Yejing opened the car door and ran at full speed towards the school. Aoyang greeted his friend happily. He said that he had finally arrived. Yejing asked his friends to tell him what happened. The guys told him what happened in the morning. A group of high school students were walking down the corridor. The main character looked at them carefully. One of the school children looked angrily at the main character. He decided to approach him. The high school student pointed his finger at the main character and his friend and told them to follow him. Aoyang explained to the protagonist that the people in front of them were 12th grade students, He Tian and Cao Jie. Yejing asked the students in a calm voice what they wanted from him. The guy explained to the main character that Miss Tan was looking for him. The main character realized with displeasure that the girl was not so simple. The student looked at the main character with displeasure and reminded him that he was talking to him. Yejing slapped the student's face with all his might. He said that if anyone wants to stop him, then let them come to him. The main character kicked the schoolboy away from him with a powerful swing. After a powerful blow, the student flew back and crashed his back into the wall. The schoolboy shouted discontentedly at the main character that he was not worthy of studying at this school. The main character angrily called his student to him. He wanted to knock him down with one blow. The schoolboy shouted very angrily at the main character that he would not let him go. The guy called on the phone and asked his interlocutor to bring everyone here. The student explained that Cao Jie represented the school rules council. Yejing slapped the student in the face with all his might, causing him to duck to the side. Cao looked at the protagonist with a displeased look and said that he wanted to see his level of insanity. The main character shouted to his friend Oh Yun that he needed to gather the whole team here as soon as possible. Chen told the guy that they needed to call for backup. Their opponents had a big team and they could lose. Yu Yang calmly replied that he understood everything. One of the students ran up and hit his opponent in the face with all his might. The student didn't have time to fight back. The blow hit him straight in the face. The schoolboy got scared. He realized that they might not be able to withstand a large number of opponents. Oh Yang shouted in fear that the attackers had a lot of people. They might not be able to withstand it. A group of armed disciples rushed forward. One of them shouted at the opponents that they would break their legs in the name of their boss. The students were scared. One of them said that they were attacked by a large crowd. The schoolgirl suggested calling the police. One of the schoolboys pointed at the girls and shouted that they were from the main character's team. The main character heard the frightened screams of his girlfriends. He looked around excitedly. Yejing sped up from his place and ran at full speed to help his schoolgirls. The main character threw the students around with powerful blows. Yejing ran up to one of his opponents and prepared to punch him from below. The main character crushed one of the students with a powerful blow from below. Yejing kicked one of the attackers from the side with a powerful kick. The main character promised his girls that he would protect them if someone touched them. Cao said with displeasure that Yejing could only protect one person, but there were others. In the corridor, one group of school children was beating and kicking students. The student shouted very angrily at his friends to all leave. The boy fought back with all his might from the high school students who attacked him. One of the students hit the guy in the face with all his might. Yejing looked around excitedly. He realized that his friends were being beaten. The fat man lay on the floor and covered himself with his hands. He was being kicked from all sides. Oh Young fell to the floor. A group of high school students stood around him. Cao told the main character sternly to accept defeat. He added that they had captured his boys. Cao, surrounded by his fighters, demanded that the protagonist surrender. Yejing looked down silently and then at his opponents. He didn't answer them. Cao threw a chair at the guy with all his might and shouted that he was finished. The girlfriend ran out to the main character and wanted to protect him from the chair. The main character grabbed the schoolgirl with his arms in time and the chair hit him in the back. The student asked her friend in fear if everything was okay. Yejing explained to the girl that she should leave. This is all a man's battle. Yejing looked at the schoolboy with anger and hatred. He shouted that he would kill him. The main character jumped up and ran at full speed to crush his opponent. Yejing swung his hand to deliver a powerful blow. The disciple was frightened. After a strong blow from his opponent, Cao flew back and hit the wall. The main character turned to the remaining fighters. He decided to finish them off too. Yejing jumped up and ran at high speed towards the school children. They were scared. The main character began to scatter the students around him with powerful blows of his hands. Yejing threw the school children around himself with powerful punches and kicks. One of the students ran up to the main character from behind and wanted to hit him with his hand. Yejing threw the attacker away with a very powerful and strong kick. The student flew to the side after a strong blow and crashed into his friends. Yejing looked to the side and shouted for Cao Jai to come to him. The students were scared. Some of them decided that the main character wasn't even human. Yejing released the blonde's head from his hands. He then grabbed the knife. Yejing pointed his knife at the fighters and shouted that he would kill anyone who tried to stop him. Cao told the protagonist that he couldn't handle 100 of his men and he couldn't protect all of his friends. Oh Yang shouted in fear at the protagonist to just kill all of the enemy fighters. The protagonist walked towards the opponent. He said that his team would never recognize Cao Ji. He got scared during the training. He shouted at the main character not to come closer to him. Yejing swung his arm and launched several knives into the air in front of him. The fighter noticed the knife flying at him with fear. He dodged it in time. The knife flew past Cao and Yan. They managed to tilt their heads to the sides. The protagonist jumped up to get closer to his rivals. Yejing came down from above after jumping next to the leader of the fighters. The main character angrily asked his rival what he was trying to achieve. He held a knife to him, Manhwa. Yejing stabbed Cao several times. He shouted at him to let his guys go. The fighters got scared. They realized that the main character could kill them too. Yejing helped his friends up. He asked them if they could stand. Aoyang was surprised and laughed. He was glad that he was able to free himself and escape. The main character told his friends sternly that they had one more thing to do. Yejing turned to the blonde man near the wall and told him to come over to him. Aoyang asked the protagonist where they were going. Yejing replied that they needed to find Tan Feng. The main character pushed one of the fighters away on the move. He shouted at them to get lost. Yejing told the girl headmistress to stay here, and he would handle the rest himself. Chen asked the protagonist with displeasure, "What is their plan?" Yejing explained that they will turn the enemy's plans against them. Tan spoke to the meeting participants and talked about the main character. The girl said that Yejing constantly starts squabbles and fights at school. She added that the teacher in the boys' class is completely irresponsible. Tanya explained that if the students take an example from the main character, then their school will be full of cruelty. The teacher thought about it. He analyzed the woman's words very carefully. The director looked away. He decided that Tanya could become a speaker or a marketer. At this time, a schoolboy ran into the room and shouted that a killer was chasing them. There were traces of blood on the fat man. He asked the chieftain in fear to save them. The student fell to the floor. He said that someone wanted to kill them. Tanya sent the guys to grab them. The main character was running down the corridor. He shouted to his friend to run faster. The guy near the open door shouted for the rest of us to go inside and stay there for a while. The students were standing near the closed door. The main character shouted that someone was chasing them. The director was surprised. He looked at the guys with great excitement and did not understand what was happening. The fat man looked at his friend with excitement and interest and asked if they were starting. Yejing smiled at his friend and confirmed that they should begin. The fat man ran at full speed down the corridor to the director's office. The student rode into the office on his knees and shouted in fear that someone wanted to kill them. The schoolboy asked the teacher that he should protect all the poor students. The teacher couldn't believe the student. He shouted that there was no murderer in the school. The teacher asked Principal Q Yoon what was going on in his school. The fat man happily thought to himself that the teacher was the same as Tanya. The director calmly looked at the teacher and said that he knew nothing about it. The teacher looked at the principal and told him calmly that she would check it herself. The front door slammed open, leaving a crowd of excited students crowding around it. The guy from behind the door shouted for the main character to come out, and he can't hide forever. The schoolboy was banging on the door. He shouted at the guy to open the door immediately. Yejing said to his friend with displeasure that the guy was a terrible actor. Aoyang replied to the protagonist that fortunately they were not discovered. An angry student knocked on the door. He showed that he wanted to catch the main character. A schoolboy with a trumpet in his hands shouted that everyone from the 10th grade needed to be caught and beaten up. The student told the boy Zhao Hu to be careful. If they knocked down the door, their game would be over. The teacher came up. She asked the main character what happened. Yejing looked at the woman with concern and told her not to come near, as it was very dangerous. The main character told the teacher that she could ask Tan Feng about everything. The fat man said that we need to ask if the girl hired people to check the school standards today. The teacher asked the woman excitedly, "Is what the student said true?" Tan admitted fearfully that Chao Jie had been hired this morning. The protagonist reported with excitement that this morning Chao Jie came to their class and threatened them. The main character reported that even their classmates were beaten up. They barely managed to get rid of them. Yejing said in fear that they were lucky. Otherwise, they all could have died in the school corridor. Aoyan asked the principal to save them. The fat man told the teachers that they should not be punished with such cruel methods. The teachers fell silent. The girl explained that she only asked Cao Jie to find the protagonist for investigation. The main character told his interlocutor that she just wanted to expel them from school. Yejing accused the woman of wanting to fire Miss Su-san to resolve the conflict. The protagonist angrily told Tanya that they would never be her slaves. The girl angrily shouted at the main character to shut up. She promised the guy that he would regret it. The fat man told the teacher that the girl was provoking them to do bad things. The director asked the woman how such things could exist in school. Sue told the woman that the students were right. Tanya hesitated. She didn't know how to justify herself. Chen thought excitedly to himself, Li Tianying still hasn't arrived. He realized that the situation was gaining momentum. Voices were heard near the door. One of the guys said that they were hired and demanded that they be released. Li Tian knocked on the door. He told the main character that he could come out. The main character happily realized that the guy had finally arrived. The director commanded that the door be opened. A group of guys burst into the room. Li Tian shouted in fear and displeasure that he refused this. He threatened the school children that the principal would expel them. Yejing looked at the guy and said that he came on time. He thanked him. The main character demanded that the student tell him who ordered the attack on the 10th grade. The director looked sternly at the student and demanded that he tell only the truth. The fighter Li Tian pointed at the woman and said that it was all her fault. The guy confirmed that Tan Feng was the customer. The girl was very scared. Tan shouted in fear to her cousin to help her. She explained that Tao Ji was supposed to find and bring the main character, but not beat him. The girl angrily pointed at the main character and said that it was all his fault. The principal stood up and told the woman that her behavior was not befitting a teacher. The teacher told the man Chu Yun that he must definitely investigate all of this. There was no need to blame all of the mess on Tan. The teacher said that the girl had encouraged the student to do bad things and confirmed this. From this day on, Tanya will be removed from any position at the school. The meeting participants clearly expressed their agreement with the teacher's decision. The teacher said that Miss Su could take her students and take responsibility for them. The teacher asked the boy if everything was okay with him. Yejing answered the woman that everything was great with him. The main character explained to his interlocutor that Tanya had been causing them inconvenience for a very long time. The teacher looked at the student and said that she was glad that he was okay. Tanya was left alone in the office. She realized that the main character was to blame for everything. The girl irritably decided to herself that it was all Yejin's fault. The main character was in the hospital. He was undergoing a medical examination there. The teacher told the main character to take his medicine with care. The girl explained to the boy that he should get checked more often. The teacher reminded the student that his whole body was covered in scars. She advised the boy to take better care of himself. Yejing calmly replied that he was used to it. The protagonist told the woman that he could not allow her to become a victim. He had a request for Su. Su looked at the guy and said that she agreed with his request since he was a patient. She reached out to him for a glass of medicine. The girl advised the boy to drink from the glass. Su told the schoolboy that he smelled nice. The teacher gently touched the boy's face and thanked him. Faye ran into the room. She asked the guy excitedly how he was doing. The main character told his girlfriend not to make noise because they were in the hospital. He was unhappy that his girlfriend came at an inopportune moment. Faye saw the teacher. She asked the woman how she was feeling. The girl noticed that the teacher had blushed. She asked if she was really unwell. The girl immediately asked Faye why she had come. The girlfriend told the main character that she cares about the girl Ron. She wanted to look at the wound on the guy's body. The teacher excitedly asked how Ron was feeling. The main character said that his girlfriend has heart problems. The guy asked Faye how the girl feels now. Ron said with a smile that the girl was feeling much better. The teacher decided to leave. She told the girl to stay in the room. Faye asked her friend how his wound was. The protagonist replied that he was completely normal. Yejing warned the girl not to lift the blanket. The girl was lying alone in the ward. She was looking through the window at the clear sky. Ron remembered the main character and she wanted to stay with him as long as possible. The guy with blonde hair approached the door of the ward. Inside lay his acquaintance. Cao Tian asked the fighter why the schoolboy was able to beat him up. The guy on the bed asked the boss to avenge them. The guest asked, "Who is Yejing?" The teacher was walking down the corridor. At that time, the fighters were standing to the side and talking to each other. Cao Tian told his subordinates that he forbids them from encountering the protagonist. They must return to school and take care of their friend. The subordinates responded to the boss with surprise that they would do everything just like that. Cao Tian looked to the side with interest. There was another fighter standing next to him. The boss noticed the teacher. He asked his subordinate, "Who is this girl?" The guy said that the woman's name is Su-san. She has a close relationship with Ye Jin. The boss became interested because the main character was close to the teacher. The teacher walked along the city streets. There were shops and shopping centers around her. The girl was walking, and crowds of passers-by were walking around her. The sidewalk was crowded. Su walked alone along the road. She was immersed in her thoughts. Suddenly, some strangers approached the girl from the side. They called her. The guys looked angrily at the passerby and told her to take a walk with them. Su looked at the passers-by with displeasure. She asked, Who are they? The teacher was unhappy. She asked the strangers what they wanted from her. It was a very bright day outside. The sun was shining. The main character was in the school building. The school was located in the city next to high-rise buildings. It had several floors. The main character met a teacher at school on one of the floors. Yijing asked the woman, "Is she really inviting him to the student council?" The woman answered the guy that she was inviting him to become the vice president. The girl explained to the guy that he, with his capabilities and influence, was worthy of the new position. The main character asked his interlocutor if she was afraid that he, given his position, would do bad things. The girl sternly told the guy that he would be able to make the student council more influential. This would improve the learning environment at school. The protagonist realized that the girl wanted to use him to control the disobedient students. He decided that he needed to invite Chen Xiaolong to the student council. The interlocutor looked at the guy with interest and asked, "What does he think?" The main character looked at the woman in front of him with great attention. He was silent. After much thought, the guy explained to his interlocutor that he would try. The interlocutor enthusiastically asked the guy again, "Does he agree completely?" Ye Jing answered the woman that everything was exactly like that. The girl turned around and told the main character that they would see each other later in the office. The main character remembered that he had previously wanted to become a member of the student council. The phone in the guy's pocket rang. He picked up the receiver and answered the person he was talking to. The interlocutor told the main character his entire biography. He said that the guy is the leader of the Jing Miao gang. The main character asked the stranger what he wanted. Cao Tian told the boy that none of this mattered. He said that his favorite teacher wanted to talk to Ye Jin. The boss was standing near a large building. There were a huge number of fighters around. Sue was tied up. She was standing next to one of the bandits. The boss told the main character that the girl missed him. Cao Tian clarified that Sue missed the main character so much that she was ready to cry. Ye Jin got angry. He asked his interlocutor with displeasure, what should he do now? The boss told the protagonist to come to Sanjing Square at 6 o'clock in the evening. Cao Tian angrily told the protagonist that his beloved teacher was now in his hands. The boss turned off his phone and looked angrily at the woman. He decided that the main character would come to him. Yijing was in a hurry. He knew he still had time. The guy understood that the bandits had thought everything through well. The main character was standing near the highway. He decided to call Ji Feng. The car stopped. The main character decided to get inside to leave faster. The car started moving and rushed at full speed to the meeting place with the bandits. Yijing wrote a message to one of his friends. He needed urgent help. The main character arrived at the meeting place by car. He was heading towards a group of bandits. At the head of the group stood Cao Tian. He looked with interest at the guy who arrived. The main character angrily demanded that the boss release the hostage. One of the kidnappers held the girl by the hand. She was able to spit the handkerchief out of her mouth. The teacher shouted in fear at the main character not to come near. The boss told the guy with a smile that the girl could leave, but he couldn't. Cao Tian explained to the protagonist that if he could defeat 100 people with his bare hands, he would let him and the teacher go. The boss asked Ye Jin with interest what he thought about his proposal. The main character asked the bandit in a calm voice with interest, "Who is he?" The boss said that he was the head of the dead man's skull named Cao Jia. The teacher shouted in fear to the main character that he would not be able to fight against the bandits. The main character calmly told the bandit that 100 people would only be there for breakfast. The boss looked at the guest with interest and said that they would now all watch an interesting game. A bandit with a bat on his shoulder asked the protagonist not to give up quickly. Yejing looked to the side. He prepared to start a fight against a group of bandits. The main character picked up speed. He decided to hit the first fighter with all his might. Ye Jing kicked one of the fighters with a powerful kick, and he flew to the side. The bandit angrily shouted at his subordinates to attack the main character. The group of fighters accelerated to immediately knock Ye Jin off his feet with a powerful blow. The main character swung his leg and hit one of his opponents with all his might. Ye Jing crushed one of the bandits with a powerful blow from below to the stomach. The main character grabbed the hand of one of the bandits. At that time, he was holding a bat in it. Yejing swung his sword and sent one of the attackers flying to the side with all his might. The main character asked the boss in a calm voice, "Is this really all he can do?" Cao Tun told the boy that he had done well. The teacher asked the boss if he was afraid for his people. The boss explained to the girl that his subordinates were fearless and nothing would stop them. Cao Tun told the woman to watch the protagonist. At this time, Ye Qin dodged the blow of the bat. The main character realized with fear that he was being attacked very quickly. Yejing crushed one of the fighters with very powerful blows from his hands. The guy got really angry. He prepared to attack the main character in response. Yejing glared at his opponent, preparing to fight off his attacks. The main character held the bandit's hands against him with his own hands. Yejing tensed up. He was holding off his opponent's attack with great difficulty. One of the bandits shouted to his subordinates to all attack the guy. The main character stood and did not notice how someone was flying from above and behind him. A whole bunch of bandits fell on the main character to crush him from above. Yejing very quickly found himself buried below by a whole bunch of fighters. The main character was having a hard time. He couldn't get out from under a whole pile of bodies. Yejing found the strength in himself and jumped to his feet. The bandits' bodies flew apart. One of them was very surprised. He couldn't believe that this was possible. The boss looked at the main character and was surprised to decide that he was a monster. Cao Tian shouted to his subordinates to stop the protagonist and show him more. The main character pushed off the ground. He prepared to fight further. Yejing swung his arm and hit one of the bandits in the head with a very powerful elbow. The main character threw the bandits around him with powerful blows. Yejing looked ahead with excitement. He noticed that there were a lot of bandits around. The main character held the head of one of the fighters in his hand. He called him trash. The main character asked the boss, where did he find such a weak fighter? Yejing happily invited Cao Tian to come out and fight him one-on-one. The main character Grozno pointed his hand at the boss and said that he would beat the crap out of him. The boss laughed happily. He told the guy that he would fight him soon. Cao Tian told one of the fighters that he would give him a woman if he defeated the main character. The main character angrily shouted at the bandits not to touch the teacher. One of the fighters ran up to the main character from behind to hit him with a bat. Yejing noticed the danger in time. He ducked and dodged the blow. The guy walked up to one of the bandits and put his hand on his shoulder from behind. Yejing hit the guy with a very powerful blow to the head. He flew to the side. The main character happily told the fighters that they could continue to attack him. One of the bandits said that the girl would be a gift for him and he couldn't wait any longer. Yejing continued to smash the bandits around him with quick strikes. The main character kicked one of the fighters who were attacking him. Around the guy on the ground next to him lay the bodies of beaten bandits. The boss strictly ordered his subordinates to leave the main character. One of the subordinates told the boss that they could kill Yejin right there. Cao explained to the fighter that he should wait since this was just the beginning. The boss said thoughtfully that he was really impressed by the strength of the main character. Su looked at the guy with a frightened look. He said that the time would come when he would kill the main character. Yejing looked around. He noticed that no one was attacking him anymore. The bodies of the militants were lying next to the main character. The other fighters moved away from him. The main character looked at the teacher with a smile and told her that he had won. Su freed herself from the ropes that tied her hands. She was very worried. The teacher immediately ran to her friend. Yejing hugged her very happily. The girl asked her friend in fear why he had started all this. She reminded the guy that she had warned him. Yejing excitedly asked his girlfriend, what does she want? Su laughed and told the protagonist that she wanted to stay with him for the night. In came up from the side. She decided to help the main character together with his girlfriend. The housekeeper told the boy that he had taken a great risk when he fought against 100 men. Yejing explained to the woman that he was fine. The main character was sitting in the car. He asked the woman, why didn't she come earlier? In explained to the guy that she was working when his message came. The girl told the guy that she would drive him home and then go back to work. In reminded the guy that he needed to say thank you, and then she took everything away. Yejing leaned on his girlfriend's shoulder. He thanked the woman in a weak voice. The main character, accompanied by his teacher, arrived at his home. Yejing was lying on the bed under the blanket. Su was sitting next to him and watching him carefully. The girl watched the main character closely. She decided to help him, and explained that the guy can't go to the hospital. He needs to be taken care of. The girl added that she will call a doctor to the house. The teacher replied to her interlocutor that she could handle it. The main character opened his eyes. He was lying on the teacher's lap. Yejing saw the outline of the woman's face in front of him with a blurry gaze. Su leaned over to the guy and looked at him. She said that he was very handsome. It was a bright, clear day outside. A meeting was taking place at the villa of the boss Cao Tan. Inside the big house, many people gathered. They all listened to their leader. The boss was sitting at the table. He told his subordinates that they would find out why he had called them all today. Cao informed his subordinates about the main character and his strength. He demanded that Zhu Hai speak out. The fighter stood up and said that last night out of 100 people, 70 were knocked out. More than 10 were killed. The wounded need a week to recover. The fighters were surprised. They talked among themselves in great amazement. The bandit calmly told everyone present that the main character was also wounded. Cao explained that they needed to turn the protagonist and his father. Normal strength would not be enough for this. They had to act differently. Cao ordered his subordinates to send men to Yulong tomorrow. He explained that they must get rid of the place within a month. A week later, the main character was happily walking down the street. The weather was good. The main character was walking down the street. He looked around joyfully and with interest. Yejing decided that he was heading to Tianguo now. The guy realized that he would not have another chance. The main character recalled how he sat at the table and ate delicious food with the teacher. Yejing remembered how he was taking a jacuzzi and there was Sue in the water next to him. The teacher helped the main character bandage the wounds on his body. Yejing remembered how he sat on the sofa hugging a woman. The guy heard people approach the saleswoman and shout at her that trading was not allowed here. Yejing noticed how the saleswoman's fruit was rolling out of the box onto the road. The girl frightenedly told the men that she didn't know and that she was going to leave now. The security forces offered the saleswoman to pay 300 yuan. The main character did not understand why the men were making fun of the saleswoman. The girl explained to the men that she did not have that kind of money and that she did not make money on oranges. The officer looked at the main character with concern and threatened that he would go to prison. Yejing directed his hand towards the fruits lying on the road. He asked the woman if everything was okay with her. The interlocutor told the guy to go away and not pay attention to him. Yejing looked at the woman and said that he would do it. He decided to approach the police. The main character told the security forces that they should be more polite. He didn't like that the police extorted money from the woman. The officer angrily ordered his subordinates to take the main character. One of the policemen accelerated and wanted to jump on the main character from above. Yejing swung his leg and kicked the security officer who was falling on him. The officer shouted in fear to the main character that he would now call the police. The girl was very scared. She didn't know what to do. Strangers appeared in the alley. They approached one of the guys. The fighter asked Hu Lao with displeasure, "Who allowed strangers to come here?" The guy said that strangers came in the morning, then they started hanging around and causing trouble. The guy greeted the main character. Yejing asked the fighter to deal with this matter first. The big guy smiled at his interlocutor and said that he would do everything without any problems. The fighter, accompanied by his men, slowly approached the uninvited guests. The big guy asked Lao Er with interest what he wanted here. The man was very scared. The officer fearfully told the guys that he would leave now and would never come back. The fighter sternly told the man that he must first leave something here and then he could leave. The interlocutor said in fear that he was a law enforcement officer. The fighter sternly demanded that the security officer give him 30,000. The security forces turned around and started to leave. The guy shouted after them to bring money next time. The men stumbled while walking and suddenly fell to the ground. The boss and his subordinates laughed merrily at the fallen inspectors. The main character approached the saleswoman. She still had a lot of fruit. The main character told the woman that he would buy all the goods from him and she could go home. The guy tried the orange. He found the citrus fruit very tasty. The saleswoman looked anxiously after the guy who was leaving. She was holding money in her hands. The girl looked and thought, "Does Yejin have a girlfriend?" The guy and his friend were leaving, carrying oranges in their hands. The main character was sitting on his sofa in front of the TV. He was eating fruit from a bowl. Yejing thought to himself with displeasure that his acquaintance's gossip would last for 3 days if he did not come. The guy thought about who would be responsible on the other days except Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. The main character went to open it. Yejing was surprised because he noticed that Miss Qin had come to him. The girl asked if she could come in. The guest entered the hall and sat down on the sofa. The guy felt very shy. A girl with a drink in her hands asked a guy if she looked pretty. Yejing answered the guest that she always looked beautiful. The main character remembered with fear that his girlfriends were in the next room. Out loud, he asked the girl why she came. The guest hugged the main character and said that she wanted to share a lot with him. The girl said that if she had listened to her heart, she would not have regretted anything. Yejing told his guest with displeasure that she had overdone it with alcohol. The girl said that she got drunk, but she didn't understand why her friend was still alive. She told the main character that he had the same name and face as her friend. The girl said thoughtfully that her Jingshin was killed by high-interest creditors. The main character became agitated. He realized that his interlocutor was talking about his past life. The guy excitedly asked his interlocutor, "Who is Jingshin?" The girl answered in a weak voice that she studied with her friend in the same college, but he did not know her. The girl said that she had been following her friend and saw him unhappy. Now she had lost him forever. The main character hugged his girlfriend. He told her not to cry, and he was next to her. Faye suddenly ran into the room. She shouted to the main character that she heard the doorbell ring. The guy became nervous and shy. He said that Miss Chin was sitting next to him. The girlfriend asked the guy with displeasure, "What is he doing with the guest?" The main character explained that the girl got drunk, and he let her rest a little. Faye told her friend that they had something important to discuss now. The protagonist's girlfriend tells him that they should all go on a beach trip to celebrate Ron's recovery. The protagonist goes with them. The guy was very surprised. He couldn't understand that he was going to the beach. Miss Qin woke up and shouted in a drunken voice that she wanted to go too. Yejing, accompanied by his companions, arrived at the sea. They walked along the shore. People on the beach were digging in the sand and building castles. The sound of the surf could be heard. There was a girl resting on one of the places. There was a beach umbrella above her. The girlfriend told the protagonist excitedly that there were a lot of people around. Yejing was carrying beach accessories. The main character told his girlfriends to go on without him. He needed to be alone. The girlfriend looked at the main character and said that that's why she came. The girls were having fun in the water. They were splashing water on each other very cheerfully. Faye was very frightened and covered herself with her hands from the water flying at her. Ron stood there and continued to splash water on her friend with a smile. Yijing set up an umbrella. He asked his girlfriend why she didn't join the other girls. Miss Chin told the guy sadly that she got very drunk yesterday. The main character smiled at the girl and said that he would always be with her. The strangers sat on a beach bench and looked closely at the girls. The guys got up from their seats. They decided to approach the girls who were resting. The main character looked away. He told his girlfriend that he would return to her now. Strangers started to pester the resting girlfriends. They wanted the girls to go with them. Faye hit the stranger on the arm and said that they were not going anywhere with them. The guy got angry. He swung his hand to hit the girl. The main character approached. He powerfully grabbed the stranger's hand with his own. Yejing explained to the guy that girls don't want to spend time with disgusting people like him. The main character told the strangers to get out quickly before it was too late. At this time, the guy was sitting on the balcony and drinking wine. He was carefully watching everything that was happening from above. The stranger said to himself discontentedly that all this was very reckless. The bandits angrily demanded that the guy get lost. One of them asked if the guest knew who owned this place. The girlfriend fearfully told the main character that it would be best for them to leave. The guy very angrily told the guests not to leave, but to stay. Yejing calmly told his girlfriends not to be afraid, since he was with them. The main character asked the stranger who he was. The bandit said that he owned the island of Dun La and the city of Hao Nam. Yejing asked the stranger with displeasure, what else did he need to know? The main character kicked the guy with all his might and shouted that he no longer wanted to live. The bandit pounced on the girls and shouted that those two would go with them. Yejing crushed the stranger with a powerful kick and shouted for him to disappear. The main character began to beat up the bandits around him with powerful blows from his hands and feet. The boss looked at his fighters with displeasure and shouted that they were useless. The leader angrily ordered his subordinates to kill the guy. Yejing crushed his opponent with a powerful blow and shouted that he was trash. The main character put his foot on the bandit's head. He began to apologize in fear. An unknown man approached the main character and politely asked him to forgive the boss. Yejing said angrily that the bandit must die. The stranger asked the guy to give the boss another chance. The man waved his hand at the main character. Yejing asked the stranger, who is he? The man said that his name was Dejia. He asked the guy to close his eyes to everything. The main character asked his interlocutor with displeasure what he wanted to do. The boss shouted angrily at Dejia, saying that the main character was being very impudent. The man swung his arm with all his might and delivered a powerful kick to the boss. D said very calmly that he would correct his subordinate. The man added that the girls were safe. He offered the protagonist to pay for everything. The girlfriends very excitedly told the main character that everything was fine with them. Yejing told the man that he didn't need the money. He just didn't want to see the boss anymore. The protagonist headed towards his girlfriend. Faye happily shouted to Miss Chin that they were back. The man looked at the departing protagonist with a very long gaze. The guy asked his subordinate how it all went. The man asked Mr. Hao Tian if the main character was his target. Di sat down on a chair and asked his interlocutor if he was going to take revenge on Ye Tian Lun. Hao replied calmly that the main character is a secondary character in his game. He said that the guy can play his game for now. It will be even more interesting that way. The guy looked at the people relaxing on the beach. He said that it was a lot of fun to play. Hao demanded his subordinate to help him gain control of the Tianmeng gang. He doesn't like that old man Ye Tianlong decided to appear in his game. Day told the guy that old man had to leave the gang. The guy replied to his subordinate that if Ye Tianlong was so simple, then he shouldn't worry. Hao explained that as long as Ye Tianlong existed, the Tianmeng gang would always belong to him. The guy said thoughtfully that people always have a weak spot. The boss looked at the main character with his girls and said that Ye Jin's weakness was in the palm of his hand. The guy was having fun with the girls. Hao said that he wants to see the protagonist's face when he finds out that his people are dead. The boss was curious about the protagonist's reaction. Ye Jing received a phone call. The main character was very scared to hear that his friend Le Bao was dead. The guy was very scared. Out of surprise, he dropped the phone on the ground and it broke. A funeral ceremony was taking place in the building. There was a portrait of a guy in the room. There was a sign hanging near the entrance to the room. The main character was inside. Yejing stood and looked at the body of the deceased. His friends were nearby. The body of the deceased with a scar on his face lay in a coffin. He was dressed in a black suit. Yejing looked at the body. He asked his evil friends, "Who killed the guy?" The main character asked with displeasure, "Who killed his friend while he was away?" Feng replied in a very calm voice that the guy was killed by the Yu Hu gang. Lao Ba and Lao Ji were drinking at a table outside. Then some people from Yu Hu came and provoked them. A group of bandits with weapons in their hands approached the guys who were near the table from behind. Lao Ba and Lao Ji are very hot-tempered. They immediately began to fight off the attackers. The boys started a fight. They fought off the gang members who attacked them very bravely. Ba and Ji didn't know that the gang members nearby had set up an ambush with hundreds of people. Ba risked his life to save his friend Ji, who was given the opportunity to escape. Ji looked at his friend very sadly. He couldn't help him in any way. One of the gang members attacked Lao Ba with a huge axe. He did not have time to return. Ji fell to the floor at the funeral ceremony. He shouted that it was his fault. The guy shouted that his friend died because of him. Lao Ba saved his life and he is very sorry. The main character approached the body of the deceased in the coffin and touched it. Yejing stood and carefully examined his dead friend. The protagonist looked at Lao Ba one last time and wished him to rest in peace. The main character very menacingly promised that he would avenge his friend. Yejing asked his comrade how he could avenge his friend in such a state. The protagonist told his friend that the strength of the Yu Hu and Gu Xing gangs was no different from the level they had when they defeated the gang last time. Gu Xingfeng couldn't understand why the gangs would target them. Yejing asked his friend who exactly the bandits might have met on the street and what they were doing. The guy answered the main character menacingly that the bandits had contacted the dead man's skull gang. Yejing thought about it. He was remembering what he knew about the dead man's skull gang. The protagonist asked his friend, "What does he know about the leader of the gang named Cao Tian-ir?" Feng replied that this boss is a dangerous guy. Under his leadership, the dead man's skull began to develop rapidly. Feng said that the death sect is one of the branches of the Cao. The guy asked the main character, "Does he really think that the Yu Hu gang and the dead man's skull are involved in everything?" Yejing said that the bandits collect the skulls of the dead. They are also going to attack them. The protagonist asked his friend how many people they have. Feng reported that they have a total of 38 fighters. The Jing Miao gang has 483 people. There are also 3,000 supporters. The main character suggested that his friend be the first to attack the dead man's worm. Feng calmly replied that the chance of victory was 0. They would not be able to defeat the gang of dead people. The protagonist ordered his friend to take 100 people with good data for today's battle. The fan asked the guy again, "Does he really want to start a fight today?" Yejing calmly explained to his interlocutor that they were not enemies of the dead man's skull or the dead man's gang. The main character said very angrily that the Yu Hu gang was to blame for everything. Yejing opened the doors to the street. He said that the gang members would pay with their blood. The main character and his friend stood near the entrance and looked ahead. The guy saw a group of fighters in front of him. He said that he needed to send Lao Ba's soul to heaven. Yejing ordered his subordinates to head to Shi Yu Street. Their target was the Yu Hu gang. The main character jumped on a motorcycle with his fighters. He decided to go to meet the gang. The motorcycle engines roared loudly in unison, and the group prepared to set off. Yejing rode at the head of the column of bikers. He and his friends were ready to go all together. The main character and his friends prepared to leave from Yulong Street. The guy ordered his subordinates that Lao Wu would stay here. He told the rest of the fighters to follow him. A group of bikers were racing down the street. Ye Jing rode off in front of them at full speed. The main character shouted loudly that they were going to avenge their friend Lao Ba. Ji waved his hand to his friends and shouted that they were coming to take revenge. The group also included the protagonist's cousin, Feng. Bikers were racing down the night street. Some of them had guns in their hands. A large group of motorcyclists were racing down a city street at full speed. In the elite club, Guan Yue, the boss, held a meeting with his subordinates. The establishment was guarded by a large number of fighters in black suits. The boss was sitting with the guy in the VIP room. They decided to celebrate. The leader congratulated the new member for joining the dead man's gang. The boss extended his hand and told his subordinate that they would now be brothers. The fighter told his interlocutor that he was very happy to join the dead man's skull. He promised to support the group with all his abilities. The boss raised a toast and told the guy not to forget that they were now brothers. The fighter asked the leader what the next part of their plan would be. The guy said that their group and Jing Feng don't like each other because of Gu Qing. The fighter explained that the people want to take Yulong Street for themselves, so they have to start acting. Eventually, Ji Feng will take this into account. The guy poured the drink into a glass and reminded them that Liu Dongfeng had died and Wang Xiaohu was seriously injured. They still don't know what their enemies can do. The boss excitedly told his interlocutor that Jing Feng might come to them and take revenge. The leader said that tonight, Ji Feng and his brothers would disappear from the face of the earth. The boss explained to his subordinate that for now, Yulong Street would be under his control. The fighter raised his glass and joyfully told his interlocutor that this would be their mission. The leader handed the ring to his subordinate. He was very surprised and happy. The boy put the dead man's ring on his finger. He was very happy. The fighter happily shouted to his new boss that he wanted to get drunk with him. Boss Cao Tan was sitting in his office in a high-rise building. A subordinate came to him. The chieftain asked his subordinate whether Jing Feng had left Yulong Street. The subordinate replied that everything was as it was. The boss ordered the guy to destroy their rival's reinforcements and destroy all the loopholes on the street. The guy said excitedly that Feng took 100 people with him to Shiyu Street, and he sent the rest to Yulong. The leader of Cao Tan suddenly jumped to his feet. He was very angry and dissatisfied. The boss asked his subordinate who had arrived with Feng. The guy said that a long-haired guy had arrived with Feng. The boss realized that the main character had arrived. He ordered his subordinate to kill all the people on Ji Feng's side. The leader clarified for his subordinate that first of all it was necessary to kill the main character. The fighter ran to the entrance. He promised the boss that they would do everything just like that. A group of bikers were racing down the street. They were gradually approaching the desired street. The motorcycles stopped near the building. Security guards in suits came out to the guests. The main character looked at the guards with displeasure. He decided to get off the motorcycle. The security guard asked the guy if he knew where he was. Feng ran up to one of the fighters and hit him on the head with his fist as hard as he could. The angry Ji hit one of the guards with all his might. And with all his might, the protagonist ordered his subordinates to prevent Yu Hu from escaping. The fighter excitedly shouted to his boss to rely on them completely. The fighters prepared to attack. One of them shouted to his accomplices to go forward more boldly. The boss was in the VIP room with his subordinate. They didn't suspect anything. A guy ran into the room. He shouted to the surprised boss that some crazy person had burst in. At this time, the main character and his friends were beating up the bandits around them. Ye Jing calmly told his opponents that they could attack him. The main character and his friend fought off the bandits around them. The fighter was repelling his opponent's attack. He asked Feng if Feng Bao would be standing at the exit. The guy replied that it was. It seems so. He continued to fiercely fight back with all his might against the group of bandits around him. The guy turned to the side and shouted very loudly for Yu Hu to come out. The main character put his hand on the guy's shoulder and asked if he wanted to avenge Lao Ba himself. Qi asked his friend angrily, what should he do now? The protagonist told the guy to go with them and catch Yu Hu. The main character told Feng that he was leaving this place for him. The guy replied that he understood everything. Qi angrily shouted at one of his opponents that he would kill him now. The guy swung his arm to hit one of his opponents with all his might. One of the bandits shouted to him to stop the arriving fighters and not let them enter. The fighters looked at the Qi guy with an angry expression. They prepared to attack him. Ye Jing swung his hand and hit one of the bandits with all his might. Qi hit one of the attacking fighters with a very powerful blow from his hand. The fighter angrily shouted to his subordinates to grab the guys who had arrived. One of the bandits shouted at his rivals not to move. He reached for his holster. The criminal pulled out a gun and pointed it at his rivals. The bandit pointed the gun to the side and prepared to shoot at the main character. Yejing took out his combat knives. He prepared to use them against the bandits. The main character swung his arm and launched several knives in front of him. The blades launched at high speed hit the fighters in the head. Yejing stood next to his friend. They prepared to protect each other from behind. The main character looked around very carefully. His friend was standing behind him. Yejing Ichi began to run away to the side. The bandits were rushing after them at full speed. Several fighters approached the entrance to the elite club Guan Yue. They wanted to go inside. The boss and his subordinate looked with displeasure at the people who came to them. The guy looked at the bandits with a suspicious look. He realized that he would have to fight them now. The fighter got scared. The boss decided not to waste time and attack the guy in front of him. The bandit with a knife attacked his opponent. The guy jumped back. The boss asked the guy very angrily, "Does he really want to die that much?" The fighter managed to dodge to the side. The bandit almost hit him with his knife. The guy turned around and wanted to grab the boss with his hand. He shouted that he wouldn't get away from him. The boss ran away with his subordinate. He shouted that the dead man's gang would help them. The main character entered the room with his friend. He asked, "Where is Yoo-hoo?" The guy turned around and said in a dissatisfied voice that the bandits had left. Kai was very determined. He said that he must kill the boss today. A group of bandits broke into the room. One of them shouted for his accomplices not to let the enemy fighters escape. The main character asked his friend if he could handle it. The guy said excitedly that Ye Jing must avenge Lao Ba. The main character prepared to leave. He realized that his friend could handle it himself. The boss ran away along the evening streets between the walls with his subordinate. The bandit asked Mr. Loon where the help from the dead man's gang was. The boss answered his subordinate that people would arrive soon and help finish off Ji-fen. The fighter was very unhappy. He shouted that he could not see Ji-fen inside. Lun said that he saw a tall and big guy inside, and next to him was his friend with long black hair. The fighter explained that the tall and big guy was Wang Xiaohu. He was Feng's friend. The boss said that they have 1,000 people so far. No one will be able to fight them off. At this time, someone suddenly threw knives from the side at the bandits. The blades hit the legs and wounded the boss along with his subordinate. They fell. The bandits were lying on the ground and could not get up because of their wounds. The main character approached them. Yejing accused the bandit Yu-Hu of killing his people and now fleeing. The guy approached the boss and said very menacingly that he would avenge Lao Ba. The boss could hardly stand on his feet. He said he was from the dead man's skull gang. The bandit decided to justify himself. He said that there had been some misunderstanding. The main character walked up and pierced the bandit's throat with a powerful blow of a knife. Yejing looked at the boss and told him to shut up. He called him trash. The bandit was very scared. He realized that now the guys would finish him off too. The fighter swung his hand and said angrily that Yu-Hu would now pay him full price. It was deep night in the sky, the moon was shining, and there were almost no people on the streets. In a dark alley between houses, a guy named Qi stood opposite one of the bandits. The fighter understood that help could not come to him, so he decided to talk to his opponent. The bandit told the guy in an agitated voice not to get excited. The fighter was sitting on the ground. He explained to the guy that Zhang Long separated them. The bandit said in a dissatisfied voice that he had also been deceived. He had a knife sticking out of his leg. Qi angrily told the bandit named Yu-Hu that he would now end his life with a knife. The guy decided to finish off the bandit with a knife. He held it in his hand. Yu-Hu looked angrily at the guy and said that he was already used to such situations. The bandit said to the guy with displeasure that it was very unexpected for him that he would kill him. Yu-Hu said angrily that it was his fault that he believed the dead man's bandits. The bandit swung his hand. He shouted at the guy that he would not give him his life. Qi angrily shouted at the bandit to go to hell. He prepared to fight back. The guy quickly put out his hand and managed to block his opponent's blow. Qi swung his arm and tried to twist the bandit's arm to the side. Yu-Hu kicked the guy with all his might. He was surprised that his opponent wanted to kill him. After a powerful blow, the guy bent over. There was severe shortness of breath in his body. Yu-Hu swung his arm and hit the guy's back with his elbow as hard as he could. The bandit angrily threatened his rival that he would smash his head in. The main character appeared. He looked at Yu-Hu with a calm gaze. A knife flew past the bandit's head at high speed. It cut him on the cheek. Yejing angrily asked his rival how he dared to insult his brother. At this time, Qi swung his knife to hit the bandit from behind. The guy hit the bandit with a powerful knife from behind in the throat and pierced him. Yu-Hu looked to the side before he died and called his opponent a freak. Qi said over the bandit's body that he should also thank them for killing him like that. The protagonist ordered his friend to bring Yu-Hu's head and give it for the repose of Lao Ba's soul. There were still some guys inside the Guan Yue club, fighting off the bandits. The beaten fan asked his friend in an exhausted voice, "Where are the rest of their fighters?" The guy said that the rest of the fighters returned to Yulong Street. They split into groups to retreat. The fighter said that the protagonist and Qi would be fine. They were supposed to catch up with Yu-Hu. The guy climbed onto the motorcycle and said that Ye Jing would bring Yu-Hu's head back. A group of guys gathered near the entrance to the elite club Guan Yue. They all had weapons. The bandit with a huge sword in his hand asked discontentedly, "Where did the guys go?" The interlocutor with blue hair said irritably in response that the fighters had already left. The sound of sirens could be heard along the city streets. Police officers rushed to the scene of the fight. The police with flashing lights and sirens were on their way to the call. They were gradually approaching the club. Several police cars were approaching the scene of the fight. The bandits realized that they needed to escape. The fighter told his subordinates with displeasure that it was time for them to leave. The main character and his friends returned to the burial site. The fighter brought Yu-Hu's severed head and placed it next to the portrait of his deceased friend. The guy said near the incense sticks, "May Lao Ba rest in peace." The main character said that Lao Qi helped them take revenge. They will not forget their late friend. Feng promised the deceased that they would visit him every Qingming festival. Hu said in a sad voice to the deceased to rest in peace. The guy looked at Lao Ba's photo and said that he was their best friend. Qi fell to his knees and told the boy sadly that he had died because of him. The guy was very upset. He still wanted to somehow repay his late friend. Qi told his friend that he should be happy in life. This would help make the deceased happy too. Feng told the guy to get up and go rest. At this time, the police knocked down the door to the club. The inspector was walking ahead. The commander ordered the men to remain in place and not move. The policeman told the people that there had been a fight on CU Street and that they were all suspected of participating in the riots. The policeman angrily ordered the guys to get out. He explained to the fighters that they were going against the servants of the law. The man shouted to the guys that he would now take them all to the police station and put them in jail. The fighters got angry and didn't like that the police were bothering them at such a moment. Feng told Captain Gao that he should not be in this place. He advised the policeman to go back. The guy explained to the security officer that his friend had passed away today. He asked him to forget about everything. Gao said that he couldn't forget anything. He explained to the boys that he had enough evidence to arrest them. The main character said with suspicion that the policeman had never behaved like this before. Hu told his friend that he found the policeman's behavior strange. The protagonist told his friend to go and hide the severed head of the bandit Yu-Hu. He explained that they didn't need to go against the police yet. Hu looked seriously at his friend and said that he would do just that. Feng asked Captain Gao if he really wanted to pick on them like that today. The policeman told the guy that they had come here to sort this matter out. Gao said that they didn't find Yu-Hu's head. He realized that the guys hid it somewhere. Feng turned back with displeasure. He looked silently at his friend. The fan threatened the policeman that if they didn't find anything here, they wouldn't let him go just like that. Gao strictly ordered his subordinates to search every corner of the building. The main character looked closely at the policeman. He realized that he was planning to come here. Gao looked at the guy with great excitement. He couldn't believe that he was as strong as the rumors said. The subordinate ran up to the captain and said that they had not found anything. Another guy came up and told Gao that they also found nothing. The officer asked his subordinates if they had missed anything during the inspection. The boy told the captain that they had searched everywhere and found nothing. Gao couldn't understand why Yu-Hu's head hadn't been found. The policeman looked around suspiciously. He decided that the severed head might be somewhere nearby. Feng sternly demanded that Captain Gao give them an explanation. The policeman looked at the coffin with the dead man. He decided to look for the head there. Gao asked his subordinates if they had searched the coffin with the boy's body. Yejing asked the policeman angrily and displeasedly, "How dare he do this?" The protagonist told Captain Gao that he would kill him if he touched his friend's body. Yejing explained to the policeman that dead people should be deeply respected. The main character explained to the policeman that his subordinates would take his head to the station. Gao asked the guy in a frightened voice, "Does he really want to attack the police?" The main character very angrily responded to the man to leave quickly. The police stood opposite the fighters. The guys were very angry. Gao, in a frightened voice, accused Fen of wanting to attack the law enforcement officers. The policeman headed for the exit. He shouted goodbye that he would be back. Yejing stood next to his friend's coffin with his friends. They looked at him silently. The main character looked up and saw a huge paper decoration hanging there. Suddenly, the paper ball came off the ceiling and began to fall down onto the floor. Qi caught a paper ball with his hand. A severed head was hidden inside it. The guy took out the bandit's head and put it on the table. He told Lao Ba to rest in peace. The boys bowed obediently and politely to the body of their late friend as they said goodbye. Yejing asked his friend to help him cover it up. Feng explained to the protagonist that the police couldn't find them except for the Yu Hu gang and the dead man's skull. The main character asked his friend what about Lao Er and Lao San. Feng said that Lao Wu had informed Lao Er and Lao San about everything, so they would be leaving soon. Yejing told his friend to tell the boy that he could rest for a while. At that moment, a girl rode up to them on a motorcycle. The main character was very surprised when he saw Miss In Ting next to him. The girl looked at the guy with a sad look and told him to climb in. The main character jumped onto the back seat of the motorcycle. He prepared to leave. The engine roared and the motorcycle took off. The guy and the girl drove off. Yejing sat behind his girlfriend and held on to her. Ying held on to the steering wheel confidently. The main character closed his eyes. He pressed himself against the girl from behind and forgot about everything. In turned back with displeasure and glanced at her friend. She called him a fool. It was already deep night. The full moon illuminated the night city, which was in the nightlights. Millions of stars were spread across the sky. A beautiful red motorcycle stood alone on the asphalt, its headlights shining. There was a girl standing on the balcony with the main character. The girl looked at the boy thoughtfully. The girl looked at her companion with a worried look. Some kind of excitement and worry could be seen in her eyes. A moment later, the girl abruptly changes the subject and her face changes, asking how she looks today. The young boy clearly did not expect such a sharp and straightforward question. He quickly turned his gaze to the girl. Soon, the young man pulled himself together and calmly replied that the girl was always beautiful, but today she was especially charming. The black-haired boy immediately understood that these questions were not simple, and that the girl must have wanted to ask some question. The girl wanted to know the reason why Jingshin attacked Yu Hu's gang. It was reckless. The protagonist explained that he did it for revenge because Yu Hu killed his people and his friend. He did the right thing and does not regret it. The girl was furious when she heard about it because it was not safe. While Jingshin was gone for 5 minutes, about 1,000 people came. The guy starts screaming that he can't just watch his friend get killed in agony. He needs to look after his brothers. The girl tries to calm our hero down because she understands how he feels. The boss of the dead man's skull has his eye on Jingshin. If Gao Zhengfei finds evidence that the young man was the one who killed Yu Hu, how will he be able to get out of this situation? She tries to find out what happened between the main character and Cao Tian-er. It turns out that they had a small conflict. The girl sighs and warns our hero to be careful. There are also Cao Tian-er's people in the police, so no one will be able to help if he is caught. But the young guy doesn't care about this at all. He is confident in himself and his abilities because his group is the best. Some time passed and the guys approached the motorcycle to set off. The girl wants to talk to the guy about this topic. Jinghai City will take care of the defeat of the Black Gang. So the girl asks him to be careful. If something happens to her or her father, no one will be able to protect our hero. The black-haired boy sincerely thanks the girl for being ready to help him at any moment. And then, a moment later, the motorcycle rushed forward, raising dust behind it. The roar of the engine could be heard throughout the city. Thus, the next day arrived. The young boy arrived at Bar Yulong. On the shelf stood a young man's black and white porter, tied with a black ribbon. It was immediately clear that a funeral was taking place here. There were people in the room who were seeing Lao Ba off on his final journey and telling him to rest in peace. Suddenly, a young guy enters the room, which immediately attracts the attention of the exhausted and depressed blonde. The black-haired boy was surprised that the blonde was here alone. He did not understand where Lao Er, Lao San, Lao Si were. The blonde replied sadly that the guys were out of town. He had no idea why Lao Shi hadn't come. Hearing this, Jingshin invites Lao Ju to dinner. He wants to find some information from 2 years ago. The blonde immediately became nervous when he heard about this offer and refused. because Lao Er and San San told him to come back immediately when he was completely finished. The other guy, who was standing to the side, became furious when he heard that the guy had refused our hero. The young boy shouted loudly at the blonde. His patience ran out and he ordered him to come with him. Everyone concluded that Lao Jio seemed to be indifferent to Lao Ba's death, trying to hurt him. The boys are very angry. Does he really think they are his close friends? When Jingshan left the city for a few years, Lao Er and Lao San expanded their range of operations. Lao Si is at odds with the others, and Lao Ju has become addicted to drinking. Some people really do stay friends forever, but not these two. They came here only for their own purposes. If they get involved in dirty business and involve our hero's brothers, they'll definitely be in trouble. The guys just stared at the black-haired boy and listened to the plan of further action. First, their gang needs to be briefed. The police will be on the alert, so they must be extremely careful. They can't stick their necks out. Yu Hu is dead, but there is someone standing behind him, and their main task is to find out who it is. The office has a beautiful cream-colored sofa with decorative pillows thrown on it. There are many men sitting at a long wooden table, all focused on one thing. They are all thinking about something. The gray-haired man looked very tired and was silent. It seemed like he hadn't slept for a long time, because there were bruises under his eyes. Pink cherry blossom trees grew around the huge, beautiful buildings. At this time, the two girls were heading somewhere after going shopping. They bought a lot of things and were trying to find Jingshan. The girl did not understand why her friend was so worried about our hero, because he was strong and no one could defeat him. The brunette didn't answer, but only sighed quietly. She hoped for the best. Soon, night came. The full moon illuminated the night city. The young boy lay on his bed and thought about how Lao Ba was feeling. He was sure that one day they would meet. The black-haired boy can't even imagine what awaits him next. Then, the main character turns his gaze out the window, studying the beautiful night sky. The young man is simply trying his best. He does it not only for revenge, but also to protect his friends. Suddenly, our hero's thoughts are interrupted by someone's voice. Someone is standing behind the door and asking to come in. The black-haired boy gives his consent to the one standing behind the door to enter his room. A moment later, the doors swing open and a brunette enters the room, wondering why the young man is not yet asleep. The girl says that she can't sleep either and asks if she can stay in his room for a little while. The black-haired boy doesn't seem to mind at all that the girl keeps him company. The young man immediately understands that she is definitely worried about him. Ron always takes care of him. In fact, the girl has been plagued by obsessive thoughts lately. They all live together, she, our hero, and Fei Fei. Fei Fei is his sister, but who is the girl herself to Jingshan? Having heard about the girl's experiences, the main character does not say a word, but only puts his hand on her shoulder. A moment later, the long-awaited words are heard from his lips that she is his girlfriend. Hearing this, she is a little embarrassed because she knows nothing about the guy. She does not know what she can do for him and does not know where he goes and what he does. The young boy understands that the girl's worries have not gone away. She is clearly worried about him. The young man looks her straight in the eye and asks what exactly she wants to know about him. She can ask anything, but he also wants to know more about her. Hearing this, the girl seems to calm down a little. She takes her boyfriend by the hand and looks him straight in the eyes with her clear gaze. The black-haired boy does not understand what the girl is up to, and because of this, he begins to get a little nervous. The girl sits back slightly and looks at the floor. She seems a little embarrassed about what she is about to do. A moment later, the brunette awkwardly begins to pull her nightgown off her shoulder while asking if everything is okay. Thoughts creep into the girl's head about something that is not at all interesting to our hero, but he does not understand what is wrong. Soon, the main character began to explain that Ron is the very person he loves the most and even more than his life. The girl feels that the young man is definitely hiding something from her. She does not want to see him suffer because it makes her sad. And if the black-haired boy continues to hide everything inside, she will only get more nervous and wind herself up. And so, the guy began his story by saying that Ji Feng is not actually his cousin. He is his best friend since childhood. As it turns out, our hero is not an ordinary student, but the head of a dark organization. Yesterday, one of his good friends was killed. The main character admits that he is not really a good person. Sometimes he wants to end it all, but he can't. Now, everything became clear to the brunette. She felt sorry for the guy because he was just a high school student, determined, skilled, strong, and talented. To support the guy, the girl hugged him tightly and pulled him close, saying that she would love him no matter what. He was her only love. A moment later, the black-haired boy told Ron that he loved her too. He enjoyed this moment. Meanwhile, Fei Fei was standing outside the door, listening to everything that was happening in the boys' room. She was clearly depressed. The girl sat down on the floor in despair and hugged her knees because she realized that her dream would probably never come true. With each passing moment, the emotions overwhelmed the unfortunate girl more and more. She simply had to accept this reality. Suddenly, the door from Jingshan's room swung open and our hero came out, immediately noticing the girl sitting under the door. The girl raised her tear-filled gaze to the young boy who had just left the room. Seeing the crying girl, the young man immediately rushed to her and embraced her tightly. He tried to calm her down. The guy felt very awkward about what happened. He can love both of them at the same time, but there is something that he cannot share her love for. The main character hugged the girl tightly and stroked her back, trying to comfort her. In the city, there was a beautiful multi-story building, which probably housed some kind of office. On the desk, there was a laptop, someone's photographs, and some documents. There was an invitation letter on the table addressed to Miss Xiao. She was invited to the villa at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. On the sofa sat a gorgeous red-haired girl who was in deep thought. She did not know what to do. Night had fallen. Loud music and people's laughter were coming from one building. It was something like a club. The young boy walked towards the building, taking in the sights around him. It looks pretty good. The young man heard that Lao Hu was doing some business. When Jing Shen approached the building, a blonde woman greeted him immediately. The main character could not even imagine that the business that Lao Hu is engaged in is a prestigious level of entertainment. The black-haired boy entered and immediately began to look for the one he needed. Soon, he completed this task. But the girl our hero approached immediately asked him not to disturb her because she had a date now. She wasn't even going to listen to him. The man introduced Zhang Zheng, the general administrative director of Ba Tian. It's okay that the girl has never heard of him before, but the man doesn't give in and offers to have a drink and dance with them for at least one song. The black-haired boy carefully studies the girl with his eyes. He simply couldn't help but notice how beautiful she is. The man continued to insist on his own and invite the girl to dance, claiming that they had no bad intentions. Suddenly, the girl rushed forward, avoiding the strangers. She said that her boyfriend had already arrived and she needed to go. A moment later, a charming girl approached our hero and introduced him to everyone as her boyfriend. Jing Shen stood in a stupor. Then the guys headed away from these persistent men. It seems that our hero is not at all against being her boyfriend. Suddenly, the black-haired man who had been hitting on the girl earlier lost his temper and screamed loudly. With such a loud cry, he attracted the attention of the main character and he, naturally, turned around. The man claimed that the boys couldn't be a couple because of the age difference. Our hero is old enough to be her younger brother. Then the guy wanted to teach this impudent person a lesson and said that she was not his girlfriend but his wife. The impudent stranger only became more enraged by the words spoken by the protagonist. He clenched his teeth tightly. The young boy turned around and gave the man a contemptuous look, telling him to get out of his way and out of the way. These words upset the man so much that he wanted to rush at the young boy with his fists, but his assistant stopped him in time. Seeing that this scoundrel could not calm down, our hero walked slowly but confidently in his direction. A moment later, the black-haired boy swung his fist and threatened the scumbag that he would send him to heaven if he didn't understand the good way. And then, just a second later, the main character delivered a clear and firm punch right into the face of this scoundrel. The blow was so strong that the guy broke the stranger's nose. A stream of blood flowed from his nose. Seeing that his boss had his hand raised, the other man immediately decided to fight back and swung. But the scoundrel didn't have time to do anything because the black-haired boy deftly stopped his blow with one of his hands. The man clearly didn't expect this from the young guy, so he was shocked. And so, a moment later, the main character strikes back at this scumbag and hits the target. The blow was so strong that the man flew straight into the back of another scoundrel, whom the guy had already taught a lesson earlier. The black-haired boy again cast a contemptuous glance at these bastards and again told them not to get under his feet. The man was lying on the floor, coughing up his own blood. The boy had given him a good beating, despite his status. A moment later, a man ran to the scene of the fight and tried to figure out what was going on and why it all started. The stranger immediately ran up to Mr. Zhang to check on his well-being. He looked very worried. The blonde immediately turned to the main character and realized that he was involved in this brawl. The man intends to teach him a lesson. When the stranger saw our hero, he seemed to be slightly frightened. The young man assumed that they wanted to beat him up, but the black-haired boy didn't wait for an answer. and a moment later he swung his sword in the direction of this scoundrel. And so, just a couple of seconds later, the unexpected guest received a strong blow to the face from Jing Shin. The blow was so strong that the man flew back several meters. He was simply unable to maintain his balance. Everyone immediately rushed worriedly to the beaten man, trying to bring him to his senses. As it turned out, the blonde immediately recognized Jing Shin and asked how he ended up here. The black-haired boy was very surprised when he found out that this unknown man already knew him. As it turns out, this man is Lei Lao Hu's brother, and they've met once before. Our hero decides to take advantage of the moment and ask where he can find Lao Hu. The man started to make excuses and told the boy to go home, after which he apologized. He didn't have to pay the bill today. The main character thought about it and chose 2 bottles of expensive alcohol. The man was not against this and said that if the young man liked it, he could open 2 more bottles for him. A moment later, the black-haired boy took the girl by the waist and walked away with her, saying goodbye to the man. The man was very angry with our hero because if Lao Hu found out about this, he would not have a salary this month. The blonde's nerves were on edge because of Jing Zheng, they had lost 2 whole bottles of Louis. The girl admired what had just happened, and the main character, she wondered how many more secrets he had. There were 2 glasses of red wine on a small table near the sofa. A moment later, the girl turned sharply and climbed on top of the black-haired boy, so he was in shock. The girl ended up right on top of the young guy and looked at him pitifully, after which she asked him to do her a favor. Loud music continued to play in the club. Everything around was shimmering with different colors, and people were dancing. The young girl leaned towards our hero quietly, whispered in his ear, and asked him for help. This slightly tensed the main character because he suspected something was wrong here, so he did not immediately trust her. The protagonist still couldn't figure out what the problem was. The girl was one of Li Er's people, so she would never use such cheap tricks. The young boy agreed to help the girl only on the condition that she kissed him. Moments later, the girl did it and kissed him on the cheek without any hesitation. The young man was shocked. After a couple of seconds, the girl pulled back a little and winked at the young man, asking how he felt. The protagonist was very embarrassed by what had just happened. A bright blush was visible on his cheeks. But, a moment later, the black-haired boy came to his senses and jumped up sharply, pushing the girl away from himself. Something is clearly wrong here. The main character pushed her onto the sofa and tried to find out why she was doing this. The girl was just fulfilling her wifely duties. In any case, now our hero is her husband and he is obliged to help her with whatever she asks for. It seemed that this interested the black-haired boy and he was ready to listen to the girl. A moment later, the young man removed the girl's hands from himself and was ready to dry out what her problem was. The girl stood up and admitted that she could no longer deceive him because the young man had completely ruined her plan. This made the young boy laugh a little because the plan was quite bad. But moments later, our hero changed and said that if the girl really had any problems, he would help solve them. And so, at school, the girl began her story by saying that her family's company was having serious financial problems. The main character, naturally, thought that she was asking him to lend her money, but this was not the case. Then the girl continues and says that because of this, her father wants to marry her off to a man from one of the big gangs. The main character immediately became gloomy when he heard that the unfortunate girl was supposed to marry some unknown guy. The man the girl is supposed to marry is not very good. That is why the girl does not want to do it. Hearing this, the young boy wonders what is happening with the Long Air group now. The girl doesn't have any precise information about this, but everyone in the family says that the problem is only getting worse. Our hero assumed that it was all because of Hao Tian. Li Er's group had been making good money in business for many years. Only the king of the game could help them in this matter. The black-haired boy listened attentively to the young girl's story, but still did not understand what exactly she wanted from him. The girl's problem was that she didn't want to date this scumbag. A young girl lied to her father and said she already had a boyfriend, although this is a blatant lie. She doesn't even have any guy friends. That's why the girl wants the main character to pretend to be her boyfriend and help her deal with this problem. The black-haired boy was stunned by this proposal because he didn't know how to react to it correctly. The protagonist doesn't seem to mind this and understands that they might just be pretending. But everything turned out to be not as simple as the girl thought. The young guy has one condition, without which he refuses to help. After his words, the girl tensed up a little, because she was ready to hear anything. He agrees to help only for payment. One day, 1,000 yuan to take a girl by the hand, 100 yuan to kiss, 500 yuan and to sleep with, 3,000 yuan. The young girl quickly agreed to this condition. but said that she definitely would not want to sleep with him. Our hero felt a little awkward when he realized that he had been turned down like that. The young man realized that they would be limited to kissing only. It was still night outside. The full moon illuminated the night city. At this time, a black-haired man was walking down the street. He walked and staggered and seemed to be dissatisfied with something. The man was very angry and shouted at other people. He urgently needs to drink something stronger, and he claims that he is not drunk yet. 3 strangers stood in front of the drunk man, trying to figure out if he had borrowed money from Lao Ba. The man knew nothing about this, but they didn't believe him. A few days ago on Yu Long Street, he said something to Lao Ba. He has a debt of 30,000. The black-haired man thought. He tried his best to remember, but nothing seemed to come to mind. A moment later, the man called Mr. Hu and reported that Wang Pig and Wang Xiao Hu had arrived at Shi Yu Street. Immediately after this, the man rushed away from these strangers, who were shouting loudly after him and trying to stop him. The man thought that these strangers knew that he was a news anchor, which meant he was finished. At this time, some unknown was watching all this from around the corner. His face had a satisfied grin. The man was clearly scared. He quickly ran around the corner to escape his pursuers, but suddenly, a knife blade was brought to his throat. Who was it? The man was extremely scared for his life and begged not to kill him, because he would not cause any harm. He was a victim. The streets of the city were quiet again, especially in the small, dark alleys. A crowd of unfamiliar men continued to wander the night streets in search of the escaped man. Suddenly, they saw him around the corner. A moment later, they immediately began to approach the fugitive and suddenly fell into a stupor from what they saw around the corner. The same fugitive man was lying on the ground with his throat cut, a grimace of horror frozen on his face. The men who found his body were in complete shock because they did not understand who could have done this. At this time, the young boy was in Miss Qin's room. They were sitting on the sofa and discussing something. They sat and looked at different examples and models of underwear. As it turned out, Miss Qin had a desire to open her own lingerie store. She doesn't want to do her old job anymore because her boss turned out to be a bad guy. He offered to pay her 100,000 yuan a month if she slept with him. Because the girl is all alone, she decided to spend her money on her own business. Moments later, 2 more girls entered the room, but our young man did not understand why they had come here. She explained that these are branded underwear with designs in different styles, so you need to hear an outside opinion. Some time passed and the female models had already started trying on underwear. The second girl also tried on the new underwear. She asked if our hero liked it. The young boy didn't know how to react to this, but the girl understood without words that he really liked it. The girls needed to change back, and the brunette awkwardly asked if the main character could leave them alone. A moment later, the black-haired boy's phone vibrated. Someone had called him. Jingshan picked up the phone and greeted the person who called him. The man who called our hero told him to go to Yulong's bar urgently. It seems something happened. Hearing this, the young lad immediately became more gloomy and serious. He did not ask unnecessary questions, but immediately headed to the bar. A moment later, the young man headed towards the door and apologized to the girls, saying that he had to go. The brunette was very worried about our hero and hoped that he would be careful. Some time passed, and the main character finally arrived at the appointed place. Something had clearly happened here. Everyone was on edge, and everyone had already been warned about what had happened. Everyone was eagerly awaiting our hero. He was urgently needed. And just at that moment, a black-haired boy entered the room and immediately tried to find out what had happened here. The guys immediately began to calm Jingshan down and say that they themselves did not know what it was and no one provoked the trouble. At first, they didn't say they were looking for Hu Tian, and then they said they were going to collect Lao Ba's debt. They continued the story and said that Hu Tian had escaped, but when they found him, he was already dead and the police were nearby. As soon as the young boy heard about this, he immediately became nervous and tense. He tried to understand where the rest of the guys were now. Unfortunately, last night the police arrested them, and Lao Liu took them to the station. Our hero was furious when he heard that Gao Zhengfei was involved. Meanwhile, the weather outside was fine and clear. Multi-story buildings towered all over the city. At this time, the guys were just heading to the police station because they had been arrested. The boys were heading to the police station, but suddenly, something started to shine in the sun from the window of a neighboring building. As it turned out, it was someone's sight, which was aimed precisely at the head of the black-haired man. There was a sniper in one of the buildings who was determined to take the boy's life. With a wide smile on his face, the killer said that there was no one to blame for what was about to happen. There was not a drop of regret in him. And then, just a moment later, the scumbag, without hesitation, pulled the trigger and fired a fatal bullet. A lightning-fast bullet pierced the unfortunate man's chest. He clearly didn't expect this in the middle of the day. A couple of seconds later, the bleeding man collapsed to the ground while everyone around him began to fuss and try to help him. In such a situation, there was no time to waste, so they immediately went to the hospital, which was nearby. The guys burst into the hospital corridors, sweeping everyone out of the way. The guard standing in the corridor immediately noticed the guys who had just entered. The guard apologized and said that the boys could not enter the room at the moment. The crowd of guys stopped and began to wait for further news from the doctors. The young boy was incredibly angry about everything that was happening and vowed to kill the one behind it all. Moments later, two guys ran out of the room and immediately ran towards Jingshin. They were devastated because Lao Lu, unfortunately, could not be saved. They cried over the loss of their friend. It was hard to believe that their friend and comrade was no longer alive. The soul was torn apart by this realization. Mr. Bao was killed right at the gates of the police station. The bullet pierced his heart and no one had time to help him. Now, all the boys were controlled by feelings together. Jingshin simply had to avenge their comrade who died in such suffering. The man was furious and desperate, so he vowed to kill Gao Junfei. In anger, he punched the wall. The man was incredibly angry and was ready to destroy everything around him if his friends had not held him in place. The police were horrified by what they saw and slightly frightened. They admitted their guilt. The police must find the killer and give him what he deserves. They promised to give the boys an explanation. The black-haired boy didn't want to listen to anything. He told the policeman to get out of here and not to bother him. The boys will take their friend's body. They must find the killer and teach him a deadly lesson in order to take revenge. Moments later, the guys took their comrade's body out of the ward and carried it along the hospital corridors. Everyone was in despair. They were depressed and broken by the recent loss, but there was nothing they could do about it. The policeman just looked angrily at the departing boys. A moment later, a wicked grin appeared on his face, and he said that the game was just beginning. Some time passed. The guys headed to the bar to see their dead friend off on his final journey. A black and white photo of their friend was already on the table, and candles were burning next to it. The boys are still devastated by the situation. They all look sadly at the photo of their friend and try to accept that he is no longer there. There are still many people standing in the room who also came here to see the couple off on their final journey. Our hero turned to the men and asked where the rest of the guys were because someone was clearly missing. Many have already left the gang. Many Lao Ba units have been greatly reduced in the last few days. The black-haired boy sadly admitted that some people still did not want peace. Because of Hu Tian's death, the police are now indebted to the boys. And no matter what happens in the end, they are not simply obliged to pass judgment on the murderer and avenge their friend. The murder of their friend was just a warning that they could kill them anywhere and at any time. This made the other guys nervous because they realized that they had quite a lot of opportunities. Suddenly, an enraged Lao Chi enters the room, holding a sharp axe on his shoulders. The protagonist immediately became worried when he saw his friend in such a state. He realized that he was clearly up to something. The desperate boy was determined to kill Cao Tian-er's dog, who had caused the death of their friend. The pain of loss filled his entire body. Another boy grabbed his friend, not letting him do anything stupid, but he was still angry and intended to finish off the killer. The desperate young man wants to head to the place right now before it's too late. He begs his friends to let him do it. A moment later, the young lad's nerves give way and he shouts loudly and tells everyone to stop this whole circus. The young man promises that the criminals will not go unpunished, but if the guy acts recklessly, he too may lose his life. The dead man's gang is very strong, but that won't make them afraid. They just have to be careful. It became clear that Cao Tian-er wanted to divide them and weaken them, and then take advantage of the chance to break and capture Yu Longstreet. Everyone present listened attentively to the young boy's speech. They could not take their eyes off him. It seems that the protagonist's speech was quite motivational for the others, and it raised their fighting spirit. Hope appeared in their eyes. They all shouted loudly that they were not going to give up and would definitely avenge their friend. The gang's fighting spirit had clearly risen after our hero's speech. Now their eyes were glowing not with despair, but with the determination to take revenge. A moment later, everyone present began to shout in unison that they were not afraid, and that they would definitely take revenge. The black-haired boy didn't seem to be going to stop and continued to raise morale and get the crowd going. A moment later, everyone was shouting that they wanted to destroy the dead man's gang and finish off Cao Tian-er. The gang's hearts are full of revenge, which they wish to inflict coldly. All present rejoice. Suddenly, somewhere on the street, a loud roar of a motor is heard. A motorcycle is driving along the road. As it turned out, there was more than one motorcycle. Some guys were racing along the road at breakneck speed. There were a lot of guys on motorcycles and they were all riding in the same direction, making a lot of noise and attracting attention. The black-haired boy wondered what it was and looked questioningly at this fuss. All the boys quickly ran to the window to see what was happening on the street and what was causing such a noise. There were many motorcycles parked near the entrance to the bar, as if they were surrounding the building. The red headlights of the motorcycle looked like the eyes of predatory animals that left no escape route. There were 3 men standing in front of the bar entrance, and one of them loudly and brazenly called for Ye Jingshan to come out. This impudent stranger began to threaten that if the main character did not come out in 3 seconds, they would simply knock down the door. The main character didn't hesitate, and a moment later he flew out into the street like a bullet. The young boy was incredibly angry when he realized who was standing in front of him. It was none other than Cao Tian-er. Our hero's entire gang was furious when they realized this too. Everyone was surprised that this scumbag had brought his pathetic dogs with him. These bastards stood in front of the boys with smug expressions on their faces. He turned to our hero mockingly, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time, but had now met again. Last time, Jingshan beat up 100 of his subordinates, which is why the bastard brought him such a gift today. There were many people standing in front of them, and they were all from the dead man's gang. There were about 1,000 people here. Could they handle them? Our hero wasn't scared at all, because last time he defeated Yu Hu's men and killed Zhang. It seems Cao Tian-er wants to be next. If the protagonist can hold out for a few minutes longer, then let him enjoy it while he can. And so, after a short moment, the scumbag ordered his subordinates to begin the attack. Their faces were full of anger and hatred. It didn't take long for the knives to come into play. The daggers flew through the air with a loud whistle. They were launched by a young boy who was already prepared for their battle. He always knew this day would come. One of the scabbards hit the scoundrel's subordinate in the shoulder, and the second flew past him like lightning and headed towards the man. A moment later, the knife plunged right into the shoulder of this scumbag, after which the hand began to bleed. Because of this, the scumbag became furious and hysterically began shouting at his subordinates to begin the attack immediately. This bastard's loyal dogs headed towards our hero's people, preparing for a bloody massacre. But fortunately, the brave guys were ready to hold the line and attack back. There was not a drop of fear in them, despite the numbers. The guys were in full combat readiness, and they couldn't wait to teach these scumbags a lesson. And then, just a moment later, the guys rushed forward with clubs and bats, starting this bloody massacre. The main character quickly put his hands in his pockets, trying to get something out of there. A few seconds later, the young man pulled out knives from there, which he again launched straight at his enemies. The weapon flew right to the target and was introduced into the body of his opponents. The boys fought fiercely, not for life but for death. There was no room for pity here. They had to cover each other and dodge to stay alive. Now they were driven by anger and a sense of revenge. Everyone struck each other mercilessly, leaving no living space. The only thing they wanted now was to kill their enemies. That was their main goal. Our hero fought bravely, but suddenly one of the opponents snuck up on him from behind and was ready to strike. Everyone continues to strike mercilessly, hacking at each other with swords and hitting with clubs. Revenge boils in their veins. Suddenly, one of the guys says that Jingshan had better leave here because it is too dangerous here now. But while the boy was saying this, he opened himself up and allowed the enemy to land a serious blow. His stomach was pierced by the enemy's sword. The hand immediately began to tremble. The guy grabbed the handle of his ball tighter, and so, a moment later, he struck the enemy with the last of his strength, hitting him in the neck. Having done this, the boy released the katana, leaving it in the enemy's neck. His strength was leaving him. A few seconds later, the boy collapsed on the floor, exhausted. The enemy was still inside him. With his last breath, he asked our hero to avenge them all. All the boys rushed at the enemies. Now they were a real team, united for one goal. It seemed that at that moment the black-haired boy felt no emotions. There were splashes of blood from enemies and comrades on his face. The young man sighed heavily, thinking about everything that had happened today and what would happen next. A friend is someone who sacrifices himself to protect another in all difficulties. The protagonist was proud that they were sacrificing themselves for the Jing Miao gang. He touched his katana with his fingertips. This is why the young boy can't afford to die. He can't let his gang lose to these scumbags. A moment later, with these thoughts in mind, the young man rushed straight into the center of the battle. clutching his weapon tightly. Now the black-haired boy was determined to win. He swung his knives at his enemies. The rest of the guys also reached out to our hero and ran forward, continuing the battle. All this time, stood to the side and watched the brutal mess that was happening nearby. Suddenly, the man thought that the opponents had decided to escape, so he became seriously nervous. The young lad walked away at lightning speed, leaving these scumbags behind him. The scoundrels, of course, set off in pursuit, but our hero deftly jumped over a high fence, not allowing himself to be caught. At this time, police lights were heard not far from the scene of the incident. The police were heading there. The man turned around indifferently when he realized that the police were coming. They had to leave quickly to avoid being caught. The man was determined to one day take revenge on our hero. And then, a moment later, he collected his thoughts and ordered his gang to get away. After a while, everything calmed down. It became quiet on the streets of the city again. The main character jumped over the fence and continued running along the dark, deserted alley. In fact, the young boy was seriously injured. He was literally bleeding, leaving bloody marks behind him. Jingshan walked with difficulty. He had to hold onto the walls to keep from collapsing without strength. But after a few seconds, the main character lost his balance and fell to the ground. The young boy was not going to give up, so he overcame himself and tried to get back on his feet because his people were waiting for him. But unfortunately, the feeling of fatigue and exhaustion was stronger, so moments later he collapsed to the ground again. Overcoming the pain, the black-haired boy slowly opened his eyes. Everything was blurry and fuzzy before his eyes, but he was able to make out the girl in front of him, whom he already knew. The girl looked clearly worried and tried to shout to our hero, but no matter how hard the young lady tried to bring the guy to his senses, nothing worked. Each of her words became quieter and quieter for him, and so this terrible and bloody night passed. At last the morning came. The man was worried that he had called his men to Jing Miao's gang, but he was still unable to kill his main target, our hero. Now the scumbag's thoughts are filled only with how he will justify himself to his master. And then, a moment later, an elderly man with a pipe came down the stairs and headed towards the boy. Upon seeing the master, the man immediately jumped up from his seat and bowed as a sign of respect and greeting. The white-haired man is eager to hear news of how their mission to eliminate Jingshan went. The man felt very uncomfortable talking about the previous night because they had not accomplished their goal. But the old master doesn't seem upset or angry at all. Instead, he offers his subordinate to try the tea. This is a new taste that the master chose personally. The master is not at all angry at the guy. On the contrary, he praises him for the work he did and for trying to kill our hero. The man doesn't seem to understand why he is being praised, since many of their people died because of this. But Vlasa always seems to be a man who doesn't care about it at all. That's the price of great success. The master asks if the guy knows how Ye Tianlong reacted to all this. The answer is negative. Then the man, with a smug grin on his face, replies that the reaction to all this was the usual silence. At first, the scumbag didn't understand what was being discussed, so he politely asked again. No matter how terrible their situation was, he would not show it. Moreover, he did not believe that he could kill his son. The gray-haired man notices his subordinate's keen intelligence and assumes that he must know what to do next. He turns and walks away, adding that it is time to take over the dead man's organization. The boy is inspired by the idea of killing the main character, because in this case, the dead man's organization will belong to him. This thought motivates the guy quite a lot, and some kind of plan begins to form in his head. Meanwhile, the girl had already delivered our hero to her home. She was very worried because the whole day had passed and the young man still hadn't woken up. It got to the point that she wanted to call an ambulance. Suddenly, the black-haired boy came to his senses and grabbed the girl by the hand. A moment later, the protagonist slowly opened his eyes and looked at the hand he was holding in his palm. The brunette was beside herself with happiness when she saw that our hero had regained consciousness. The young boy was very surprised when he saw Wu Dai in front of him. The main character was incredibly happy to see the girl, because he had been looking for her for a very long time. The young lady was very worried about the guy and tried to find out what had happened. The girl treated all the boy's wounds. He was interested in the question of how long he had slept. The girl calmly answered all his questions. From the moment she saved him, he slept for a whole day. The black-haired boy asked if the girl knew what was happening outside. She explained that there are a lot of police and military there now. She is worried that our hero has done something wrong. The protagonist is happy to meet an old acquaintance. She explained that she got a new job as a secretary at an auction company. The young man sincerely apologized for all the inconvenience caused and asked if the girl still believed his words. Wu Di repeated that she had never doubted Jingshan's words, so he didn't need to worry about it. The main character promised that one day he would take the girl with him, but not now, because he is being pursued. And last night many of his friends were killed. That is why the young boy asks the girl to stay here until he solves all the problems and comes back for her. The girl was concerned with only one question. Was the young man still in love with her? And she asked shyly. The guy answered positively. He really loves her. He doesn't know how strong this love is, but he asks to give him a chance to take care of her. These words made the girl incredibly sad, but she promised that she would wait for him on the condition that he would definitely come back. Our hero couldn't just sit back. He had to go urgently. And so, a moment later, our hero jumped out of bed and headed for the exit. The girl kindly showed him the way. The black-haired boy looked at the girl one last time and asked her not to go anywhere. The only thing the guy asks is to wait for him. After these words, he slightly accepts the girl. And so, after such a short forgiveness, the young guy walks out the door, leaving the girl alone in the apartment. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, anger flooded his head again, and he promised that Cao Tian-ir would definitely pay for this. As soon as our hero went outside, he immediately headed to the telephone booth. When the young man found a telephone booth, he immediately called Wu Yan and told him that he was okay, after which he told him to go to school as usual. The boy didn't seem to be listening to his friend. He was currently worried about where I was, Jingshan. The protagonist didn't seem to be going to answer this question and simply remained silent on the phone, while the guy continued to desperately ask questions. The young lad was not going to give in to such pressure, so he silently hung up. A moment later, the black-haired boy took his mobile phone out of his pocket and dialed one number. When the subscriber picked up the phone, our hero calmly said hello and introduced himself. The subscriber shouted loudly and joyfully because he was very happy that Jingshan called him. He already thought that the guy had forgotten about him. The main character called me just like that. He needed help finding one person. As it turns out, our hero needs to find Cao Tian-er from the dead man's organization. The man our hero called calmly replied that he would only need 3 days to do this. The weather outside was beautiful. A light, warm breeze was blowing. After some time, the young boy came home and sat down on the sofa. It seemed he had a lot of things to do. Soon, the young man called Xiao Tian and asked how things were going with finding that person. The boy reported that Cao Tian-ir really wanted to find our hero. The caller told him that he was in Jingsha Tan. The black-haired boy seemed a little upset that he received so little information. But the subscriber reminded him that he was not a god and did everything in his power. A moment later, the subscriber added that Du Gu Ba had covered up all traces of that scoundrel, so it was difficult to trace him. Then, the young man asked for some information about Ji Feng and Wang Xiao. The caller guessed that they had most likely left Jinghai. After the guy told everything he knew, he asked our hero to be careful. It seemed like he was really worried about him. The young lad snorted discontentedly at this display of concern and put his phone down. As soon as the main character finished the conversation, a girl entered the room and headed towards him. It was Miss Ying who was looking for him to give him the knife. The girl understands perfectly well that our hero is now controlled by feelings together, but he should not forget about safety. She was very upset when she saw him so depressed. The black-haired boy clearly didn't like that everyone around him was so worried about him, so he just made a displeased expression. At this time, in one luxurious building, there was the enemy of the main character, Cao Tian-er period. As it turned out, it was a hotel, and the guy came here to find our hero, but his name was not on the registration list. The Tian Kun Secret Service is one of the best. The man came to the conclusion that all he could do was wait. Suddenly, one of his subordinates shouted loudly that Jingshan was in the building opposite and pointed his finger there. The black-haired boy was indeed standing on the roof of one of the neighboring buildings. The main character looked straight at his enemy with a very piercing and firm gaze, like a predator at its prey. The man was very happy when he saw our hero because he was full of determination to catch him. When the young man realized that the enemies had noticed him, he immediately reported it by telephone. The subscriber warned him that all his enemies had guns and he needed to be careful. And so, moments later, all the people of this scumbag were on their ears. They all decided to catch our hero. They decided to split up in order to quickly catch the young boy. The man seemed to have searched everywhere, but finding the main character seemed to be no easy task. A moment later, the dental man turned around and called out to Latian, asking if he had any information. But, surprisingly, no one responded. And when the man turned around, he was stunned when he saw no one behind him. The man immediately suspected something was wrong and rushed to look for his comrade. Unexpectedly, They did not hear the strange sounds that came from the next room and immediately rushed there. And so when they ran into the room, they saw on the floor many bloody corpses of their comrades. The man was stunned to see so many bloody bodies of his comrades. Everyone stood rooted to the spot, but suddenly they heard the voice of our hero. And then, for a moment, the man turned around when he heard some noise, but it was too late. Several throwing knives, which the main character so skillfully controlled, were already flying towards the thug. The knives hit the target, one guy in the heart, the second in the back, and the third in the leg. All this time, the black-haired boy was sitting in the room under the ceiling. Due to this, he had the effect of surprise. The man tried to react to our hero's attack, but unfortunately for him, it was too late. And so, just a moment later, the young lad, with one sharp and deft movement, cut the throat of his enemy. Suddenly, Tian-er heard strange sounds and turned around to see what was happening behind him. A real beastly grin appeared on his face when he realized that Jing-shen was hanging around somewhere. He had to finish him off. A crowd of men ran towards the noise and quickly entered the room, on the floor of which lay many corpses. The scumbag immediately tensed up when he saw this picture. He realized that he couldn't relax for a second. A moment later, the bastards take out their guns and point them in the direction where they hear the noise. They are fully combat ready! Just a couple of seconds later, these bastards open fire on the place where the strange sounds are coming from. But there was no one there except the already dead rat. It seems that this was just a diversionary tactic. Tian-er is stunned when he hears a painfully familiar voice behind him, Jing-shen's voice. The man turns around sharply and points his gun at her, but unfortunately, it is too late. A moment later, several throwing knives fly towards the scoundrels with lightning speed, hitting their target straight on. And so, in just a couple of seconds, all of the thug's allies were lying on the floor, having lost their lives. A moment later, our hero emerged from around the corner and triumphantly threw his knife into the air. The scumbag was clearly nervous. He admitted that he had underestimated the black-haired boy. The young boy couldn't understand only one thing. Why did he order an attack on their gang? Was it all because of his brother? The scoundrel did not go into details and explained that his main goal was to kill our hero, nothing more. The black-haired boy was furious when he heard such a pathetic reason. Was this really the reason why his friends died? A moment later, a sly grin appeared on the face of this bastard because he saw the suffering of our hero and it gave him pleasure. A couple of seconds later, the thug raised his pistol again and pointed its barrel towards the young man. But the main character did not lose his head and threw his knives towards the enemy. He was not going to give up. At that very moment, the thug pulled the trigger and a bullet flew out of the barrel of the gun, lightning fast. The bullets flew straight towards the knives, which soon knocked them down before they could reach their target. The bastard was shocked by what he saw. He realized that his attack was completely useless. While the enemy was in a stupor, our hero decided to act and went towards him to strike. He feels sorry for his friends who died because of such a bastard. A moment later, the bastard came to his senses and was ready to take on his opponent's attacks. But it seems he wasn't prepared for such a strong kick right to the stomach. Our hero's pretty good at fighting. The blow was quite strong, so strong that the man immediately grabbed his stomach and barely stayed on his feet. The young boy had no intention of waiting for his enemy to come to his senses, so a moment later he rushed at him again. A few seconds later, the black-haired boy began to deliver countless blows to the man while he covered himself with his hands. And so the main character once again delivered a strong and accurate blow, but the scoundrel managed to block it. But that was not all. Jing-shen still had an ace up his sleeve, namely, a knife in his bosom. The young man quickly pulled out a hidden knife, and with one deft and precise movement cut off his enemy's hand. Tian-er began to scream in pain and thrash about in agony, because just now his arm had been simply cut off, like a piece of sausage. The bastard continued to scream loudly and throw a tantrum, because he had just lost his arm. The black-haired boy pierced his opponent with all his cruelty. He looked at him like a dog at a piece of meat. A moment later, the young man used his knife again and plunged it into the enemy's other hand. The main character was driven by a sense of revenge. It seemed he intended to cut the bastard into small pieces so that he would pay for everything he had done. A moment later, the protagonist delivered the final blow for all his fallen friends. The knife plunged into the enemy's stomach. When our hero looked this scumbag in the eye for the last time, he said that his biggest mistake was getting involved with them. And so, having said these words, the black-haired boy mercilessly draws a blade across the enemy's throat. He is ready to kill for his friends. A second later, Cao Tian-er falls lifeless onto the cold concrete floor. Now his story has come to an end. When the deed was done, Jing-shen called the police and reported that several dead bodies had been found in one of the buildings. And as soon as the police officers received the call, they immediately went to the scene. The girl was worried because our hero still hadn't returned. If he was okay, then why hadn't he called yet? It was logical to assume that he didn't call the girl so that they wouldn't worry about him, and he hadn't finished his business yet. The brunette continues to calm her friend down and tells her not to scold the guy until he arrives. Suddenly, the girl's conversation is interrupted by the doorbell. As soon as the young lady heard the doorbell, she immediately jumped up from the sofa and rushed into the hallway to open the door. And so, when she opened the door, she saw Jingshin alive and well on the threshold. She was beside herself with happiness, so she immediately threw herself into his arms. How good it was that he was safe. Soon, the brunette also approaches the main character and gently hugs him from behind, saying that he made them nervous. And so this sunny day flew by. The young lad went to university. The main character slowly entered the auditorium, waiting for the start of another university day. As soon as the black-haired boy entered the classroom, all the students present held their breath and stared at him. But a moment later, the silence was broken. The guys couldn't believe their eyes. Was it really Jingshin? Oh-young didn't hesitate. He quickly walked up to our hero and grabbed his hand. The student is eager to find out what happened and why the black-haired boy has been out of touch for so long. The young man replied with sadness in his voice that Lao Wu, Lao Liu, and Lao Ba had died, and Ji Feng and Lao Ji had simply disappeared. Just thinking about it made Jingshin's blood boil, because he knew that all of this was because of Cao Tian-er. The friends wanted to know Jingshin's next plan of action, but he had already finished off that bastard, so he fulfilled his promise of revenge. The main character is proud of himself, because it was under him that the Jing Miao gang achieved success and earned worldwide respect. A black-haired boy invites his friends to join him and build their shared dream together. The guys understand perfectly well what they are going to. They know that if they choose this path, they will never be able to return back. The boys are serious. They accept his proposal to create the future of the Jing Miao gang together. Suddenly, their heartfelt conversation is interrupted by some guys walking down the nearby corridor. Their insolence immediately provokes aggression in the young boy, so he immediately rushes at them with his fists. The cheeky guys clearly didn't expect such an aggressive reaction from an ordinary student, so they immediately became tense. None of them had time to react, and a moment later our hero pulled one of the scoundrels out by the hand. The young man threw one of the guys aside and kicked the second one, but he managed to block it. The young boy had no intention of giving up. On the contrary, he only rushed forward faster. A moment later, he began to deliver multiple lightning-fast blows to this scumbag. The blonde was unable to withstand such a large number of blows, so he ended up getting hit in the face. The frightened boy threatened our hero that if he did not stop the beating, they would report everything to their boss. But the young lad didn't care at all about this because in order to report this to the boss, they would have to go far. The boy was clearly frightened and nervous by these words. He could not understand what it meant. Then, the main character, with a smug expression on his face, announces that their boss is already in the next world. Hearing such terrible news, the boy fell to his knees. He was completely devastated by the loss of his boss. The guy was hysterical and wanted to attack the main character, but his friends tried to hold him back. Then, the black-haired boy silently looked at his comrade and nodded to him, as if saying something without words. A moment later, our hero walked calmly into the auditorium, while his friend began to finish off the scumbags. His friend was quite good at wrestling. The young man delivered a clear blow to his enemy's groin. It was incredibly painful, and the boy immediately burst into tears and screamed, unable to contain his emotions. Suddenly, a teacher appeared in the corridor, heading towards the children to find out what was going on. Naturally, all the participants in the brawl ran away to avoid being caught. Ao Yan was very interested in what the main character was going to do with Cao Er's brothers. A young boy wants to kill his brother because he doesn't want any more of his friends to die, but he can't commit murder at the university. Soon, the lesson began. The young teacher stood at the board and explained the new topic, but it seems that our hero and his friend were not at all interested in this, because they continued talking. A moment later, the teacher called Zhang Shun to help her pick up the test papers from the staff room. The black-haired boy followed the teacher into the corridor without asking any unnecessary questions. And so, a few minutes later, the children arrived at the appointed place, the teacher's room. As soon as they entered the office, the young teacher clung to the young man from behind and said that she was very worried. The young boy assumed that the teacher must have fallen ill, because her reaction to his return was rather strange. The young teacher continued to say that she was very worried about the student. Then the girl asked if our hero wanted to come to her house that evening. Her father wanted to talk to him. But the young lad refuses this because last time everything did not go very smoothly. The girl understands perfectly well that the main character is still angry because of that incident, but asks to do it for the sake of her mother. The black-haired boy feels that something is wrong here and does not understand why he needs to go there. A moment later, the girl confesses that she has a ball today and invites him to go with her. The guy agrees. Some time passed and the day turned to night. The night sky was strewn with millions of stars. Our hero and his companion drove up to a luxurious building, near which many cars were already parked. The protagonist does not understand why there are so many people here. There are only a couple of people from Jinghai, and perhaps our hero's father will be here. But Jingshan doubts it very much because his father does not like such events. They head to the changing room. The boys walk through luxurious rooms with high ceilings. After some time, they approach the right room, and the girl opens the door. And so, when she opened the door, she saw a brunette on the threshold who was happily looking at Zhao Dong. And just a moment later, the girl threw herself at Zhao Dong with hugs because she missed him very much. The brunette embraced the young teacher in her strong arms. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. The protagonist tried to remember who this girl was and realized that it was Nan Gongshan Xiang. The young lady was very surprised to see her old friend here. She didn't understand what she was doing here. As it turned out, Zhao Dong's father invited the girl's father, and she just came for the company since she had nothing better to do. Then, the brunette turns her gaze to the guy standing next to the girl and assumes that this is her partner. A moment later, our hero rushes to the girl and hugs her tightly, saying that he is her big fan. The young teacher explained that it was just her student, nothing more. After that, she changed her behavior. A moment later, the young boy changed in front of Miss Shang Xiang for his strange behavior and asked her not to be surprised. This is their first meeting. The brunette finds it hard to believe that this is just student Zhao Dong. She thought he was her boyfriend. The young boy introduced himself as the top student in Miss Li's class and explained that he had come here to help with some chores. The brunette looked at her friend with curiosity because she didn't understand what kind of business they were talking about. She explained that she did it to prevent her father from marrying her off to Longfei. Jingshan agreed to pretend to be her boyfriend. This made the brunette laugh a little. The teacher asked her own student to be her boyfriend. But there is nothing wrong with that because the brunette herself thought that he really was her boyfriend. Before going to change, the teacher asked the girl not to blab about their secret. Soon, the girl went to change clothes and left the guys alone. They waited for her in silence. Finally, after some time, the doors opened slightly. A young teacher came out of the room, changing into a chic black evening dress. The young man immediately began to shower the girl with compliments and even wanted to hug her. But the girl turned him down and said that the ball hadn't started yet and it was too early for that. The young and self-confident boy objected and said that the ball had already begun. A moment later, he made a slight bow and asked if he could invite both girls to the ball. The girls looked at each other and smiled sweetly. It seemed that no one was against it. And so, after just a couple of seconds, our hero took the girls by the waist and led them to the ball. The guys stood on the second floor and looked at the crowd of guests who were standing on the first. All the girls looked at Miss Nan Gong with admiration. They couldn't help but notice her beauty. Then the couple went down to the first floor, where there were already many guests. Among the guests was the very guy they wanted to marry the girl to. He immediately greeted her and called her his bride. But the black-haired boy stood between them, not allowing this self-confident guy to approach the girl. The long-haired guy didn't understand what was going on because she was his bride, and he had the right to talk to her. The young lad's patience was leaving him with every word of this scoundrel. When the guy saw such a rude and disrespectful attitude towards himself, he got really angry. The main character turned around and said that this was his girlfriend and he had no right to open his mouth in her direction. The long-haired guy gritted his teeth at the injustice, because she is his fiancée. In that case, he challenges our hero to a fight. Zhao Ding is not a trophy, like any other woman in this world. They are people that men should protect. The young lad is waiting for a solid argument as to why he should accept his challenge. The long-haired boy is angry because our hero publicly humiliates him, right in front of the guests. The girls around him start to talk about Jingshan's courage and envy his girlfriend because he is a real man. A moment later, the long-haired guy's nerves run out, and he runs at full speed towards our hero with his fists. But the black-haired boy, as expected, easily stops the blow of the bastard who still wants to fight him. In the end, the protagonist decides to accept the offer to fight in order to prove to this scoundrel that Zhao Ding is not a trophy. The scumbag is so confident in himself that he decides to fight to the death. The loser has no right to leave here alive. A man tries to dissuade Long Fei from doing this, but he is too stubborn and will not give in. The young boy looks at all this with excitement and suggests writing a will, as their ancestors did before. The long-haired boy easily agrees and orders the servants to bring a pen and paper here. After a moment, he thinks and with a serious expression on his face begins to write a will. The protagonist reads his will and praises his handwriting, but adds that it is rather illegible. The long-haired boy tells Jingshin not to be so confident in himself and gives him the right to choose the time and place of the fight. A few seconds later, our hero also sits down at the table to write his will, but the black-haired boy offers to fight right here and now. Besides, there are plenty of witnesses here now. The long-haired guy is not going to give up. He is full of determination and confidence. He is extremely surprised that Jingshin does not seem to be afraid at all. The guy is sure that even if he loses, nothing will happen to him, because he has plenty of connections. A young boy warns everyone present that they are about to have a fight to the death, so everyone should be careful. All the guests disperse to the sides, making room for the upcoming bloody battle. And then, after that, the black-haired boy turns to Zhao Ding and tells her to start counting. Reluctantly, the girl steps forward, preparing to announce the beginning of the bloody battle. And then, just a moment later, the young lady raises her hand and shouts that the fight has officially begun. As soon as the long-haired guy heard the signal, he rushed to attack our hero. But the main character was completely relaxed and prepared for all blows. He directed his fist towards the guy. A moment later, their fists slammed loudly and forcefully against each other. The sound of bones crunching could be heard. The long-haired guy screamed loudly. It seemed that after such a strong blow, there were some fractures. Everyone present became nervous when they saw how serious it was. Fear flashed in their eyes. The long-haired boy stood in front of our hero and tried to recover from such a strong blow. But the young man was not going to wait for his enemy to come to his senses, and after a couple of seconds he dealt a strong blow to the face. The father began to worry greatly about his son and asked for help from the guests who were in the hall. The boy feels he can get away with it just because he has a rich daddy, but Jingshin is determined to teach him a lesson. And if he were in the place of this miserable scum, he would now be begging for mercy. The main character was ready to deliver the final blow and finish off this bastard. He swung his leg. The father, seeing this, screamed loudly. His whole life flashed before his eyes because he thought that he was about to lose his son. Everyone present became seriously tense because they thought that a real murder was about to take place before their eyes. Suddenly, someone from the audience shouted and ordered the protagonist to stop. Jingshin's foot stopped a few centimeters from the unfortunate man's head. A moment later, a menacing man entered the room, with several people behind him. The man entered the room and greeted the guests. The black-haired boy waved kindly to the visiting guest and asked what he was doing there. If the old man hadn't come, that lousy boy would have smashed the place to smithereens. The boy laughed, saying that they were just fooling around, but the man didn't seem to find it funny at all. He said he would return to this conversation later. Mr. E approached the scoundrel's father and apologized for our hero because he was still young and reckless. The father was very scared. He called his son to quickly apologize to the main character. The black-haired boy calmly replied that there was no need for an apology and that it would be better to send the young man to the hospital now. Suddenly, the boy breaks away and runs up to our hero. What does he want to do with him? The long-haired boy ran up to the main character and hesitated. Apparently, he wanted to say something important. A moment later, the long-haired man fell to his knees in front of the protagonist and said that it was entirely his fault, so now he could take his life. The boy is not going to do this. If the boy really wants to die, then let him get stronger and fight him again. The boy stands up. He is shaking all over because his body is full of wounds and injuries. He sincerely thanks our hero. As soon as the young man stood up, he immediately collapsed on the floor again because his strength was already running out. His whole body ached. Meanwhile, the boys went to the table. Soon, the guy sat down at the table. The man invited Mr. E here to talk about something. The man immediately thought that the conversation would be about his son and Mr. Lee's daughter. The black-haired boy didn't immediately understand what was being talked about. He didn't understand what was wrong. As it turned out, the man was going to marry them. Hearing this, the brunette quietly laughed, which attracted the attention of one of the men. She found it funny that she didn't even have a boyfriend, and Zhao Ding was already getting married, although she always called her auntie when she was a child. Hearing this, everyone at the table laughed because it was a really funny story. One man was eager to introduce Yang to Shangxiang. A moment later, a boy came out of another room. His father had been bullying him again while he was away. The young man entered the room and was surprised to see Miss Lee and Jingshin also there. The black-haired boy introduced his friend to his father. "This is Uncle John's only son." The boy came in and greeted everyone, then introduced himself. "His name is Ku Yan Shun. Our hero's father says that the boys can decide for themselves because they are no longer little." The man agrees that they are already adults and can decide for themselves, but there is one thing. The girl became very nervous when she saw that Ku Yan Shun was also here. If Jingshin refused her now, she would be very ashamed to go back to school. Mr. Yi said it was not that important. He asked him to continue. The man called his son for a private conversation. He looked very serious. A few minutes later, the father and son left the room and went out into the corridor. It seems the father had a serious conversation with his son. Our hero did not understand what happened. The man was very serious when he asked if his son had really made such a decision. This is the only way the black-haired boy can protect his loved ones from pain. There is no other way out. But the father objects, because if the son does this, he will only bring pain to other people and to himself. But the young boy continues to stand his ground. If he doesn't, his dead friends will still be hurt. Then the boy wonders, would his father have been so calm if Cao Tianmi had actually killed him that time? The man is very serious. He understands that there is no turning back, but he does not want his son to follow in his footsteps. But our hero objects because he has been on this path for a long time. Ever since his mother left them, there is no turning back. The man is not going to object anymore and accepts the position of his now grown son. If this is his final decision, he wishes him luck. The son thanks his father, and he says that the main character has the right to do what he considers necessary. Before leaving, the man turns around and reminds her that Lao Jiaoding is still a girl and cannot be offended. He didn't intend to do that. It seemed that Li Jiang was in trouble. But if that wasn't the case, why would he rush to bring Li Ding over to his side? A few more minutes passed and they finished the conversation. The protagonist returned to the girls who were already waiting for him. The girl was slightly worried because they suddenly disappeared. This led to the thought that her father had put them in an awkward position. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a man who loudly shouted that the master had died. For a second, the guys were stunned. They couldn't understand how this could have happened. A moment later, everyone rushed to the master to check what had happened and see everything with their own eyes. The girl sat down on the edge of the bed where her emaciated father lay, holding his hand with concern. The man assured his daughter that everything was fine. He asked her and her mother to wait outside while he had a few words with Xiao Ye. The girls were very worried about what happened, but they listened to the man and immediately fulfilled his request. And so, as soon as the girls crossed the threshold of the room, our hero became gloomy and serious. The black-haired boy immediately got down to business and tried to find out what exactly the man wanted to talk to him about. The man knows very well that Jingshin doesn't respect him very much, but this time the Li family really needs help. He sincerely asks not to destroy their family, at least for the sake of Jiao Ding. Besides the Skull organization, the only one that left and could be involved in all of this is the Lawn organization. Our hero cannot promise such a thing. The only thing he has sworn is that Jiao Ding and her mother will be guaranteed safety. Hearing these words, the man breathed a sigh of relief. Now, finally, he could rest easy. The main character believes that the man alone will find a solution to how to deal with this problem. The young boy assures that he will be able to help him if necessary. Although his father is no longer involved in this, Jingshin will try. The man really felt better after these words. He knew that his daughter was never wrong about people. After that, the main character headed for the exit and wished the man a speedy recovery. He needed to rest. The man started freaking out when he saw that our hero just up and left. He thought that the young man would stay the night. As the boy left the room, Jiao Ding stood in his way and asked if he was leaving already. As it turned out, the black-haired boy had urgent business, so he asked to borrow his car, but the girl didn't understand what the problem was and why borrow a car if she could just drive him herself. A moment later, the boys headed towards the exit of the room. It was already a deep and dark night outside. Hundreds of thousands of stars were spread out across the dark canvas of the sky. The protagonist arrived at the right place. The room was dark and he slowly opened the door. The young man slowly entered the dark room. The room was quite quiet. Suddenly, a girl appeared in the doorway and quietly watched him. A moment later, she suddenly ran up to the young man from behind and grabbed him, holding him in her strong embrace. It turned out to be just Fei Fei. She was gently pressing herself against him. He was finally home, and so when the boy finally broke free from her embrace, he immediately asked why she was not asleep yet, because it was already very late. As it turns out, the girl can't sleep because of one question that keeps bothering her. Why did he do this to Wrong and leave her? The black-haired boy was taken aback by such straightforward questions. He thought about how he could best answer this. The girl was very worried about this. She thought that her brother Jingshun didn't need her at all. Hearing these words, our hero hugged the girl tightly, trying to console her. He tried to convince her that her opinion was wrong. The girl said that she really liked Jingshun and was ready to do anything for him. A moment later, the couple fell onto the bed. The guys continued to hug, enjoying the moment. And so this stormy night passed. The sun rose again from behind the horizon. The young boy looked lovingly at Fei Fei, who was still sleeping. It was early in the morning and he didn't want to wake her up. A moment later, the protagonist leans down to give the girl a gentle kiss on the forehead. After this, the boy slowly and quietly walks out of the room so as not to wake up the tired girl. Soon, the young man goes out into the corridor and quietly closes the door behind him so as not to make noise. In the hallway, he sees Wrong, who sarcastically asks how his night went last night. The black-haired boy immediately tried to change the subject and hugged the girl, saying that she looked very beautiful in the morning. The girl was not very happy because she knew that last night he was with Fei Fei, who still had not woken up. It was already time for the boys to go to school, so they woke up the girl and headed to the right place. It was early morning. Students and school children were just approaching the educational institution. The voices of students could be heard everywhere. When the young boy entered the school, he immediately met his friends in the corridor, who were already waiting for him. Friends called our hero for a talk, so he told the girls to go to class and he himself approached the guys. The conversation turned to Chao Ji, but his friend calmed him down and said that he would personally make sure that he would not survive the night. The black-haired boy reminded that this had to be done cleanly, because no one should drag his friend into this. But the guy told him to relax because it was just a small thing that he could definitely handle. The young man was determined to take the first step towards rebuilding the Jingmiao gang today. A few minutes passed and the lesson began. The teacher left some notes on the board. Our hero sat at his desk and listened to the teacher, but it seemed he wasn't very interested. He was waiting for the bell to ring for recess. And so, when the lesson time came to an end, the long-awaited bell rang for all the students. The main character and his friends were about to leave the office as quickly as possible. The girl immediately saw that the guy was in a hurry and asked for what purpose. She was worried that he was going to fight. The guy said he wasn't going to fight because he was a good student. Then the girl asked him to take her with him. But the black-haired boy was very worried about the girl's health because she was very tired last night. The girl screamed in embarrassment, but said that she had been fine for a long time. In that case, the youth agreed. And so, after some time, the boys walk along an empty school corridor. They have some business here. At the same time, the girl is also walking along the empty school corridor, completely alone. Finally, the boys arrive at their destination. It is some kind of school classroom. A moment later, they open the doors wide and walk inside. It turned out that they came here to find Liu Dinglong. They were determined. Suddenly, another boy lightly slaps his friend on the head for shouting too loudly. Now, Wu Yang began to ask Mr. Luo to come out with them for a minute because they needed to discuss something. There were several guys in the office who looked at the unexpected guests with indifference and some contempt. One boy looked silently and indifferently at the guys who were waiting for him to come out. He didn't answer. There was a tense atmosphere in the air. None of the guys said a word. Unexpectedly, the hero turned to his friend and pointed to some girl who was sitting in the classroom. She is cold and arrogant and just fits his type. The boy immediately became embarrassed when the conversation turned to this girl. A blush appeared on his cheeks. It's really surprising that someone like Yu Yan could secretly like someone. He didn't even tell anyone about it. There was a brunette with long silky hair. She was very focused on something and did not even raise her cold gaze. Some kid got angry that the little kids came to the 12th grade and started distracting the older kids from their studies. The black-haired boy did not react to the comments. On the contrary, he was glad that they were noticed and responded to. The guys didn't want to distract them. They came to return the money they had borrowed from them last time. But in reality, they came here to see boss Liu Dinglong. The guy with glasses was already on edge, but unexpectedly his classmate stood up and was rude to him. Moments later, absolutely everyone stood up. It seemed like some kind of fight had started. Everyone was hostile towards each other. The young man did not understand why the boys were in such a hurry because after they graduated from school, they would be able to calmly take their place. The hero explained that it was just a joke and they were only here because today was a day dedicated to the life and happiness of their brother. Then, the protagonist turned to Q Yen and told him to quickly deal with Yun Fei so as not to distract the elders from their studies. One of the guys was very angry at our hero and his impudent behavior. How could he even allow himself such a question mark? The protagonist didn't seem to be afraid of the elders' threats at all. If Liu didn't agree voluntarily, there would be a fight. At this time, Wu Yang carefully observed the charming brunette, who he seemed to have some feelings for. There was a very tense atmosphere in the air. It seemed that even breathing here was unbearably difficult. The guy with glasses noted that the main character had gone too far, and this could not be left alone. A moment later, when his nerves had already given out, the boy slammed his fist on the school desk with all his might. Immediately after this, he declares a fight. Unfortunately, it was not possible to resolve everything peacefully. Some time passed, and the boys headed back to their class. As they walked, they discussed pressing issues. For example, Class 11-9 doesn't buy their book. When the boys returned to the office, they saw one guy roughly grab their classmate and start threatening him. This scuffle immediately attracted the attention of the black-haired boy, and he tried to find out what was going on here. It turns out that this guy said that there was some kind of problem, so Jingshan should go and find the guys right now. They probably know that Ti Feng is not here. That's why they did this. In that case, they should go there and look around, and they should do it as soon as possible. A moment later, the guys gathered their team with whom they were going to set out on a search. And so soon, the guys set out to search. They carefully examined every corner. Meanwhile, some kind of commotion was also happening in one of the school classrooms. The quarrel was between two girls. The brunette was indignant at the girl for allowing herself too much. And then, a moment later, the brunette's patience ran out and she made a swing, directing it at the girl. But fortunately, the girl deftly stopped her opponent's hand right in front of her face in time. If the brunette continues to behave like this, Fei Fei will teach her a lesson and shut her mouth. Just a couple of seconds later, the girl gives this bitch a good slap in the face so that she knows where her place is. After such an attitude towards herself, the brunette becomes furious. How dare someone raise a hand against her? The brunette is not going to do it for you so easily and wants to give back to her offender. In that moment, the girl rushes forward to hit her classmate, but she only deftly dodges her pathetic blow. Immediately after this, the young lady rushes forward and grabs the bitch by the neck, causing her to lose her balance. The brunette was unable to stay on her feet, and because of this, she collapsed onto the cold school floor. Our hero, who had just entered the classroom, was watching all this. It seems he arrived on time. He approached the girl and tried to calm her down, taking her hand and telling her that she shouldn't be angry. The brunette rose from the floor with difficulty and finally shouted caustically at the girl not to catch her eye again. A moment later, the girl's patience leaves her, and she kills her offender with all her might with a kick to the head. The blow sent the unfortunate woman flying into the wall. She clearly had no chance to resist it. Then the girl turns to our hero with tears in her eyes and explains that it was the bitch who was bullying her. The black-haired boy strokes the girl's head and asks her not to be upset, because no one will hurt her again. In fact, the young boy is extremely surprised by the girl's strength. It is unlikely that anyone else will be able to become a female leader in their gang. A moment later, the main character tells the girl that it is time for them to go. Suddenly, a girl enters the office and silently observes the whole situation. Meanwhile, our pack calmly leaves the scene of the incident, while some girl watches them go. With a tail and worriedly asks our hero for what purpose he is here, the black-haired boy reminds that he is a member of the council and came here to raise funds to prepare for the 12th grade graduation. The girl giggles when she sees that the boy is telling the truth with what he does. After a moment, the young boy decides that he would be better off if he returned to class. The school children who passed by and heard this conversation thought that they could give them money, but it is unlikely that they will be left alone after this. Actually, it's not about money at all. If they give them money even once, it means they've submitted to their gang. A young boy is full of courage to teach our hero a lesson this evening. He contacts the boys from Zhongshan High School. His friend was shocked when he heard about this school because it is the strongest high school in the area. Some time passed. Our hero entered an empty office. The black-haired boy was clearly focused on something. Suddenly, he received a new notification on his phone, and he immediately opened it. On the screen was a message from a girl who had previously wanted to open her own lingerie store. The girl told him that she had already chosen a location for the store and that the rent there would cost about $2 million a year. The girl immediately saw that something had happened to the young boy. and she approached him to find out what exactly. Now our hero's thoughts were occupied only with where he could get quick money. The girl really wanted to help Jingshin, and she came up with an idea about buying lottery tickets. The boy was very grateful to the girl for giving him such an idea. He was not at all against trying. And so, just a moment later, he opened a chat with his friend and started writing to him about it. A friend told him that an underground lottery has recently become popular, and Jingshin might try his luck there, but it is still risky. But it seems that the black-haired boy is not at all afraid of the fact that this is a risk. He is ready to take it. A moment later, the school bell rang. Another break had begun. The class was almost empty, as many students preferred to spend their break in the corridor or the cafeteria. Aoyang approached the protagonist and reminded him that it was time to meet with Liu Dinglong. The black-haired boy was just waiting for this. It seemed he was already prepared for this, because he immediately jumped up from his seat and headed towards the meeting. He took many of his guys with him, who were also ready for what was about to happen. The young boy's gaze was cold and stern. He was ready to look into Liu Dinglong's eyes. The weather outside was clear. Fluffy clouds were slowly floating across the sky. The meeting was scheduled on the roof of the school. The boys were already heading there. A moment later, the doors swung wide open and a crowd of boys walked onto the school roof. Pepper and the guys saw some guy, and our hero assumed that it must be Shi Xiong. In front of them stood a huge, muscular guy who said that he would represent Liu Dinglong in this fight. But this information was unnecessary. The black-haired boy already knew about it. The young man still doesn't understand why Jingshin is in such a hurry to gain power, because in a month they will graduate and their gang will take over the school. The young lad wants to do it right now. As soon as they collect all the fees here for the student council, everything will be decided. The boy wondered if our hero really needed this money so urgently. The main character was absolutely unwavering in his desires. He really needed money. There was a rather tense atmosphere between the guys, but the young man still asked how much money he needed. The black-haired boy with a smirk on his face said that he needed $1 million. The guy laughed at such an exorbitant sum. Was he really asking for a whole million, citing a collection for the student council? But, in fact, this was far from the case. All this is necessary for the beginning of the rebuilding of Jingmiao. Therefore, it is better for this park not to interfere with it. The guy wants to fight our hero, and if the main character loses, then they leave them alone. A friend stands up for a young boy, but he doesn't need protection. He takes on the fight with his head held high. The young man accepts the challenge, but before that, he wants to set one more additional condition. If our hero does manage to win, he wants to find out the guy's true identity. And now, a moment later, the fight begins. A huge guy with fists rushes at the main character. The black-haired boy is ready to take a hit. He is very focused on his every move. But, unexpectedly, his enemy sharply dodges and changes his direction. This guy seems to be pretty good at martial arts and will give you a hard time. A moment later, his piercer lifts his leg high and swings it. He prepares to kick. Our hero turns around and sees the enemy's leg above him. About to deliver a powerful blow to his head, will he have time to dodge? The brute delivers a lightning-fast kick, but fortunately the protagonist manages to dodge it. The young man jumps high, which is how he manages to dodge such a strong and fast blow. Moments later, he lands calmly on his feet and takes a step forward. The black-haired boy admits that his opponent is quite strong and his blows are not bad. But even despite this, his enemy always remains one step behind. Having said this, our hero rushed into the attack. Just a couple of seconds later, the protagonist suddenly jerks his fist and directs his blow straight into the opponent's face. It seems that the boys are quite curious to continue the fight with such an opponent, and this arouses his sporting interest. A moment later, the fists of our hero and his opponent touch, after which the sound of crunching bones is heard. It was pretty nasty, but both guys kept standing. It seemed like this was just the beginning of the battle. The boy realized that he had not underestimated our hero because his strength and speed were much greater than he had previously thought. After a moment of deliberation, the boy rushes forward again and decides to begin the attack. But a second later, the black-haired boy swings his leg and prepares to take the blow. The young man aimed at his opponent's head, but he blocked it with his hand in time, thanks to which he survived. Immediately after this, Granny prepares his fist for another blow. After this, the thug begins an endless series of attacks on the main character, but he successfully blocks them all. It seems to be a game of endurance. Whose strength will fail first? The guys are determined and none of them are going to give up. There is excitement in their eyes, a desire to win. Suddenly, a girl bursts onto the battlefield, separates the boys and tells them to stop immediately, He shouts loudly and swears at what the boys have done here because this is school territory. The bully doesn't understand why his classmate came here and interfered with their fight because it's very important to them. Jue Mei came here to stop them because if she didn't, they would have destroyed the entire school to hell. The black-haired boy noted with regret that it seemed that their fight was over. A moment later, our hero calls his friend with him, and they set off. Ao Yan looked at Senior Shi curiously because his fight with our hero was really unpredictable. He should not be underestimated. The girl then reminded the main character that he was a member of the student council and could not allow himself to cause such chaos. But it seemed that the young lad didn't care at all about this, and he ignored the girl's owl. The black-haired boy didn't expect Xu Xiong to be here. It seemed like the high school reunion was more difficult than he thought. The girl was very irritated by the impudent behavior of our hero, so she snorted discontentedly. The bully continued to stand on the roof. It seemed he was waiting for the girl to leave. A moment later, the guy turned to someone and ordered him to get out. It turns out that there was another person standing around the corner all this time, watching all this. They saw Ye Jingshan's true strength. The brute didn't want to get involved in this anymore, so he said he was leaving. The stranger shouted after him. Did he really not want to cooperate with him? The guy didn't like the fact that he was being oppressed, especially if it was Yapo. The masked stranger suggests that perhaps Zhang Jia was aiming at him, but the guy doesn't see anything wrong with it. The masked man offers a mutually beneficial exchange. He will help him kill Zhang Jia, and the guy will help him deal with our hero in return. This proposal really makes the young man think he needs time to come to a decision. This made the young man laugh a little. How could a stranger not cope with our hero with his own strength? The stranger cannot reveal his identity because this is the rule of the union. The young man also does not want to reveal his identity, but that is not the point. He will not cooperate with a stranger. This is his principle. After a moment, the thug gets bored with the conversation and says goodbye, then walks away. Meanwhile, the boys had already descended from the roof of the school and went outside. The black-haired boy had a strange feeling and asked if his friend had noticed anything suspicious. He noticed someone hiding on the roof and assumed it might be me, the Japanese ninja. Then the boy turned to Xiaolong and asked if there were any more ninjas in their school. This question was quite difficult, but they did not come to the conclusion that there cannot be ninjas among school children. The young boy sighed heavily when he realized that there were such first-class fighters in the school. Now, the guys had to think about their next steps. Our hero told his friend to find out about Liu Dinglong. It seems that his true identity hides many tans. The schoolyard was completely empty. There was not a single schoolchild here. But there were two kids hiding here, waiting for the brothers and Yunshan High School. The boy was nervous because Liu Fei told him that he would help deal with our hero. But in the end, there was no one here. Fear was visible in the schoolboy's eyes, but unexpectedly he turned his gaze to the side. The young man was incredibly happy when he saw his guys, who had promised to come and still kept their word. Several guys came out to meet them, and the young man immediately reported that Jingshan was still at school. One of the guys who came to help looked pretty cocky. It couldn't help but irritate. He said their bosses had come to see it too. It was hard to believe. Moments later, two girls stepped forward. They were their bosses. The boy immediately ran up to the girls and began to greet them kindly. But it seemed they weren't interested at all. Now, they wanted to know where the guy they were told about was. The boy explained that classes had just ended, so they were probably already starting. The girl immediately began to get indignant when she heard the guy's lack of confidence in his words. The boy felt some pressure, and because of this he felt awkward and scared. The young man began to quickly search with his eyes for the main character and his company. Well, after some time he was able to find them, and they were just leaving the school. The black-haired boy walked in his thoughts and did not pay attention to what was happening around him. The girls came to the sack when they actually saw our hero in front of them. They did not understand how this was possible. A moment later, the cheeky guy loudly called out to our hero and told him to slow down. The young boy looked up and saw a crowd of kids near the school calling him to join them. The black-haired boy didn't understand what they wanted from him, but a strange premonition immediately appeared in his soul. There were a lot of guys standing in front of him. They had satisfied grins on their faces, and they definitely didn't look friendly. A boy from Zhongshan High School stands in front of Ye Jingshan and asks if it is really him. Ye Jingshan and his company look at those who decided to come and pester them with satisfaction. The sisters who came with him look at him and are silent. They don't know how to react to this situation. Ye Jingshan turns to the guy who came to him and asks him if he knows him. The boy tells him that it is not so, But his brothers told him that he is playing pranks at Yulong High School and asks if the student council fees really require a large amount of money. He says that his brothers have been broke lately and he would like to borrow some money from him. The guy from Ye Jingshan's company gets angry after hearing this and is about to say something to the impudent guy. Brother Shen stops him with his raised hand and asks the guy who came to them how much he needs. The guy didn't expect such an answer from him and is surprised. He thinks about how Ye Jingshan can be so calm. The sisters standing next to him start to laugh at the whole situation and are about to say something. They call Ye Jingshan brother and say that he can stop leading the boys on because it's too funny for them. The boys hear what the sisters are saying and turn in their direction in bewilderment. They think about everything the sisters said and are shocked that they called him Brother Shen. The sisters approach Ye Jingshan and say that he is the leader of the Jing Miao gang and the guys who asked him for money should greet their boss. All the people behind these guys, as soon as they hear this, immediately bow to him to show their respect. The guy who asked for money gets scared and says that he didn't know and he's very sorry. He also bows. Ye Jingshan calms him down and says that it is just a small misunderstanding and he does not need to bow. Brother Shen turns to Zhang Yan, who is scared and terrified by all of this. He looks more serious and asks Zhang Yan what he can tell him about the student council meeting. Another guy comes forward and says that Ye Jingshan doesn't have to worry because they'll chip in and there won't be any more debts. Shen says that according to the underground rules, the contribution must be doubled. But because they are Liu Fei's friends, he will not ask for much. He tells them that they just have to obey. The guys hear this and fall silent for a while to think it over and give their answer. After thinking about all this information, they bow to him and thank him for his kindness. Ye Jingshan smiles and says that they are all brothers and sisters and they should have dinner together. The sisters look at him and Sister Yang is embarrassed. Looking at Ye Jingshan, she is happy that they will go to dinner together. They are all getting ready to go and have dinner together. They are heading to a restaurant and there are clouds in the sky. A huge and tall building is visible. They go there to have dinner. The whole sky is filled with clouds. They are all sitting at the table and chatting cheerfully about something. Their communication looks kind and friendly. Ye Jingshan sits with them, but is distracted by the sisters who want to ask him something. Sister Dan holds his hand and asks him if he was the one who killed Cao Tianmi. Brother Shen tells him that it was him. Sister tells him that on that day, Ti Feng was looking for Cao Tianmi and wanted to take revenge on him. But in the end, Brother Shen finished him off faster. She says that Ti Feng and Xiao Hu are in their place and they are waiting for news. Ye Jingshan asks her about their wounds. She tells him that their wounds are mostly healed and they are waiting for him to come to them. The door behind them suddenly opens and a scream is heard from inside. Someone saying that everything is very bad. A girl runs up to them, breathing heavily from running, and they ask her what happened and why she was screaming. The girl tells them information that surprises everyone very much, that she says that Fei Fei and Zhang An were kidnapped. They decide to go looking for them and soon something will definitely happen in the place where they are being held. School children stand under the canopy and do not pay attention to what is happening not so far from them. Meanwhile, some guys are tearing Zhang An's clothes and not giving her a chance to move. Fei Fei tells the guy who arranged their capture to get away from Zhang An because then she will torture him, and Liu Yingmi is standing next to him. The leader just looks at her and moans discontentedly. He is not going to listen to her at all. Ye Jingshan shows up and says that they all have to stop what they are doing. The entire Jingmao gang comes to save these girls. They all look very angry. Fei Fei and Zhang An let go, and Fei Fei quickly walks over to Zhang An to help her up. She helps Zhang An up, her clothes torn and trying to cover herself from the eyes of others. Liu Yingmi says that one of those girls turned her school upside down and asks to be given the opportunity to teach her a lesson next time. Brother Xing tells her that she shouldn't worry because he won't let others hurt his girlfriend. He turns to all the guys standing behind him and says that they should sort this out so that they can have fun with Fei Fei and Zhang An. Meanwhile, Fei Fei and Zhang An approach Ye Jingshan, and he sees that her clothes are torn. He gives her his jacket. Brother Shen tells Fei Fei that she should see Zhang An off and leave these guys to them. Fei Fei disagrees with him and says that she personally must take revenge, and if she does not kill these guys, then she cannot be called Huang Yi Fei. Ye Jingshan looks at her and realizes that she is completely serious, and she really intends to deal with them. She stands next to Zhang An, who is very confused about all this and stands there upset. Jingshan is told that the Skull Gang is in front of them and that they have already met them at the bar. The self-confident instigator of the kidnapping approaches him and says that they are all children and they will not be able to answer for their words. He says that Brother Shen does not even know how to pronounce the word death. Ye Jingshan says that the Skull Gang is the most powerful and leading of the Reapers and is already dead, and no one can be so arrogant. He says that Skull's days will soon be numbered. The guy is surprised that he knows this information and says that few people have it and asks how he found out about it. Ye Jingshan says that the answer to his question is very easy, and that is that he is the person who killed Cao Tianmi. Brother Xing hears all this information and is shocked by it, but Jingshan does not end the squabble. He takes out his knife to stab his offender and make him understand that he was wrong. Ye Jingshan twirls the knife in his hand and the guy doesn't have time to react to his attack. It hits him right on the cheek and cuts him. He looks very surprised at this outcome. There is a huge wound on his cheek that is bleeding heavily, and everyone standing behind him looks surprised. Ye Jingshan asks him if he now understands the situation he is in. Meanwhile, Brother Shin is on his knees holding his cut cheek. All those who stood behind him looked with horror at what happened and simply remained silent. Jingshan addresses them and says that everyone who was involved must step forward. They all wait and look at the people who laughed at Fei Fei and Zhang An not long ago. Qiu Yan steps forward and stands next to Ye Jingshan. He also looks at all these people. He looks at them and decides that he must act if they do not want to come forward and confess. He quickly becomes close to the guy who stands in front of everyone in that group and looks him in the eyes. This guy also looks at Qiu Yan and there is sweat on his face. He looks very scared. Qiu Yan takes out his knife from behind his back and is about to attack this guy to make them all answer for their actions. He raises his hand to strike at this frightened guy. The guy from the skull sees this knife and even more sweat appears on his face and he is shocked by the sight of the knife. Qiu Yan holds a knife and says that they themselves forced him to use violence because they did not want to go out on their own. He stabs the guy in the stomach and he only has time to scream from the intense pain. Ye Jingshan looks at all these people and says that they themselves will deal with all the undesirables who did not want to come forward. He doesn't even give his guys the order to fight, but they rush into battle themselves and start punching their opponents in the face. They handle them without any problem and look like they are just having fun with these weaklings. Sister Dan also enters the fray and attacks the guy who was holding Zhang An with a knife. He covers Liu Yingmi with his body. Fei Fei also handles her opponents without any problems and asks them why they bragged about their strength in front of her so much. She looks at those who dared to offend her and Zhang An. She looks very angry and dissatisfied. Brother Xing just lies on the ground and still holds his cheek. He begs Brother Shen for mercy. He doesn't listen to him and hits him a second time. Fei Fei looks at this and she doesn't say anything. Jingshan mercilessly cuts his neck with one blow and he will no longer be able to harm anyone else. Ye Jingshan turns around and walks towards Fei Fei. He wants to ask her a very interesting question. He grabs her by the shoulder and asks what she thinks they should do about these guys. In front of her, on the ground, sits the guy who held and tore Zhang An's clothes, looking very scared. She looks at him and looks very angry. She confidently tells Jingshan that she wants to kill them. Brother Shen hands her his knife, but she doesn't want to take it. She looks at her nearby allies. She turns to Qiu Yan and asks him for a knife. She looks very determined and scares the offenders. Zhu Yan tells her that the knife is an antique and he can give it to her as a gift. Fei Fei thanks him. Fei Fei approaches the one who tore things on Zhang An and asks him where all their courage went. She swings the knife that Qiu Yan gave her and with a quick movement thrusts it into his thigh. She pulls it out and blood starts to flow quickly from his thigh. It looks pretty creepy. She raises her hand with a knife in order to stab Zhang An's offender a second time. Jingshan stops her and says that the girl should be cruel but not bloodthirsty, and he does not want her to become a reaper who likes to mock people. He tells her that they were harassing both of them and all she has to do is just kill him. She listens to him and thinks about what he just told her. She generally agrees with him. She grabs the guy by the head and swings her knife hand to deliver the finishing blow. She unleashes her fury on him and hits him right in the heart, taking his life. No one looks from the windows at the atrocity that is happening under the school canopy, and silence reigns in the air. Liu Yingmi sits on the ground in front of her, and around her lie the dead people who did not dare to come forward and confess their actions. She tries to justify herself and tells Shen that she realized her guilt and asks him not to kill her, because they are classmates. She says that he can do whatever he wants with her. They tell him that they don't have much time left anyway and that he should just kill Liu Yingmi, since the death of these gangsters won't make much noise. Li. In-mi hears these words and realizes that she is already doomed. She just sits silently on the ground in a sweat. Jingshan tells Qiu Yan, Xiaolong, Fatty, and Zheng that they have to deal with this place and will contact them after they are done. He says that he will first escort Fei Fei and the others, and later they will go look for Ti Feng. He hugs Fei Fei and walks away from the place where the kidnappers were now completely routed. Night falls and the moon lights up the streets. Clouds and stars, the moon's eternal friends, are visible in the sky. Ye Jingxin hugs Lao Qi, looking very happy that they finally met. Tai Feng sits on the couch and asks him since when he changed his hobby and switched to men. Jingxin tells him to shut up and says that he missed him too and asks them why they shaved their heads. They tell him that the reason is quite common and the main reason is that they wanted to start from scratch. They are chatting over a pleasant dinner and are about to discuss a very important topic that is important to all of them. Tai Feng asks if it's true that he was the one who killed Cao Tianmi. They just want to make sure. Jingxin says that this is indeed the case, and because of this, there are riots in the Skull, and they have problems in the southern part of the city. He will take the chance and suppress them with his power. For the revival of Jing Miao, he says he will send a team of little brothers there within a few days, and he needs their help in training the team. He says that later, they will have to fight the Skull Gang, and they must prevent their Jing Miao team from repeating history. Liao Qi takes the glass of drink in his hand and tells Jingxin that he will take up training. Tai Feng makes a toast. He says that this glass will be for the rebirth of Jing Miao, their family and gang. He says they should hit the casino and make some first money for their gang. They come to the casino where people lose a lot of money every day. Everything there looks very expensive. There are also beautiful waitresses in different costumes, and the casino is filled with rich people on this day. The machines are empty and unused, and a low hum of people playing for high stakes can be heard throughout the casino. Ye Jingxin, Tai Feng, and Ku Yan go down to the casino hall, followed by an escort of their men. Jingxin suggests that everyone should spread out and have fun together, and each of them can find a game to their liking. Jingxin is noticed by a man in a formal suit and is a little surprised. After that, this person goes to the VIP lodge to tell someone that Jingxin came to the casino. In the VIP lodge, people have fun with waitresses and enjoy life to the fullest. He approaches Brother Ji and reports to him that Ye Jingxin has come to this casino. Brother Ji hears this and his face changes. He smiles and looks very interested. Meanwhile, Ye Jingxin walks past the card tables and thinks about which one he should sit at to have some fun. He notices a woman sitting at a table asking someone if he wants to play. There is a man sitting next to her, hugging her, and he looks closely at her face. He approaches her and realizes that it could be his teacher Tan. He asks her if it is really her. She also recognizes her. Teacher Tan didn't expect to see her student in such a place and asks him why he isn't in class. Ye Jingxin answers her question with a question and says that since the teacher is in such a place, then he can too. The man sitting next to her calls her fan and sweetie. He asks her if he understood correctly that Jingxin is her former student. Jingxin hears the way this man addresses his teacher and he feels a little uneasy. The teacher calls the man Ying Tian and explains that he is her naughty student, and she has already told him about him. She tells him to ignore him and tells him to just play. Ying Tian understands who she is talking about and is going to offer him something that should interest him. He approaches him and offers to play with him at the same table to relieve his boredom. The teacher tries to tell him something, but he asks her not to worry and says that he just wants to play with him and that's all. He says that they can play another game, because the student may not know the rules of their game. Ye Jingxin considers his proposal and says that it is okay and they can play one game. Meanwhile, Ying Tian is thinking that this is a good opportunity and he just has to be a good boy and become the son-in-law of the Tang family. Ye Jingxin sits down at the card table and puts a cigarette in his mouth. He looks very confident. There are cards in front of Jingxin and Ying Tian. They are really going to play against each other. Ying Tian sees Brother Shen's cigarette and says that he is a student who has not yet entered college and should not breathe in tobacco smoke, as there is a risk of getting lung cancer. Yet Jingxin tells him that he shouldn't worry about him, and if he just wants to impress his teacher Tang, then he can talk to him since he is a good flirt. Ying Tian hears this and is very surprised by what he heard. He falls silent for a moment to think. He turns around and looks at teacher Tan, who sits silently and says nothing to him. He turns to the table and lifts the corner of the card to see what card he has received. He shows a map and tells Ye Jingxin that he and teacher Tang are just ordinary friends and he is making it up, while calling her fan cake. Jingxin points out that they are just friends, but he calls her fan cake and also shows her his card. The dealer announces that the round has ended with Ye Jingxin winning and collects the cards from the table. Jingxin takes out some money and invites Ying Tian to play for money. First, he suggests starting with a small bet of 10,000. Yingtian hears this and is surprised that Jingshin is making a bet. He asks him if he is sure about it. Jingshin tells him that they are in a casino and if he doesn't want to bet money, he can bet on the girl, and if he wins, he will get her, and asks if he agrees. Yingtian hears this and is provoked. He thinks about his bet and doesn't tell him anything. He makes up his mind and throws down a wad of money. He says that he agrees to the game and asks to deal the cards. The croupier, with a completely calm face, takes one card from the deck of cards and places it on the gaming table. She places her hand on the card and points it towards Yingtian, and the round can be considered to have already begun. Yingtian looks at his cards that he received from the dealer and remains silent, waiting for Ye Jingshin. Jingshin asks his teacher what she thinks of this man, and Yingtian asks him to be more serious. He gets angry and puts the ace of hearts on the table. Jingshin can't have a higher card than him. Jingshin shows the Volt of Spades and asks him if he can't talk to the teacher, and also says that he has a smaller card. Yingtian throws in another 10,000 and ignores his question. He says that if he doesn't have the money, then he can admit losing. Jingshin takes out another wad of money and says that he has money and now it is his turn. He asks to deal the cards. People watch their game and say that Jingshin has good cards and he might want to get one suit. At the back of the crowd are Ti Feng and Su Yan, who notice their boss playing cards with bets. Meanwhile, Yingtian takes the card to reveal it and still looks confidently at his opponent. He shows the second 10 and this means that he most likely won the round again. Jingshin says that he was in a hurry to leave his house on this day and left his 50,000 there and proposes to show his cards. Yingtian disagrees and says that he can lend him the money, and also that he wants to add another 150,000. Jingshin says that if he borrows money from him and wins, it would not be entirely ethical. Yingtian hears his confident speech and gets angry again. He looks very angry because of this. Tai Feng and Zhu Yan look at their desk and look at each other. They decide that they should approach their boss. Jingshin sees them and says that Ku Yang has come at the right time and introduces him to his opponent as the representative of the Ku Yang family. He asks him if he has any cash on him and asks him to lend him $1 million. Yingtian listens to their conversation, but he himself thinks that in front of him is the son of the Ku Yang family. He does not show any emotions. Teacher Tang is surprised and asks Ku Yan why he also goes to such places. Ku Yan looks at her while he writes out the check. He doesn't understand how she knows him and can't recognize her face. Ye Jingshin is surprised that he didn't recognize her and tells him that it is actually their teacher Tang. Ku Yan hears his words and thinks about who is standing in front of him. He tries to remember her. He remembers their teacher with boring hair and doesn't understand how she can look so unusual. Meanwhile, Jingshin places the check he took from Ku Yan on the table and says it is $1 million. He asks his opponent if he will play. Yingtian is silent and a little angry again, but also worried. He silently thinks about what he should do. Jingshin asks his opponent again if he will play with him for $1 million. Yingtian thinks that if he admits losing to such children, he will definitely lose his pride in the upper classes. He breaks out in a sweat and makes up his mind. He also takes out the check and says that he will play with it after all. The dealer draws cards from the deck to decide the fate of the two, as well as the fate of the huge amount of money. She deals these cards calmly, quickly, and professionally in order to finally end their game. Yingtian takes the card in his hands. He is very worried, because it is a huge amount. He is all in sweat. He takes the corner of this card and lifts it up. He gets another 10. He is very afraid of the outcome. Jingshin looks at it and says that it looks like a straight flush trump card and surprises Yingtian. He looks at him calmly and it is impossible to tell from his face whether he is telling the truth or not. He shows his cards and it doesn't look like a straight flush. It looks like he's bluffing. Jingshin tells Ku Yan to write another check for 10 million and explains that whoever wants to date their teacher must have that kind of money. People in the crowd are talking about how they wonder what family Jingshin is from and why he is so rich. And someone in the crowd is saying that his cards could be a straight flush trump card. Yingtian thought that 10 million was not a small amount, and one was an exception and would not let him make a trump straight flush. He decides to look at his card and sees that he has the ace of spades. He sees a chance to win. It's as if lightning runs through his body. He quickly thinks over the whole situation. He turns over the card and says it's his turn. He tells him to just show his cards. He says he has a full house and his ace is in his hand. He says to show him how he is going to make a trump straight flush. He lays out his cards. He has 2 aces and 3 tens. It looks like he has won. Jingshin makes a satisfied smile and overall looks very pleased and confident. He shows his card. He has the 9 of spades, and it is the same suit He ends their game. He explains to his opponent that even if there had been no trump straight flush, he still would not have let him win. He tells Yingtian that he has lost, and Yingtian simply takes this information in silence. Teacher Tang tells him he can go. She says she wants to talk to her student. Yingtian still looks at his opponent silently and looks very angry and also confused. He gets up from the table and walks away, and you can tell by his expression how angry he is about all of this. The teacher says that they are still students and it is better for them not to go to such places. Jingshan tells her that they will not go back anyway because they were hoping that Miss Tang would visit them at school. The teacher listens to them and does not respond to this. She looks a little confused by their words. Q Yan asks the boss what they will bet next, and he tells him that they already have 10 million and tells him to tell the brothers to withdraw the money. The teacher turns away from them. They hear a voice from behind, disappointedly asking Jingshan if he is really going to leave and asking him to stay for a little while longer. They see Cao Ji approaching them. He doesn't look very happy with this meeting. Cao Ji tells him that he should call them elders. After all, he is the president of the Skull organization, and this casino is their property, so he should show at least a little respect. Jingshan asks him if they are really the Skull organization and asks him what they are claiming. Cao Ji becomes furious after hearing these words. He looks like he is ready to kill him right there. He shouts to his boys that they must kill this impudent Jingshan and avenge their brother Cao Tianmi. All his guys are running out, grabbing bats and guns, looking like they're really ready to kill him. Someone appears and takes out one of the attackers with a quick and powerful kick. Someone also appears and quickly stops another attacker with one punch. The defeated guys are attacked, and it looks like a total domination of unexpected help. Cao Ji sees this and is shocked that his guys were defeated so easily. It was Chen Xiaolong who brought reinforcements. He tells Cao Ji that this is all somehow wrong, namely, attacking a smaller number of people with a large crowd. He says that in order to get Ye Jingshan, he will have to deal with them. Cao Ji sees them and realizes that he can't handle them all. He thinks about what he should do next. He considers all the options and decides that he must try with all his might to escape from them. They are not going to let him go and throw knives at him, while saying that even when everything turned out so badly for him, he still wants to escape. The needle hits him right in the side of his leg, in the knee area, and he doesn't have time to escape from them and their knives. Cao Ji falls to the floor, his leg bleeding, screaming in pain, and his escape stopped. Ye Jingshan walks up to him and just looks at him. Cao Ji asks him what he wants to do to him. Jingshan sits down and asks him if he really wants to take revenge on him for Cao Tianmi, and says that they get along well and offers to send him to hell to reunite with Cao Tianmi. A woman appears and asks him to stop. She doesn't look like an ordinary croupier or waitress. She says that the casino is their family property, and if they start a bloodbath, they won't be able to continue their business normally. Tai Feng appears and calls her Blue Phoenix Huang Yo Chao, and says that everyone on the south side knows him, and he is surprised that the casino belongs to her family. She asks him who he is, he tells her. Huang Yo Chao thinks that Tai Feng should have died from the massacre between the Skull Organization and Yulong Street. She says that she doesn't know what happened between them and says that she will have nothing to say to Du Gubo if the Skull Chief dies in their property. She asks them to leave this place for their sake. Jingshan considers her words and knees Cao Jia in the face, ending their conversation. Cao Tian sits with blood running down his face. He is already unconscious. Jingshan decides to throw him away. He tells Blue Phoenix that he can help them deal with the Skull Gang if they want revenge on them. He approaches her and says that he is the leader of the Jing Miao Gang, Ye Jingshan, and from now on the safety of their casino is in their hands. He says that they will not have to pay anyone else for this. Jingshan says they need a room to discuss the security of this casino. They find a room and enter it. There is a guard at their door so that no one can disturb them. They are standing on the sofa, and he compliments Huang Yu Chao. He tells her that she has a nice figure. She tells him that he should have respect, since he just killed the Skull people in her casino, and she asks him how he plans to repay the debt. He tells her that he already told her that the security of her casino is being transferred to Jing Miao, and again compliments her. He tells her that she has very beautiful skin. Huang Yu Chao stands up and turns away. She tells him that he is shameless, and she does not want to continue the conversation. She heads towards the door, but something flies right into the door, causing Jingshan to tell her to stop. There is a knife in the door, which stops the Blue Phoenix and continues negotiations regarding the casino. Jingshan comes to her and holds her cheek. He tells her that no one in this world can resist his desires. Yu Chao thinks that she will have to die. He tells her again that her skin is really good and she looks great even without makeup. He asks her why she has so many products on her face. He raises his other hand, and it looks like he's reaching for her neck. He says he had no bad intentions. He takes up a knife and tells her that Jing Mao's association will be responsible for the casino's security, since he personally killed Cao Tianmi, and this can serve as a guarantee. She hears this and asks him again if he really was the one who killed Cao Tianmi. He tells her that this is indeed the case and asks her why he would lie. He tells her that he wants one condition. She asks him what this condition is, and he tells her that he wants her to give Ti Feng a chance to win her over. And it is up to him whether he wins her heart or not. He just asks her not to reject him just like that. She hears his request and stands silently, trying to think about what he just asked of her. Jingshin returns to the sofa and says that she should sit down to talk about the real matter. He asks her how much of the organization's funds they spend on security for their casino alone. Yu Cao tells him that the Skull Organization and Longshen Organization both reach 500,000. He asks her again for the names. She says that he must be scared. He tells her that ever since he was born, he never knew how to spell the word scared. He asks her who they are transferring the money to and lists the names: Hei Yun Sung, Gu Wenxiao, Zhao Mo, and Tai Du Jian. She asks him if he really knows such people. He tells her that they at least have connections and she can call them so that he can talk to them. She takes out her phone and decides to dial someone's number and let him talk to her. The call is answered and a voice comes from the phone calling her beautiful and saying that Yu Cao most likely missed him. He asks her what made her call him. She gives her phone number to Jingshin, giving him the opportunity to talk to one of the people whose names he listed. It turns out to be Lao Ju, and Jingshin tells him that he really misses him. Lao Ju immediately recognizes him. He asks him to help talk to Lao Er and Lao San, and he solves the matter with Yu Chao Chao's casino and asks them not to interfere. He asks them to show respect to Cao Cao, otherwise Ti Feng will finish them off. The interlocutor agrees. He ends the call and says that from now on, the casino is Jing Miao's organization and asks her not to forget what she just agreed to. She tells him that he cannot worry. His phone in his pocket starts ringing. He wasn't expecting any call at this time. He takes out his phone and answers the call. He listens to what is being said to him on the phone. He is surprised because they tell him that he must hurry to them as soon as possible because something is wrong with Wrong. He is told that her illness has worsened sharply and he must hurry to her. Jingshin quickly rushes to Wrong's side, very worried about this bad news. He runs to the hospital and sees Fei Fei and the teacher. Fei Fei also sees him and calls him to come to them quickly. He comes up to her and asks how she feels. She tells him that she was taken away for a short time and they don't know anything yet. The teacher points to a man and a woman. She tells Jingshin that they are Wrong's parents. The man, who is her father, asks if he understands correctly that Jingshin is the one who is living in a civil marriage with his daughter. He says that Ye Jingshin is just a bandit, and he doesn't understand what Wrong saw in him. He signals to the guard and says that he doesn't care how he leads his daughter around, and says that from now on, they are just classmates, and says that he will let him go this time. The guard comes up behind Jingshin and grabs his shoulder. Jingshin looks displeased. Yet Jingshin tells his departing father that if he were not Wrong's father, he would not have been able to leave this place. He grabs the hand of the guard who grabbed him by the shoulder and is about to do something to him. He grabs the guard by the arm and throws him to the floor in a very light and quick movement. The second guard rushes from his position towards Jingshin to deal with him. Jingshin quickly reacts to this and kicks him in the face, sending him flying backwards. Father Wrong turns around and sees a painting of Jingshin standing with the beaten guards lying next to him. He thinks that these guards are actually quite strong and does not understand how he dealt with them so easily. He thinks about Jingshin's strength. He thinks that he must lure him over to his side. He thinks that with such an extraordinary power, the entire Tianbo Corporation will be in his hands. He extends his hand to him and says that he is just very worried about Wrong, and that is why he touched him. He says that he hopes that Jingshin is not offended. Meanwhile, Jingshin approaches Wrong's mother and asks her to come to him for a moment, saying that he wants to talk about her. Her father hears this and is angry that this schoolboy dared to ignore his outstretched hand. Jingshin walks away with his mother and tells her that this is the second time her heart threshold has manifested. Her mother hears this and is surprised by it. She did not expect to hear such information from him. Jingshin says that judging by her reaction, he knows that her mother knows about Wrong's heart threshold. He asks her why she lets her live alone. The mother's face changes, and she says that she heard that there was a case where a person was cured. and she wanted to send her abroad. She thanks him for taking care of her. She says that she does not want her to suffer. She asks Jingshin if he wants to accompany her abroad so that she can get cured. Jingshin hears these words and says that he can't do this to her and looks confused. He says that he still has a lot of things to do that he has not yet decided. And also there are still a lot of promises that he needs to fulfill. He says that he cannot leave this place. Rongrong's mother looks at him and doesn't answer him. She looks a little upset by his words. Jingshin asks her if she can promise him that she will always be with her abroad. The mother hears, thinks over his words, and confidently replies that she promises him to always be by her side. Fei Fei calls out to them and says that Jingshin and Miss Su should go into Rongrong's room first. Jingshin looks confused. He nudges Rongrong's father with his shoulder and tells him to move aside. They silently part, and it is impossible to understand from the father's face what he feels and how he reacted to this action of his. Jingshin enters the room and immediately hears Rongrong. She says that she is not going to go abroad because she does not want to be away from Jingshin. He also hears his mother telling her that he doesn't want to separate them because she wanted Jingshin to go with her. But he has unfinished business. She says that they will not be separated forever, and after the treatment, they can immediately return back and then they will be together forever. Rongrong says that she knows what Jingshin means, and he is a real man with important things to do, and he has many promises to fulfill and many things to do. She looks sadly into space and says that she really doesn't want to part with him at all. Jingshin hears this and clenches his fists. He is very angry about the whole situation. Their conversation ends and he decides that he should go into the room and talk to her. He enters the room and sees his mother standing next to Rongrong's bed. And the patient herself is happy that he has come. Jingshin looks depressed and confused. He is very puzzled by the situation that has developed in the end. Rongrong asks him if he even wants her to go to the US for treatment. Jingshin walks up to her and hugs her. He tells her that he will wait until she comes back. She raises her hand and strokes his shoulder, thinking about what to say to him to cheer him up. She tells him that then he must be fearless and they and all the adults will be together again. She tells him that there is something she wants to do before flying to the US for treatment. She tells him that she wants to spend this night at their house so that they don't forget about each other. Jingshin hears this and thinks about what he should do correctly. He is a little worried. He looks at Rongrong's mother, and she looks at him approvingly and nods her head in agreement. It's deep night and only a bright full moon and a bunch of bright stars are visible in the sky. They come to their apartment to spend time together one last time and then say goodbye for a while. They lie on the bed and just stare at the ceiling. Rongrong decides to speak first and tells him that he is really very kind to her. He tells her that he cannot act differently because she is his wife and he must always be kind to her. Rongrong tells him that it sounds beautiful, but for some reason Jingshin suddenly gets up and sits on the bed. He takes out the box with the ring and shows it to Rongrong. He looks very pleased with it. Rongrong looks at this ring and covers her mouth with her hand. She is very happy with such a gift. Jingshin takes the ring and puts it on her ring finger. This is a very important step for both of them. She raises her hand and looks at the ring that her beloved Jingshin put on her. She is very happy and hugs him. He hugs her back, and that's how they spend their whole last night. Morning comes, and it is time for Rongrong to finally leave for her treatment in the United States. The plane that is intended for them is already arriving, and everyone is gathering around it to say goodbye. Rongrong, her father and mother are standing next to him, ready to take their places and fly away. Jingshin waves goodbye to her and tells her that she should take care of herself and focus on getting better. He tells her that he will deal with anyone who hurts her, no matter where that person is. They stand opposite each other and hear someone calling out to them. It's a familiar voice. This cry turns out to be the voice of Fei Fei, and with her also come Zuyan, Zhang An, and Osh, and Chen Xiaolong. They want to say goodbye to her. Rongrong asks them why they came and how they knew she was leaving in the first place. Fei Fei approaches her and asks her why she didn't tell them she was leaving, and says they wouldn't have known if her mother hadn't let it slip. She says that they are also worried about her and says that they have a request for her while she is abroad. Chen Xiaolong says that she can contact them if she has time, and Ku Yen wishes her luck. Her mother comes up to her and says that they need to go already because they need to hurry and get to the flight on time so as not to be late for the plane. Rongrong leaves with her mother and waves goodbye to everyone. She says that it's time for her to go and thanks them for coming to say goodbye to her. She tells them that she will return safe and sound. Jingshin is asked if he is crying, and he tells them that it is all the wind and that he ate too much hot pot. He turns away from everyone and says that it's time for them to go to school. They all don't look so good. Soon, Rongrong's father is already in the company and thinking about something. Fluffy clouds are floating in the sky. He's just sitting in his office holding something in his hand. It looks like a photo frame. He holds in his hands a photo frame with a photograph of her family inside. He remembers how he would go into the room and argue with his daughter because she didn't even know about Jingshin's past, but still stayed with him, and she would tell him that it had nothing to do with her staying. He remembers how he angrily opened the door of the ward to quickly get away from his daughter and calm down. After that, he remembers how Jingshin followed him into the room and bumped into him with his shoulder. He recalls all this while holding in his hands a photo frame with a photograph of his family. His face looks like he has come up with something, and he tells himself that sooner or later, Jingshin will become the starting point for his complete control over Tianbo Corporation. Meanwhile, Jingshin and everyone else arrive at school to attend classes. The teacher comes out in front of them and says that she wants to introduce them to a new student that day and asks her to come in. A girl enters the class and introduces herself as Mu Rong Min Inon. She says that she hopes that they will all accept him. Jingshin sits at his desk and looks at her. The teacher says that the new student is Mu Rongrong's sister, and she hopes that they will be lenient with her. Q Yan and Chen Xiaolong discuss that it seems strange when Rongrong just leaves and her sister shows up right away, and it doesn't seem like a coincidence. They know that they didn't have the best relationship with their sister. Jingshin tells them that he has never heard his wife talk about her sister and says that it has something to do with Mu Rongwu. He asks Xiaolong to find out what Mu Rongwu said to Su San when she was taken away. Xiaolong says that he is not some kind of god who can find out information so easily because there are no cameras in the office. The boss tells them all to be quiet as they see Rongrong's sister coming towards them. She walks up to them and immediately addresses Jingshin. She says that she heard that he likes Mu Rongrong. He tells her that it is true and he likes her, and he also cares about his classmates and compliments her. He tells her that she is pretty. He tells her again that she is pretty and says that her body looks good too. She is frightened by his words and points her finger at him, telling him that he is shameless. She hears Fei Fei's laughter, who is standing to the side. Ming En turns to her and angrily asks her what she heard that was funny in this situation. Fei Fei tells her that she laughs at the fact that a student has to flirt with men and says it's a shame. This angers Rongrong's sister, and she decides to rush towards her to do something, but she doesn't understand who she's dealing with. Fei Fei easily grabs her hand and doesn't let her do anything to her. She didn't expect that. Fei Fei looks at her haughtily and asks her if she really wants to fight with her. Her sister looks displeased. Jingshin approaches Fei Fei and tells her that she is still Rongrong's sister and she can just leave it at that. Fei Fei loosens her grip and Sister Rongrong immediately pulls her hand out of her grip. She rubs her hand after being held and smiles evilly, her emotions not very clear. She turns away from them and walks away. She says that they will still get what they deserve for this incident. She heads towards class 12-6 to ask someone for help. Tianbo and his boys are in the classroom. They don't look like they are waiting for anyone. Minnie En runs to him and calls him brother. She says that he needs to help her figure something out. He doesn't understand where she came from and hesitantly asks her what she is doing near their class. She hugs him and says that his father said that this place would be good for her to study and complains that she was bullied as soon as she entered the class. Tianbo hears this and gets very angry. He says that no one dares to offend his little sister and they will pay for it. He calls his boys and tells them that they must go and find those who hurt her. She smiles wickedly and thanks him. She tells him that he is always so kind to her and continues to hug him. A group of guys, Tianbo and Ming En, walk down the corridor to find her offenders. Tianbo decides to ask Sister Min En what the name of her offender is, and she still has no idea what will happen next. She casually looks out the window and tells him that her offender is Ye Jingshin, and as soon as the guys hear this name, they are shocked. Min En notices their wariness and sudden change of mood. She does not understand at all what is happening. Tianbo stands hunched over and tells her that he suddenly has a stomachache, and he tells her to tell the guys behind him to come to them. But the guys say that their stomachs are hurting too. They quickly turn away from her and Tianbo asks her for forgiveness. He tells her that he will help her later. They quicken their pace and start running away from her, looking as if they are not actually in pain. Min-en looks at the running boys and doesn't understand what's going on at all and looks surprised. Someone appears next to her ear and asks her if her classmate Min-en has decided to call her friends for help. It turns out to be Jingshin and he scares her terribly. He tells her that he wants to talk to her in person for a bit. He takes her somewhere and she is unhappy. She asks her what he is doing to her and asks him to let her go. They go to a secluded place and he puts his hand on the wall next to her head. She asks him what he wants. He tells her that she should think about it because he is a single guy and she is a single girl. And she tells him that he likes Mu Rong Rong and she is her sister. If he does something to her, then he will not deserve Mu Rong. He chuckles and tells her that when she came, he realized that he liked her more, and especially her beautiful body. He cuddles up to her and she tells him that she will start screaming if he does anything, and he is not even expelled but sent to prison. He tells her that he has been to hell and prison does not scare him. He tells her that in order for him to let her go, she must answer his questions honestly. He asks her who ordered her to transfer to this school and why this school. She says that he told her that it would have a good effect on her. And she also heard about the guy Mu Rong Rong. He doesn't understand her. She turns away from him and remains silent. She does not want to answer him this question for some reason. He gets angry and gives her a displeased look. He orders her to tell him the reason. She cracks and says that since childhood, everyone has only talked about her sister's strengths. But no one says anything about her, and this was a good chance to surpass her, and this is the main reason for the transition. She tells him that she just wanted her boyfriend to see someone better than her so he could surpass her. Jingshin's phone starts ringing at the most inopportune moment, distracting him from her confession. He takes out his phone to see who is calling him at such an inopportune moment. A car drives along the road in which Zhao Qing is riding and talking to Jingshin. He asks her if she has finished with the business related to the store. She tells him that she has sorted it out, and the seller is already waiting in the cafe. He asks her if she plays with her daughter, and she tells him that her mother is looking after her. She gets out of the car and asks if he talked to Wu Jai, and asks if she needs to take him to the cafe with her. He tells her that they will figure it out when she is done with her business. Double doors, beautifully illuminated, separate her from the important deal of her life, and something interesting is about to happen. She is met by two men, one of them greeting her and saying that he is glad that she has finally come. They see Xiao Qing and Jingshin. He tells them that his surname is Ye, and he is Xiao Qing's boyfriend. The man who greeted her says understandingly that he understands who he is and asks them to sit down. Meanwhile, he thinks about the man standing next to him saying that she will be alone. But still, she brought a man with her, and now they can't do anything to her. The man himself doesn't know how this happened. They sit down and Jingshin says that they are business people, and therefore they do not want to beat around the bush, and he wonders if they have brought any documents with them that relate to the store. Lika says that all the documents are in place, and as soon as they pay 3 million, they will immediately sign all the documents to transfer the ownership of the store to them. Xiao Kang is surprised by this information and says that they originally agreed on 1.5 million. The man who greeted her explains to her that it is because it is on a busy street. Lika says that this store is worth 3 million, and Xiao Qing herself most likely just made a mistake. Jingshin stands up and says that 3 million is 3 million and that's only another 1.5 million. He asks again if she will sign the contract. Then, they tell him that it is so. Jingshin takes out his knife and says that this is good because what they were most afraid of was any complications. The man sees the knife and gets scared. He asks him what he is doing and what he is going to do. Jingshin quickly runs up to Li Ke and punches him in the face, knocking his glasses off his face. He holds a knife to the second man's throat and says that he is not doing anything and that he is just telling them to sign the papers. The man indulges in memories and realizes that he has already seen him. He saw how he viciously beat people. He realizes that this is the same guy and tells him that he recognized him and falls silent out of despair. He signs the documents and Jingshin tells him that they finally remembered, and if they were a little smarter, they would know what to do. He comes up to him and hits him on the back of the neck with his hand. He says that they have settled everything and they are free. Xiao Qing asks Jingshin if everything went smoothly with the paperwork, and he tells her that they should go because tomorrow they will need to find someone to repair the premises and she shouldn't worry. She decides to ask him what will happen if they decide to report what they did to them. Jingshin tells her not to worry about it because starting tomorrow, they will only open the store and they won't be able to say anything against them. Xiao Qing looks at him and says that she feels somehow unusual and as if she did something wrong. Jingshin notices someone outside the window and she notices it too. They see Teacher Su and Mu Rongwu about to enter the cafe. They go into a cafe and he turns to the teacher. He asks him if she came to this place for dinner and attracts her attention. The teacher looks at him and is surprised that she met Ye Jingshin in such a place. Meanwhile, Rong Rong's father is angry and says that everything is clear to him because his daughter just left the city. And he is already having an affair with some woman. He says that this is not an appropriate attitude towards their family. Xiao Qing says that Mu Rongwu got it all wrong and she is Jingshin's older sister and they are just having dinner together. She waves to teacher Sue and says that she heard from Jingshin that she is a good teacher and suggests having dinner together. Teacher Sue comes to their table and silently agrees to her proposal to have dinner together. She sits down next to Xiaoqing, and Jingshin asks her if she has anything else to do. Rongrong's father apologizes to Xiaoqing for misunderstanding them. He says that he still has some things to do, and so he needs to go. He tells the teacher that she can stay with them. He himself thinks that he took a step back in order to go further, and he does not believe that Jingshin will let him leave. Jingshin does not confirm his expectations and bids him farewell, saying that in that case he will not detain him. Father Rongrong did not expect this, and he leaves the cafe angry. He says that he will still make him kneel and beg him for mercy. Night falls and the stars and the moon are visible in the night sky. The moon illuminates the streets with its nightlight. Jingshin returns to his apartment and opens the door. He still doesn't know who is waiting for him there. He walks into his apartment and the first thing he sees is Fei Fei lying on the bed. He sits on the edge of the bed and asks her when she managed to come to him. She tells him that she came quite a long time ago. She puts her hands on his shoulders and asks him if he was on a date with another girl just now. He tells her that he was just eating and then accidentally met teacher Sue and Mu Rongwu. He tells her that he didn't expect so much attention from him towards the teacher. And Fei Fei says that it's not surprising, and it was because of her that he transferred Mirong Ming to their class. He wanted to win teacher Sue. Jingshin recalls the conversation between him and the teacher. He tells her that Mu Rongwu will want to see her again and asks her not to agree. And if she does agree, she should tell him. He says that he feels that Rongrong's father wants to chew on some young fresh grass and will not refuse the teacher. The teacher is embarrassed by his words and nods her head. She looks somewhere at the floor. Jingshin tells Fei Fei that the teacher, fortunately, knows her plan and Fei Fei will not fall into his trap. He tells her that it is late and asks her if she will go to her room. She tells him that she wants to sleep with him every day now. Jingshin smiles contentedly and looks at her. It all looks like something is about to happen. She feels his gaze and is very embarrassed by this. She remains silent and does not say anything to him. He grabs her by the neck and says that he wants to leave things as they are and enjoy her seductive side. She tells him that he is naughty and asks him to turn off the light first. Suddenly, they are interrupted by a phone call. It is Taifeng calling him. It is most likely something very important. Taifeng only tells him that the casino under their protection has been attacked and he must hurry. Jingshin hears all this and furrows his brows in an angry expression. He is going to get there as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, chaos ensues in the casino. Glasses are smashed, cards are scattered, and wine is spilling out of glasses. Some guy stands in front of the Blue Phoenix and says that he told her before that trusting the safety of the casino to brats is not a very wise decision, and now he will show her the consequences. Lao Chi yells at the guy with the scar that they are not brats, and if he says anything else about them, he will beat him to death. And the guy with the scar says that they themselves climbed into his territory. He decides that they have had enough of talking and tells his guys, whom he brought with him, that they are now going to beat up Lao Chi. Lao Chi throws a chair at him to stop their advance and gets very angry at the scar guy's words. Blue Phoenix looks at all this and says nothing. She doesn't know what to do with this situation. She looks at Tifeng, who is also standing and watching the situation unfolding in the casino. Jingshin arrives at the casino and sees a picture of Tifeng and Yu Chao standing and watching Lao Chi punch the guy with the scar in the stomach. Jingshin doesn't understand why this man with a scar continues to argue with them, and apparently he really isn't afraid of dying. Taifeng and Jingshin are thinking the same thing. They think that the guy with the scar is up to something, and it might be some kind of conspiracy. Yu Kao notices Jingshin, and also doesn't say anything. They all just watch the unfolding situation. Taifeng turns towards her. Something suddenly caught his attention in her direction. He notices something and rushes towards her, raising his fist to strike. She is frightened by her behavior. She sees a fist approaching and thinks that this could mean that he wants to kill her. She thinks that the property that her father passed on to her will turn into chaos after this. Taifeng doesn't hit her, but rather passes very close to her. His target was not her at all. He punches the guy he noticed behind her in the face. Taifeng decided to protect her, and he looks angry. He turns angrily to her and tells her that she must leave this place as quickly as possible. She looks at him and does not understand how she should act correctly in this situation. He covers her with himself and says that they betrayed her and looks like he is ready for any fight. Jingshin runs ahead of everyone and Taifeng runs after him. They are going to show her that they can protect her casino. The Scar Guy's guys surround him and say that they have to stop them and can't let them get away. He quickly cuts through these guys and tells them to get out of his way as he runs further ahead. He notices someone behind him and swings his arm to make a quick strike at that person. It turns out to be Li Tian'en, and he asks him to calm down just as he almost hits him in the neck. Jingshan asks him what he is doing in the casino at such a time, and he tells him that he heard that the casino was attacked, and so he came to this place to check what was going on. He tells him that he managed to find out that the Yun Ya sect was behind all this, and that's why he quickly came to the casino to warn him. Jingshan asks him to tell him more about this Yun Ya sect. He is interested in learning more information. Tian'en says that the Yun Ya sect is ordered by the Skull organization to mobilize the sect and kill them. And the sect's bigger brother, La He Hui, is standing behind Tianji Long's bar and waiting for their corpses and suggests heading to him. Jingshan listens to him and remains silent, thinking about how it would be best to act in such a situation. Su Yan and the others join them. They already look beaten, and Su Yan wants to tell him something. He says that they don't know where the people from the Yun Ya sect are, and they have a lot of people and they might not be able to deal with them. Jingshan says that they sent Li Tian'en and the others to Tianjilong to kill La He Hui, and he will handle everything himself in this place. Taifeng says that it's too much, and they have too many people and he can't handle them alone. The boss tells him that one day their brother left and now these people are just bees flying around aimlessly. He puts his hand on his shoulder and looks confident that he can defeat all these people. Taifeng gritted his teeth and thought about what he should do and whether he could abandon him. He decides that they must trust him and says that upon his return he must be found alive. Meanwhile, guys are running towards Jingshan, shouting that they must catch them and not let them escape. Jingshan starts running away from them and these guys decide that they will run after him to stop him. All this happens under the light of the night moon, and one can only hope that the boss will succeed. He runs away to the port and the guys lose him. They say that they have to look for him everywhere and can't let him escape. Someone speaks and tells Brother Huiyu that he doesn't have to worry because their brothers have surrounded this place. The speaker says that even a fly won't be able to fly out of this port without a problem, and they will definitely catch Jingshan. He looks at them and is surprised that La He Hui is in this place. This makes him angry. He looks at him angrily and remembers what he once said to Tifeng to warn him. He remembers that it was he who told Taifeng that he should be careful and watch out for spies. He looks at them and understands that everything turned out exactly as he expected. He was prepared for this. He orders the search to be stopped and tells everyone to unite and prepare to return. He is told that they have not found Jingshan yet and are surprised by his words. Unexpectedly for everyone, 3 knives appear in the air, aimed at 3 enemy people. These knives hit each of them and they fell down without strength instantly. It was very fast. Hui and his assistant realize that these people are already dead and cannot be helped. They become scared. 3 knives also fly towards Hui, aimed at his head. He manages to notice them. He manages to put his knife out and block 2 flying knives that could have hit him. 1 knife still hits him in the shoulder due to his weak defense and the surprise of the attack. His assistants approach him and immediately try to find the one who dared to hurt Hui. Jingshan appears from behind the containers and tells them to stop screaming or they will die first. He comes closer to them and they just look at him in horror. He holds a knife in his hand, ready to kill them if necessary. They look at him and understand that they can no longer escape. They just stand in place and do not move. Jingshan decides to attack them and swings his knives to throw them at his enemies. He throws his knives and hits Hui's hand and the heads of his assistants, leaving only him alive. Hai is distracted and looks at his hand, which has a knife sticking out of it, while Jingshan rushes at him. He tries to hit him with a knife, but he fails. Hui simply jumps away from his attack. He attacks a second time, and this time he hits him. He cuts his rib with his second attack. He jumps up and punches him in the chest to throw him away and finish him off. Hai loses his balance and falls to the ground, taking heavy damage from his own weight. He is thrown back and blood starts flowing from his mouth. He immediately lost the battle the moment he decided to go against Jingshan. He leans on the container and Jingshan tells him that he is actually a capable man, but he got involved with him and it was his mistake. He tells him that he has no idea what is between him and Dugubo, and he sees Hui risking his life for him. He tells him that he is strong but still not strong enough to defeat him. Hai tells him that he can tell him that he finally understood why the leader asked him to kill Jingshan. He says that the moment Jingshan is around, no one will be left out. He tells him that he is prepared for Jingshan to finish him off here. He asks him for one request, that his family not be touched. Jingshan looks at him and thinks that he should answer him so that everything looks right. He tells him that ever since the day Cao Tianmi killed his brothers, He has always reminded himself that he cannot leave behind any potential danger, and once he has destroyed someone, he must cut off all of their roots. He looks at him and reassures him. He says that on this day he will make an exception and promises that he will not harm his family. Hai thanks him and says that now he has nothing to worry about before he dies. He asks him another question. He asks him what kind of relationship he has with Li Tian-in. Hai tells him that he is just a high school student and just a little money and a promise is enough to bribe him. Jingshin thanks him for telling him this information and raises his knife to strike. Hai closes his eyes and lowers his head. The last thing he says is that he should thank him. Jingshin delivers the final blow and blood runs down his knife, dripping onto the ground next to the corpse. Jingshin takes out his phone and is about to fulfill his promise. He dials Taifeng's number. Taifeng answers his call almost immediately because he is worried about him, and they start a conversation. Taifeng asks him how he is doing and says that they have already dealt with their part and can come to his aid. Jingshin says that he is completely fine and asks if the La He Hui family members are alive. He is told that they are alive and they are waiting for him to deal with them. He also says that they have some small losses. Jingshin listens to him and says that they must release all members of the La He Hui family. Taifei is surprised that Jingshin decides to let them go and expects some kind of explanation from him. Jingshin tells him that he promised Hui that he would not touch his family and says that they can see him at Linghe Street. Taifeng obeys him. Jingshin ends the conversation and thinks that they got rid of the Yunya sect, but no one knows what else the skull is doing and he must find a way to deal with them. He thinks about what happened and realizes that he completely forgot about asking Taifeng about Li Tian-en. The next day, Jingshin comes to school for lessons and is told something. It is unexpected information. He is informed that Li Tian-en is dead, and this surprises Jingshin a little. He asks to tell him more details. Chen Xiaolong says that in the morning the police found Li Tian-en's body in Huangjiang port, and he heard that he was drowned. But no one knows for sure who did it, and he assumes that the guy escaped. Jingshin thinks about it and says that there is definitely someone behind this, but he can't guess who. Chen Xiaolong says that his entire family committed suicide and he heard that they overdosed on sedatives and died right after La He Hui. He looks at the passing cars and sees an expensive Bentley. He tells Jingshin about it. They look at the car and see Rong's father, Mu Rongwu, getting out of it, and he is surprised by this. Jingshin asks out loud what he could have forgotten at their school and why he came at all. He comes to teacher Su and they start discussing something. She says that he doesn't want her to misunderstand anything. He tells her that as a father, he hopes that Min-en can live in harmony with her classmates and should support the trip. He tells her that he came to discuss the details of the trip with her. Teacher Su asks him again if she understood correctly that he came to discuss this with her. He puts the glass on the table and says that this is indeed the case and he still wants to discuss all the details. He tells her that there is an empty mountain farm on his property and he wants to invite her and her students there. He says it is just a way to say thank you to her for taking care of his daughter. Teacher Su wants to object to him but doesn't have time. Someone runs into the teacher's room. They tell her that something is wrong and Hu Xiao is injured. She is surprised by this, and the student's scream causes the birds to fly away. The teacher is distracted from Rong's father by these words and thinks about what she should do first. She leaves the teacher's room and turns her head to find Hu Xiao. She asks what happened to him. Jingshin takes her hand and tells her that he will walk her to the scene of the incident so that she can resolve everything on the spot. Rong's father tries to stop her and say something else about the trip, but he doesn't have time to finish. He sees that it is Jingshin who is taking the teacher away from him and is angry about this situation. Jingshin takes the teacher away and tells her that he warned her. He looks a little upset. He tells her that Mu Rongwu has bad intentions and something might happen if she blindly trusts him. He asks her to notify him if something happens and asks the teacher what Rong's father wanted in the first place. She tells him that it was about the trip for their class that she mentioned. She tells him that he volunteered to help them with their accommodation. Jingshin tells her to agree. Jingshin averts his gaze and says that he very rarely sponsors anything unlike him, but his classmates would most likely agree. The teacher listens to him and remains silent. She thinks about what she should answer him and decides that she will simply remain silent. Jingshin thinks that Mu Rongwu asked for it, and this time he will make him taste pain. Meanwhile, something is happening in the huge mansion. A discussion of the recent events of the Skull Organization. The leader sits in his chair and tells the others that Chao Tian is dead, and the Yunya sect has also dropped out of the game, and their Skull Organization has already been humiliated several times by the schoolboy. He asks everyone present what they should do and how they should deal with this current situation. One man stands up from his seat and says that he feels it was a bad decision to attack Jing Miao. The head listens to what he says and is a little surprised. He asks him to repeat these words. The man tells him that Jing Miao is made up of a group of pathetic students. And no matter how strong Ye Jingshan himself is, they are all small after all, and they shouldn't have to mobilize all their resources for them. He says that their organization suffered great losses during a major battle. And in this critical situation, dealing with Jingshan means weakening their last forces. Another man tells him that the Ma department heads make sense, but he has to draw his own conclusion. After all, Cao Tianmi and the Yun sect were defeated by Jing Miao. And if they miss the chance and accept them, they will lose a lot. The woman who is also sitting at the table calls this man the head of the Dan department. She tells him not to rush to object, because Mr. Ma must have his own reasons for saying so. She tells him that they will continue the discussion later, but for now let their department head Ma finish his thought. She turns to the chief and calls him Daddy. She asks him if she thinks the same way as she does. The head says that department head Ma can continue to express his thoughts on the situation. Department head. Ma says that he doesn't think Jing Miao is worth their mobilization of resources and says that this means that they will humiliate themselves, and even if they win, everyone will think that they defeated the students. He says that the last thing he wants to point out is that they just need to eliminate Ye Jingshan. He tells them that they will simply hire a hitman to kill him, and that way they won't have to involve their organization in all this. The chief looks at him and says that he will think about what department head Ma told him, and says that Jingshan's true strength means that no one can hurt him. Department head. Ma says that a normal assassin can't do it, but they can use the assassin goddess Bing Wu. The boss is surprised by this and asks if department head Mei really has the connections to hire the #1 hitman in the world. Department head. Ma just smiles at his words, which means he can really do it. The boss starts laughing and says that this is just wonderful and tells the head of Ma's department, Xiao Ma, that then it will all be on him, and if he succeeds, he will receive a good reward. His facial expression changes and he says that he really has no room for error. He looks terrible. Department head. Xiao Ma looks at the angry head and says that he understands everything and will try his best. The leader says Ye Tianlong's name and says that now they will see how long he can hide. He says that Ye Tianlong will see his son, Ye Jingshan, die, and he doesn't believe that in that case he won't show up. Meanwhile, Jingshan's school trip begins and they all fly on a plane somewhere. All the school children are sitting on the plane and waiting for landing. A flight attendant is walking around the cabin and handing out drinks and food. Jingshan and Q Young are sitting together. The man next to him tells him that these flight attendants look good and asks his opinion. He looks at the flight attendant closely and looks as if he is not listening to anyone around him. He gets distracted and asks him to repeat what he just asked him. He acts strangely. Q Yin asks Jingshan if everything is okay with him. As he notices his boss's strange behavior, he asks him if something happened, and Jingshan sits with his eyes downcast. He leans on his hand and says everything is fine, but he looks completely different. He raises his head and looks at everyone again. He is again lost somewhere in his thoughts. He looks at the flight attendant and thinks that this is a very amazing coincidence, and he just can't believe it. He indulges in memories from his past life while looking at the clouds floating across the sky. He remembers his confession to the girl. He tells the girl named Li Na that he has liked her for a long time. He asks her if she could be his girlfriend and hands her a bouquet of beautiful flowers. She reaches out her hands and picks up this bouquet of flowers, trying not to crush them at first. He sees this and smiles a happy and sincere smile. He is very glad that she accepted this bouquet. She takes the bouquet and brings it to her nose to smell the scent of the flowers. She looks exactly like the flight attendant on their plane. He remembers that after she smells these flowers, she throws them away to the ground. She calls him a beggar and says that a piece of trash like him can't win a girl like her. She tells him that they could only talk to him about this when he had a house and a car and walks away. He remembers this and remembers the terrible feeling of disappointment he experienced then. What pulls him out of his thoughts is that this is exactly how the flight attendant is trying to bring him to his senses. She leans over to him and asks him if he's okay. She asks him if he'd like something to eat. She stands up and just looks at him, waiting for him to answer her question. He just looks at her too. After he looks at her, he looks away and looks down somewhere. The bouquet lying on the ground comes back to his mind again, and this memory hurts him. He tells the flight attendant that he is not hungry and does not want to eat at all. He looks a little irritated. The flight attendant thinks that children from rich families are not so easy to please and if she does not take advantage of the chance to find a rich husband, then this trip will be a waste of time. She thinks that she knew at first sight that Jingshin was a young master from a rich family, and also a handsome man. She thinks that he still continues to look at her and thinks that she has interested him. She leaves him and thinks that this is a very good opportunity to find herself a good husband. She comes up to him and offers him a menu. She says that it has all the famous national dishes where they are flying and suggests that he still try it. She herself thinks that, based on her knowledge of men, the boy who has never fallen in love should already be in her arms. She sits down in front of him and says that she can offer him a private cabin if he is tired, and no one will disturb him there. Jingshin looks at her sitting in front of him and still agrees to move to a private cabin on the plane. The flight attendant offers to show him to his private cabin and extends her hand to him. She approaches some cabin and points to it. She invites him to go into it. The plane flies along its route as if nothing had happened, and Jingshin heads to his cockpit. He approaches the door of the private cabin. He doesn't look very happy about the whole situation. He makes an angry face and looks like he is very angry and annoyed about something. He walks up to the cabin and reaches for the handle, thinking that it's time to end this. The plane picks up its pace a little and flies along the designated route, and the passengers have no reason to worry. Jingshin walks into his cabin and sees a well-appointed room with drinks and a nice sofa. He feels that there is someone behind him and turns around to see who it is. He sees this flight attendant with her shirt unbuttoned and her hair down, and she tells him he looks tired. She looks at him and asks if he wants her to give him a massage and smiles piquantly. They stand in silence, and he just looks at her. She waits for his answer, leaning against the door. He looks at her and decides to answer briefly. He simply agrees with her positively, and they walk towards the sofas. He walks over to the couch to sit on it and get his promised massage. He says absolutely nothing. She looks at him with a bloodthirsty face and a terrible smile. Her eyes seem to sparkle like some kind of animal. She reaches for the door handle and locks it. She is well prepared for everything and heads towards him. She begins to knead his shoulders and give him the usual massage, while her shirt remains unbuttoned. She kneads his shoulders and Jingshin decides to ask her, as if nothing had happened. He asks her name, as if he doesn't know it. She tells him that her name is Zhang Li Na, and she also asks him how she can address him. He tells her that his surname is Yi. She tells him that she will then address him as Mr. E and calls him a gentleman. She tells him that he looks like someone that many girls are interested in and asks if this is true. Jingshin tells her that she must be joking and is about to say something unpleasant to her. He raises his head and says that she probably seduces a lot of men who have money. She looks at him and says that's not true at all and says that he's probably just teasing him. He tells her that she is rather teasing him and is simply trying to charm him with her beauty. He tells her that 10 years ago there was a boy named Ye Jingshin in Qingwu High School who confessed to her. He tells her that it was she who told him to come back to her when he had a house and a car, and also threw away his bouquet of roses that he carefully picked. She takes her hands off his shoulders. He turns to her and tells her that it was this action of hers that destroyed his life and his dreams. He tells her that it's just an amazing coincidence and gets up from the couch to approach her. He tells her that this is simply amazing because his name is also Ye Jingshin, and this makes her wary. He turns to her and says that girls like her don't interest him at all in any way. He turns away from him and silently walks out of the cabin to his usual place next to Ku Yan. He throws the door and it slams hard, leaving her dreams of a rich husband in the future. He enters the hall with the usual seats and heads to his seat next to Ku Yan. He approaches him and Su Yan immediately says with surprise that he is surprised that his boss returned so quickly. Jingshin sits down in his seat and says that they should stop this conversation. He tells him that it was a wonderful and at the same time awkward meeting. Meanwhile, in a huge hangar there are people discussing something, telling someone that the time has simply not come yet. This chapter explains that Ye Jingshin is going to go against the Skull organization, and at this time they can take the chance and unite with the Tian people. The head of the Yin Shu department, Xing Wenfeng, says that they must first resolve the issue of disagreements within their sect, and also prepare for the future unification of Jinghai City. The leader of the Tian people, Feng Jia Ding, asks him what he wants to say, and asks if he understood correctly that they should use the chance to kill the old people. Some guy in a mask tells him that Elder Ding's words do have some meaning after all. This is the head of the U2 department, young Master Han, asking if he has thought about Ye Tianlong's reaction. The leader of the Tian people doesn't understand him a little and asks what he even means. Department head U2 tells him that when laying hands on people, they should first talk about the fact itself. Ye Tianlong will not ignore it, and Jingshan will most likely intervene as well. He tells him that he is afraid that the leader of the Tian people will become a second Cao Tianmi. In such a situation, Feng Jiading wants to say something to the person standing next to him. He turns to Lan Feng and asks him what he thinks about this whole situation. Section Head. Lan Feng tells him that he just wants to get revenge on Tai Feng for the scar on his face, but if they want his opinion, he agrees that it's not the right time yet. Feng Jiading says that then they are done for today and they will continue to follow the old plan, and if Jingshan needs something and they need help, they will help and will not rush. La Feng agrees with him. And in the meantime, the school children have already arrived for their vacation. They arrive at the farm on the Moon Mountain. Everyone is standing with balloons and is happy that they have finally arrived and their trip is over. Jingshan stands with the girls, and they are amazed at the scale of it all. They see a lot of people at the entrances. Jingshan volunteers to go ahead and buy tickets. He asks them to wait for him. He looks at everyone passing by and notices a guy with glasses who looks relaxed. He runs up to him and takes out a wad of money. He asks him for help in buying 4 tickets and says that the change is his. The man in glasses sends him away. He says that in the past, Tao Yuanming worked very hard for 5 bags of rice, and therefore he will not sell his dignity for money. Jingshan is not upset and goes to the next guy. He asks him to buy tickets as well, and tells him that the change will be his. The previous guy looks at the wad of money he offered him and realizes that there is a lot of it. He takes this pack and asks him to wait and not to approach the second guy. He says that a real man should understand the situation and says that he can tell at a glance that Jingshan is honest and offers to help him. Jingshan tells him to fuck off. This guy is not going to give up and is going to do something to prevent Jingshan from leaving him. He takes him by the leg and begs him to let him help. He tells him that he is very agile and looks like a dog. Jingshan lowers his gaze and tells him to fuck off. He says he doesn't need him. He gets 4 tickets from another guy he approaches after the bespectacled guy. He thinks that there won't necessarily be fish in clean water, and his eyes are opened. He walks away, and the guy who bought him a ticket waves goodbye and thanks him. But the impudent guy sits on the ground. One of the girls sees another attraction and invites Jingshan to go on it too. Jingshan looks at this ride. It is a roller coaster, and the crowd of people in front of it is huge. Out of nowhere, the cheeky bespectacled guy appears again and offers to help him buy tickets. Jingshan gets angry at him and tells him to fuck off. Glasses tells him that his name is Xiang Qian Kong, and he was wrong last time, and so he wants to help him buy tickets for free now. Jingshan listens to him and says that his name is interesting enough, and says that then he will agree to his help. They move away, and after that someone screams. It sounds like the screams of the girls who were with him. It turns out that they are surrounded by some impudent guys who say that they came specifically to play with them and offer them to go to dinner with them. They talk about their comfortable and big bed. Zhang An tells them that they have no interest in ugly idiots like them and tells them to go away. The dark guy gets angry at her words and says that she insulted them and should apologize. He quickly grabs her and hugs her. He tells her to repeat her apology, but in this position, another guy is hitting on another girl and looking at her face. He says that they will be in trouble if they refuse them. The dark guy lifts Zhang An and says that for a kiss from her, he will forget that she insulted him. She asks to let her go. The dark guy looks away from her and turns his head because he sensed some kind of approaching threat. Jingshan's fist flies into his face, saying that the only ones who should apologize are them, since the girls didn't do anything to them. He hits him right in the face and he flies away from Zhang An. He didn't expect at all that he could be hit like that. The other 2 guys see this and get angry at him. They tell him that he has no right to hit their friend. The blonde-haired guy tries to strike Jingshan, but he easily dodges his attack. After he dodges his attack, he swings back to immediately deliver his own attack. He punches this guy with blonde hair right in the stomach, and he starts to back away. The force of Jingshan's blow causes him to bleed and he coughs up blood. He steps back and is unable to do anything. The third guy with the mohawk also tries to attack Jingshan, swinging his fist. Jingshan easily stops his punch with his palm and grabs his fist. He twists his arm and a characteristic crunch is heard. The guy with the mohawk also loses to him. Jingshan calls them all bastards and smiles contentedly at the fact that he dealt with such weaklings without any problems. He stands next to the defeated guys and hears a voice from behind him that orders him to stop. A man in uniform approaches him and says that he is Deng Hao, the head of security at this amusement park, and they came because they heard about a fight. The guy with the mohawk is trying to say that Jingshan attacked them first and their amusement park should be held responsible for it. Zhang An objects and says that those guys were the ones who attacked and harassed them first. She says that if Jingxun hadn't come to their aid, something terrible could have happened. The head of security says that in this case his motives are clear to him and says that they all need to go to the security office and wait for the police. Then they will continue the conversation. Jingxun then twists the arm of the guy with the mohawk and asks the head of security what will happen if he refuses. Deng Hao sees this and is surprised that he is acting so brazenly. His mood changes. The security guard adjusts his cap and says that then they will have no choice but to use force and tie them all up and drag them to the security office. He looks angrily at Jingxun, who is also holding the Mohawk guy's hand. The head of security orders the guards to take him, and they rush towards him after his order. Jiang Qiankong appears, calling the head of security Brother Deng, and telling him that he got it all wrong. The head of security stops the guards and is surprised that he appeared. He asks him what he is doing here. The bespectacled man says that he can be a witness, and these three guys were the first to start bullying the girls, and if it weren't for Jingxun, something terrible could have happened. He tells him that Brother Dan, whom he respects for his fairness, must assess the situation correctly, and tells him to think carefully. The head of security says that he will then be in league with the bad guys if he makes things difficult for Jingxun. He orders the guards under his command to remember that these three guys were injured by accident, and tells them to quickly pick them up and send them to the hospital for treatment. The guy with the mohawk yells in displeasure. He says that they are wrong to trust such a guy and that the law exists for such cases. The head of security says that he always saw the bespectacled man as a close brother, and he has no reason not to believe him. He takes him by the chin and tells him that if he continues screaming, he will send him to the crematorium instead of the hospital, and asks him to behave decently. He orders the guards to take him away, and the guards take these three insolent guys away. Jingxun thanks the bespectacled man for his help and asks him to go with them. The bespectacled man tells him that he doesn't need money and that it's just a trifle. Jingxun looks at him and says that it is strange because it was he who followed him and even offered to help him buy tickets for free. He asks how in that case everything cannot be about money. Xiang Qiankong tells him that it was originally like that, but then he saw how he dealt with those three guys and he changed his mind. He falls to his knees and says that he wants to follow him for the rest of his days and will do anything he asks for. He bows to him on his knees and says that he has a request. He asks him to save his little sister. He tells him that he lost his parents when he was little and he only had a younger sister left. But a few days ago she was diagnosed with a terrible disease, and so he had to borrow money from a lender. He says that after this they came to his house and took his sister, and they said that if he did not pay them, they would not guarantee that his sister would remain alive. Glasses says that now he doesn't know what to do and he can only beg Jingxun to save his sister. Jingxun puts his hand on his shoulder and says that the man has gold and silver on his lap and tells him to stand up. He turns to the girl who was with him and asks her to send his classmates back to the farm, and he will go away with the bespectacled man for a while. They come to some building together, and the bespectacled man asks someone if Brother Qian is there. He tells them that he came to pay off the loan. They walk into a room with a lot of monitors and computers and see an open door. They go there and see a mean guy in a hood. He looks pretty dangerous, and he asks the bespectacled guy who Jingxun is. Jingxun says that he is Xiang Qiankong's sister's boyfriend, and he came to pay his debt. He asks him where she is. This hooded guy smiles at what Jingxun said and thinks about what he should do. He turns to the girl sitting next to him and nods at her, a sign that they should let go of their sister. The woman goes out the door and comes back with the bespectacled man's sister. She screams as soon as she sees him. She breaks free from the woman's arms and runs to her little brother, looking very scared about all of this. Xiang Kong hugs her and asks her if they did something to her while she was with them. The hooded guy looks at Jingxun and tells him that he has done his part and asks him where his money is. Jingxun does not answer him and lays out information about him. He says that his name is Mo Lao Wu, and he ran a credit office for several years. This helped him make money. The guy in the hood does not deny this and asks him if he knows him personally and asks him who he is. Jingxun tells Xiang Qiangkai to take his sister away and tells him not to enter without his orders. Xiaqi Qiangkong quickly grabs his sister's hand and runs out of the room as Jingxun ordered him to. The guy in the hood sees this and gets even angrier. He looks even more angry and creepy. He takes out his knife and asks him again who he is. He tells him to identify himself, otherwise he will not escape from him. Jingxun does not answer him and says that there are things that he is not allowed to know, and even if he wants to, he must provide the money they earned and then he might spare their lives. The hooded guy and everyone in the room start laughing. They don't believe that Jingxun can take their lives. Jingshin lowers his head and smiles mockingly. He becomes bloodthirsty and looks sinister. He takes out his knife to prove his words and show him that he must be obeyed and taken into account. A big guy comes out in front of Mo Lao Wu, calling him boss and smiling contentedly. He stands in front of Jingshin and says that he must be mentally ill to risk going against them. Unexpectedly for him, a fast blade rushes across his neck and immediately disappears, leaving him no chance to defend himself. His neck starts to bleed and he falls to the floor from exhaustion. All he can do is just scream in pain. Mo Lao Wu stands up in a stupor and in shock asks Jingshin what he is doing. He calls him a boy. Jingshin sits as if nothing happened. He says that he sat the whole time and did not touch this guy. He says that he had nothing to do with his death. Mo Lao Wu says that he is talking nonsense and takes his knife in his hand. He orders all his men to deal with him. He stops because he notices something that again puts him into a stupor and he doesn't know what to do. He can only see how each of those who run towards him is hit with a knife. He stands and does not move. He looks around and sees the corpses of his henchmen. He does not know what to do now. Jingshin sits back down on the sofa and asks him if he still wants to negotiate the money with him, or if he wants to go home first and have a cup of tea. Mo Lao Wu falls to his knees and prepares to apologize to a man who is many times superior to him. He bows and says that he is a coward, and although he has eyes, they are not able to see the mountains. He asks Jingshin for mercy. Jingshin listens to him and asks him again if he understood correctly that such a freak was asking him for mercy. He puts his foot on his head and says that when he separated the brother and sister, he did not think about having mercy on them. He asks if he thought about people when he pushed them to death, and then he did not think about mercy. Mo Lao Wu raises his head and says that he has never pushed people to their deaths in his many years of working as a moneylender. Jingshin looks at him with obvious contempt and malice. He only tells him his name, Ye Jingshin. He asks him if he still remembers that name and says that just because he couldn't pay the interest, he led him to death and he can't let such a scumbag live. He kicks him in the face and sends him flying backwards, asking if he spared his life. He flies back, away from Jingshin, and falls to the floor, experiencing terrible pain from the impact and fall. Blood is flowing from his mouth and the girl who was sitting next to him comes up to him. He coughs without strength. She just looks at Mo Lao Wu, who is lying on the floor without any strength and doesn't say anything to him, her face filled with horror. Jingshin decides to talk to her and asks her to come to him. She is scared that he started talking to her. He holds out his hand in which he holds a knife and tells her to take it. He says that if she wants to live, she must kill Mo Lao Wu with this knife. She takes this knife in her hands and just holds it, thinking about what she should do and how to act. She decides to take this knife in her hand, and she already holds it as if she is ready to finish him off. Mo Lao Wu glares at her with an evil expression as his lower face is covered in blood and he grits his teeth. He turns to her and says that she cannot do such a cruel thing to him. He calls her names. She hears this and starts looking at him madly. She holds a knife in her hand and looks like she has already made up her mind. She decides to commit murder on Mo Lao Wu and quickly sits up, holding a knife in both her hands. She lowers the knife and stabs him in the chest. He coughs up blood one last time and falls silent, saying nothing more. Jingshin looks at this calmly, and it is impossible to tell from his face what he is feeling, but it is definitely not regret. He comes out to the bespectacled man and his sister, and clouds are floating in the sky, showing them strange figures. Jingshin hands him a card and says that it contains all the money that Mo Lao Wu has earned over the years, and tells him that he can now live happily ever after. The bespectacled man shakes his head, saying that he cannot accept them, and says that he promised to dedicate himself to him, and even if he and his sister die, they will still be with him. His sister Lin also tries to tell him that they already said that they will not take his money and will follow him to the end. Jingshin snorted in displeasure, as if he was dissatisfied with finding such new and loyal people. Something distracts him. His phone rings. He takes it out to answer the call. He answers the phone and asks who is speaking. He is told that it is Mu Rong Min In-ah and she wants to make a deal with them. He asks her again if he understood correctly that it was she who wanted to make a deal with him. He tells her that he feels like there can be no deal between them. And she tells him that she wants to tell him something, things that Mu Rong Rong doesn't know about. He thinks about it and says that it is quite interesting. He asks her where she is, and she tells him that she is at the Zhongliang Mountain Farm Hot Springs, and she will wait for him there. He ends the call with her and puts his phone away, leaving him to deal with his brother and sister next to him. He tells them that he has to leave them, and this surprises them both. They don't understand what he wants to tell them. He asks them to live a good life from now on and says that if fate wills, they will meet again. He gets into a taxi and drives away from them. They watch as the taxi drives away down the road. Sister Lin asks her brother what they should do, and he tells her that his accent is similar to the people of Jinghai City, and they should go there first. Sister Lin tells him that Jinghai is a big city, and it will be hard for them to find it. He tells her that they will be at the mercy of fate, and if it is in their favor, they will meet again and find a way out. The stars and moon are visible in the sky, illuminating the meeting place of Sister Rongrong and Jingshan. Mu Rongming In stands at the entrance to the hot springs and waits there for Jingshan to talk to him. His taxi pulls up to the entrance and he gets out. She sees him and thinks that he has finally arrived. Jingshan approaches her and says that meeting at a hot spring is unusual and suggests that she wants to go there with him. She says that no one wants to go there with him and she is done with the bath. Jingshan leans against the pillar, placing his hand above her head and leaning towards her, asking her what it is she wants him to help her with then. She becomes embarrassed and tells him that she wants to break off all relations between her father and Susan. She turns away from him and says that her father is a womanizer and is always flirting with someone. She tells him that if he and teacher Sue go well, then everything her mother sacrificed will simply disappear. She says that if he interferes with their relationship, she will tell him absolutely everything he wants. He tells her that he is not interested in her family at all and that he needs something in a different direction. He tells her that he will agree to help only if she fulfills one of his conditions. She asks him what this condition is. He leans closer to her and says that his condition will be just a kiss from her. She hears this and her whole face turns red, as if she had gone to a bathhouse or sat for a long time in hot springs. She jumps away from him and calls him shameless, his request greatly embarrassing her. He tells her that he has always been like this, and says that it doesn't matter to him then, if she doesn't want to, and says that with a status like Mu Rong's, it is impossible not to find someone who will risk their life for her. She hesitates and falls silent at first, but then finally agrees to his request for a kiss. He chuckles and says that she could have agreed earlier. He asks her to tell him how she wants him to help her. She gathers herself and tells him that her father and teacher are here at the springs, and she is worried about it. Jingshan thinks about it, and a picture of Rongrong's father harassing the teacher appears in his mind. He quickly takes off and runs into the hot springs building, calling Mu Rongwu an old bastard, and yelling that he won't let him lay a finger on her. Sister Rongrong doesn't have time to explain to him that their baths are separated and he ran into the women's territory. Jingshan no longer hears her words and runs into the hot springs. What he sees surprises him. He sees all the girls he knows in front of him, and they look at him silently, without saying anything to him. He looks down at the floor and his nose starts to bleed because of the sight and the half-naked girls. The girls finally come out of their stupor and surprise and start screaming, calling him a sick pervert. The next day comes, and he and Mu Rongmin En meet to discuss what happened. She tells him that she thought those girls would tear him to pieces for barging in on them, and she is surprised that he is okay. He remains silent. He recalls that upon his arrival, all the girls almost immediately covered themselves with towels or hid. He recalls how he apologized to them and said that he just heard from Mu Rongming En that someone was drowning and that was why he barged in on them. Teacher Sue tells the students that it is quite possible that there was simply a misunderstanding and tells them to forget about it for now. She calms the students down and says that she will find out everything first and then tell them what the matter is. But Jingshan is in no hurry to leave. The teacher notices that he is still standing next to them and chases him away, throwing a wooden bucket at him. He thinks that fortunately, it was he who took advantage of this opportunity and not Mu Rongwu. Mu Rongmin En notices his smile and asks him what it is. She suggests that he really enjoyed the hot springs yesterday. He confirms this and says that he is very sorry that the teacher is not his. He thinks and says out loud that teacher Sue will probably have a better body than Min En. She gets embarrassed and calls him a pervert. They both break off and quickly switch. They notice something that catches both of their attention. They see Mu Rongwu and teacher Sue. He asks her if she liked their breakfast and she tells him that it was good and thanks him. They watch and eavesdrop on them from around the corner so that he or she does not accidentally see them. Ming In asks Jingshan if he remembers their deal yesterday. He says he knows. He tells her that the condition she agreed to yesterday should not be forgotten by her either. She says that she will not forget, and once he has completed his work, she will tell him everything he asks. He turns to her and takes her chin in his hand. He tells her that this is not quite the condition she agreed to. He runs his thumb over her lip and says that there was one more very important condition. She blushes very deeply. She slaps his hand away with her own and moves away. She is not yet ready for such signs of attention. She runs away from him and says that she knows everything and will not forget, and this is the condition to which she agreed. She runs away from him a sufficient distance and touches her lip, which he had just touched. She lowers her gaze and stands all red from embarrassment. She did not expect this from him. Meanwhile, Jingshin follows the teacher and Mu Rongwu. He thinks that the kiss was just a joke. Ming En's reaction is interesting. He walks at a fairly far distance from them and makes sure that Father Rong doesn't start doing any strange things. He looks at them and looks a little disappointed, either because the teacher is hanging out with such a jerk or because he's not the one hanging out with her. For some time, he follows them directly through the streets, keeping a fairly safe distance. On the way, he manages to buy himself a drink so that it wouldn't be so boring to go after them. Rong's father constantly tells the teacher something. Jingshin hides behind one of the counters and thinks that Mu Rongwu is even thicker than him, and from the very beginning he kept hitting on the teacher. He doesn't understand what they're talking about for so long. A woman suddenly appears at his ear and says his name, and he didn't expect that. This unexpectedness frightens him, and he turns around to see who frightened him so suddenly. He turns around and sees Miss Lee standing in front of him, looking at him with interest in her eyes. She quickly and unexpectedly grabs his hand in order to lead him somewhere away from this place. She holds him tightly and drags him along with her, pushing him further and further away from his targets. He sees how he is rapidly moving away from them, and they are getting lost in the crowd. He thinks that this is very bad. They leave the area where Jingshin was spying on Teacher Su and Mu Rongwu, and this upsets him. He asks the teacher where she is taking him, and she asks him to just follow her and says that he will find out everything himself. He realizes that he no longer has a choice, and he simply looks at the terrain through which he is being led. He sees a large tree crown that they are approaching. He still does not understand what is happening. They approach a large tree with a red ribbon wrapped around it with the same red flags. The teacher puts her hands together and closes her eyes. She looks as if she is praying. The guys next to them say that they heard that this tree is called a sacred tree, and no matter what you wish for, the tree will help make that wish come true. Jingshin hears this and thinks that this is just a blatant lie, and this is just a 1,000-year-old tree. And these stories are for children, and if you really want something, then everything depends only on you. He stops thinking about it and turns to the teacher to see what she is doing. He looks at her and sees that she is actually praying to the tree. It looks like she believes in the power of the tree. He thinks that even if Xiao Ding likes it and she brought him to this tree for this reason, he shouldn't disappoint her. He also folds his hands and begins to ask the tree to bless them so that they can be together forever and that nothing can separate them. She turns to him and says that he is speaking too loudly, and if he is so loud it won't work. Jingshin tells her that if it is a sacred tree, then just because he said it out loud, his wish cannot fail to come true, because then the tree would not be sacred. He tells her that besides, if the tree does not grant his wish, he will find another way to make it come true. She looks at him confusedly, and he continues to say that he will do everything in his power to make it come true. She looks at the sky, which is already illuminated by the light of the sunset, and tells him that he is just a fool. They come to the big arch where Jingshin and Ming En passed in the morning. They just approach them. When they approach them, they see some kind of crowd and don't understand what's going on at all. They approach the crowd and are noticed by Chen Xiaolong, who calls Jingshin over to tell them something. Q Yin is also there, and Jingshin asks them what happened and why they all gathered in this place. Su An tells him that Teacher Su has gone missing, and they have searched every street in the old city, but they still cannot find her, and they cannot contact her either. In conclusion, he adds that Mu Rongwu has also disappeared somewhere, and Jingshin immediately understands everything. He gets angry and says that this old fox quickly came to his senses, and he did not expect this from him. He notices that Min En is hiding behind the wall with the column and is not participating in the discussion of the disappearance. She looks around randomly and looks unsure and scared, as well as angry. Jingshin tells Miss Lee to send all the students to their places and not to worry about Teacher Su and Mu Rongwu. He asks her to help him eliminate this panic. Chen Xiaolong tries to tell him something. He doesn't let him finish and says that he most likely knows where Teacher Sui is and he will bring her back. Night falls and something terrible and irreparable must happen on this night. Jingshin must save the teacher. The teacher is lying on a chair in some basement and looks like she is sleeping at the moment. The whole room is illuminated by one large red wax candle, its flame emitting not a very large amount of light. The teacher is still lying in the chair and sleeping, but something is making her slowly come to consciousness. She opens her eyes a little and tries to look around. She doesn't understand what's happening. She sees a blurry silhouette. At first, she can't understand who is standing in front of her and looking at her. Her vision returns and she makes out the silhouette of Mu Rong-woo, who is loosening his tie. She sees this picture and does not understand what is happening. Her eyes widen in horror from what is happening. She looks away from him and realizes that something is wrong. She tries to move. She can't do anything because her hands are tied and she can't move them. It's restricting her. Mu Rong-woo takes off his tie and begins to tell her that he was captivated by her the moment they met, and missed her so much that he did not sleep or eat and kept telling himself that he had to have her, ignoring his children and wife. He makes a nasty face and sticks out his tongue. He asks her to be his woman and says that he will give her everything she wants. Jingshin and Ming-in run into the building where the teacher and Mu Rong-woo are most likely located. They run forward and see a door on their way with guards standing at it, blocking their way. One of the guards looks at them angrily and says that no one is allowed to enter this room without the boss's permission. Ming-en gets angry and glares at him, while Jingshin says that he will make the guard do something. He jumps and punches the guard in the face and tells him to shut up, thus giving them access to the door. The guard climbs down the wall, exhausted, but new guards run up to them from behind, and they don't look happy. Jingshin takes out his knife and tells them that whoever dares to go against him will die immediately. More and more new guards come running to the scene and tell each other that they have to take him. Jingshin tells Ming-in to move away. He says that if she stands next to him, she will hinder him in the fight. She steps away from him and they all surround him to grab him. It doesn't look like things are going in his favor. Min-en stands against the wall and can only watch what is happening from the side. She cannot help him in any way. She looks at him in a strange way. She looks like she is ready to believe Jingshin at any cost. Jingshin looks at all his opponents and realizes that they have simply surrounded him. All the guards are very sweaty for some reason, either because of fear or for some other unknown reason. A drop of sweat falls from the chin of one of the guards. Jingshin decides to start the fight as soon as it hits the floor. A drop of sweat hits the floor and this becomes the signal for Jingshin to begin. He swings his fist and attacks the guards. No one will be shown mercy in this battle. He hits the first guard with his elbow, causing him to cough up blood, losing consciousness due to the force of the blow. He kicks the second guard in the face, just like he did the first guard in the room, which doesn't pose a problem for him. The third guard decides to attack him first and tries to kick him, but Jingshin sees it. He grabs his face with his hand and thus neutralizes his kick attack that was directed at him. He flips him over and slams his head into the floor with great force. The guard screams in pain. The next guard tries to attack Jingshin first, just like the previous one, but his blow is also noticed. He easily dodges the guard's pathetic attack and is about to hit him back. He swings his leg and hits the guard, knocking him away and incapacitating him as well. The next guard tries to jump attack Jingshin. He appears above him and swings. He tries to kick him, but Jingshin easily dodges such a primitive attack and goes behind him. He just kicks it, not really trying, and that's enough to send it flying away from him. This guard flies into the crowd of remaining guards and knocks them down, like a bowling ball. Knocks down pins. Almost all the guards are lying on the floor, writhing in pain, and are unable to do anything to Jingshin. The new guards run up to him and are about to try their luck and fight him. He looks at them all with an appraising gaze and looks very disappointed. This fight is already boring him. He accelerates and flashes past these remaining guards, attacking each of them with his knife along the way. Now, all the guards fall to the floor without strength. Some simply fall to their knees from helplessness. Jingshin walks away from them towards the door they were guarding and doesn't even turn around to look at what he did to the guards. He stops because he feels something strange and senses some problem that prevents him from walking. One of the guards, who is lying on the floor, grabs his leg with the last of his strength to stop him. Meanwhile, 3 more guards appear out of nowhere, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity and attack him. Meanwhile, in the room itself, Mu Rong-woo loses all his shame and begins to pester the teacher. He holds her by the chin and says that he will give the teacher half of his property, and if she agrees, then he can divorce his wife. The teacher doesn't want to look at him. She looks away and says that she doesn't like it. Mu Rong-woo hears this and shakes his head from side to side. He says that her answer is very disappointing to him, but it is still too early and they still have time before sunrise. He embraces her with his arms and, coming closer, tells her that this night he will make the teacher his woman and he is sure that no one will disturb them. Unexpectedly for him, the door is kicked down and Jingshin apologizes to Mu Rong-woo for disturbing him. Mu Rong-woo sees this and doesn't understand how this is even possible, and the teacher looks even more surprised. Jingshin approaches them and says that the game is over and he has come to get his teacher back. Mu Rongwoo comes to his senses and does not understand how Jingshin was able to break through his defensive guards. He sees Min En standing next to him and he asks her for what purpose she brought him to this place. He is angry that she went against him. He tells her that she should not forget that she is his daughter and that she and her mother would be in an unknown place if it were not for him, and says that she should not have brought anyone to this place. Jingshin doesn't want to listen to his nonsense and simply punches him in the jaw, causing Mu Rongwoo to cough up blood. Jingshin steps on his chest and says that he doesn't care about their family matters, but if he wants to quarrel, he should go home. But he also has to pay for what happened between him and the teacher. He takes out his knife and looks at it with hatred. He asks what he should do, cut out his eyes or his hand. He asks him to tell which hand he touched the teacher with. He is stopped by Min En. She asks him to wait and not to hurt her father. She says that he did wrong, but asks him to forgive him this time for her sake. The teacher interrupts their conversation and tells Jingshin that he didn't have time to do anything to her and asks him to just leave this place. Jingshin thinks about this whole situation and reluctantly agrees. He heads towards the teacher. He cuts the ropes on her hands and thus frees her from the shackles that hold her back. He takes the teacher from the side, as if hugging her a little, and they walk away from the nasty old man Mu Rongwoo. Jingshin turns to look at what Ming En will do and sees an interesting picture. He sees Mu Rongwoo coughing from his punch and also from him pressing on his chest with his foot. Ming En tries to help him up. The teacher looks confused and scared. She needs time to think about this whole situation. They walk under a night sky that is dotted with stars, and a large full moon is slightly visible behind the clouds. Jingshin wants to see the teacher off to make sure she is safe, and they head to her room. Jingshin decides to talk to the teacher. He tells her that he could have predicted that this would happen and he was watching him. But unfortunately for him, he was able to carry out his evil intentions this time. The teacher pats his head and asks if he was worried that she would be mad at him. She tells him that she is not, and that she finally understands everything. She says that she would actually rather remain a free woman for the rest of her days than date some stranger. She asks him to take care of her for now. Jingshin says that she shouldn't be too upset because someone like her will definitely find her love sooner or later. The teacher approaches him and asks him if he will allow her to date another man. Jingshin asks her what she is doing and says that they are going to fall. They fall on the bed together and they end up in a strange position that looks obscene. The teacher is lying on her back on the bed and looks very embarrassed about the situation. She looks relaxed. Above her, Jingshin stands with his hands on the bed, looking down at her to get a better look at her. The teacher is a little scared by this situation and yet looks very embarrassed about it all. Jingshin wants to tell her something, but he doesn't have time. The teacher starts to speak and thus interrupts him. She touches him and says that she will never, ever leave him. It looks very vulgar. Jingshin hears this and is shocked that Teacher Su is telling him this. A glass cup falls to the floor next to them and breaks, which ruins their whole mood. They turn around to see what happened and see something they never expected. They see Teacher Lee looking at them and almost speechless, she tries to say something but it's incoherent. Teacher Lee runs away and Jingshin chases after her and asks her to wait. He tells her that he can explain everything. He runs after her and thinks that she runs very fast. He assumes that she used to do this. Teacher Sue says that she must have misunderstood everything and tells him to catch up with her. She says that she will try to catch her at the other end. He runs after her and thinks that he can only judge by her reaction and thinks that she really didn't understand anything and thinks that he's secretly dating. He thinks that he has to explain everything to her. His attention is drawn to something flying at him from behind. He turns around to see what it is. He turns his head and realizes that needles are flying at him. It looks like his fighting style. He stops in time and dodges the needles, which hit a wooden column next to him. A woman with a knife in her hand and gray hair appears right above him. The knife in her hand suggests that she is not very well disposed. Jingshin manages to react to her and turns around, managing to take out his knife to defend himself. He makes a cut where the woman with the knife was supposed to land and doesn't understand whether he succeeded or not. He cuts through the air and realizes that he was simply deceived and that this was some kind of phantom image that he cut through. The woman who attacked him appears behind him, and she attacks from behind. She tries to attack from behind, but Jingshin manages to jump back to avoid her blow. He decides to throw 3 knives at her to hit her. It seems like just a counterattack to her very first attack. The woman holds out her knife and easily blocks all the knives he throws at her. Jingshin quickly closes in on her while she is focused on defending herself from his knives and swings her knife. He attacks her, but their knives meet each other like some medieval knight's swords. The woman quickly puts the knife away and swings back for another blow, aiming her knife at his chest. She tries to cut him, but Jingshin simply dodges her blow and she flies past him like a tricked bull. She loses her balance and Jingshin takes advantage of this opportunity. He grabs her arm and makes her unable to move. He puts her on the ground and twists her arm. He asks her who she is and who hired her to kill him. He sniffs and realizes that he smells the scent of apricot blossoms. He examines her. He looks at it carefully and realizes that it is something very familiar. He wonders who it could be. The woman speaks, and she says that Brother Jingshin is a very bad guy. He is thinking about who it could be. He lets go of her hand without a second thought, and she crawls away from him a little to talk to him calmly. The woman tells him that they just met, and he is already doing such indecent things to her. He looks at her again and realizes it is Bing Bing. He thinks about why she might have come. He asks her why she doesn't continue to be Goddess Bing Wu and come here. She asks him if Goddess Bing Wu can't see him. Her face changes, and she says that she actually didn't come to just visit him, but to kill him. She tells him that when she ran away from her family, he was the one who cared about her the most. She hugs his hand and says that since the day she left, she wanted to come back and marry him. But she could not find any information about him and she decided to find him herself. He asks her why he does not know anything. She holds the knife to his neck and her expression immediately changes to a noticeably angry one. She asks him if he really doesn't remember anything and says that she heard that people near death can see the past. She approaches him and asks him if he wants to try this method, because then he can remember everything. He tells her that there is no need for this, and he already remembered. Bin Bin says that he is very naughty for teasing him and saying that she actually likes it, but he thinks that he is almost back to square one. He asks him how she knew that he was in such a place and asks her if she really came to see him. Bin Bin asks him if he really wants to know how all this happened and who is involved. She moves closer to his ear and says that someone hired her to kill him. He asks her who hired her, and she tells him that killers usually take orders from a third party and therefore they do not know who the real client is. She tells him that because her target was Jin Shen's brother, she dug up information about the client. She ends her story by saying that the original people who hired her were the Skull Organization. Jingshin thinks about this and understands that it is definitely them, and if this continues, then sooner or later it will simply become a disaster. Meanwhile, Bin Bin straddles him and squeezes his legs with her body. She tells him not to worry because she failed in her mission, and according to the typical plot of a novella, he must do something with her. He is afraid to guess what genre of novella she is reading. He turns away from her and asks how the failure of her mission will affect her reputation at all. She says that she is already Jingshin's wife, and he will be her sugar daddy, and there is no point in her being a murderer any longer. She says that then she does not need a reputation. He gets angry and says that he does not have enough money to spoil her. She leans towards him and tells him that she will do anything for him, from washing his clothes and cleaning the house to doing things that a wife shouldn't do. He asks her to get off her first. She asks him if he really isn't going to do anything with her at all. He falls silent, because he hears the voices of those whose voices he would not like to hear at this moment. These voices are approaching from around the corner. Bing Bing also pays attention to them, because they are calling Jingshin. It turns out to be Teacher Su and Teacher Lee. Teacher Su says she explained everything and asks what they are doing. Bing Bing is surprised that Jingshin calls Teacher Su little sister, and Jingshin tells her that it's a long story. He sees the mood of the teachers and understands that their reaction is laconic, and before this he could not explain the situation to Xiao Ding with him and his sister. And now also to Bing Bing, he does not know what to do. He starts to say that in fact everything is not like that and they did nothing like that, but he is interrupted. Bing Bing interrupts him and greets her sisters. She states her name and says that she is Jingshin's wife. Jingshin hears this and thinks that she said such nonsense at the wrong time and out of place. Teacher Su is surprised that she is called his wife. Teacher Lee is the same. Under the night sky, Jingshin tries to explain to them that there was simply some misunderstanding between them. He explains everything to the teachers and asks what they should do with Bing Bing, since they can't just leave her like that anyway. He says that this time there is a rivalry between him and Mu Rongwu, and most likely the best solution would be to return to Jinghai, and then they can take this chance and take her with them. He tells Teacher Su that she should also go back because Mu Rongwu won't leave her alone, and the teacher agrees with him. She leaves to start packing her things with Bing Bing. She tells her that she will help her, Meanwhile, Teacher Lee apologizes and says that she got it all wrong about him and Teacher Sue. She says that she originally heard the explanation from Teacher Sue and that they have always been like brother and sister, and there should be no secrets between them either. He approaches her and tells her not to be upset with him if he has a little fun, because they will still be together. She looks at him angrily and takes out a knife. She says that he can't even think about such a thing. The next day comes, and doubts arise in the Skull about whether the killer succeeded. At the Skull and Bones Club, they discuss how they expected the killer to solve their problem in a matter of minutes. Department Head Ma walks around the office and says that he gave his word to take Ye Jingshin's life in front of so many people. They haven't heard any news about him for a long time. He stops and thinks that when he was killed, his gang should have acted first. He thinks that his gang is still continuing to expand its power, and that means he is still alive. He can't believe that Goddess Bing Wu could make a mistake and lose to some schoolboy. He wonders if it could be that his gang is deliberately covering up his death, and that Goddess Bing Wu shouldn't have disappeared without a word. He clutches his head and says that the more he thought about it, the more wrong he became, and asks to tell him whether he is alive or dead. Someone comes to his door and knocks on it. He did not expect that someone could come to him at such a moment. From behind the door, the owner of the hall, Ma, is informed that the chairman has come to see him. The owner of the hall, Ma, remembers what the chairman said about his failure and is horrified. He does not know what to do. Meanwhile, the students return to their hometown and Jingshin and Bingbing are about to meet with the other members of the organization. They come to the bar and see that it has changed a lot during Jingshin's absence. Bingbing is surprised that the bar is called Qing Longjiang Miao and does not understand what is going on. Jingshin is also not sure. Bingbing asks him what's going on since he told her he would take her to Yulong Bar and asks if they could have gone the wrong way. Jingshin himself thinks that this is rather Tifeng's idea, and although he did not ask to transfer the property rights, they decided everything themselves. He thinks that Jing Miao's headquarters has not announced anything yet, but they have already done it. He tells Bin Bin that this is the place, but he can't explain everything to her now, but he will do it later if the opportunity arises, and says that they can go inside and they are expected there. They enter the club building and go into some remote meeting room. Jingshin sits down as if at the head of everyone and Bingbing hugs his hand. It all looks very pathetic. Jingshin thinks and looks at everyone present. He is waiting for an explanation of everything that is happening. Q Yen begins to speak and explains that during his absence, they divided Jing Miao's division into 4 small sections. He explains that Tai Feng will be in charge of the Qing Long department, which is responsible for enforcing the rules. Pointing at Wang Xiao, he says that he will be in charge of Bai Hu's department, which is responsible for fighting. Pointing to Chen Xiaolong, he says that he will be in charge of Zhu Ji's department, but does not explain his assignment. And lastly, he says that he himself will be in charge of the Xuan Wu department, which is responsible for finance. Jingshin says that during his absence, to his surprise, Jing Miao's organization has been sufficiently replenished, and he says that their superiority is just a matter of time. They tell him that being useful to him is an honor for them, and as long as the Jing Miao organization has him, they will not dare to call anyone a rival. Jingshin decides to say something else. He raises his hand to make everyone shut up and listen. He tells everyone that he joined them that day because he has 2 things he needs to talk to them about. The first thing he decides to do is introduce them to his new comrade and introduces them to Bing Bing. He tells them that she is the goddess Bing Wu, who is the #1 assassin, and she will train them. Everyone is surprised that such a fragile girl at first glance is the goddess Bing Wu. Suddenly, one of the guys who said it out loud has a knife at his neck, which is practically touching it. Bin Bin appears from behind him holding this knife. She asks him who he dared to call a girl. Q Yen thinks that she is very fast because she was standing next to the boss just a moment ago, and Chen Xiaolong thinks that her energy changed in the blink of an eye. Jingshin asks her to calm down and says that they are still their people and there is no need to scare them so much. Bin Bin sits down next to him and says that they are all listening to him and she will do whatever he says. Wang Xiao looks at Bing Bing and thinks that she is not so simple and he needs to be more careful with her. Jingshin says that he also wants to explain something to everyone present about Bing Bing. He says there is a nuance that is very important and says that in fact the Skull organization hired her to kill him. Wang Xiao is very angry at this information and almost jumps out of his seat. He asks if it is true that the Skull organization did this. Jingshin says that they failed, and no matter how hard they thought about it, they didn't know that she was his comrade and they were like brother and sister. Bin Bin stands up and says that they are not just brother and sister. She says that they are husband and wife, and it is reasonable enough that the wife should help her husband. Everyone in the room is surprised by what she says and realizes that they should greet her. They all bow to her and say that they are glad to meet the daughter-in-law of their best boss. Jingshan asks them to calm down and says that Tifeng is actually older than him and shouldn't call her daughter-in-law. Tifeng turns away from him and says that he is the president now and he is older. He also says that now the Skull Organization must know that Goddess Bing Wu has failed her mission, and they will definitely find another way, and in that case, things will not be as easy as they are now. Jingshan smiles contentedly and says that he has already thought about it and has a plan. He tells Tifeng that they are now a people, and they will continue to expand and strengthen their organization. He tells Ku Yun to use his connections to make money, and says the more the merrier. Ku Yen accepts this order, and Tifeng looks at all this with satisfaction. They all believe in their boss, Jingshan. Jingshan says that the skull doesn't know whether he is alive or dead after the intense fight with the goddess Bing Wu. Taifeng says that it really looks like that, and it is really unclear whether he is alive or dead. Wang Xiao looks like he doesn't understand what this means yet and asks what benefit there could be from this. Chen Xiaolong says that he will explain everything to him and asks him what he thinks the Skull Organization will do if they find out that Jingshan is alive. Wang Xiao tells him that they will then come up with a new plan to kill him. And Chen Xiaolong asks him what will happen if their boss is dead. Wang Xiao says that then they will try to capture them at any cost, since they will no longer have a boss. Chen Xiaolong tells him to draw a conclusion from what will happen if it is unclear whether Jingshan is alive or dead. Wang Xiao finally understands and says that in ignorance, the Skull Organization will not know what to do and will not do anything. Jingshan says that the Skull Organization wants to play around, and he will play around with them. He says that they will see who will laugh last, and says that this is the second thing he wants to talk about. Several months of imprisonment pass after that conversation at the club, and some guy comes to the property of the Anfeng department, namely Liu Shui's nightclub. The girl in the red dress greets the guy and calls him Mr. Wu. She asks him where he has been. It turns out to be the head of the Anfeng department of the Skull Organization, Wu Tian. And he tells the girl that the organization is hunting for the child, and it was not so easy for him to find free time to go to them and have fun. The girl is surprised that the child is being hunted, and asks him what he did, and someone in a hood passes by her. The head of the department tells her that he plays on the head of the head, and the president even found a killer for this, but no information came from him. The girl does not understand what problems an ordinary student can cause. Wu Tian tells her that people should enjoy life as much as he does and asks the girl if she has anyone in mind. She says that thanks to Mr. Wu's patronage, their business has been going well lately and they even recently found someone cute, and she hopes that Mr. Wu will appreciate her. Someone touches Wu Tian's shoulder and it scares him. He didn't expect such an unexpected touch. It's some girl. She's telling him to stop and not move. She's still holding his shoulder. She shows him her police ID and he is surprised by it. He is in a stupor. She says that her name is Deng Bao Bao from the special police team and he is suspected of dealing in illegal substances. She asks him to go with them to the ministry to cooperate with the investigation. Wu Tian looks at her and doesn't understand what he should do. He just looks at her and doesn't say anything. He is surprised that he is being accused of such a thing and understands that people have always used something on him, and this means that someone played a cruel joke on him behind his back. He looks around and tries to understand who could have done this to him. He tries to understand whether one of his subordinates could have set him up. He looks at his people and thinks that it can't be them because they have always been extremely loyal to him and none of them could betray him. He looks around and examines the girl. He realizes that judging by her makeup, she doesn't look like a police officer. He remembers what the girl in the red dress and red hair told him, namely about the new girl at their bar. He smiles and thinks that this is some kind of game and assumes that she is new, and then he will play with her. He turns to her and says that he has always followed the law and most likely they had a common misunderstanding. He invites her to go inside and talk. The policewoman says that there is no misunderstanding between them, and they will only talk about it at the police station, and she does not have time to hang around with him. He tells her that they don't need to go to the police station and they can just go inside and have a heart-to-heart talk. He asks her opinion. He makes her angry, and she asks him if she understands correctly that he is disobeying orders. He says she hit the nail on the head and that on this day he not only disobeys her orders, but also wants to ambush the police. She takes out a gun and puts it to his forehead. She tells him to leave her alone before she hurts him. She says she is giving him a final warning and he has only two options. Either he goes with her to the ministry or she opens fire. Wu Tian takes out a cigarette and decides to light it in front of her. He tells her that she has prepared well and he really likes it. She takes it and hits him on the temple with the butt of her gun. He didn't expect that from her and loses his balance from surprise. She looks at him with obvious contempt and looks as if she is ready to shoot at this very moment. He starts yelling at her and asks if she even knows who he is, and says that she can't do such things on the property of the head of the Anfang department of the Skull organization. He turns to the girl with red hair and asks her where she found this girl and where her cute girls are. She quietly says that she doesn't understand his anger because she's not one of their girls and he did all this for nothing. He is shocked by this information and his face immediately becomes filled with horror. He understands everything. Several people come out of the building and walk towards them, holding something in their hands. They show it and say that they found a huge amount of illegal substances as well as weapons inside the building. Wu Tian and his subordinates hear and see this. They are horrified and do not know what to do to whiten themselves. The policewoman approaches him and says that they now have enough evidence. She asks him if he has anything else to add and says that she will arrest him for everything they have found out. Wu Tian tries to run away and shouts that only a foolish person would admit to such things. The policewoman watches him run away and realizes that she will have to use force against him. She takes out her gun and points it at him. She pulls the trigger and a bullet fires out of the barrel of the gun. Wu Tian felt a terrible pain and numbness permeate his entire body, and he stopped. He falls to the ground like a sack, unable to move or do anything. He can no longer run away. The policewoman orders 2 officers to take him to the police station. She turns to the guy in the hood, under whom Jingshin is hiding, and expects something from him. She thinks that now the job is done and he should be pleased with what he managed to do. He also looks at her and thinks that the job is not done yet and the fun with organizing the skull is just beginning. He turns away from Wu Tian, who is lying on the ground, and walks away, a noticeable smile visible on his face. Meanwhile, in the Black Skull's mansion, things are not looking good, as one of their men was captured with such ease. The Skull chairman reads in the newspaper about how the case of Wu Tian's arrest was described and becomes angry. This makes him very angry, and all he can do out of anger is hit his fist on the table. He is very unhappy. He talks on the phone and is told that this is an order from above, and nothing can be done about it, and also that Wu Tian set himself up and even if they want to save him, they won't be able to. The chairman talks to Minister Jen. He says that he feels that it is not a matter of whether he can or not, but rather that he simply does not want to. The minister tells him that he doesn't care what he's made up, and he wants to remind him to care more about his people. He tells him to stop letting them catch him. The chairman asks him if he understood correctly what the minister was telling him about a spy in their ranks. The minister tells him that this is their business and he cannot tell him anything about it. The chairman falls silent and rises from his chair because he can do absolutely nothing. He calms down and sits back in his chair. He decides to light his pipe out of desperation. He announces that every department head must know that they must definitely gather, because he has an important conversation to have with them. Meanwhile, something is happening in the minister's office. He is not sitting alone in his office, but with someone. That someone turns out to be Jingshin, who is sitting opposite the minister and they are discussing something. Jingshin apologizes to the minister for bothering him and calls him uncle. The minister says that there is nothing wrong with that because he always wanted to deal with the skulls, but he never had the chance. He says that they are lucky that Jingshin can supply them with information. He asks him what his next move is, since he started the fire, but it's just the head of the department and it won't be able to completely incinerate Skull's organization. Jingshin looks at him and his face changes to a very serious one. He is about to tell him. He tells him that Du Gubo must gather the department heads together to find out which one of them is the spy, and he will add more fuel to the fire, which will make the flames even bigger. The minister says it's a godsend that he can do it, but he also has to be careful not to get burned and says he'll try to help him in every way. Meanwhile, chaos and confusion are occurring in the Skull organization's prison, which could end badly for Skull. That day, Chairman Du Gubo gathered all the heads to exterminate the spy of their organization, except his adopted daughter, and everyone was imprisoned without any charges. 3 days later, the leaders couldn't take it anymore and started a riot, targeting Du Gubo to save their leaders, and a battle took place at the headquarters. This incident was the largest riot in the organization. Meanwhile, in the bar, Jing Miao's organization was preparing with all their might for their new battle. They were thinking everything through in advance. Jingshin and their department heads stand around the table to think through their plan in detail. Chen Xiaolong says that the message says that the Skull organization's western prison has been destroyed, and that Section Chief Shi Budi and his minions are interested in reclaiming their territory. He says that he assumes that while they are fighting the chairman's men, they should make a preemptive move to take over the territory of the Cebu D department. Q Yen says that if they do this, the Longshen organization and the Tian people will stand aside, and they must also notice the progress of the Jing Miao organization. He is afraid that they will try to restrain them. Jingshan says that there is no need to worry about it because other organizations also want Skull to fall, and what he wants is to scare them so that they will stop underestimating them. He says that he and Taifeng will deal with the Shibu D department, but it won't be enough, and this is a chance to enslave several Skull departments. Su Yan says that he understands everything, and he will gather people for this. Jingshan clenches his fist and tells everyone to focus and take action. He says that they must destroy the skulls within 3 days. Everyone in their organization is fired up by this idea, and their fighting spirit is just gushing over the edges of their inner cups. Meanwhile, the escaped prison squad heads straight to their spider lair, from which they will not be able to escape. They run forward without a second thought about going around and not going into rather dangerous territory. The department head's henchman tells him that the Jing Miao organization's headquarters is across from them, and if they can get through there, they will reach their territory and be safe. They don't even think about the fact that there might be a trap waiting for them in Jing Miao's territory and run inside. They run inside and immediately realize that something is wrong. They look around and walk forward a little bit. They reach a certain place and the head of the department's gaze meets something strange that makes him stop. He orders his subordinates to stop, and they obey him. They, like him, stop. They see in front of them a man with a knife who is sitting on a chair, turned sideways towards them. It looks creepy. This man holds a knife in his hand and does not initiate a conversation. He simply waits for them to act. The head of the department decides to talk to him. He asks him who he is and asks him who ordered him to come here. This man turns out to be Jingshan. He tells Chief Han that he doesn't have to worry and that he only came because he has business to talk to them about. They see that it is Ye Jingshan and are shocked that he survived and even showed himself to them. Taifeng appears behind the department head, and there are also a bunch of people behind him for backup. Chief Han decides that he should talk. He asks Jingshan what he wants to talk about. Jingshan says that since the department head himself is so straightforward, he will tell him everything directly. He says he just needs a piece of confidential information about the Skull's organization, and then he will spare his life. Department head. Han says that this is quite an interesting proposal, but the price for all this will be too high. Jingshan listens to him and decides to calmly ask him what the price of such confidential information is. Jingshan doesn't wait for his answer and looks at his knife. He asks him again what the price of such information is. Department head Han takes hold of his spear and looks like he's still considering what he should do. He makes up his mind and swings his spear to hit Jingshan. He says that the price for this information will be his life. He lowers his spear, but only the chair catches his blow, which he breaks, but Jingshan is not on it. Jingshan appears behind him and tells the leader that Dugubo no longer trusts them and he sees no reason for them to waste their energy fighting for the Skull organization. Department head. Han doesn't listen to him and tries to hit him with his spear with a spin, but he doesn't succeed. Jingshan easily dodges him and says that even if he dies, they will simply run away from the battle right in front of Dugubo, and their brothers are involved in a feud and the chairman will definitely not forgive him. Khan doesn't listen to him and still tries to attack him with his spear, but he is too slow and stupid. He hits the wall with his spear instead of Jingshan, who can easily dodge his attacks. Jingshan simply looks at the blade of his spear, his gaze looking more disappointed than interested. The head of the department, Han, decides to talk to him. He tells him that he fundamentally does not understand what the organization means to him, because thanks to the president, he is who he is now. He says that even if he has to die, he will not betray the president, and if Jingshan wants information, he should go to hell and ask the devil. He runs his spear along the wall where Jingshan was just standing, but he is not there because his strikes are too slow. Jingshan once again goes behind the head of the department, Han, without any problems and is about to talk to him. He says that he is surprised at how loyal the head of the department was and he respects him for it. He says that since Khan himself says that he would rather die loyal, then he will fulfill his wish. He says that after he dies, his brothers will obey him and it is his right to treat them as he wants. Khan tells him not to touch his brothers. Jingshan says that he is just a student and he understands the brotherly rules that exist in their department. He tells Khan that even if he wants to talk about morality, he should look at the person he is talking to, and if it is someone who is not interested in this at all, then why should he say all this? Han asks him if he will let his brothers go if he tells him the information, and Jingshin tells him that he must understand if the information is worth it. Han says that this is not surprising and he understands why Dugubo wants to get rid of him, because if he is nearby, then Skull is doomed. He asks Jingshin what he wants to know about the Skull's organization and throws his spear away. The next day, another scandal occurs in the mansion. Dugubo is simply furious about the news. He learns that Han Luo betrayed them and revealed confidential information about their organization. Some guy reports that Han Luo and the people from Shibu Do Department were recognized by Jing Miao's organization last night, and that Jing Miao also attacked Jing Ling Department and a few others. He reveals that Department Head Jing Ling has surrendered and been recognized by the Jing Miao organization, and they have lost contact with Department Head Liu Shui Mu Junji and the other heads. He says that all the other heads died in the feud and the president looks scared. His adopted daughter comes into his office and wants to talk to him about everything that is happening around him. She tells him that they could have accidentally attacked their territory while they were fighting and says that they most likely do have spies. Her father says that he didn't expect such small people to be able to resist their huge organization, and their headquarters would be easy for them to defend, and if they decide to attack, he won't let them out. He tells her to assemble a professional team of the organization and says that they need the Jingling department back and it is a priority. He tells her to forget about the Shibu D department. Meanwhile, at the bar and headquarters, Jing Miao discusses further progress in the battle against the Skull organization. Chen Xiaolong says that he has some suggestions for their next fight, and they are discussing it with the leaders. Jingshin is not with them and is just smoking a cigarette. He trusts everything to his leaders. He steps away, and he and Tifeng listen to the defecting leader Han. He talks about the president's adopted daughter and says that he knows that he is always looking for a tool for a deal, and he always trusts her. Tifeng asks Jingshin what he thinks about this, and Han says that this woman can be useful to them. Jingshin doesn't seem to listen to Tifeng, and he tries to bring him back to his senses by repeating his name. Chen Xiaolong asks him what he thinks about all this, but Jingshin looks a little lost and speaks off topic. Jingshin says he agrees, and Chen Xiaolong is furious that he agrees with such a lack of enthusiasm. It feels like he didn't listen at all. Jingshin approaches Qiu Yan and asks him what the meeting was about. Qiu Yan chuckles. Qiu Yan tells him that now, Du Gubo will pay any price to get back the Jingling department, and the Shibu Du department was only allowed into their organization, so Xiaolong suggests avoiding fights for now. Jingshin says that waiting for the moment is boring and passive, and they need to destroy the Skull organization in 3 days, so it doesn't suit them. And Qiu Yan is angry that he agreed to this idea. Jingshin says that since Du Gubo wants to take back the Jingling department so much, then they will just let them do it. Qiu Yan and Xiaolong look at him in surprise. He calms them down and says that in exchange they will simply take over the headquarters of the Skull's organization. The next day comes, and the Skull organization has mobilized a professional team with the hope that they can retake the territory they lost, and the defending forces were routed. They fought them as best they could, but against a professional team they were powerless and could do nothing. Meanwhile, the Jing Miao organization took advantage of this opportunity and attacked the headquarters, since its defense was weak. The battle with the Skull organization at headquarters is in full swing, but the most important forces are concentrated elsewhere. Taifeng, Zhu Yan, and Jingshin run around Skull's headquarters in search of Du Gubo, because in order to win they must find him and capture him. They hear screams that Du Gubo has come for them, and then shrill cries of pain are heard. They come running to the screams and see the corpses of people from their organization lying right on the floor. Jingshin sees this and becomes furious. He is very angry that their people suffered losses. They see among all these corpses Du Gubo, who greets Jingshin. Next to him stands a katana in a scabbard and his adopted daughter. Du Gubo says that he has been waiting for him for a long time and tells him that they have not seen each other for a long time. He tells him that he has grown up and asks if his old man is okay. Jingshin looks at him with a blank expression and thinks about how best to answer him this question. He smiles and tells him that thanks to Uncle Doug, he has relaxed quite a bit and is not the same as before. Du Gubo says that this is very bad because he always hoped that he would go in search of his ancestors. He takes up his katana and says that they have had enough of talking and that they must move on to action. He makes an angry face and says that once Jingshin dies, Ye Tianlong will appear and then his death will not be so far away from him. Jingshin takes out his knife and tells him that the president is already old and it is not very good to bully a teenager. Du Gu is angry and smiles evilly. He looks creepy. He says that they all came to him from the same organization, and in that case they should fight together. He turns to his daughter and tells her that she shouldn't interfere and that he wants to deal with them himself, and she agrees with him. Jingxin, Qiuyan, and Taifeng get into fighting stances and prepare to fight the president, who is also in a fighting stance. Jingxin rushes towards Du Gubo first with his knife and is immediately determined to hit him. He takes a big swing to make his punch stronger on the way out and jumps up a little. Du Gubo first just watches as Jingxin flies towards him with a knife in his hands. He looks at it and says it's moving too slowly. He looks annoyed about it. He swings his katana, but misses Jingxin. Jingxin is surprised by this blow. He frees his hand and strikes it at Taifeng, who only manages to defend himself from his unexpected attack. After that, he approaches Qiuyan and kicks him in the stomach. Qiuyan also did not expect such an attack, and because of this, he misses it. Because he takes a punch and gets thrown back and falls to the mat, he most likely won't return to the fight. Taifeng and Jingxin turn to look at him and try to see if he is okay, but they have to watch their backs. Du Gubo runs up to them from behind and says that in battle, it is better not to look around, but to concentrate on the enemy. Taifeng understands that something is about to happen and feels a threat behind them. They understand that they must be more careful. Du Gubo appears behind them and swings his katana, asking Jingxin if he is afraid that one of his brothers will lose his life. Jingxin quickly reacts to his attack and takes out something else from his arsenal and throws it at the president. He throws 3 of his knives at him to distract him, just like he did with Bing Bing earlier. His attack doesn't work and the president simply catches 3 of his knives with his hand, looking at him with disappointment. He decides to send those 3 knives back at Jingxin and launches them in his direction. He still looks annoyed. 3 knives fly towards Jingxin, but he knows how to block such weak attacks. He reacts to this counterattack without any problem and deflects these 3 knives with his own knife in one blow. He feels something approaching and looks back, where he suddenly felt a strong threat. He looks back and notices that Du Gubo has quickly moved behind him and is about to strike. Taifeng appears in front of Jingxin, pushing him back and shielding him from the blow. The president's blow hits Taifeng, and the rope still hits him. He writhes in pain at that moment. Jingxin falls to the floor and sees a terrible sight that he never wanted to see. He sees Taifeng, who is lying on the ground without strength and cannot get up, and the president, who is standing over him. The president brings his katana close to his face and says that they are just a bunch of schoolchildren who don't know the limits of their abilities. Jingxin sees this and becomes furious, his face taking on a terrible grimace that combines horror and rage. Taifeng coughs out blood softly, and his scream is cut off. Everyone in the room falls silent and waits for what he has to say. There's blood running down his chin and he says everything is fine and it's just a couple of scratches that won't kill him. The president hears his words and gets even more angry about it. He is surprised that he says that it is just a couple of scratches. He says that he heard about a crazy man, Yu Longqi, with abnormal abilities and says that he looks like someone. He says that unfortunately, the last time he was cleaning Yu Long Street, Ya let him slip away and he suggests they see where he can hide this time. He says that now he will make him go to hell and is going to attack him lying on the floor. He already raises his katana to strike and it almost catches up with him. Jingxin must do something to protect him. At the last moment, the onslaught of the president's katana is stopped by Jin Shen's knife, which protects Taifeng. He holds off his katana attack with one hand and one knife, and the president is unable to overcome him. He tells the president that if he wants to raise his hand against Taifeng, he should first ask him, the president of the organization, about it. Du Gubo's katana breaks through Jingxin's defense and heads towards his chest to pierce him. The katana hits Jingxin's forearm and pierces through him. Both of them did not expect this and look surprised. Du Gubo sees this and says that if Jingxin wants to die first, he will gladly do so, and tells him not to worry because his father will want to see him soon, and then they will all meet in hell. The president looks pleased that everything has worked out in his favor, and his daughter slowly walks towards him. Jingxin looks at him as if he knows something and says that he thinks differently. Du Gubo laughs at his words and says that his brothers are definitely incapable of fighting and his reinforcements are still blocked by his people. He says that there is no one to save him. His daughter suddenly appears behind him and holds something to his neck from behind. She looks ominous, and Du Gubo is frightened. She puts her fist to his neck from behind and everything looks very strange. The president stands there dumbfounded. She comes even closer to him and says that he was too careless this time. The president quickly turns around and tries to attack her, but she easily dodges his blow. He doesn't understand what's happening and looks scared. He asks her how she could do this to him, because he is her father. She starts laughing and says that such an old man, who is even worse than an animal, cannot call himself her father. She tells him that the year he killed her mother, adopted her, and turned her into a tool to lure people was the starting point for her thoughts of getting revenge on him. The president calls her a little fool and says that she will then go to hell that day and see her mother. He suddenly coughs up a huge amount of blood and bends over, looking powerless. His adopted daughter tells him that it is all because of the poison that was developed and made especially for him. She asks him how it tastes to him. She looks at him and says that he will help her say hi to her mom and calls him daddy for the last time. The president says that she shouldn't be too happy because they will meet again very soon and he will be waiting for her down below in hell. He falls to the floor, exhausted, and says nothing more. It looks as if he has died after all. Q Yan stands up and looks at the whole picture. He doesn't understand if he is really dead. Meanwhile, she approaches Jingshan and says that because Du Gubo is dead, the Skull Organization will now become a bloody arena and asks him if he is satisfied with this result. He squats down next to him and reaches out his hand to him. She wants to tell him something and examine him. She touches him gently and says that she finds him quite interesting. She says that she can tell from his look that he knows what happened between her and the president. She offers to talk to him.